Chapter 1. Traversing to the Beast Realm. Yi Wutong sat in her leisurely chair, casting a furious glare at the man and woman kneeling before her in a frigid tone. She remarked, "You two imbeciles, unable to complete even this task, hmm?" The duo before her trembled in fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. The man, his voice quavering, pleaded, "Please grant us another chance. We will surely eliminate young Master Shen." "Enough. I shall take matters into my own hands. You both may leave and face your punishment." Yi Wutong coldly declared. "Yes, yes." The kneeling pair hastily rose and fled, as if escaping a storm. Yi Wutong sighed, her forehead resting against her palm. Her subordinates were utterly incompetent, a collection of useless individuals who left her to handle every critical moment. How exasperating. At midnight, clad in dark attire and donning a bird mask, Yi Wutong appeared in Shen Huai's bedroom. Observing the entwined couple on the bed, she smirked and uttered, "Ah, my dear guest, still awake at this late hour?" Startled by her sudden appearance, the couple turned their gaze towards her. The man, trembling, stammered, "Who are you? What do you want in my room?" "Who I am is of no consequence. Just remember, I am the harbinger of your demise, and that suffices," Yi Wutong replied coldly, her eyes glinting with amusement as she regarded the two, as if they were mere corpses. "Who sent you?" Young Master Shen inquired, his voice quaking. "Not at liberty to disclose such information. We assassins are bound to secrecy by our employers." With that, she fired a shot at young Master Shen. The woman beside him gasped, ready to scream. Yi Wutong swiftly struck her on the head, rendering her unconscious. Casting a glance at the lifeless young Master Shen and the unconscious woman, Yi Wutong cursed under her breath and turned to leap out the window. Yi Wutong jumped from the third floor, landing gracefully on the ground. She found herself surrounded. A police officer in his 40s approached her, coldly stating, "Yi Sei, the world's foremost assassin, the name that instills terror in many this time. You shall not escape. We shall see your true face." Yi Wutong paid no heed to them, vaulting over the heads of the officers with a single bound. She dashed towards a predetermined escape route. The pursuing officers relentlessly chased her, occasionally firing shots in her direction. Just as they were about to catch up, she spotted a cliff ahead and leaped off without hesitation. Her body plummeted downward. Panic seized Yi Wutong. Wasn't she supposed to land on a massive rock 10 meters from the cliff? Why was she still falling? If this continued, she would surely perish at the bottom. It seemed she had overlooked something. Well, if death awaited her, so be it. After all, she had long since grown weary of a life stained with blood. She wished for a happy home in her next life. She no longer desired to be an assassin. Yi Wutong fell for what felt like an eternity, until a resounding thud echoed to her astonishment. She felt no pain. Was it possible that the fall had numbed her senses, leaving her unaware of any injuries? She opened her eyes abruptly, surveying her body, which was intact, without any missing limbs. She moved her body, finding herself entirely unharmed. Yi Wutong felt a surge of exhilaration. She had survived. "Get off me, you bird creature, you're crushing me," a man bellowed. Realizing the man was referring to her, Yi Wutong touched the bird mask adorning her face. She sprang up from atop him to find a strikingly handsome man clad in a fur skirt, glaring at her with indignation. Coming to her senses, Yi Wutong recognized that her survival was due to landing on this man, who, by all accounts, was her savior. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, a sharp, piercing voice rang out, "Someone, kill this bird creature." Following the voice, Yi Wutong beheld an alluring woman, dressed in a fur skirt and cape, standing barefoot on a wooden platform, glaring at her as though she wished to tear her apart. Flanking the woman were several other unattractive females. Yi Wutong understood that this captivating woman was the one calling for her capture. Turning her gaze behind her, she noticed a throng of young, handsome men, all advancing toward her with fierce expressions, as if intent on tearing her to shreds. The handsome man from the ground also rose, staring daggers at her. Realizing the dire situation, Yi Wutong discerned that the enchanting woman was the leader of this crowd. Whatever she commanded, these men would follow. From their attire, it became evident that she had stumbled into a tribe of savages. Rumors spoke of such wild tribes existing in certain regions. And today, she found herself amidst one. Savages were known for their lack of reason and propensity for violence. It appeared her only chance for escape lay in taking the tribe's leader hostage. Yi Wutong lunged toward the alluring woman on the platform, grasping her arm with her right hand while brandishing a dagger from her pocket against the woman's throat with her left. "Everyone step back, or I shall slay this woman," Yi Wutong demanded, eager to flee from this precarious situation. The men attempting to seize her halted in their tracks. Yet the captivating woman screamed, "You bird creature, release me. I am the most beautiful in the beast realm. You cannot treat me this way. Yi Wutong cast a disdainful sideways glance at the woman she held hostage, thinking, you claim to be the most beautiful in the beast realm? I am the foremost beauty of the human realm. Wait, what is going on? Have I truly crossed over into the beast realm? Just days prior, Yi Wudong had finished reading a time travel novel. Could it be that she had, like the protagonist in the story, traversed into a primitive beast realm devoid of high technology? Heaven must surely be punishing her. Regardless of whether it was the beast realm or her original time, she needed to escape first. Don't move, or I shall kill you. Yi Wudong threatened the woman who proclaimed herself the most beautiful. As she held the enchanting woman hostage, she made her way toward the crowd below the platform. In a corner, four tall, exceptionally handsome men observed Yi Wutong and the enchanting woman she had taken captive. Brother, aren't you going to play the hero and rescue the damsel? Lisa is meant to be your first mate. She's the most beautiful female in our realm, remarked a man with red hair. I have no intention of rescuing anyone. I have no interest in Lisa, who claimed I was to be her first mate. If it weren't for the insistence of the elder beasts, I wouldn't even be here, Bai Lang replied. Exasperated, many females in their tribe surpassed Lisa in beauty. He had no desire for her. Step aside, clear the way, or I shall kill this woman. Yi Wutong shouted, determined to leave this place while holding the self-proclaimed beauty hostage. Lisa, unaccustomed to such treatment, shouted angrily, you bird creature, where do you think you're taking me? He'll fight you. He'll tear your bird face apart. With that, she lunged at Yi Wutong's face. A swift thud resonated as Lisa's throat was slit. Had you not struggled, you wouldn't have met this fate. This cannot be blamed on me. Yi Wutong stated helplessly. With no hostage left, she had no choice but to fight her way out initially. Her intention was merely to take a hostage and escape. Yet now, her hostage lay lifeless. Yi Wutong discarded Lisa's body to the ground. Lisa transformed into a flamboyant wild chicken. So she was merely a wild chicken spirit. Everyone, quickly kill this bird creature. Avenge our realm's most beautiful. Someone cried out, snapping the bewildered beastmen from their stupor. Kill this bird creature. The beastmen surged toward Yi Wutong, intent on tearing her apart. It seems I must unleash a massacre, Yi Wutong mused, stroking her bird mask, a bloodthirsty smile emerging beneath it. Chapter 2. Captivating the Beastmen. Yi Wutong swiftly dispatched several male beastmen blocking her path. A bloody trail carved out, she sprinted ahead. With her full strength, she sought to distance herself from her pursuers. As she glanced back and saw the beastmen falling farther behind, she reveled in her triumph. What could beastmen do? They could never outrun her. Suddenly, various animal roars erupted behind her. Turning around, she gasped in horror. The beastmen had transformed into animals and were closing in on her. Her only escape route was to run. Yi Wutong quickened her pace, her heart racing as she entered the forest. The pack of beasts relentlessly pursued her, unwilling to relent until they had captured her and torn her to shreds. Spotting a vast lake within the forest, Yi Wutong hoped that not all of her pursuers could swim. If she could slip into the water, she might hide, and if any beastmen dared to follow her, she would deal with them in the depths. As the night willow tree came to a halt, the pursuing beasts also ceased their advance, transforming into a cadre of strikingly handsome men. In their haste to morph from beasts, they had discarded their skins, leaving them bereft of attire. Do you not possess the ability to wear garments? Are you unaware that this is quite inappropriate? Night Wutong brandished her dagger, contemplating the urge to strike each of these beastmen. You are on the brink of death, yet you concern yourself with us? How amusing, remarked a handsome man who had transformed from a black dog. Indeed, you must perish for slaying our future mate, declared another, who had taken the form of a bear. Night Wutong's lips twitched. She was astonished to see that even a large bear could transform into such a striking figure. Was the world truly this fantastical? Wait a moment. You claim that the woman I inadvertently killed was your future mate. What does that mean? Night Wutong was perplexed. Let me elucidate. You have slain the most beautiful female of our beastly realm. Had she lived, she would have chosen 50 partners among us male beastmen, and I was likely to be among them. All of this you're doing has shattered my hopes. The Bearderman expressed with indignation. Had it not been for this unsightly avian, he would have soon been united with the realm's first beauty. 50 partners? Goodness, is she not concerned about exhausting herself? Night Wutong was at a loss. The notion of the beastly first beauty had truly expanded her understanding. Do you comprehend now? Your life is forfeit. A breathtakingly handsome man approached her, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Night Wutong understood that she was no match for these male beastmen and, with a splash, leaped into the depths of the lake. The water was deep, several fathoms in depth, But Night Wutong was an excellent swimmer, capable of holding her breath for an extended period. Upon witnessing her plunge into the water, the beastmen remained at the lake's edge, none daring to follow. The striking man who had spoken earlier stared blankly at the lake. Bai Lang strolled leisurely toward the handsome man with his companions. I never expected the Lion Tribe's chief, Xiong Ba, to also attend the selection of the Beast Realm's first beauty. Does the Lion Tribe lack females? Bai Lang jested, intent on mocking Xiong Ba. The Lion Tribe has no female as exquisite as Lisa. You cannot possibly claim you do not find Lisa appealing. I know I do. But alas, the wretched avian has slain her, Xiong Ba seethed, wishing to devour the avian that had taken Lisa's life. The beastmen encircled the lake, their eyes filled with fury as they gazed at the surface. Hoping the avian would drown, it had been quite some time. It was miraculous that she had not perished yet. They would wait another half-day, ensuring the avian was utterly dead before departing. Underwater, Night Wutong had lingered for quite a while and knew she must surface for air. She emerged, gasping for breath, and cast a glance at the lakeshore, discovering that the beastmen had not departed and that a few more had joined their ranks. It was clear she needed to devise another means of escape. Night Wutong removed the avian mask from her face, letting her hair cascade freely, and shed her dark attire, leaving only a form-fitting red silk short skirt and tank top. She concealed her dark clothing and dagger in a patch of water plants, wrapping them securely with the foliage. Resurfacing, Night Wutong swam toward the northern shore, where the presence of beastmen was sparse, making her escape more feasible. Upon reaching the bank, she hurriedly climbed out. At that moment, Night Wutong appeared strikingly beautiful, her damp red silk tank top and shorts clinging to her alluring form, showcasing her fair, long legs, delicate collarbone, and exquisite features, resembling a celestial being who had inadvertently wandered into the mortal realm, breathtakingly enchanting. The beastmen gazed in awe at the stunning female emerging from the lake. Some of the male beastmen were left drooling. The sound of their swallowing was palpable. Night Wutong sighed, lamenting the presence of such a horde of lecherous individuals. It was time to depart swiftly. She addressed the beastmen blocking her path. Please, step aside, I wish to pass. Little female, you are truly breathtaking, far surpassing the beast realm's first beauty. Which tribe do you hail from? A male beastman stepped closer rather than yielding. As he approached, he inhaled the sweet fragrance emanating from Night Wutong. My tribe is of no concern to you. Move aside and do not obstruct my path, Night Wutong insisted, eager to escape this place of turmoil. Xiong Ba and Bai Lang also beheld Night Wutong, both captivated by her beauty, having never encountered such a stunning female. This female is mine, Xiong Ba grinned at Bai Lang. Do not rejoice too soon. I have my sights set on her as well, Bai Lang replied coldly, determined to claim this beautiful female for himself. Ignoring Bai Lang, Xiong Ba approached Night Wutong directly. Bai Lang hastened toward Night Wutong as well, intent on making her his mate. Standing before Night Wutong, Xiong Ba declared, Lovely little female, be my partner. Night Wutong was taken aback, rendered speechless by the beastman's forthrightness. Noticing her stunned expression, Xiong Ba realized he may have frightened this enchanting yet delicate female. Thus, he softened his tone, saying, Beautiful little female, be my partner. I shall cherish you. He reached out to embrace her. Stop. Do not come any closer, Night Wutong quickly interjected. Little female, it seems you're not fond of this lion. Why not become my white wolf's mate? Bai Lang professed with heartfelt sincerity. Silence. I have no intention of becoming anyone's partner, Night Wutong retorted, thoroughly repulsed by the shamelessness of these male beastmen. Chapter 3. Reluctantly chosen as a partner. Little female, do not be angry. Look how strong I am. Choose me. I will ensure your happiness. The Bear Tribe beastman, who had previously sought vengeance for the first beauty, gyrated his robust form before Night Wutong. How shameless! Black Bear, how can you possess such audacity? Your skin is thinner than the city walls. Night Wutong grimaced at the grand display from the bear, utterly disgusted. One cannot find a partner without a thick-skinned. Females tend to prefer those who are bold and robust. You will come to appreciate my strength and find it impossible to part from me, the boastful bear asserted, reveling in his reputation among the Bear Tribe for his audacity. Goodness! This bear is utterly devoid of shame, inciting within Night Wutong a desire to strike him down, having encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. At that moment, Night Wutong's face paled with indignation, nearly causing her to faint. She understood her predicament. Confronting these beastmen heathen was unwise, and she needed to employ cunning instead. Please, allow me a moment. I am in urgent need. Night Wutong clutched her abdomen, feigning desperation. She intended to seize the opportunity to escape while attending to her needs. Little female, you may relieve yourself right here, remarked the great bear-like creature. I cannot seem to do so with you all present, Night Wutong retorted, doubting that these beastmen could compel her to endure such discomfort. If you do not select a few companions from among us, you shall not be permitted to leave, declared a Fox Clan beastman. Xiang Ba and Bai Lang fixated on Night Wutong's graceful form, their eyes glinting with mockery as they eagerly anticipated her response. As Yu Wutong attempted to evade the encirclement of the formidable bear Shua, she found herself swiftly surrounded by a multitude of orcs. They formed a tight-knit barrier, encasing her in an impenetrable grip. Xiang Ba approached Yu Wutong, speaking softly, "My dear little one, if you agree to become my companion, I shall lead you away from this place. Consider it carefully." The Night Phoenix gazed at the multitude of beastmen surrounding her, acutely aware that they were formidable adversaries. Although she possessed certain skills sufficient to contend with humans, facing such a host of robust beastmen was an entirely different challenge. Reluctantly, she resolved to acquiesce to the demands of the great lion, agreeing to be his companion in order to extricate herself from this perilous situation. She envisioned her imminent escape, a smile blooming on her lips, exuding an enchanting allure that stirred the hearts of the beastmen, as they beheld the captivating beauty of the Night Phoenix. The sound of their eager gulping filled the air, their eyes brimming with insatiable desire. Night Wutong shivered slightly and said to Xiang Ba, "Great lion, I choose you as my companion. Very well, I shall take you away from here." Xiang Ba was immensely pleased, for from that moment on, this enchanting little female would be his. Not so fast. Xiang Shu glared at Xiang Ba with indignation. "Who says no? I intend to take her with me. Can you stop me? I am a 7-pattern beast." Xiang Ba dismissed the 6-pattern beast, Xiang Shu, with disdain, and it seemed that a conflict was imminent. Bai Lang approached Night Wutong and, in a tone only she could hear, whispered, "I believe you are the one they call the Birdman. If you wish to keep this a secret, you must choose me as your primary companion. Otherwise, I shall reveal your identity and let these foolish beasts know. Can you imagine the consequences?" Yu Wutong marveled at the cunning and perceptive nature of Bai Lang, yet she could not help but perceive his deceitful demeanor, as he had the audacity to threaten her. Fearing that he might reveal her true identity as the avian being, she reluctantly acquiesced to his demands, vowing to find an opportunity to silence him once she escaped this place. "Very well," Yu Wutong nodded towards Bai Lang. "Listen closely. I have chosen Bai Lang as my foremost partner." Her declaration resonated loudly among the beastmen. Bai Lang was elated. This petite female had indeed chosen him as her primary companion. "What? You, little female, have chosen this white wolf as your first partner?" Xiang Ba seethed with anger, realizing that he had been relegated from her sole companion to the status of a secondary, perhaps even tertiary, partner. As you all know, in the beast realm, it is impossible for a female to have only one partner. "If you cannot accept my other companions, you are free to withdraw," Yu Wutong resolutely stated, determined to prevent Bai Lang from disclosing her identity as the avian being. The thought of the beastmen discovering her true nature and seeking vengeance on behalf of the realm's most beautiful female was unbearable. "Very well, I accept this arrangement. Regardless of how many partners you may have, just do not cast me aside," Xiang Ba conceded. Recognizing that it was customary for females in their society to have multiple partners, he was unwilling to part ways with this enchanting and adorable little female. "I have made my choice. May I take my leave now?" Yu Wutong inquired of the beastmen. "Not so fast. It is mandated in the beast realm that a female must have a minimum of 5 male partners. Choose me. I shall ensure your happiness," Xiang Shu implored, moving closer to Yu Wutong, inhaling her scent, and leaning in closer for another whiff. "All right, I choose you," Yu Wutong thought anxiously, worried that this imposing bear might uncover her secret. "Splendid. Absolutely splendid." Xiang Shu's handsome visage beamed with delight. The Night Wutong observed Bear Shuai, a secret smile playing upon her lips. "Laugh all you wish, for there will come a time when you shall weep. Little female, choose me. Little female, do hasten to select me. Make your choice swiftly." The crowd of beastmen began to jostle one another, for it seemed there were still 2 spots available. It remained uncertain whether they would be chosen. Night Wutong longed to depart from this place swiftly. She hurriedly selected 2 orc companions from the crowd to appease the situation temporarily. One was the fox orc, while the other was a rather shy white tiger male orc. Upon witnessing Night Wutong's choice of 5 partners, those who were not selected felt utterly disheartened, realizing there was no purpose in remaining. Staying any longer would only drive them to the brink of jealousy. The orcs dispersed, leaving only Night Wutong, Xiang Ba, Bai Lang, and a few other male orcs. "Little female, let us find a place to bond," Xiang Shuai urged eagerly to Night Wutong. Upon hearing this, Yu Wutong felt a jolt of dismay. She should never have chosen this insufferable bear as her companion. "Little female, let us seek a cave to bond," proposed Xiang Ba, who yearned to truly unite with this enchanting little female, having reached adulthood long ago. Both Xiang Ba, the male orc of the Lion clan, and Bai Lang, the male orc of the Wolf clan, exhibited a fervent glimmer in their eyes, eager to forge a genuine bond with the little female. The handsome yet bashful male orc from the Tiger clan, Tu Jun, remained silent, his shyness betraying an undeniable longing in his gaze. The male orc of the Fox clan bowed his head, remaining mute. Meanwhile, the large bear capered about excitedly on the ground. Night Wutong's lips twitched slightly, her mind racing with the thought of how absurd it was to consider such a thing without regard for her own willingness. After all, she was still a virgin. and she could not allow these brutish orcs to tarnish her purity. If she attempted to flee now, there was no doubt that these formidable orcs would transform into their beastly forms and pursue her relentlessly, making escape impossible. Confronting these powerful beings was out of the question. She stood no chance against all 5 of them. What was she to do? The only option was to lower their guard and bide her time to find an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, Knight Wutong recalled the female protagonist from the orc literature, who had feigned immaturity, claiming to be underage, thereby prompting the orcs to momentarily relent. I cannot engage with you in that manner, for I am not yet of age. I am a minor, she thought, believing that this would compel them to refrain from pressuring her, allowing them to take her home where she could seek a chance to flee. Little female, you are deceiving us. How could you possibly be underage? Xiangshui remarked, eyeing Knight Wutong's curvaceous and alluring figure with palpable desire. Bai Lang and Xiangba exchanged knowing glances, amusement dancing in their eyes as they regarded her. The fox and white tiger orcs looked on in disbelief, clearly unconvinced by Knight Wutong's claim of youth. I truly am a minor. I merely possess a well-developed physique. Knight Wutong lied without a hint of hesitation. Really? Xiangba questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Observing her figure, it was undeniable that this little female appeared to be of age. Certainly, no underage female could boast such a striking physique. Yet, there was something about her that lacked the distinct sin of a mature female orc. Indeed, it is true, Knight Wutong affirmed, nodding in earnest. As it seemed the great lion orc was beginning to believe her, Knight Wutong recalled the writings of the orc culture, which stated that male orcs were forbidden from coercing underage females. She contemplated that the laws of this realm should be similar. Thus, addressing several male orcs, she declared, the rules of this world dictate that male orcs cannot forcibly take underage females as true mates, hence you cannot genuinely bond with me. Kindly let me go. Seek companionship with other adult females instead. I shall take my leave now. With that, Knight Wutong ventured deeper into the forest, intent on evading these male orcs. Confident in her ability to survive within the wilderness, she would devise a plan to return, as the vast wealth she possessed in the modern world should not be squandered on her foster father and brother. You cannot leave. Bai Lang obstructed her path. Subsequently, several male orcs surrounded him, seemingly apprehensive of her escape. They drew uncomfortably close, their masculine sin enveloping her senses. I have expressed my youth. I cannot truly bond with you. You must believe me, I am still a minor. Knight Wutong squeezed out a few tears, striving to evoke sympathy from the orcs. In her modern undertakings, she had played numerous roles, feigning weakness with remarkable ease. Upon witnessing her frightened and pitiful demeanor, the orcs' hearts softened. Such a beautiful and enchanting young female ought not to be intimidated by them. Chapter 4. Who shall I sleep with tonight? Thus, Xiangba spoke reassuringly. Do not be afraid, little one. We shall not force a true bond upon you while you are still a minor. We can nurture you until you come of age, and only then will we consider a genuine union. Very well, you may care for me for now. Knight Wutong thought it best to leave this place, as the scorching sun was unbearable. Come with me to the Lion Clan. Xiangba grasped Knight Wutong's delicate, fair hand, feeling its silky softness, reluctant to let go. Knight Wutong wished to withdraw her hand, but found herself unable to do so. Relinquishing her struggle, she decided to let this lion man hold on for the time being, awaiting the moment she could sever this insufferable lion's grip. It was imperative that the young female accompany her to the wolf tribe, where her mother would aid in her care, ensuring she matured healthily. Bai Lang seized Knight Wutong's other hand, marveling at the exquisite texture of her skin, loath to let go, and thus continued to hold her. Xiang Shui, observing Knight Wutong ensnared by Xiangba and Bai Lang, felt excluded, bared his teeth at them, and approached with the intent to embrace Knight Wutong. However, Bai Lang swiftly kicked Xiang Shui 3 meters away, causing him to tumble to the ground. The fox tribe orc's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea as he addressed Knight Wutong. Why not do this? We shall all stay with the young female together. First, we will reside in the lion tribe for a month, followed by the wolf tribe for another month, and so forth with our respective tribes, the fox, bear, and tiger. This proposition found favor with Xiangba. May I express my dissent? Thought Knight Wutong, realizing that entering a tribe would diminish her chances of escape. Objection is futile. You will obediently return to the lion tribe with me, where we shall diligently care for you, ensuring your smooth transition into adulthood, declared the lion tribe orc, Xiangba, aware of the young female's desire to flee. Come, young female, climb onto my back, Bai Lang urged as he released her hand. No, sit upon my back instead, insisted Xiangba as he too relinquished his hold. I wish to choose for myself. Allow me the autonomy to decide whose back I will mount, Knight Wutong asserted, striving to reclaim her agency, to which several orcs nodded in agreement. Knight Wutong pointed at the bashful Tiger Clan orc, Tu Jun, and declared, I choose you. Tu Jun lowered his head, a wicked smile momentarily gracing his face before shyness overtook him. His mischievous grin went unnoticed by all. Suddenly, Tu Jun transformed into a magnificent white tiger. Before the tiger could settle, Knight Wutong leaped onto its back, grasping a tuft of fur at its neck, and called out to the other orcs who had shifted into their beast forms, I am ready, we may depart. The tiger had anticipated that carrying Knight Wutong would be a delightful task, yet he found the journey excruciating. The fragrance emanating from Knight Wutong, though separated by his thick fur, was almost unbearable for a male orc in the throes of heat. With each step, Tu Jun endured intense torment. White Tiger. Why are you moving so slowly? Hurry up. The rogue beast will emerge once night falls. We must hasten, urged Xiongba, emphasizing the need to traverse the forest and an additional stretch of grassland to reach their tribe. With a determined mindset, Tu Jun suppressed his bodily desires and galloped forward, catching up to the lion and wolf beasts. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, the group of 1 human and 5 beasts arrived at the lion clan's territory. The patrolling lion orcs, upon spotting Xiongba and his entourage, were utterly captivated by Night Wutong on the tiger's back, their jaws agape and drool escaping as they forgot to greet their chieftain, Xiongba. The Night Wutong observed the patrolling lionkin orcs, a frown creasing her brow. The lionkin orcs marveled at her beauty, even her furrowed brows were enchanting. The Night Phoenix shouted at the handsome lion warriors who were gazing at her. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before? No, never, the lion warriors mechanically replied. Chief. An older lion orc suddenly came to his senses and respectfully addressed the approaching Xiongba. Chief, this beautiful female on the back of the tiger is. The lion orc struggled to find the words, filled with curiosity about whether this stunning female was to be the future mate of their chief. Yet, if she were indeed his mate, why did their chief not carry her himself, allowing that white tiger to do so instead? It was clear that the white tiger was no ordinary creature but a white tiger orc. This beautiful female is my mate. And she is also the mate of these several orcs, Xiongba declared as he entered the tribe. Once inside the tribe, the lion and tiger transformed into their human forms, and Xiongba, Bai Lang, and Tu Jun found themselves surrounded by a gathering of animal skins. Even the exhibitionist bear chief donned a cloak of animal skins. The chief has returned. The chief has returned. The whispers spread through the crowd. Is that beautiful female next to the chief the legendary beauty Lisa from the beast world? She is simply breathtaking, truly deserving of her reputation. I have never encountered such a stunning female. Indeed, I have never seen such a lovely female. She is more beautiful than the snow lotus. The orcs murmured among themselves, their eyes filled with awe, some even experiencing nosebleeds from the overwhelming beauty. Night Wutong was perplexed by the abundance of remarkably handsome beastmen in this world. Pondering over the appearance of female beastmen, Xiongba led Night Wutong and the others toward his cave, stating, Beautiful female, you shall reside in my cave. He then turned to Bai Lang and the others, instructing, Bai Lang, you beastmen should find an empty cave for yourselves. Upon finishing, Xiongba took Night Wutong's hand and entered his cave. Xiongba's cave was quite spacious, approximately 60 square meters, hewn from the stone mountain. Inside lay a large wooden bed, adorned with thick, fresh animal hides that appeared unused. Additionally, there were stone tables, stone benches, and stone vessels, a meager assortment for such a vast cave. Why have you all come here instead of finding your own accommodations? Xiongba inquired, clearly displeased. Bai Lang smirked slightly and replied, I want to stay in your cave to keep an eye on you, to ensure you do not take advantage of the young female. What are you saying? Do I seem like that kind of person? Xiongba retorted, growing more irritable. He had intended to spend time alone with the young female to foster their relationship, but this pesky silver wolf had other plans. I believe you do. Bai Lang asserted seriously, appearing quite earnest. Xiongba felt exasperated. This annoying Bai Lang always tried to outsmart him. I too wish to stay in this cave, to monitor you and prevent any clandestine dealings with the young female. Xiang Shui did not want Xiongba to think he could easily win over such a beautiful female, believing he would not remain modest. Indeed, we must watch over you. Besides, we are all the young female S-mates, and it is only natural for us to reside together. Regardless of the tribe, the 6 of us should stick together, said Fox Beast AI Air, asserting that it was perfectly normal for a female beastman to live with her mates after forming a bond. The tiger beast merely smiled shyly, lowering his head. Young female, the decision rests with you. Xiongba had no choice but to seek her opinion. Of course, I would prefer to live alone. I am still a minor and cannot dwell with you all. What kind of minor is coerced into selecting a partner? I could refuse to acknowledge you as my mates. If you allow me to live alone, once I reach adulthood, I will consider you as my partners, Night Wutong replied, blinking her large eyes. No. It is unsafe for you to live alone. What if other beastmen set their sights on such a beautiful female as you? They wouldn't care about your age. Xiongba expressed his concern. Then let the tiger, the lion, and I share a space tonight, Night Wutong suggested, feeling somewhat fatigued. Having 2 beasts to maintain mutual restraint seemed prudent, and the tiger and lion appeared relatively stable compared to the cunning wolf, fox, and the clumsy great bear. Bai Lang, AI Air, and Xiang Shui were displeased but had no choice but to acquiesce, not wishing to upset the female. Young female, are you hungry? I shall fetch you something to eat, Bai Lang offered as he walked toward the cave entrance. There's no need. Tonight there will be a bonfire gathering. You and I shall attend together. Rest for now. I will step out briefly to retrieve you for the bonfire. By the way, what is your name? Xiongba paused, intending to leave. Night Wutong, she replied coldly. A lovely name. I shall remember it. My name is Xiongba, he said before stepping outside to attend to tribal matters. Upon hearing Night Wutong's name, Bai Lang's expression dimmed momentarily before returning to normal. Night Wutong initially wished to take a moment of respite, however. The incessant attentions of the boisterous bear general proved bothersome enough to provoke thoughts of silencing the annoying creature with a decisive strike. Alas, She currently lacked the means to do so. Once she acquires the necessary strength, she would eagerly be the first to subdue this troublesome bear. Bai Lang merely observed Night Wutong in silence, his gaze filled with curiosity. The orc from the Tiger clan, Tu Jun, regarded Night Wutong with unmistakable admiration. After approximately half an hour, Xiang Ba returned, gently addressing Night Wutong. Tong Tong, I shall take you to the bonfire party. You lot should join us as well. He added, addressing Bai Lang and the other orcs with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 5. A visual impact. Too dazzling for the eyes, Xiang Ba led Night Wutong. Bai Lang, Tu Jun, AI Air, and the boisterous bear general from the cave, making their way toward the site of the bonfire gathering. In a spacious, circular meadow. Several bonfires blazed, each surrounded by a throng of orcs busily grilling meat, while the largest bonfire in the center remained unoccupied. The hidden path of the Night Phoenix is not so dire, fortunately. The beastly era I have traversed to is not one characterized by bloodshed and the consumption of raw flesh. Night Wutong felt fortunate that she would soon savor cooked delicacies. The male orcs at the bonfire gathering were stirred into a fervor upon catching sight of her. How exquisite! How could such a stunning female exist? I am utterly captivated by her. A handsome young male orc gazed at Night Wutong, his eyes brimming with admiration as he expressed his thoughts candidly. The other males began to shower her with sincere compliments. Indeed, the female brought back by the chieftain is truly breathtaking. I must pursue her. I wish to bond with her. Another equally handsome male orc, named Alan, who was the most formidable fifth-level beast after the chieftain, exclaimed with excitement. With his prowess, he believed he had the right to court this enchanting newcomer. The female is simply too beautiful. Oh, dear female, I am so fond of you. Hearing the words of the beastmen, Wutong curled her lips in disdain, remaining silent as she mused to herself. These handsome brutes of the beast realm are indeed superficial. Judging solely by appearances. The displeasure and disdain etched on Wutong's face were clearly observed by the assembled orcs, including Bai Lang and Xiang Ba. Bai Lang marveled at the situation, pondering why the female did not seem to appreciate the compliments typically cherished by her kind. Instead of responding positively to the male's praise and confession, she appeared unamused and dismissive, truly distinguishing herself from other females. Xiang Ba, equally perplexed, found Wutong's uniqueness intriguing and appealing. The expression on Wutong's face, as perceived by the other male orcs, was one of disdain, suggesting that she looked down upon them for their inferior status and deemed them unworthy of her pursuit. The females, on the other hand, believed that Wutong, relying on her beauty, held a condescending attitude towards others. I am already a level 5 beast, and I shall soon ascend to level 6. I wish to pursue you, and hope you will grant me a chance, declared the level 5 orc, Alan, as he approached Wutong. The faces of Xiang Ba, Bai Lang, Tu Jun, AI Air, and Xiang Shui darkened ominously. They were not inclined to allow any additional suitors for Wutong, as the 5 of them sufficed. Were it not for the societal norm mandating that each female should have at least 5 partners, they would all prefer to monopolize the charming female. Xiang Ba grasped Wutong's hand, exerting his dominance over the approaching orc and warned, Tong Tong is my partner, not someone you can pursue. You are to cease harboring intentions towards her. Should anyone dare to entertain such thoughts, I shall not show mercy. The male orc, Alan, who had attempted to draw near Wutong, was unable to withstand Xiang Ba's imposing aura and retreated to his original position, recognizing that as a level 7 beast, Xiang Ba was far beyond his league. It seemed prudent for him to temporarily relinquish his aspirations for the enchanting female until he could reach level 7 himself. Alan's eyes brimmed with reluctance. He believed that time was on his side, confident that he would eventually ascend to the same heights as Xiang Ba. And when that day came, he would defeat Xiang Ba and claim the beautiful female for himself. After issuing his warning, Xiang Ba led Wutong to sit beside the largest bonfire. Bai Lang settled next to Wutong, while Xiang Shui attempted to squeeze himself between Bai Lang and Wutong but was met with a forceful kick from Bai Lang, landing him hard on the ground, from which he took a considerable time to rise. Wutong, upon witnessing the disheveled state of Xiang Shui, couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Such treatment was precisely what that lascivious bear deserved. Were it not for her current inability to contend with this formidable creature, she would have long since dispatched this foolish, lascivious bear. The smile of Wutong caused the once cautious male orcs, who feared Xiang Ba, to forget his warnings. They rose in unison, approaching Wutong and tearing apart their beast-skin skirts. In the eyes of the unpaired male orcs, only Wutong existed, all others had vanished into oblivion. The Night Phoenix was taken aback by the males, and after 3 seconds, she regained her composure, turning her face away to no longer gaze upon the orcs. Night Wutong found her eyes stinging, as they were assaulted by the dazzling display of the male beastmen. The sensation was akin to a fiery discomfort, and she was taken aback by the unabashed exhibitionism of the males in this world. Xiang Ba and Bai Lang, along with several other male beastmen, expressed their satisfaction with Night Wutong, as their females remained impervious to other beauties. Xiang Ba addressed the throng of beastmen swaying before Night Wutong, proclaiming, if you wish to become Totong's partner, you must first best me in combat. The male beastmen, who had been lost in their own reveries, were abruptly brought back to reality by Xiang Ba's words. They immediately wilted, returning to their original seats with obedient resignation. They recognized their inferiority to the clan leader, who was a 7th-level beast, while the strongest among them was merely a 5th-level beast. The thought of challenging the clan leader seemed futile. How could one pursue a female if they could not surpass the leader? They decided it was best to abandon such aspirations. Suddenly, a female approached Night Wutong. Her voice hoarse as she addressed her. Newcomer, you indeed possess some prowess. To have captivated the clan leader upon your arrival and ensnared all the unattached males of our tribe, you must be of the Fox clan. Surely, you have employed your clan's enchanting allure. Release the charm you have cast upon the clan leader, or do not blame me for my lack of civility. With that, she bared her sharp teeth in a menacing grin toward Night Wutong. Night Wutong stood up, taken aback by the creature before her. Goodness, what on earth is this? To call it a monster would not be an exaggeration. The female figure boasted a mane of unruly yellow hair, her complexion a sickly hue. With eyes as large as light bulbs and green pupils, her nose was alarmingly oversized, and her lips resembled a botched cosmetic surgery attempt, grotesquely shaped like sausages. And she lacked eyebrows altogether. What was most intolerable for Night Wutong, however, was the unpleasant odor that emanated from this repugnant creature. What manner of monstrosity are you? You are terrifying and foul-smelling. Night Wutong barely restrained herself from retching or kicking the hideous female away. What did you say? You dare to call me ugly and smelly? I am the second most beautiful female in the tribe, second only to Zhu Yu. How can you claim I am unattractive? The unsightly female gazed incredulously at Night Wutong. Indeed, you are correct, Tong. You are undeniably ugly. If you are the second most beautiful female in your tribe, does that imply there are only 2 females in total? Ba Lang remarked, casting a puzzled glance at the brooding Xiong Ba. Yes, you are quite hideous. And you reek. Xiong Shu approached the unattractive female and sniffed at her. Chief, look at how they are bullying me. You must take my side. The ugly female exclaimed as she lunged towards Xiong Ba. He deftly sidestepped her advance, causing her to fall to the ground. She lay there, wailing loudly. Vol, please take Delis away, Xiong Ba coldly instructed his tribe's healer, Vol, who happened to be Delis' uncle. A man in his 40s approached the sobbing Delis, hoisting her off the ground and grasping her hand to lead her away. Before departing, he remarked to Xiong Ba, I hope the chief will not be swayed by the newcomer. My affairs are not under the purview of a mere shaman. Xiong Ba retorted dismissively, disdain evident in his eyes. Wutong picked up a piece of wild boar meat and said to Tu Jun, Great White Tiger, could you assist me in tearing this wild boar meat into several smaller pieces? The Night Wutong observed the orcs, including Xiong Ba and Bai Lang among them, as they placed large chunks of their prey upon the flames to be roasted. This method of cooking often resulted in the exterior of the meat becoming charred, while the interior remained inadequately cooked. The nocturnal Wutong had no desire to consume meat that was poorly prepared, as it not only lacked flavor but also posed health risks. She yearned to roast the meat herself, but without a knife. She found herself unable to cut it, and thus sought the assistance of the nearby orc to tear it apart. She deemed the white tiger orc, Tu Jun, to be the most reliable and pleasing to the eye, so she entrusted the task of tearing the meat to him. All right. Just as Tu Jun was about to take the substantial piece of wild boar meat that Wutong had handed him, Xiong Shui swiftly snatched the meat from her grasp. In an instant, he tore the piece of wild boar into several smaller chunks and then handed a portion back to Wutong, saying, Here, Tong, this is for you. Wutong gazed at the shredded meat in Xiong Shui's hands, her lips twitching slightly. Goodness, Xiong, you've torn the meat into such tiny pieces, she exclaimed. You really have gone overboard. With a sigh, she accepted the fragmented meat from Xiong Shui. Tao, I am grilling it for you right now. It will be ready shortly, so do not fret. You mustn't consume raw meat. It could easily make you ill, Xiong Ba said affectionately, patting Wutong's head. Night Wutong felt a shiver run down her spine. Before she could utter a word, Bai Lang's melodious voice resonated. Tong, do not fret just yet. The meat I am grilling will be ready shortly. With that, he gently ruffled Night Wutong's hair. Night Wutong was quite irate. It seemed that the orcs here had an inexplicable penchant for patting her on the head, a gesture she detested. Enough. Do not touch my head any further. I have no desire for raw meat. I wish to roast my own. The pieces you prepare are far too large and remain undercooked, rendering them unpalatable. Night Wutong declared with indignation. She merely yearned to grill her own meat, yet somehow, they misconstrued her intentions as a craving for raw fare. Ah, dear Tong. You need not lift a finger. We can chop the meat into smaller portions and roast them for you. It is not the duty of females to labor, but rather for the males to serve, the Fox clan orc, Ire, said with a conciliatory tone. Indeed, Tong, all you need to do is bear us offspring. There is no need for you to toil, Xiong Shui said, inching closer to Night Wutong, his excitement palpable at the thought of progeny. Just as Xiong Shui was on the verge of closing the distance to Night Wutong, he was abruptly sent flying by a kick from Bai Lang. He soared through the air for several meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Ouch! Who was that? You nearly frightened me to death, a shrill voice exclaimed. As Wutong turned to follow the sound, she beheld a stout, diminutive female orc standing before the fallen bear commander. Behind her trailed 6 male orcs, yet the distance rendered their features indistinct. Move him aside. Do not obstruct my path, the female orc declared with a shrill voice. Her words slicing through the air like a dagger against glass, profoundly grating to the ears. Night Wutong furrowed her brow. The voice of this female was exceedingly displeasing to her. The males surrounding this female were just about to pull Bear Shui from the ground when he suddenly sprang to his feet. Addressing them with a dismissive tone, No need for your assistance, Grandpa Bear. After uttering this, he strode towards Night Wutong. Chapter 6. Tong Tong, don't leave the female. Witnessing Bear Shuai's indifference, felt a surge of anger. How could such a striking female not attract his attention? Was he perhaps dazed from his earlier fall? No matter. She decided not to dwell on it, for one who could be so easily tossed aside surely held a low status. With her companions in tow, the female made her way towards the bonfire where Night Wutong sat. She had arrived a bit late due to a recent reprimand of her partners, whom she deemed too feeble. The female beastman approached the formidable Xiang Ba, her ample form swaying as she lowered her gaze eagerly upon his remarkably handsome visage, proclaiming, Chieftain, Ziyu has taken a liking to you and wishes to become your mate. In truth, Ji had expressed such sentiments to Xiang Ba on numerous occasions. Each declaration met with rejection. Yet, she remained undeterred, convinced that she was the most beautiful female in the tribe, and that one day, Xiang Ba would be swayed by her allure. I have turned you down many times, Ji. Do not test my patience. Return to your other partners. They have already prepared your roasted meat, Xiang Ba replied, not even casting a glance in her direction. I am the most beautiful female in the tribe. I refuse to believe you are unaffected by my charm. Is it my numerous companions that displease you? I am willing to part with them and pledge myself solely to you. From this day forth, I shall belong only to you. Would that not be agreeable? Zi flirtatiously suggested, casting a sultry glance at Xiang Ba. At her words, the companions beside her shuddered, nearly losing their balance, their faces betraying expressions of sheer terror. As Wutong heard this female proclaim herself as the most beautiful of her tribe, his gaze fixated upon her visage. This female possessed a mane of black hair, relatively smooth, with a complexion of deep ebony. Her eyes were strikingly large, yet her nose was crooked and her mouth disproportionately wide, also askew. Judging solely by her appearance, devoid of considering her figure, it was nearly impossible to discern any beauty, and her short, stout stature was a far cry from any ideal of loveliness. Zhu Yi, I shall reiterate, I have no affection for you. Should you continue to harass me, I shall not be courteous. Xiang Ba's eyes glinted with a cold light. Exasperated by Zhu Ye's persistent advances as a tribal leader, I will not concede, Xiang Ba. I am determined to claim you, Ji asserted, her eyes brimming with resolve. I must inform you that my heart belongs to another. I have already formed a bond with the one I cherish. Xiang Ba suppressed his rising fury as he addressed Zhu Yi. Who is it? Who has ensnared your heart? I shall not rest until I rend her to pieces. Zhu Yi, upon hearing that Xiang Ba had bonded with someone else, was engulfed in a furious frenzy, unable to contain her words. How could she tolerate that the male she fancied was taken by another female? She was resolute in her desire to destroy the one who had captured Xiang Ba's affection. Seeking to alleviate her own bitterness, Xiang Ba, by laying, several orcs overheard Zhu Ye's words, their eyes gleaming with menace, wishing fervently to strangle her. How dare this detestable Ziyu contemplate harming their beloved Tong Tong? Surely, she was courting death. Yi Wutong, initially famished and desiring a tranquil dinner, found herself incessantly provoked. An affront she could no longer endure. Abruptly, she rose to her feet, casting a disdainful gaze upon Jiyu. Standing at a diminutive height of less than 1.5 meters and possessing a corpulent figure, Jiyu stood in stark contrast to Yi Wutong, who, at 1.70 meters, boasted a lithe and graceful silhouette. The juxtaposition of Zhu Yi and Yi Wutong was indeed a striking visual spectacle. The Night Wutong tree exuded beauty akin to that of a celestial maiden, while the crimson leaves appeared as ungraceful as a plump swine. The beast folk, both male and female, were utterly astonished by this juxtaposition. What they once deemed beautiful in the crimson leaves now seemed grotesque in the presence of the new female. Had they truly been afflicted with poor vision all along? How dare you be so loud, you wretched pig? Night Wutong remarked coldly. For she demanded tranquility when she intended to eat, particularly against the backdrop of discordant sounds. This crimson leaf not only possessed an unpleasant voice but also spoke words that were even more grating, devoid of the most basic decorum expected of a female, shamelessly seeking a mate from the males. After being rebuffed, the crimson leaf continued to utter unsightly words, presuming that the lion favored her when, in reality, it was Night Wutong who captured his attention, inciting further ire within her. Who are you? The crimson leaf, bewildered by Night Wutong's sudden rise, was initially struck by her beauty, only to be consumed by jealousy. How could she have been unaware of the arrival of such an exquisite female in the tribe? She longed to mar the lovely visage of this newcomer. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you silence yourself, you grotesque creature. Night Wutong asserted with undeniable authority, her tone akin to that of a commander reprimanding a subordinate, causing the crimson leaf to shudder. You dare call me a pig and demand my silence? I shall ruin your face. With that, the crimson leaf lunged at Night Wutong, intent on marring her features. Just as Xiang Ba and Bai Lang prepared to intervene, they witnessed Night Wutong deliver a powerful kick that sent the crimson leaf sprawling, crashing into the ground with such force that it created a shallow depression in the earth. Her companions rushed to assist her, guiding the crimson leaf to Xiang Ba. With feigned indignation, she implored, Leader, look what this female has done to my belly. You must take action. As she lifted her garment, a swollen abdomen was revealed, indeed red and inflamed. Xiang Ba cast not a glance at the crimson leaf, merely stating coldly, the female who kicked you is my mate. If you provoke her, is it not right for her to retaliate? She is your mate? How could you be bewitched by her? She must be a spy. Yes, she is a spy. You must expel her at once. The Crimson Leaf was taken aback, realizing that the one who had struck her was indeed Xiangba's partner. The revelation of his possession of such a beautiful mate filled her with a desire to see her banished. Who dares label her as a spy? My mate could never be such a thing. Xiangba retorted, his frustration with the Crimson Leaf palpable. Leader, for the sake of our kin. You must rid the tribe of this woman. The Crimson Leaf, having said this, pinched her male companion, Iwan, and cast him a meaningful glance. Iwan, sensing the cue, immediately addressed Xiangba, saying, Leader, this new female bears neither your scent nor that of any other beast folk. It stands to reason that you have not truly mated with her. For the good of our tribe, you should expel this young female. My mate is not a spy. Xiangba asserted resolutely. How could such a lovely female be anything but innocent? What? Iwan, did you just claim that the leader has not mated with this new female? The Crimson Leaf, upon hearing Iwan's assertion, was filled with elation. Indeed, the leader has not yet mated with this new female, Iwan confirmed. The Night Phoenix suddenly contemplated that seizing this opportunity to distance herself from the malevolent forces of Xiangba and his companions might not be a bad idea. The Night Sycamore coldly addressed Xiangba, saying, Xiangba, I believe it is best for me to depart, since your kin regard me as a spy. You may also harbor doubts about my intentions. Remaining here serves no purpose, so I shall take my leave. Please take good care of your people. With that, the Night Sycamore lifted her leg to leave, elated at the thought of escaping the great lion, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Do not go. Xiangba suddenly rose, grasping the Night Sycamore and pulling her into his embrace. It was a rare fortune to encounter such a charming and beautiful female, a gift from the beast god. And he could not bear to let her slip away. Release me. I wish to leave. I do not want to stay in your tribe, the Night Sycamore protested, struggling to break free from Xiangba's tight hold. You may not wish to remain in my tribe, but wherever you go, I shall follow, Xiangba insisted, tightening his grip further, fearful that she might vanish from his sight. Bai Lang stood up and gently patted the Night Sycamore's head, saying, Tong Tong. If you are unwilling to stay in this tribe, you are free to seek refuge in another. No matter where you choose to go, be it another tribe or the Beast City, I shall accompany you, unwavering in my loyalty. Tu Jun and Ai Er quickly voiced their support, expressing their willingness to follow the Night Sycamore to any place she desired, vowing to remain steadfast by her side. Xiang Shui blinked his bear-like eyes at the Night Sycamore and said, Tong Tong, come with me to our tribe. No one there will doubt you, should anyone cast suspicion. I, Xiang Shui, shall deal with them decisively. Knowing that she could not escape from the orcs today, Wutong said to Xiangba, let me go. I shall not leave. Since departure was not an option, she decided to eat first, for hunger had left her seeing stars. Xiangba released Wutong and motioned for her to sit down. Bai Lang handed over a piece of roasted meat, gently remarking, Tong Tong, please eat. You must be famished. Indeed, Tong Tong, you must be hungry. Mine is also ready, Tu Jun added, offering his roasted meat to Wutong. Wutong received the roasted meat from Bai Lang, and Tu Jun Xiangba tore off a small piece of the grilled meat and fed it to Wutong. Then glared at Zhu Yi and her companion, stating, leave at once, or I shall expel you from the tribe. Upon hearing Xiangba's words, Ziyu cast a furious glance at Wutong before departing with her companions, vowing to find an opportunity to eliminate this newcomer. Chapter 7. Are you here to seek torment? As Wutong savored the roasted meat, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of evading the clutches of Bai Lang and several orcs. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. The Dreamer's ambition system No. 2 is now initializing. Wutong's mouth fell agape in astonishment, yet she stifled any sound that might escape her lips. Hush, master, do not utter a word. Let our secret remain concealed from prying eyes, the mechanical voice intoned within her. Bai Lang and the others had been observing Wutong, and her earlier expression of surprise was not lost on them. What troubles you, Tong Tong? Bai Lang and Xiangba inquired simultaneously, concern etched on their faces. Are you unwell, Tong Tong? Tu Jun also expressed his worry. Indeed, Tong Tong, do tell us if something is amiss. We shall escort you to the shaman. Ai chimed in with equal concern. By the way, Tong Tong, if you are afflicted, speak up quickly. It must be treated lest it become a lingering ailment. How could you bear my offspring otherwise? Xiangshu's eyes were filled with worry as well, as Bai Lang and his companions engaged Wutong in conversation. The mechanical voice within her ceased, leaving her uncertain whether the system had fully initialized or failed to do so. This uncertainty vexed her, prompting her to regard Bai Lang and the others with a frosty demeanor. I am perfectly fine. It is you who seem overly concerned about me. This makes me quite uncomfortable. Wutong's voice was devoid of warmth. Tong Tong, we merely, Xiangba began, but was interrupted by Wutong. Remember, try not to fixate on me without cause in the future. Very well, Xiangba acquiesced, yet internally resolved that certain observations were necessary, as were other forms of engagement. The other orcs in the tribe whispered among themselves, deeming the new female's temperament excessively bold for daring to speak to their chieftain in such a manner. They anticipated that their chieftain would be angered, yet to their surprise, he and the foreign males remained unperturbed and compliant, seemingly captivated by her beauty. The males rationalized that the new female's striking appearance justified her fierce demeanor, while the females felt she had overstepped her bounds. Dilasai and Zhuyi lingered, gathering by a fire to observe the dynamics involving Xiangba, well aware that Yu Wutong's attitude had stirred discontent among the other females, which delighted them. Dilasai whispered a few words to Zhu Yi, and then the two approached a group of unbonded females, engaging them in hushed conversation. Suddenly, a rather unremarkable female rose abruptly and addressed Xiangba, "Chieftain, with the arrival of the new female in our tribe, may I challenge her to a singing contest?" This challenger, Xian Linger of the Lark clan, possessed a melodious voice and was renowned for her singing prowess. Upon hearing Xian Linger's challenge, Xiangba was not pleased. He knew that her clan, the Lark clan, was famed for their exceptional vocal abilities, and competing against them was akin to inviting hardship. Xian Linger, Tong Tong is my mate. Do not provoke her. If you find it intolerable to remain in this tribe, you are free to return to your Lark clan. Xiangba declared, wishing to spare his mate any embarrassment before the assembly. Night Wutong squinted her eyes slightly, a dangerous glimmer flickering within them. The females of this tribe truly seemed to relish in seeking torment. Without a touch of cruelty, it would be deemed insufficient. You wish to challenge me in song, do you? Night Wutong's voice resembled the shattering of ice, sending a chill down Hartling's spine. In this sweltering summer, why did it feel so cold? Yes, indeed. I shall compete with you in song. Should you lose, you must depart from this tribe, Hartling stammered, resolutely determined for Zhu Ye's sake. For she had been saved by Zhu Yi. Hartling, if you wish to avoid exile from the tribe, silence yourself. I shall not permit Tong Tong to compete with you. The melodies of the Skylark clan are unparalleled. If Tong Tong were to sing against you, she would surely lose. Who claims that I am destined to lose? Perhaps it is this unattractive female who will falter. Night Wutong interjected, refusing to believe that she could be outmatched by an orc, despite being the queen of assassins. Her singing prowess was exceptional, far surpassing that of any mere songstress. Yu Wutong is a prodigious talent, excelling in assassination, as well as in the arts of song and dance and traditional Chinese medicine. Ta Tong, in a bid to thwart Yu Wutong from competing with Xian Linger in song, hesitated, contemplating that perhaps Tong Tong truly possesses a remarkable singing ability, potentially surpassing that of Xian Linger. Even if Tong Tong were to lose, he would never allow her to leave the tribe. If she insisted on departing, he would relinquish his position as chieftain and accompany her, for wherever she goes. He shall follow. You, I am certainly not ugly. With fervor, Xian Lingo exclaimed, then let us compete. Shortly after, this new female would depart, having undoubtedly aided Zhu Yu. What will you do if you lose? Yu Wutong inquired, bemused by Xian Linger's unshakable confidence in victory. While self-assurance is commendable, excessive arrogance can lead to folly. I will not lose. If I do lose, I shall leave the tribe. Xian Linger firmly believed that defeat was inconceivable for her. Only the new female would depart. Such audacity. Should you lose, there would be no need for you to leave the tribe. Rather, you shall work for me for a month. Whatever tasks I assign, you shall fulfill. Yu Wutong resolved to teach Xian Lingo a lesson by making her toil for a month. Very well, I accept your challenge. If I lose, I shall work for you for a month. Xian Lingo was resolute in her belief that she could never be vanquished. Why don't you sing first? Yu Wutong proposed, eager to hear Xian Lingo's performance before selecting her own song. All right, I shall sing first. Xian Lingo was confident that regardless of who sang first, Yu Wutong was destined to lose. May the beast god grant me beauty. She sang, her voice melodious and enchanting, a testament to her lineage as a member of the Lark clan. By Lang, Xiongba, and a few others deemed Yu Wutong's defeat to be inevitable. Chapter 8. Enraptured beyond measure upon completing her song, the orcs, with the exception of Xiongba and Bai Lang, erupted in applause. Xian Linger, your singing is exquisite. I wish to bond with you, for in doing so, I could hear your melodies every day, exclaimed a dashing young male orc, who was a pangolin orc named Bobby. Bobby, let us revisit this once you ascend to a 4-pattern beast, Xian Linger replied with playful pride. A 4-pattern beast refers to a level 4 creature, marked by 4 distinct patterns on its forearm upon reaching that level. The greater the level, the more patterns, and consequently, the more powerful the being. Several male orcs expressed their desire to bond with Xian Linger, but she paid them no mind, instead turning to Yu Wutong with an air of triumph, new female. It is now your turn to sing. I hope you do not suffer too dreadful a defeat. Night Wutong coldly retorted, Xian Linger, do you truly believe your singing is exceptional? It is merely mediocre. Apart from those few lines, what else is there? Perhaps the beast god granted you beauty, but it is utterly laughable. After singing for so long, where is your beauty? Why do you still appear so unappealing? You insult the beast god, and you shall face his wrath. Xian Linger, filled with indignation, found the new female's words deeply offensive. I did not insult the beast god. I merely seek to enlighten you. The beast god is far too occupied to concern himself with your looks. Seeing Xian Lingo seethe with anger, Night Wutong felt a surge of delight. Xian Lingo was left speechless, unable to retort. New female, why not sing? Someone among the crowd of beastmen bellowed, evidently eager for the newcomer to showcase her vocal talents. Very well, I shall sing a piece titled Crossing the Red Dust, Night Wutong declared, having already chosen her song, which she considered exceptionally beautiful. Withered grass and dead trees, snowflakes swirling down, how many youthful years have been lost in desolation? In the cold night, a solitary lamp flickers, unable to illuminate the farewells of those who depart. Who, in a past life, exhausted their fates, only to meet again in this life, yet remain unrecognized. The voice of Yi Wutong possesses a penetrating quality, her melodious singing resonating profoundly, captivating the orcs who find themselves enraptured, lost in the enchantment of her song. Even after she concludes her performance, the orcs remain entranced, still caught in the afterglow of her melody. Well, I have finished my song. Yi Wutong gently reminds the enthralled audience. Absolutely enchanting, truly a celestial sound, exclaims Bai Lang, who is quick to voice his admiration. He not only appreciates Yi Wutong's vocal prowess but also finds the lyrics commendable. Indeed, it was simply exquisite, the chorus of orc males fervently agrees. For they have never before encountered such a delightful tune. This new female is not only beautiful but also possesses an extraordinary singing talent, surpassing even that of Xian Linger. Indeed, the new female's performance eclipses that of Xian Linger, as well as the songs of the merfolk orcs. They lavishly praise Yi Wutong without reservation. Does this mean I have triumphed, and Xian Linger has lost? Yi Wutong inquires of the excited orcs. Yes, of course, the new female has emerged victorious. With such an exquisite voice, how could Xian Linger possibly compete? Indeed, the new female has won, and Xian Linger has lost. The orc males gaze at Yi Wutong with admiration. Night Wutong twitched her lips. The gazes of these male beasts were too intense, and she could only pretend not to notice. Xian Linger, you have lost. You must work for me for a month. Night Wutong blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing at the visibly frustrated Xian Linger, and thought about the delight of tormenting her tomorrow. The days didn't seem too bleak. It would be quite the spectacle to see Xian Linger weep, especially after she had attempted to expel Night Wutong from the tribe. Night Wutong desired to leave this tribe on her own terms, never to be driven away by those with ulterior motives. Well, a month of work is it? I shall manage that. Xian Linger did not believe Night Wutong would have much work for her. You must arrive at the entrance of my cave early tomorrow morning. If you dare to be late or not show up at all, I shall come to your cave and drag you out, Night Wutong threatened. Your cave? Where's your cave? Xian Linger was taken aback that the chieftain had already assigned a cave to the newcomer. The chieftain's cave is my cave, Night Wutong clarified. Understood. Xian Linger resignedly returned to her previous spot. Hearing Night Wutong claim her cave as his own, Xiangba felt elated. This meant Night Wutong acknowledged him. Night Wutong settled down and accepted the roasted meat from Tu Jun's hand, savoring it with delight. Perhaps hunger heightened her appreciation, yet she found it a tad bland, lacking in salt. Dabaihu, your grilled meat is truly delectable, though slightly underseasoned. Do remember to add more salt next time, she praised Tu Jun while indulging in the food. Tu Jun, feeling a bit bashful, replied, Tong Tong, could you refrain from calling me Dabaihu? All right, Night Wutong nodded, then shook her head, but I don't know your name. What else should I call you? Tong Dong, my name is Tu Jun. Please call me Tu Jun, he said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Very well, Tu Jun. Make sure to add more salt the next time you grill meat. It will enhance the flavor significantly, Night Wutong reiterated. Although Tu Jun's meat was slightly lacking in salt, it was grilled to perfection. With a little guidance, he could become a free chef at her side. Do you not realize how precious salt is? Adding more to grilled meat is quite unnecessary, scoffed the shaman of the lion tribe. Did this new female truly not understand the rarity of salt? Vor, my partner enjoys salt. I can obtain it for him without needing your criticism, O shaman. Xiangba retorted, displeased with Vor. He was aware that Vor's medical skills were rather lacking, only capable of treating minor ailments and simple injuries, and faltering with more complex conditions. Vor, known for his ineptitude, also had a penchant for quarrels within the tribe, and his daughter remained unclaimed despite her adulthood, a circumstance that surely reflected upon him. Vor dared not speak further, realizing that Xiangba genuinely favored the new female. He would need to bide his time to eliminate her. I am full. I shall return to the cave now, Night Wutong announced, rising to her feet. She felt weary and yearned for the comfort of rest. Very well. Tong Dong, let us return, Xiangba said, standing and taking her left hand, leading her back to his cave. Yi Wutong and Tu Jun returned to the cave of Xiangba, while Bai Lang, Ai Air, and Xiang Shui each sought their own places to rest. As Yi Wutong settled onto the wooden bed, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Master, I am the Dream Number 2 system of the ambitious, here to assign you a task. Completion of this task will yield rewards. What rewards? Yi Wutong blurted out, her excitement causing her to momentarily forget the presence of the beastman beside her. What's wrong, Tong Tong? Xiangba inquired with concern. Nothing. Yi Wutong realized she had been overly careless. Host, you can communicate with me through your thoughts. There is no need for spoken words, the system quickly reminded her. Tong Tong. It's quite late. Let us retire for the night, Xiangba proclaimed, enveloping Yi Wutong in his embrace. Chapter 9. A moment of intimacy upon hearing Xiangba's words. Yi Wutong felt a sudden shock. The great lion held her so tightly and spoke of it being late, suggesting that she should sleep. Could it be that he harbored ulterior intentions towards her? The night phoenix tree observed the fervent desire gleaming in Xiangba's eyes as he gazed at her. The Night Wutong trembled slightly, confirming that her speculation was indeed correct. Night Wutong cast a glance at Tu Jun, who was also sitting on the bed, gazing at her with an infatuated look. Xiangba, please don't hold me so tightly. It feels as though my bones might snap, Night Wutong said, straining to extricate herself from Xiangba's embrace. Do not rush. Allow me to hold you for just a moment longer. I promise it will only be for a brief while, and then we shall sleep, Xiongba replied, loosening his grip slightly. He was taken aback by how soft Night Wutong's body was. Xiongba, I am still underage, Night Wutong said, her heart fluttering with guilt. Even though she was already 20 years old, well past the age of maturity. I am aware of your age. I shall not do anything untoward, Xiongba replied, suppressing his overwhelming desire to seize Night Wutong. His voice was husky, and he felt a profound discomfort. Night Wutong's body was exceedingly alluring. Yet, he resolutely refrained from acting on his impulses while she was still considered underage, fearing that he might inadvertently harm her. Xiongba, would you kindly let me go? Night Wutong felt increasingly uncomfortable in his hold, as warmth enveloped her. Tong, allow me to hold you just a little longer. I swear it will be but a moment, Xiongba insisted, unwilling to release her from his embrace. Night Wutong fell silent. So it was decided to let him embrace for a while. Thus, Night Wutong communicated with the system through thought. Night Wutong, system. Do you possess any means to aid my escape from the clutches of the formidable beastmen? System. Host, what compels you to seek an escape from the formidable beastmen? Night Wutong. Why, isn't it obvious? I have been coerced into choosing several orcs as my companions, yet I hold no affection for them whatsoever. If I do not flee, must I simply wait to be subjected to their whims? The Night Phoenix was quite displeased, while the system posed numerous questions. System. Host. Do you truly not harbor any fondness for your several beastly husbands? Night Wutong. I harbor no affection, not in the slightest. Furthermore, they are orcs, and I am human. How could a human possibly be paired with an orc? System. There is indeed a solution. You could flee. Simply sneak away while your orc husband slumbers. Night Wutong. System. You speak as if it were simple, but the question is, can I escape? Xiongba, Bai Lang, and a few others appear formidable. System. Host. The decision lies in your hands. The Night Phoenix tree felt a sense of helplessness. The system she was bound to was not omnipotent. The Night Phoenix tree was incensed. It was promised that the mighty overlord would only embrace her for a brief moment, yet he had held her for an extended duration and continued to do so. Night Wutong was engulfed in frustration. As the king of assassins, she found herself at the mercy of a formidable lion. Unable to retaliate and left to passively endure the humiliation. It was utterly stifling. In the modern world, she wielded immense power, yet in this beastly realm, she felt like a mere weakling. She was determined to escape the clutches of the dominant beast men and, once free, seek guidance from the system on how to regain her strength. As Xiongba sensed the loss of control over his own body, he released Night Wutong and said, Tong, go to bed. I will step out for a shower. He cast a glance at Tu Jun, who was also gazing at Night Wutong with fervent eyes, and coldly instructed, keep an eye on Tong. I shall return shortly. Transforming swiftly into a great lion, Xiongba dashed out of the cave. Xiongba sought the coolness of a cold shower, for he was ablaze with restless fire, needing the chill of water to extinguish the flames within. After he departed, Tu Jun turned to Night Wutong and assured her, Tong, please rest. I will safeguard you. Night Wutong turned to Tu Jun and said, Tu Jun, I urgently need to relieve myself. I wish to step outside. She grimaced in discomfort, clutching her abdomen. Tu Jun comprehended Night Wutong's predicament and took her hand, guiding her toward the entrance of the cave while reassuringly stating, Tong, I shall lead you to a grassy spot where you can find relief. Night Wutong was quite speechless. Do all the males in this beast world enjoy holding hands? Upon arriving outside the cave, Tu Jun said to Night Wutong, Tong, you may go and relieve yourself. Night Wutong said to Tu Jun, please keep your distance. Your presence hinders my convenience. No, Tong, he insisted, I must protect you. You are not safe in this tribe. Those individuals, Val, Delis, Zhuyi, and Xin Linger, harbor resentment towards you, and they may pose a threat. I cannot allow you to be harmed. Regardless of what Tu Jun said, he remained vigilant over Night Wutong, unwilling to risk her safety. He was acutely aware that Val and his associates would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to bring her harm. Very well, just turn your face away, Night Wutong acquiesced. Knowing that orcs could likely see in the dark, she must ensure that this tiger orc could not gaze upon her. All right, I will turn my back, Tu Jun replied. And he promptly turned away. Night Wutong contemplated the idea of quietly slipping away. As she stealthily took a few steps, she felt her right foot press against something soft and yielding. Peering down in the moonlight, she discovered it was a snake. In a hurry, she withdrew her foot from its body and turned to walk in another direction. To her dismay, however, the serpent coiled around her ankle, its frigid touch sending a shiver down Night Wutong's spine. Chapter 10. An attempted escape. The Night Wutong silently berated herself for becoming increasingly timid. After all, it was merely a small snake. In the primeval forest of the modern era, she had once vanquished a colossal python. In a fit of anger, Wutong yanked the small snake from her ankle, gripping its head tightly with her right hand while clutching the segment near its tail with her left. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, she glared at the little white serpent. The captured snake, in turn, stared back at Wutong. Having never encountered such a stunning female before, this female was extraordinarily beautiful, evoking a longing within the snake to become her companion. Oh, how surreal it seemed that a mere snake could gaze at her in such a manner. Was the world truly so fantastical that a serpent could harbor feelings for a human? Night Wudong contemplated crushing the white snake beneath her feet, but upon reflection, she deemed such an act far too merciful. Instead, she resolved to keep it close, intending to torment it gradually. After all, as a serpent harboring thoughts towards her, it deserved a lesson. She aimed to instill in this lascivious creature the fear of women, making it flee at their mere sight. The Night Phoenix should seize the opportunity to escape. After all, this great white tiger has not looked back. Night Wudong treaded lightly as she made her way outside the tribe. Night Wudong believed her footsteps were so light that the great white tiger could not hear them. However, she underestimated the keen hearing of the beastman. Jun, with his back turned towards Night Wudong, perked up his ears. He was not only vigilant against other beastmen approaching and potentially harming her, but he was also wary of her attempting to escape unnoticed. If Wudong truly has fled, it is not the wrath of Xiangba or Bai Lang that he fears. Rather, it is the prospect of never encountering another female as exceptional as Yi Wudong. The thought of enduring a solitary existence until the end of his days terrifies him. As Yi Wudong took a few steps away, Jun turned around and addressed her. Tongdong, where are you headed? That is not the direction back to the cave. I just want to walk a little further for convenience. It is quite difficult for me to manage with you so close, Yi Wudong replied, continuing her stride. Tongdong, do not deceive me. You intend to escape under the guise of convenience, do you not? Please do not run away. Beyond the tribe, there are many wandering beastmen, and they are exceedingly fierce. They disregard the wishes of females and forcefully bond with them. Jun spoke candidly of the terrifying nature of the wandering beasts. Hoping to dissuade Yi Wudong from her desire to flee, the Night Wudong did not halt its advance. Jun grew anxious and exclaimed, Tong. There are many man-eating beasts outside the tribe. You must not venture out. With that, Jun transformed into a white tiger and pursued the Night Wudong. The Night Phoenix felt the sound of the wind behind her and turned to see a white tiger lunging towards her. Could it be that this white tiger, displeased with her disobedience, intended to devour her? As Yi Wudong observed the white tiger poised to pounce upon her, she hastily hurled the small white serpent in her grasp towards the fierce creature's face before turning to flee. The white tiger, taken aback by the approaching snake, deftly evaded the attack, causing the serpent to tumble to the ground. With a powerful leap, the white tiger positioned itself directly in front of Yi Wudong. The small white serpent, having been cast aside, crawled forward and sank its fangs into the tiger's hind paw with great ferocity. The tiger, stung by the bite, immediately transformed into human form, seized the serpent, and flung it several meters away. Night Wudong believed that the little white snake would inevitably meet its demise without her intervention. Bai Lang appeared before Night Wudong and Jun, instructing them, let us return to the cave. Yi Wudong and Jun followed Bai Lang into the cave of Xiangba. At that moment, Xiangba had just entered the cave, and, upon noticing the absence of Yi Wudong and Jun, surmised that Jun might have accompanied Yi Wudong for convenience. Xiangba settled himself in the cave, awaiting their return, and resolved to maintain a distance from Yi Wudong until she reached maturity. Bai Lang entered the cave, observed Xiangba seated on the bed, and addressed him, saying, Xiangba, let us step outside. I have matters to discuss with you. Xiangba glanced at Yi Wudong before exiting with Bai Lang. Yi Wudong rolled her eyes in disdain, silently cursing, you wretched white wolf, do you think I am unaware of your intentions to converse with that great lion? Surely, you merely intend to warn him to be vigilant against my escape. Yi Wudong removed her shoes and lay down on the bed, feigning sleep. Yet her true intention was to establish contact with the system. Night Wudong, system, host, do you have any matters to discuss? If there is nothing of importance, this system shall enter a period of slumber to rejuvenate itself before returning to engage in idle conversation with the host. Night Wudong, there is something. System, host. What is it? Night Phoenix, system, I am bound to you. What benefits can you bestow upon me? System, host, I appreciate your straightforward nature. Night Wudong, enough of the pleasantries, please respond promptly. System, host, upon the successful completion of the task, you shall receive a reward. Night Wudong, what task? What reward? Do I need to complete the task to return? System, the reward does not include your return, host. Dispel the thought of going back. You cannot return. Night Wudong, you have a mouth like a crow. System, this system is a truthful little darling. Host, if you accomplish the task, your reward will be eternal youth. Night Wudong, this reward is indeed tempting, yet it feels elusive and intangible. Who would believe it? How can one possibly maintain eternal youth? System, host, you've arrived in the beast world. What is there that you cannot believe? Night Wudong, indeed. I shall trust you once, so please elaborate on the task. System, host, your mission is to dominate this beastly realm. Do you comprehend the objective? Night Wudong, the tasks you have assigned to me are exceedingly arduous, given my current strength. Not to mention dominating this beastly realm, it is a challenge merely to live comfortably. System, host, what I referred to earlier was the ultimate task. You have other missions to undertake before that. Night Wudong, you insufferable system, one task is already too much, and now you wish to assign me a plethora of tasks. Speak, what is the task? System, the task is quite straightforward. Your first assignment is to vanquish a level 1 male orc within the span of a month, and subsequently, to heal no fewer than 2 patients. Night Wudong, system, do not put me in a difficult position. I might be able to defeat a first level orc. but I cannot heal the sick. System. This system is exasperated. I shall first grant you 2 books. Before the night blooming catalpa, 2 books suddenly materialized. One was a tome of cultivation secrets, and the other, a compendium of medical wisdom. The Night Phoenix marveled, is it possible to operate in such a manner? The system, with a tone of disdain, responded, this system shall enter a state of slumber. Kindly refrain from disturbing it for the next 5 days. Night Wutong. Haha. You may rest now. The Night Sycamore grasped the cultivation manual, yet before even turning its pages, she beheld the tome transform into a radiant white light, which then seamlessly penetrated her brow and infused her mind. Wutong felt a sharp pain in her mind and silently cursed the wretched system. After a while, she committed the contents of the cultivation manual to memory. The Night Phoenix exclaimed in astonishment, this is truly a masterful maneuver. Such an execution pleases her immensely. The Night Phoenix once again grasped the medical tome, which transformed into a radiant beam of white light, penetrating her mind through the center of her brow. The Night Phoenix was overjoyed, having memorized the contents of the cultivation method, and now capable of practicing it independently, as well as recalling the medical compendium. Wutong stood with her back turned to Tu Jun, preventing him from discovering her secret. Xiangba entered from outside and said to Tu Jun, I will sleep on the floor while Tonggong takes the bed. All right, Tu Jun replied, wholeheartedly agreeing to share the floor with Xiangba. Night Wutong was exceedingly delighted, for it seemed she could finally enjoy a restful slumber. Due to overwhelming fatigue, Wutong soon succumbed to slumber. However, the formidable Xiangba and Tu Jun, lying on the ground, found it impossible to drift into sleep. Bjork's excellent vision allowed them to see clearly even in the darkness, and the moonlight streaming into the cave illuminated Wutong with striking clarity. Even with her eyes closed, the Night Phoenix tree remains unfazed, its beauty undiminished. The skin of Wutong in modern times could be considered fair, but in the beast realm, it is significantly more luminous compared to the females of that realm, even surpassing the males in radiance. Xiangba addressed Tu Jun, instructing him to sleep, before turning over and presenting his back to Wutong. Tu Jun followed suit, also turning away from her. After an indeterminate passage of time, both Xiangba and Tu Jun finally succumbed to slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, Xi and Lingo stood outside Xiangba's cave, bellowing into the darkness, new female, rise. I have come to work. Upon her first call, Wutong heard her. The Night Wutong tree was filled with frustration. Did she not tell Xinling yesterday to wait for her mother outside the den of Xiangba? Since this incessantly chattering Xinling was so eager to work, let her find some tasks to occupy herself. New female, are you awake? I have come to work. Xinling shouted once more. The Night Phoenix darted out of the cave, blinking her beautiful eyes as she spoke. I'm awake. New female. What tasks do you require of me? Xi and Lingo could hardly believe that Night Phoenix had many responsibilities. Xi and Linger, you are to uproot all the weeds in this area. Clear them completely, Night Phoenix instructed, pointing to a vast expanse of wild grass outside the cave of the male tyrant. She intended for Xi and Lingo to remove the weeds in order to plant vegetables. What? You want me to pull all of these weeds? Xi and Lingo exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the surrounding thicket. How could she, a precious female, be expected to undertake such arduous labor? Indeed, once you have cleared the weeds, I shall plant vegetables here. It would be wise to ensure they are thoroughly removed, lest you find yourself doing it a second time, Night Phoenix remarked, her tone devoid of compassion for those who had dared to provoke her. Goodness. Bullying Xi and Linger so early in the morning and demanding her to perform such laborious tasks. How ruthless. Zhu Yi, a female of the pig clan, approached with her entourage of male companions. Chapter 11. Overjoyed System. Host, should you complete the task, rewards await you. Night Wutong. What task? What reward? Is it possible that by completing the task, I can return to the modern era? My wealth must not fall into the hands of those scoundrels, especially that old man. System. The rewards do not include a return to the modern era. Host. Abandon the thought of returning, it is not possible. Night Wutong, you raven-tongued creature. Could you refrain from cursing my return to the modern era? System. This system is a well-behaved entity that speaks only the truth. Host. If you accomplish your tasks, your reward shall be the eternal preservation of youth. Night Wutong. This reward is indeed enticing, yet it feels ethereal and elusive. Who would believe it? How can one possibly maintain eternal youth? System. Host, you have already arrived in the beast realm. What is there left that you cannot believe? Night Wutong. Indeed. I will trust you this once. Now, please elaborate on the task. System. Host, your mission is to dominate this beastly world. Do you understand? Night Wutong. Alas. The tasks you have assigned to me are indeed formidable. Given my current capabilities in this beastly realm, not only is it impossible for me to dominate, but merely surviving in comfort is a daunting challenge. System. Host, what I mentioned earlier pertains to the ultimate task prior to embarking on that. There are other assignments to fulfill. Night Wutong, you bothersome system, one task is already too much, and now you wish to burden me with a multitude of tasks. Speak. What is the task? System, the task is quite straightforward. Your first assignment is to defeat a level 1 male orc within a month and to heal at least 2 patients. Night Wutong, system. Do not put me in a difficult position. I might be able to defeat a first-tier orc, but I cannot heal the sick. System, this system is exasperated. I shall first grant you 2 books. Before the night blooming Wutong, 2 books suddenly materialized. One was a tome of cultivation secrets, while the other was a compendium of medical knowledge. The night phoenix tree gasped in astonishment. Is it possible to operate in such a manner? The system, with a tone of disdain, responded, this system shall enter a state of slumber. Kindly refrain from disturbing it for the next 5 days. Night phoenix, haha. You may as well rest. As Wutong grasped the cultivation manual, before even turning its pages, it transformed into a radiant white light, directly entering Wutong's mind through her third eye. Wutong felt a sharp pain in her head, silently cursing the wretched system. In a short while, she had committed the contents of the cultivation manual to memory. The Night Phoenix marveled. This is truly a remarkable maneuver, one that she deeply appreciates. The Night Phoenix once more grasped the medical tome, which transformed into a beam of white light, entering her mind through her brow. The Night Wutong was filled with immense joy, having memorized the essence of the cultivation method, enabling self-practice. He also committed to memory the contents of the medical compendium. Night Wutong stood with her back to Tu Jun, preventing him from discovering her secret. As Xiangba entered, he addressed Tu Jun, saying, Tu Jun, I will sleep on the floor while Tong Tong can take the bed. Tu Jun, apprehensive about sleeping near Night Wutong, feared he might lose control. He had nearly succumbed to temptation just moments ago. The thought of such a breach troubled him, for Night Wutong was an underage female, fragile and delicate. He wholeheartedly agreed to share the floor with Xiangba. The Night Phoenix was exceedingly pleased, for it seemed that the great lion and the mighty tiger would not take advantage of her this evening. She could enjoy a restful slumber, due to her overwhelming fatigue. Wutong quickly succumbed to slumber. However, Xiangba and Tu Jun, lying on the ground, found themselves unable to drift off. Although they did not share a bed with Wutong, the delicate fragrance that emanated from her captivated their senses, drawing their gaze towards the peacefully sleeping figure. Being orcs, they possessed exceptional vision, enabling them to see even in the darkness of night. The moonlight streaming into the cave illuminated Wutong, rendering her image strikingly clear. Though the Night Phoenix tree is closed, it does not diminish her beauty in the slightest. The skin of Wutong, even by contemporary standards, could be deemed fair. However, in the beast realm, when compared to the females of that world, her complexion was significantly more luminous, surpassing even that of the males. Xiangba turned to Tu Jun and commanded, sleep, before rolling over with his back to Wutong. Tu Jun likewise turned away, presenting his back to Wutong. After an indeterminate passage of time, both Xiangba and Tu Jun succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke the following day, Xi and Lingo stood outside Xiangba's cave, calling out to Wutong within, new female, rise and shine. I am here to work. Upon her first shout, Wutong heard her clearly. The Night Phoenix tree was filled with indignation. Did she not tell Xi and Ling yesterday to wait for her mother outside Xiangba's lair? This incessant Xi and Ling, who was so eager to work, should indeed be given tasks to perform. New female, are you awake? I have come to work, Xi and Ling shouted once more. As the nightingale swiftly darted out of the cave, she blinked her beautiful eyes and remarked, awake now. New female, what task shall you assign me? Hartlingo found it hard to believe that the nightingale would have an abundance of work for her. Hartlinger, you are to pull out all the weeds here. Clear this place thoroughly, the nightingale instructed, pointing to a vast expanse of weeds outside the cave of Xiangba. She intended for Hartlingo to uproot the weeds entirely so that she could plant vegetables. What? You want me to pull out all these weeds? Hartlingo exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the surrounding weeds with incredulity. After all, she was a precious female. How could she be expected to engage in such arduous labor? Indeed, if you wish to cultivate vegetables here, it would be best to clear them thoroughly, lest you find yourself pulling them up a second time, the nightingale asserted. Showing no signs of softness, she held no sympathy for those who had provoked her. Oh, to think that so early in the day, one would torment Hartlinger and demand her to perform such exhausting tasks. How ruthless. Zhu Yi, a female of the pig tribe, approached with her entourage of several males. Chapter 12. Why are you so ruthless? Night Wutong furrowed her brow, taken aback by Zhu Ye's audacity to provoke her once more. Did she not fear being cast out of the tribe by Xiangba? Zhu Ye approached Night Wutong, hands on her hips, gazing up at her with resentment evident in her large, bell-like eyes. Night Wutong gazed down at Zhu Ye and spoke in a low voice. Zhu Ye, are you unaware of the principle that one must accept the consequences of a wager? Xi and Linger and I engaged in a singing contest, and upon her defeat, she is obliged to work for me for a month. What brings you here? Are you seeking humiliation? Humiliation? What does that mean? Zhu Ye was perplexed by Night Wutong's words. Humiliation is when you willingly present your ugly face, inviting me to strike. Night Wutong succinctly explained to Zhu Ye. Zhu Ye's anger flared, her large, bell-like eyes turned bloodshot, and her expression became a fearsome mask. Had it not been for Night Wutong's boldness, she might have been intimidated. How dare you, you new female? How can you speak so? You dare to call me ugly? I am the most beautiful female in this tribe. Zhu Ye fixated on Night Wutong's insult, disregarding the rest of her words. Is that so? You may have been. But that is no longer the case. I have arrived, and now I am the most beautiful in the tribe. Night Wutong aimed to provoke Zhu Ye, hoping to instill a sense of self-awareness in her to curb her arrogance and prevent further provocations in the future. You Zhu Ye know that you cannot compare to Night Wutong in appearance. Zhu Ye registered this thought. Since Night Wutong existed in the tribe, there was no longer a need for her. Isn't Yi Wutong simply exquisite in her beauty? She must seize an opportunity to mar Yi Wutong's visage. Once Yi Wutong's beauty is tarnished, she, Zhu Yi, will remain the foremost beauty of this tribe, and the chieftain, Xiong Ba, will be hers. As Yi Wutong observed the shifting expressions on Zhu Yi's face, she discerned that Zhu Yi was undoubtedly concocting some mischievous scheme. Zhu Yi, you should return, Yi Wutong declared. Weary of engaging with her, she had numerous tasks awaiting her attention. Return? Do you truly believe I will simply turn back upon your command? You want to swiftly return Xin Lingo to her duties, sparing her from arduous labor. A cold smirk curled upon Zhu Yi's lips. For her intent was to confront Yi Wutong, and she would not acquiesce to a simple dismissal. Xin Lingo, overhearing Zhu Yi's defense of her, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She had always known her savior possessed a benevolent heart. No, Xin Lingo must assist me with my work, Yi Wutong resolved. Unwilling to let Xin Lingo depart. To allow her to leave would only render Yi Wutong vulnerable and perceived as feeble. How can you be so cruel, female? Are you unaware that females are not meant for labor? Their frail bodies are prone to illness. Do you wish for Xin Lingo to be overworked to the point of sickness and demise? Zhu Yi exclaimed loudly, deliberately intending for the formidable Xiong Ba within the cave to overhear, thereby casting Yi Wutong in a negative light. Xin Lingo will not perish from exhaustion, and I would never allow such a fate to befall her. I shall provide her with nourishment shortly, Yi Wutong retorted defiantly. Emerging from the cave, Xiong Ba addressed Zhu Yi coldly, Zhu Yi, take your companion and leave this place at once. You are forbidden from appearing near my cave again, should you dare return. I will expel you from the tribe. Zhu Yi attempted to respond, but was swiftly lifted by one of her companions, hastily departing. Tong Tong, I am going hunting. I have asked Tu Jun to stay with you. Do not leave this spot. I fear the shaman and others may trouble you. It is safest for you to remain here, Xiong Ba cautioned Yi Wutong. Go ahead. Return swiftly, Yi Wutong replied. Feeling a pang of hunger as she yearned for roasted meat. I shall return promptly, Xiong Ba said, elated that Tong Tong expressed concern for his timely return. Could it be that Tong Tong had begun to accept him in her heart? Night Wutong remained oblivious to Xiong Ba's intentions. Had she been aware, she would have certainly scoffed at them. Her indifference towards him was palpable, and any notion of acceptance was utterly absent. After Xiong Ba departed, Tu Jun emerged from the cave, taking up a protective stance behind Night Wutong. He was acutely aware of her exceptional qualities and the jealousy they might incite among other females. Thus he resolved to remain steadfastly by her side to safeguard her from any potential harm. Additionally, he was vigilant against the advances of other male beast men. Although Xiong Ba held the position of chieftain, and most males dared not pursue Night Wutong, he recognized that some might possess the audacity to do so. Tu Jun stood guard behind Night Wutong, his attention drawn to a few male beast men lurking at a distance, casting furtive glances in her direction. Xin Lingo, why are you dawdling? Hurry and gather the grass, Night Wutong commanded. All right, fine, Xin Lingo replied, her head drooping as she trudged off to collect the grass. She understood that Night Wutong was not to be trifled with. Had she known better, she would not have assisted Zhu Yi. To her dismay, not only had she failed to drive Night Wutong away, but she also faced a month of labor ahead, which promised to be anything but easy. As Xin Lingo bent down to pull the grass, she discovered the surrounding undergrowth near Xiong Ba's cave was tall and resilient, making it a formidable task to uproot even a single stalk. Within a short span, she found herself utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and gasping for breath, appearing decidedly disheveled. Night Wutong was left speechless. This female of the beast world, despite her robust physique, appeared utterly exhausted from the slightest exertion, truly a pitiful sight. Xin Lingo plopped down onto the ground, gazing at Night Wutong with imploring eyes, pleading, "New female, I beseech you, spare me from further labor. I am utterly fatigued and can endure no more." Night Wutong's lips twitched. The females of this beast realm truly lacked resilience. How quickly they resorted to pleading. No. Since she had lost, she must endure and complete the task, no matter how weary she became. Night Wutong was not one to show leniency. She had no intention of sparing Xin Lingo. If Xin Lingo dared to provoke her, she must face the consequences. This was also a means of establishing her authority. At that moment, Bai Lang and Xiang Shui had approached Night Wutong. Tong Tong, since Xin Lingo is exhausted, let her take a break and resume later. Bai Lang understood the frailty of the females in the beast realm. They were unable to work, and if they fell ill from fatigue, their lives could be easily lost. The females were far too precious to allow such a fate. Indeed, Ta Tong, please do not force Xin Lingo to work any longer. She appears utterly worn out, and it is truly pitiful to behold. Xiang Shui felt that Night Wutong was rather callous. How could she compel such a delicate female to labor? If work was to be done, it should rightfully fall to the males. Xin Lingo gazed at Bai Lang and Xiang Shui with gratitude, cherishing these two males dearly. She resolved to make them her companions. Yi Wutong disregarded Bai Lang and Xiang Shui, simply commanding Xin Lingo, continue weeding. You are being excessive, Yi Wutong. Can't you see that Xin Lingo is utterly exhausted? You still expect her to work, Xiang Shui exclaimed indignantly. Suddenly, Xin Lingo sprang to her feet and approached Xiang Shui. But as she did, her foot slipped, and she collapsed into his embrace. Chapter 13. The consequences of a soft heart as Exine Linger fell into Xiong Shuai's arms. He was momentarily taken aback, allowing her to remain nestled against him without pushing her away. Night Wutong's lips twitched slightly. It was evident that Exine Lingo had set her sights on Xiong Shuai, deliberately falling into his embrace. What a white lotus! It seemed that Xiong Shuai was destined to be lured away by Exine Linger. Perhaps this was the opportunity for me to free myself from Xiong Shuai. Judging solely by his appearance, Xiong Shuai was indeed quite handsome, a true embodiment of male beauty, with a robust physique. Yet, Night Wutong held a deep disdain for him. If Xiong Shuai were to become entwined with Exine Linger, it would be a blessing for her. Xiong Shuai, you have betrayed my trust. I hereby exclude you from my future as a partner. Go ahead and be with Exine Linger. Night Wutong attempted to convey her fury. What? Xiong Shuai. Upon hearing Night Wutong's words, snapped back to reality, gazing at her in disbelief. I have removed you from my future partner list because of your disloyalty. Allowing Exine Lingo to embrace you and engage in physical contact with you, all while appearing captivated. If I were to consider you as my partner, who knows what you might do behind my back? Night Wutong feigned anger, yet inwardly she was secretly amused. She was on the verge of liberating herself from the clutches of the big bear. Tong, you misunderstand. I do not harbor feelings for Exine Linger. It was she who embraced me, not the other way around. Xiong Shuai hastily pushed Exine Lingo away. However, Exine Lingo fell onto a pile of stones, and a sharp rock pierced her right leg, causing her to bleed profusely and cry out in pain. Seeing the blood flow from Exine Lingo's leg, Xiong Shuai quickly scooped her up from the ground. Tong, I must take Exine Linger to the healer. I will explain everything upon my return. Stop. You are not allowed to go. Night Wutong called out to him. Tong, please don't act this way. Exine Linger's injury is my responsibility. I cannot ignore it, Xiong Shuai insisted, clearly anxious about her condition. It's merely a scratch. She is not seriously hurt. Look at how you fret over her. Night Wutong discerned that Exine Lingo was not in as much pain as she pretended. Tong, how can you be so heartless? Look at how she is suffering. I must take her to the healer. Xiong Shuai, disregarding Night Wutong's objections, carried Exine Lingo away. Unaware of the healer's whereabouts, Xiong Shuai approached a nearby male onlooker, requesting him to guide him to the healer. Reluctantly, the male agreed to lead Xiong Shuai to the healer's location. As Yi Wutong observed Xiong Shuai walking away, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She truly feared that Xiong Shuai would heed her words and neglect Exine Linger, if that were the case. She could not exclude him from the ranks of potential future partners. Bai Lang secretly rejoiced that he had not softened his heart towards Exine Linger. Refraining from excessive concern for her, Yi Wutong intentionally tormented Exine Linger, hoping to elicit sympathy and care from others for her, thereby eliminating them from the list of eligible future companions. It seemed that Xiong Shuai would soon no longer be considered Yi Wutong's future partner. Tu Jun vowed to himself that he would remain loyal to Yi Wutong for the entirety of his life, regardless of her choices. The Night Wutong tree slightly narrowed its eyes as it gazed at Bai Lang and Tu Jun, revealing that these two orcs possessed a certain intelligence. If they were akin to the formidable bear commander, she would have ample reason to exclude them from her future companions. It seems that the path to casting aside her husband remains a long and arduous journey. The Night Phoenix gazed at the sky, where the sun had already risen. Why had Xiong Ba returned from the hunt? She felt utterly famished. Perhaps she should venture into the forest to hunt for herself tomorrow morning. Yet, upon reflection, that was simply not feasible. Bai Lang and Xiong Ba, along with the others, would undoubtedly forbid her from hunting in the woods. As Yi Wutong was about to enter the cave, she spotted Xiong Ba and AI Air returning with their quarry. Xiong Ba bore a large black wild boar upon his right shoulder, while a substantial bundle of firewood rested upon his left. AI Air carried a white antelope on his right shoulder, with 2 wild chickens clutched in his left hand. Observing the impressive size of the boar and antelope compared to those found in contemporary primitive forests, Yi Wutong marveled at the strength of Xiong Ba and AI Air. Noting their superior capabilities over modern men, both Xiong Ba and AI Air deposited their prey before Yi Wutong. You must be hungry, right? I will prepare some roasted meat for you, Xiong Ba said, as he untied the bound firewood and ignited it with a flint. Once the fire blazed, he ventured into the cave to retrieve salt. Meanwhile, AI Air, Bai Lang, and Tu Jun began slicing the wild boar and antelope into sizable chunks with their sharp claws, subsequently cutting the larger pieces into smaller morsels. Upon Xiong Ba's return with the salt, he sprinkled it over the meat, and the group settled down to enjoy the roasting. Where is Xiong Shuai? Xiong Ba inquired, having noticed his absence for quite some time. Before Bai Lang could respond, Yi Wutong interjected. That big bear took the little third to the shaman. Who is the little third? Xiong Ba asked, unable to recall any orc by that name in his tribe, wondering if it was a newcomer who had arrived while he was out hunting. The little third refers to a female who specializes in snatching away the future partners of others. The one I mentioned is Exine Linger, Yi Wutong clarified. Whom did Exine Linger snatch away? AI Air queried, his expression one of confusion. Yi Wutong cast a disdainful glance at Ayer, choosing to disregard her further. Tong, could it be that Shilinger has stolen your future partner? Is it possible that Shilinger has taken away Xiong Shuai? Haha, Xiong Shuai is rather sought after. Xiong Ba erupted into hearty laughter. exclaiming that losing a formidable bear truly ignited excitement. The Night Phoenix cast a knowing glance at Xiongba, who, comprehending her unspoken approval, felt a surge of joy. Being praised, even if merely through a look, was delightful. How foolish this bear was. AI Air expressed a tinge of regret. Having met Xian Ling Air, who was not particularly attractive and possessed but one talent, her singing, which even Night Phoenix overshadowed. It was a mystery what Xiongba found appealing in her. As the meat reached perfection on the grill, Xiongba returned with Xian Ling Air in his arms, her legs smeared with a dark, unctuous salve by the shaman. You have cooked the meat. Splendid. Xian Ling Air is famished. Hasten, and present her a piece. Xiongba gently set Xian Ling Air down and proceeded to retrieve the nearly finished meat. Stop. Do not take ours. This is for Tong Tong. You must roast another piece for Xian Ling Air. Xiongba was halted by Xiongba's firm voice. You have prepared so much. Tong Tong cannot possibly consume it all. Just give her a piece. She is injured and must not go hungry. Xiongba glanced between the roasted meat and the pitiful Xian Ling Air, helplessly stating, we cannot let her starve because of her injury. Xiongba, if you wish to cherish her, no one will object. But you cannot take someone else's food to offer to Xian Ling Air. Night Phoenix coldly admonished. Tong Tong, how can you be so harsh? Xian Ling Air was injured because of me. I cannot let her suffer from hunger. Xiongba felt the chill of Night Phoenix's heartlessness. Xiongba, you can care for Xian Ling Air, and indeed, you could do so for a lifetime. Night Phoenix's icy words pierced through him. This great bear was increasingly irksome to her. Chapter 14. Truly foolish. Upon hearing Night Phoenix's words, Xiongba realized her anger had been ignited. Yet he could not neglect Xian Ling Air just because of it. Being a frail female, Xian Ling Air needed his care, especially since her injury was a result of his actions. Bai Lang and the others observed the unfolding drama with amusement, their hearts filled with schadenfreude. Xiongba, momentarily stunned, hurried to Night Phoenix, speaking in a subdued tone, Tong Tong, please do not be upset. Once Xian Ling Air's leg heals, I will cease to care for her. He feared losing Night Phoenix, for he doubted he could find another female as enchanting as her. Yet, his affection for Xian Ling Air compelled him to care for her. He resolved to wait until her leg healed before soothing Night Phoenix's ire. Night Wutong was aware that Xiong Shui had not given up on her, nor did he intend to bond with Xian Ling Air, which was not the outcome she desired. At this juncture, she could not forcibly sever ties with Xiong Shui. What if he made a choice and opted for her over Xian Ling Air? She certainly did not wish to be entangled with the hefty bear. Xiong Shui, your care for Xian Ling Air does not irk me. I am merely upset that you provide her with the meat hunted by Xiongba and AI Air. Starting tomorrow, you must hunt for yourself and refrain from sharing others' provisions with her. Night Wutong remarked, casting a glance at the roasted meat without sparing Xiong Shui a single look. She was too apathetic to even acknowledge the bear. You're not angry? Xiong Shui felt relieved upon hearing Night Wutong's words. Night Wutong handed him a piece of roasted meat, saying, take this to Xian Ling Air. Once she finishes, please escort her back home. I shall ensure she does not have to labor anymore. She is far too delicate and should be cared for instead. Remember, you are to hunt for her yourself and not rely on the spoils of Xiongba and company. Understood. Xiong Shui accepted the roasted meat and approached Xian Ling Air, offering her the food. Xian Ling Air, please eat. Once you've finished, I will take you home. Brother Xiong, I do not wish to go home. Xian Ling Air gazed at Xiongba and Bai Lang, yearning to create an opportunity for close interaction with these formidable and handsome male beast men. One Xiong Shui was not enough. She desired to captivate all the males surrounding Night Wutong. Although she acknowledged that her beauty paled in comparison to Night Wutong's, she considered herself more cunning. She believed she could tarnish Night Wutong's image in the eyes of Xiongba and his companions, inciting their disdain for her, thereby driving Night Wutong out of the tribe. Then, Xiongba and his comrades would belong to her, Xian Ling. Little did Xian Ling Air know that her devious plans had already been discerned by Night Wutong, Xiongba, Bai Lang, AI Air, and Tu Jun. It was not due to any telepathic abilities, but rather because Xian Ling Air's intentions were glaringly evident. Her gaze towards Bai Lang and the others was too fervent, exuding an unmistakable sense of determination. Barbie, come here and help Xiong Shui take Xian Ling Air home. Xiongba called out to a young male beast man observing from a distance, who was none other than the infatuated Barbie. Barbie hurried to Xian Ling, lifting her effortlessly and departing. Barbie, take good care of Xian Ling Air. From now on, it shall be your responsibility. Do not let her come running back to me. Xiongba instructed. Yes, Chief, I shall fulfill the task entrusted to me, Barbie affirmed, tightening his embrace around Xian Ling. Put me down, you lowly beast man. You are unworthy of holding me. Xian Ling fumed, kicking her legs in a frenzy. She was incensed at being cradled by a Tier 2 beast man, when Xiong Shui, a Tier 5 beast man, held her. She felt elated, but being held by Barbie, a Tier 3 beast man, was an affront to her dignity. Having reached adulthood for a decade, she was now 28, older than Xiongba and Bai Lang. The reason she remained unmatched was due to her lofty standards, valuing strength and looking down upon those of lower rank. Barbie, perhaps I should carry her, Xiong Shui suggested, noticing Xian Linger's aversion towards Barbie, concerned that her struggles might aggravate any injuries. Xiong Shui, if you have no desire to be with Tong Tong, you may embrace Xian Linger freely, even any female at all. Ai Air, the fox beast man, remarked, maintaining a cordial relationship with Xiong Shui. Xiong Shui paused, turning to Knight Wutong. Tong Tong, would you be upset if I held Xian Linger? Haha, why would I be upset? I am not a petty person. Your kindness brings me joy. Rest assured, I will not be displeased. Knight Wutong replied, observing Xiong Shui's foolish expression, inwardly urging him, hurry and embrace Xian Linger. The sooner you grow closer, the happier I shall be. At this moment, Yi Wutong was filled with immense excitement, for she was on the verge of liberating herself from the clutches of the imposing bear. Bai Lang and the others observed Yi Wu's radiant smile, understanding that Xiong Shui had been decisively eliminated from her list of potential partners. Bobby, allow me to carry Xian Linger, Xiong Shui declared to Bobby. Xiong Shui, are you certain you wish to carry Xian Linger? You must think it over carefully. Bobby cautioned him. Of course. Look at how she shies away from you. If I don't carry her, who will? Besides, it's not as if I've never carried her before, Xiong Shui replied as he took Xian Linger from Bobby's arms. After Xiong Shui and Bobby departed with Xian Linger, Yi Wutong and Bai Lang continued to enjoy their roasted meat in silence. A short while later, Xiong Ba entered the cave, bringing a bamboo tube and offering it to Yi Wutong. Tong Tong, have a sip of water, he said. Knight Wutong was genuinely thirsty. She took the bamboo tube and drank several mouthfuls, finding the water remarkably sweet. Xiong Ba, how is it that the water in this bamboo tube is so delectable? Is it from the river? She inquired. No, this is spring water I collected a few days ago from Baizhang Mountain, Xiong Ba replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. In truth, he had intended the water for the renowned beauty Lisa of the beast world. But with her untimely demise at the hands of the birdman, he had inadvertently offered it to Knight Wutong instead. Xiong Ba, this spring water was meant for Lisa, wasn't it? Bai Lang asked, his gaze fixed on Xiong Ba. He was aware that Lisa was Xiong Ba's first choice for a partner, and had she not been killed, they would undoubtedly have become a couple. Lisa? Knight Wutong recalled the so-called first beauty of the beast world she had inadvertently slain yesterday, her heart fluttering with trepidation. She must not allow Xiong Ba to discover that she was the one responsible for Lisa's death. After all, Xiong Ba had been adamant about avenging her. If he were to learn the truth, he would surely not spare her. She lacked the strength to contend with him, and could not turn to Bai Lang and the others for assistance, as they might seek to avenge Lisa as well. Tong Tong, don't listen to Bai Lang's nonsense. This spring water was not intended for Lisa, Xiong Ba quickly clarified, fearing Knight Wutong's reaction. Chapter 15. An unshakable bear. Xiong Ba, there is truly no need for you to explain yourself. I will not take issue with who holds your affections. If you have feelings for the first beauty of the beast world, Lisa, it does not concern me, Knight Wutong declared with a sense of magnanimity. In her heart, she did not consider Xiong Ba her future partner, and thus, his affections for anyone else were of no consequence to her. Xiong Ba felt a weight in his heart upon hearing her words. Knight Wutong had yet to truly accept him. If she regarded him as a partner, she would undoubtedly care about who occupied his heart. You are indeed generous, Tong Tong, Tu Jun remarked, astonished by Knight Wutong's unparalleled magnanimity. Unbeknownst to him, Knight Wutong had never regarded any of them as partners. Had she truly done so, her demeanor would have been far less gracious, for she possessed a rather small-minded nature. In truth, Knight Wutong would prefer if they all held affections for other females, ideally forging bonds with them instead. Tu Jun, you truly understand me, she said, casting a sidelong glance at Xiong Ba and Bai Lang. Xiong Ba, is it easy to fetch spring water from Baizhang Mountain? Knight Wutong instinctively believed it must be a challenging endeavor. It's not particularly easy, but it's manageable, Xiong Ba admitted candidly. Then I shall drink water from upstream of the river. Boiling it will suffice, and it will be more convenient, Knight Wutong decided. Resolving that if spring water was difficult to acquire, she would simply drink from the river's source. Very well, Tong Tong, if you wish to have boiled water, I shall prepare it for you, Xiong Ba responded, heading toward the cave to fetch a large iron pot. Emerging from the cave with a massive iron pot in hand, Xiong Ba placed it before Knight Wutong. Knight Wutong was taken aback. The iron pot was extraordinarily large. How could it be so immense? Far exceeding even the oversized iron pots typically used in modern rural households. Curiosity piqued, she inquired how such a sizable pot could be practical for Xiong Ba, who lived alone. This is a purchase I made from Beast City. All the pots sold there are this large, and there are no smaller options, Xiong Ba explained. In truth, he had ventured to Beast City to buy salt, and, upon noticing the pots, had decided to acquire one as well. After a single use, he found it rather cumbersome and relegated it to a corner of the cave for the past 6 months. Oh, the pot is somewhat oversized, yet we can manage. But what about the lid? Knight Wutong noticed the absence of a cover. Lid. I didn't buy a lid. I only purchased the pot. I'll go to Beast City tomorrow to acquire a lid, Xiong Ba admitted sheepishly. In reality, he had intended to buy a lid but had forgotten it at the stall where he purchased the pot. Very well, we can do without the lid for today. However, How shall we set the pot without a stove? Knight Wutong observed, looking at Xiongba. I'll find some large stones. Bai Lang transformed into a white wolf and dashed away. I'll gather some firewood. Tu Jun noted the dwindling supply of firewood on the ground. Realizing it would be insufficient for boiling water, and likewise transformed into a white tiger and sped off. Ire. You stay and protect Tong Tong while I fetch water from the river, he declared, transforming into a lion and hoisting the enormous iron pot onto his back before racing off. Xiongba, before you fetch water from the river, make sure to clean the pot thoroughly, then fill it with water, Knight Wutong yelled after him. As she was rather particular about cleanliness. Understood, the great lion replied, articulating human speech. The night phoenix settled upon the ground, feeling a slight dampness beneath her. She murmured to herself, how splendid it would be to have a wooden stool and a wooden table. Now that we possess a large iron pot, surely a wooden stool must also exist. Tong Tong, what precisely do you mean by a wooden stool? I have never heard of such a thing. AI Air, intrigued by the wooden stool referenced by Night Phoenix, pondered its nature. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in AI Air's mind. A wooden stool must be a stool crafted from wood, just as a stone stool is made of stone. A wooden stool is made of wood. Tong Tong, wait a moment. I shall craft a wooden stool for you at once. AI Air transformed into a magnificent red fox and extended her sharp claws, striding toward a massive, sturdy tree across from the cave of Xiongba. Upon arriving at the base of the tree, AI Air leaped gracefully, her claws slicing through a thick branch. With a resounding crack, the hefty limb tumbled to the ground. Before AI Air could revert to her human form and retrieve the substantial branch, Night Phoenix rushed before her, gazing at AI Air with admiration, exclaiming, "Little fox, you are truly remarkable." Still in her fox form, AI Air felt a delightful dizziness from Night Phoenix's praise, her heart swelling with joy. In an instant, AI Air transformed back into her human shape, picking up the substantial branch from the ground. She replied to Night Phoenix, "Tong Tong, this hardly qualifies as a skill. Any male beast man could accomplish this." Together, AI Air and Night Phoenix returned to the spot where they had earlier roasted meat. Yi Wudong once again settled in a damp spot, while AI Air began crafting wooden stools. Bai Lang, Xiongba, and Tu Jun arrived in succession. Bai Lang arranged several large stones to create a stove. Xiongba placed an iron pot atop the stove, and Tu Jun kindled a fire to boil water. In no time, AI Air fashioned a wooden stump, each of these 5 stumps standing as tall as a modern wooden stool. Tong Tong, I have completed the wooden stool. Please have a seat and give it a try, AI Air said, presenting the meticulously crafted stool before Yi Wutong. As Yi Wutong gazed upon the wooden stool crafted by AI Air, her lips twitched slightly. This was no mere stool, it was merely a wooden stump of comparable height. Nevertheless, AI Air had indeed exerted considerable effort, and Yi Wutong felt it inappropriate to be overly critical. After all, it served its purpose well enough. AI Air, your work is truly commendable. You are remarkably clever, Yi Wutong complimented insincerely. Tong Tong, if you're pleased, that is all that matters. I shall create 5 more. 1 for each of us, AI Air announced as she set about making additional stools. AI Air, just make 4 more. There is no need for 1 for Xiong Shuai. He will soon become Xin Ling as partner, so 4 will suffice. Yi Wudong had long since excluded Xiong Shuai from consideration. Very well, Tong Tong. Whatever you say shall be done, AI Air replied, continuing her task. Just as the water was on the verge of boiling, Xiong Shuai returned. Night Wudong was astonished to see Xiong Shuai return. Shouldn't this fool be taking care of Xin Ling? Why was he back? Xiong Shuai, why are you back? Aren't you supposed to be looking after Xin Ling? Night Wutong inquired, perplexed. Tong Tong, I no longer need to care for Xin Ling. She has formed a bond with Bobby, and he will take care of her. My only task is to deliver some game to her daily until her leg heals, Xiong Shuai replied, a hint of disappointment lacing his words. Upon hearing this, Night Wudong nearly burst into tears. Why was it so difficult to shake off this big bear? Chapter 16. The females were captured by stray beasts. Bai Lang found it strange when he heard Xiong Shuai mention that Xin Linger had become bonded with the kangaroo beastman Bobby. Wasn't it true that Xin Linger did not like Bobby? How could she have formed a bond so quickly? There must be something amiss. Xiong Shuai, how did Xin Linger end up bonding with Bobby? Bai Lang asked, puzzled. It just happened, Xiong Shuai said, feeling the weight of disappointment grow heavier in his heart. Night Wudong was still not of age. How long would he have to wait to truly bond with her? He could hardly contain himself. If Xin Linger hadn't formed a bond with Bobby, perhaps he would have taken the plunge himself. Anything was better than this suffocating situation. How did this bond happen? Did Bobby force Xin Linger? Xiongba could not help but inquire, knowing that Bobby had feelings for Xin Linger while she did not reciprocate. No, it was Xin Linger who tackled Bobby and forced the bond, Xiong Shuai replied truthfully. Could it be that Xin Linger consumed a seductive fruit, compelling her to tackle Bobby and forge a bond? Xiongba speculated. Once a female consumes such a fruit, she loses control and pounces on a male. Oh, but Xin Lingo does not like Bobby, Bai Lang remarked, glancing at Xiong Shuai. Why doesn't she bond with you instead? She has feelings for you. Indeed, If Xian Linger wishes to bond, she ought to choose me. I am more handsome than Bobby and of a higher status. Surely, she would pick me. Xiong Shui lamented. It baffled him that despite his qualities, Xian Linger had not chosen him. Watching her tackle Bobby and force a bond left him bewildered. Xiong Shui. It seems you are the one eager to bond with Xian Linger, AI Air remarked, gritting her teeth at Xiong Shui. This big bear was truly foolish, failing to appreciate such a wonderful female as Knight Wutong, all the while being indecisive and yearning for both. Did he think Knight Wutong was Navi? AI Air worried that Xiong Shui might lose Knight Wutong. No, I don't think that at all, Xiong Shui said, feeling guilty. He could not admit it. That's for the best. If you dare betray Tong Tong, I will not let you off easily, AI Air declared before returning to her seat. The admiration Knight Wutong harbors for Ayer has surged dramatically. Ayer truly possesses remarkable qualities. If she were to remain in this era, she might indeed contemplate taking Ayer as her companion. Xian Linger may have consumed a hallucinogenic fruit, mistaking Bobby for her beloved. Xiongba suddenly recalled that in his tribe, it was common for individuals to consume hallucinogenic fruits, leading to a state of confusion. Upon entering her cave, Xian Lingo expressed her thirst, subsequently producing 2 fruits, one red and one blue, and devoured them. After consuming the fruits, she promptly pounced on Bobby, forcefully binding herself to him. Xiong Shui also suspected that there was something amiss with the fruits Xian Linger ingested. Ah, this explains everything. Xian Linger must have consumed both the enchanting fruit and the hallucinogenic fruit. Following the reaction in her body, she then perceived Bobby as her beloved. Unable to restrain herself and subsequently overpowering him, Xiongba deduced. How could Xian Lingo have consumed 2 types of fruits simultaneously? Ayer pondered, wondering if it was a case of accidental consumption. That remains uncertain. Xiongba found it perplexing that Xian Lingo would ingest both the enchanting and hallucinogenic fruits together. Never mind Xian Linger's affairs, Bai Lang expressed his desire to cease discussing her. He had been observing Knight Wutong, noticing a distinct change in her gaze toward Ayer after Ayer had spoken. A sense of alarm struck him. Had Knight Wutong acknowledged Ayer? This could prove troublesome. Tong Tong. The water has boiled. Shall I pour it into the bamboo tube for you? Xiongba inquired, lifting an empty bamboo tube, intending to pour boiling water from the large iron pot. Wait, do not pour it yet, Knight Wutong interjected. What is it, Tong Tong? Xiongba halted. I would prefer Ayer to craft a wooden spoon, so we can ladle the water into the bamboo tube, Knight Wutong elucidated. Oh, Xiongba replied, unsure of what a wooden spoon entailed, but he would understand once Ayer had fashioned one. Ayer, could you please create a wooden spoon and a wooden bowl for me? Knight Wutong requested, sketching the shapes of a spoon and a bowl in the earth with a branch. Make them a bit larger than my drawing. Certainly. Rest assured, Tong Tong. I will ensure the wooden spoon and bowl are well made, Ayer promised, determined to fulfill her request. Ayer, you are truly clever, and your hands are so skillful. Knight Wutong praised, never hesitating to commend those with talent. Tong Tong, your compliments make me feel bashful, Ayer thought, elated within. It appeared that Tong Tong had begun to recognize him. If he continued to perform well, she surely would not cast him aside. Yet, Ayer cast a worried glance at Xiong Shui, concerned whether this foolish bear might find himself rejected by Tong Tong. At that moment, Xiong Shui remained oblivious to the precariousness of his situation. Knight Wutong could discard him at any moment. Knight Wutong had already mentally excluded Xiong Shui from the ranks of potential partners. Xiongba, Bai Lang, Tu Jun, Xiong Shui, please clear this patch of weeds. Knight Wutong commanded, gesturing towards the overgrown grass outside the cave. This task was originally meant for Xian Linger, but alas, her delicate nature rendered her incapable of such labor, leaving no choice but to assign it to the orc trio. Why must we uproot these weeds? Xiongba inquired, puzzled. To clear the weeds, I intend to plant vegetables in this space, Knight Wutong replied, her gaze lingering on the vast area, regrettably neglected by Xiongba. Such a considerable expanse of land. How many vegetables could be cultivated here? A large wooden cabin could also be constructed. Without further discussion, the group commenced their task, opting not to transform into their beast forms, as that would hinder their ability to uproot the weeds efficiently. After half an hour, AI Air had completed the wooden spoon and bowl. Wutong, look, I have finished the wooden spoon and bowl. Do you think they are satisfactory? AI Air presented the bowl to Knight Wutong. Knight Wutong took the wooden spoon and bowl, saying, Ayer, you are truly brilliant. Just look at how exquisite the spoon and bowl you crafted are. Knight Wutong was genuinely impressed by Ayer's intelligence. The adage about foxes being clever held true indeed. I shall make a few more wooden bowls, Ayer contemplated, realizing that wooden bowls would be more practical for drinking than stone ones. Yes, making more would be beneficial. The more Knight Wutong observed Ayer, the more pleasing he appeared. An hour later, Xiong Shui and the others had successfully cleared all the weeds outside the cave. Knight Wutong meticulously crafted a wooden bowl filled with water and addressed Xiongba and his companions, saying, please, have some water. As they lifted the bowl to their lips, they were suddenly interrupted by Alan, who came rushing towards them, breathless. Chief, Zhu Yi and several females have been captured by the stray beasts by the riverbank. What? You mean the stray beasts have taken our tribe's females? How many were taken? Xiangba hastily set down the bowl and inquired. According to one of Zhu Ye's companions who survived, Zhu Yi and 8 females have been seized by the stray beasts, Alan replied anxiously. Chapter 17. Rescuing the females. Alan. Is there only one of Zhu Ye's companions left alive? Xiangba asked. Yes. Only An remains. The others were slaughtered by the stray beasts. An is injured. And I have taken him to the shaman, Alan explained, casting occasional glances at Night Wutong. Noticing Alan's furtive glances towards Night Wutong, Xiangba chose not to dwell on it, as their immediate priority was to rescue the females captured by the beasts, transforming into a colossal golden-haired lion. Xiangba roared towards the heavens. Roar. 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 His thunderous roar reverberated, nearly shattering Night Wutong's eardrums. Once he reverted to his human form, he turned to Bai Lang and said, Bai Lang, I will take the tribe to rescue the females taken by the stray beasts. You stay here to protect Tong Dong. Understood. Bai Lang readily agreed, having no intention of joining Xiangba in the rescue mission. His sole focus was on ensuring Night Wutong's safety. Believing that as long as she remained unharmed, that was sufficient. I will also stay to protect Tong Tong, Ire declared, his heart solely devoted to Night Wutong. Indifferent to the fate of the other females, I too will remain here to safeguard Tong Dong. Xiangba, you can rest assured and go save the females taken by the stray beasts, Tu Jun added to Xiangba. Night Wutong did not oppose. Believing that Xiangba had asked Bai Lang to stay and protect her to prevent her from escaping, Bai Lang and Tu Jun, if Ai was willing to remain. So be it. Very well, you may stay to safeguard Tong Tong, and I shall feel at ease. Xiong Shui, will you accompany me to rescue the females? Or remain here to protect Tong Dong? Before Xiong Shui could respond, Night Wutong interjected, I do not require protection from Xiong Shui. Let him go and rescue the females. Very well, I shall save those females abducted by the rogue beasts. Xiong Shui was eager to rescue the females seized by the marauding creatures, convinced that their fate would be dire in the hands of such savage beasts, potentially leading to their demise. Soon, over 100 male beast men, adorned in animal skin skirts, rushed towards the cave of Xiangba. Upon arrival, they halted before Xiangba, their gazes captivated by the stunning Night Wutong. A striking dark-lipped young man addressed Xiangba. Chief, have you summoned us for an urgent matter? He was certain that significant events were afoot, as their chief would summon the tribe with a thunderous roar during critical times. Alan has reported that 9 females were captured by rogue beasts by the riverside. I called you here to discuss how to rescue them, Xiangba informed the assembled beastmen. 9 captured? How could there be so many? Gasped the crowd. Previously, rogue beasts had seized females outside the tribe, but never more than 2, all of whom were eventually rescued. They were stunned to learn that this time 9 had been taken, particularly alarming given that their tribe comprised only 15 females and 250 males. It seems the rogue beasts have grown audacious. We do not know where the females have been taken. Mated males will remain to protect their females, while those in bonded will follow me to trace the scent of the females, Xiangba declared before transforming into a golden-furred lion and sprinting towards the outskirts of the tribe. Alan cast a glance at Night Wutong before also morphing into a golden lion and trailing behind Xiangba as they exited the tribe. In an instant, the over 100 handsome males transformed into various animals and departed the tribe. Xiong Shui shifted into a massive bear, blending in among the creatures. Bai Lang observed the departing beast men and turned to Night Wutong, saying, Tong Tong, the sun is quite intense. Let us take refuge in the cave. All right, Night Wutong agreed. Entering the cave, followed by Bai Lang, Ai and Tu Jun, Wutong addressed Bai Lang and the others, saying, I am feeling a bit fatigued now. I shall take a moment to rest. Ting Ting, you should rest, Ai replied. We will safeguard you. Night Wutong lay in bed, a mechanical voice resonating within her mind. System. This system is assigning the host an urgent task. Completion of the task will yield a reward. Night Wutong, you wretched system. Did you not claim you would enter a 5-day slumber? How can you renege on your word? System. This system yearns for a 5-day repose. Alas, I was roused by the roar of your lion beastly husband. Night Wutong, the beast king is not my mate. So speak. What task do you wish to assign me? System. The females from your lion mate's tribe have been captured by stray beasts. You must assist your lion mate in rescuing them. Night Wutong, the great lion is not my beast husband. I cannot acknowledge him as such. He has gone to rescue the females, and I believe they will soon be saved. Please assign me a different task. System. Host, your great lion beast husband cannot rescue the females. Only you possess the ability to bring them back. Night Wutong, why? System. Because the wandering beast is more formidable than your lion beast husband, and it is cunning. Night Wutong, I have stated that the great lion is not my beast husband. System. Please assist Xiangba in rescuing the female that was captured by the stray beasts. Night Wutong, how to save? System. Think for yourself. Night Wutong, what rewards? System. A storage ring, along with a bottle of menstruation delay potion. Are you satisfied with the rewards? Night Wutong chuckled softly. The reward is quite satisfactory. The system replied, the system is entering sleep mode. Bai Lang, Ai, Tu Jun. I must rescue the female captured by the stray beasts. Night Wutong addressed Bai Lang and the others. No, Tong Dong, you cannot go, Bai Lang objected. Bai Lang, do not dissuade me. I must go, Night Wutong declared resolutely. Chapter 18, The Treasure Tong Tong. What abilities do you possess that lead you to believe you can rescue the female taken by the stray beasts? Bai Lang inquired. Night Wutong found herself at a loss for words in response to Bai Lang's question. Indeed, she lacked the capability. Her motive for rescuing the female stemmed from a task assigned by the system, ensnared by the allure of the enticing reward. She had momentarily forgotten her own limitations and accepted a task that was beyond her reach. Night Wutong was filled with indignation. Her ire directed at the insufferable system that compelled her to rescue the female creatures. Was this not a form of torment? Bai Lang observed the shifting expressions on Night Wutong's face, realizing that his words had struck a chord. He continued, Tong, the feral beasts are vicious, with formidable ranks and overwhelming numbers. Even if I, Tu Jun, and I accompany you in this endeavor, we would still be unable to save the females. There exists a grave danger that these feral beasts might snatch you away from us. How terrifying the prospect is. Upon hearing Bai Lang's words, Yu Wutong reflected on her impulsiveness, realizing that she lacked the strength to intervene, and that it was unwise of her to attempt to rescue the female. A mechanical voice echoed in the mind of Yu Wutong. Host, do you not wish to rescue the female? Night Wutong, I shall not go. I cannot overpower the wandering beasts. System, this system can provide the host with certain artifacts to assist in rescuing females. Night Wutong, why didn't you present it earlier? I no longer require it. In any case, it's of no use to me now. System, I shall provide you with the treasure. Go forth and rescue the female. Yu Wutong, I refuse. Suddenly, a few tear gas grenades appeared in Yu Wutong's hand. How unfortunate. Yu Wutong exclaimed upon seeing the items in her grasp, lamenting the misfortune of a system that placed these items in her possession before Bai Lang and the other beasts. What if they began to harbor suspicions about her? Tong, how did these items suddenly appear in your hand? Are they from your space? Tu Jun inquired, perplexed. Space? Yes, they are from my space, Yu Wutong replied, flowing with Tu Jun's words. Perhaps the beasts possess the so-called spaces described in novels. If she claimed that these items were retrieved from her space, it might just alleviate any doubts Bai Lang and the others might have. Tong, what purpose do these items serve? Ai asked, gazing curiously at the objects in Yu Wutong's hand, having never seen anything like them before. These are tear gas grenades. Using these against the rogue beast will allow us to easily rescue the females, Yu Wutong asserted with newfound confidence, no longer perceiving the system as a hindrance. How unfortunate. Tear gas grenades, Bai Lang repeated, feeling a strange familiarity with the phrase, as if he had heard it somewhere before, yet he could not recall where. Can these truly rescue the females? Ai found it hard to believe that these seemingly bizarre items could contend with rogue beasts, surely. Even these would be ineffective against their 5th-level beasts. Whether it works or not, we shall find out, Yu Wutong declared, tossing a tear gas grenade towards Ai. Cough. Ai, Tu Jun, Bai Lang, and the others were soon in tears, unable to keep their eyes open. Night Wutong addressed Bai Lang and the others, inquiring, what do you think? It's perfect, absolutely perfect, they replied, convinced that this tear gas would surely be effective against the stray beasts. First, let us locate Xiangba. Finding him will lead us to the stray beasts, Night Wutong asserted, confident that Xiangba would be able to track them down. All right, let me carry you, Tong. Tu Jun transformed into a magnificent white tiger, crouching down to allow Night Wutong to mount him. She replied, settling onto the tiger's back, feeling an exhilarating sense of adventure. After an hour, Yu Wutong, Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and Ai found Xiangba. Upon seeing Yu Wutong, Xiangba was taken aback and sternly addressed Bai Lang, saying, Bai Lang, Tu Jun, Ai, why have you brought Tong here? Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch on her? This place is likely to harbor numerous feral beasts. Take Tong back at once. Yu Wutong replied directly to Xiangba, it was I who asked Bai Lang and the others to bring me here. I possess the capability to rescue the female. Tong, do not be foolish. Return with Bai Lang immediately. This place is unsafe. You are exceedingly beautiful, and what if a feral beast were to seize you? Be obedient and go back, Xiangba urged, his concern for Yu Wutong evident, fearing that she might be taken by the wild beasts. The beauty of Yu Wutong is unparalleled. If the stray beasts were to lay eyes upon her, they would stop at nothing to seize her. I have asserted that I possess the capability to rescue the female snatched away by these feral creatures. Yu Wutong gazed at Xiangba and questioned why this mighty lion could not place his trust in her. Just as Xiangba was about to speak, Bai Lang interjected, stating that Wutong possessed means to confront the stray beasts, and he firmly believed that these means would indeed liberate the females from their clutches. Ever since Bai Lang had witnessed the items in Yu Wutong's possession, he had been convinced of her ability to ensure the female's safety. What items? What could possibly be effective against stray beasts? Xiangba inquired, bewildered. Tear gas grenades, Bai Lang replied, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the term. A strikingly handsome man, transformed from a bat, reported to Xiangba, chieftain, the stray beasts have confined our females in a temporary cave, guarded by over 30 feral creatures, the weakest of which are at level 3, while 2 are even at level 7. Very well, let us proceed to rescue the females. Xiangba commanded the gathered 100-odd beast men. That is unwise, Bai Lang cautioned him. Why is that? Xiangba asked. If you lead so many beast men into a rescue attempt, it could provoke the stray beasts, and they might resort to killing the females in a fit of rage, Bai Lang explained. It is well known that the stray beasts are ruthless and show no mercy towards the females. Such killings are not uncommon. How did I not think of that? Xiongba remarked, casting a glance at Bai Lang, acknowledging his keen intellect. Chieftain, what should we do? The handsome male with dark lips queried. Instead of responding to this beast man, Xiongba turned to Bai Lang and asked, Bai Lang, do you have a plan to save the females? There is a plan, but it requires the assistance of the items in Wutong's possession. Those items can indeed rescue the females, Bai Lang stated. Looking at the tear gas grenades in Yi Wutong's hand, are you certain those items can truly be used to save the females? Xiongba questioned, still skeptical. Indeed. Why not hear it from Wutong herself? Bai Lang replied. Wutong, please enlighten us on how we can safely extricate the females from the grasp of the stray beasts. Xiongba remained unconvinced of the efficacy of the items in Yi Wutong's possession. Night Wutong discerned that Xiongba did not trust her. She found it unnecessary to argue with him. As long as she assisted him in rescuing the females from the feral beasts, she would be rewarded by the system. And both Xiongba and the orcs would come to believe in her. What I possess are tear gas grenades, she declared. Their potency is formidable. If we throw these grenades into the cave where the feral beasts reside, the beasts will be overwhelmed by the scent, weeping uncontrollably and unable to open their eyes. While they are incapacitated, you can enter the cave and carry the females out. Remember, do not bring too many people, about a dozen will suffice. Night Wutong instructed Xiongba on how to rescue the females. Where did you acquire these tear gas grenades? Xiongba inquired, his curiosity piqued. They were invented by an old beast man from our tribe just before his demise. He entrusted the grenades to the chieftain, who then passed them on to me. Night Wutong fabricated her story. What tribe are you from? Xiongba had long been eager to know her origins. That's a secret, Night Wutong replied. Uninterested in revealing her tribal affiliation. Hand them over to me, Xiongba commanded. I will accompany you, Night Wutong said. Concerned that Xiongba might mishandle the grenades and fail to rescue the females, thus wasting her resources. Very well, you can come with me. I will select a few orcs to carry the females, Xiongba responded, glancing at Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and Ai Air. Xiongba. It would be best if the females from your tribe were carried by your own kin, Bai Lang suggested. Unwilling to come into physical contact with any females other than Night Wutong, fearing it might jeopardize his standing as a potential partner in her eyes. What Bai Lang says is exactly what I wanted to express, Ai Air added, not wanting to incur Night Wutong's displeasure. He had finally garnered a favorable impression in her mind and did not wish to squander it. Aside from Tong Tong, I shall not engage with any other females. My loyalty lies solely with her, Tu Jun declared, apprehensive that Xiongba would assign him the task of carrying the females. Xiongxiu, enraged by Bai Lang and the others' remarks, scolded them. Bai Lang, Ai Air, Tu Jun, you three are truly selfish. I, Xiongxiu, disdain you. Night Wutong's lips twitched. This foolish bear still had the audacity to look down on others, as she devised a plan to shake him off. She couldn't help but think how he could not discern right from wrong. Bai Lang and the others disregarded Xiongxuai, for his intellect was simply not on par with theirs. Alan, Roger, you shall accompany me to rescue the female, Xiongba declared, having selected 10 orcs from his tribe. Xiongba, I too shall join you in this noble endeavor, Xiongxuai asserted, believing that a person of his righteousness should not be absent from such a rescue mission. Very well, Xiongba smirked, relishing the unexpected assistance. Tong Tong, let us be off. Roger will lead the way, and let us refrain from transforming for now. Xiongba feared that should the orcs shift forms, their larger sizes might attract the attention of the wandering beasts. Tong Tong, we will follow closely behind to ensure your safety. Bai Lang said, anxious that Night Wutong might be snatched away by the feral creatures. If you wish to follow, then so be it. Night Wutong was not averse to having a level 7 beast like Bai Lang as her protector. Night Wutong and the formidable Xiongba, along with a dozen or so orcs, arrived at the entrance of the cave where the wandering beasts and the abducted females were held captive. Xiongba, Night Wutong declared. I shall toss a few tear gas grenades into the cave. After a moment, you and your companions will cover your noses and venture inside to rescue the females. With that, Night Wutong hurled 3 tear gas grenades towards the cave. A few minutes later, Xiongba and his male orc subordinates entered the cave, their noses pinched shut. Moments passed, and soon Xiongba emerged, carrying a female orc on his back. She appeared to be in her 30s, her features slightly less appealing than Zhuye's. The female carried by Xingshui was indeed Zhuye herself. The rescued females were weeping, their eyes unable to open due to the lingering effects of the gas. Tong Tong, we have successfully liberated the females. It is time for us to depart, Xiongba announced, making his way towards the direction of the tribe. Upon returning to the tribe, he was determined to warn the females never to venture outside again. Night Wutong mounted upon Tu Jun's back. This great tiger had become her exclusive steed. After galloping a short distance, they soon discovered that beasts were pursuing them. Xiongba tossed the female orc he was carrying onto the back of a nearby male orc and instructed his comrades, those carrying females must return to the tribe. The rest of us shall confront the incoming rogue beasts. The orcs bearing the females hastened towards the direction of their tribe. Tu Jun also wished to return, fearing that the rogue beasts might seize Night Wutong from him. Tu Jun, halt, commanded Night Wutong. She wanted to ascertain the nature of the rogue beasts. Were they truly as fearsome as the legend suggested? Reluctantly, Tu Jun came to a stop. Tu Jun, why have you halted? Bai Lang, noticing Tu Jun's pause, expressed his irritation. It is I who instructed Tu Jun to stop. I am curious to see what the rogue beast look like, Knight Wutong replied. Her curiosity piqued. Just as Bai Lang was about to persuade Knight Wutong to return, a languid and alluring voice interrupted. Little female, since you are so curious about us, why not join us? We shall provide you with a thorough understanding. The speaker was a white leopard, flanked by over 30 animals, including black cats and yellow dogs. In an instant, the leopard transformed into a handsome man. His long silver hair cascading gracefully across his face, reflecting the sunlight with a smooth sheen, as if imbued with a hint of golden luster. A subtle smile played upon his lips, exuding an air of seductive charm. Knight Wutong lamented the mesmerizing allure of the silver-haired beauty. Chapter 20. The little female is truly beautiful. Upon the transformation of the white leopard into a handsome, naked man, over 30 creatures behind him also morphed into strikingly attractive men. With a flick of his wrist, the silver-haired man produced a white leather skirt, modestly covering his essential parts. The array of handsome men behind him similarly retrieved leather skirts from the ether to drape around themselves. A wheat-skinned beauty spoke to the silver-haired man, Moyen. Look at how stunning that little female is. Her skin is so fair, and her attire is quite unique. I wonder from which tribe she hails. Perhaps we should capture her and present her to the chief. The silver-haired beauty gazed at Knight Wutong with a captivating charm, yet addressed Taki, TSK, Taki. Do you not desire such a beautiful little female? Of course I do, Taki replied, but if the chief finds out, we shall face dire consequences. The black dog beast man was swayed by the silver-haired man's words, yet apprehension lingered in his heart. The other wandering beasts also fixed their ardent gazes upon Knight Wutong, yearning to claim her as their mate, yet equally fearing the chief's wrath. How brazen you two wandering beasts are. To dare covet my partner is truly courting disaster. Bai Lang glared furiously at Moyen. TSK, it seems the little female is yet to bond with anyone, even if she has. I shall snatch her away and make her my companion. Moyen's eyes remained fixated on Knight Wutong, filled with an unquenchable desire. Tongdong is my partner. I will not allow you to take her from me. Xiangshu had long harbored disdain for Moyen, holding a particular aversion for any male, especially the wanderers. He felt powerless against Bai Lang and his companions, for they were the ones chosen by Tongdong. Bald bear, your beast form is grotesque. Do you truly believe the little female would fancy you? Do not be surprised when she rejects you. Moyen scoffed at Xiangshu, seeing him as a rather simple-minded beast man. You, how dare you say such a thing? My human form is quite handsome. Tongdong would never abandon me, would she? Xiangshu turned to seek reassurance from Knight Wutong. Knight Wutong ignored Xingshui. In her heart, he was certainly not the partner she envisioned for her future. With that foolish demeanor, how could he ever be worthy? Tongdong, why are you silent? Are you truly going to cast me aside? Xiangshui lamented, feeling wronged. Yu Wutong did not spare a single glance for Xiangshui. Her disdain for him was palpable. If given the choice between the vagabond beastman Mo Yin and Xiangshui as a future companion, she would unequivocally reject Xiangshui. Her earlier decision at the lakeside to choose him had been a moment of folly. Observing Yu Wutong's indifference, Xiangshui retreated to a corner, consumed by his own sorrow. What clan do you belong to, little female? Could you possibly be of the merfolk? Taki inquired, for he had never encountered such beauty among land-dwelling females. It was said that the merfolk females were the most exquisite of all. Knight Wutong chose to ignore Tachi. Little female, you are far more beautiful than the third princess of the merfolk. Might you reveal to me your lineage? Before becoming a wandering beast, Moyen had encountered the third princess of the merfolk and had even besieged her, with great yearning, for companionship. Yet, the third princess, Chu-Chu, had declined his advances. Yu Wutong disregarded Mo Yin and instructed the great white tiger beneath her, Tu Jun, let us return. Upon witnessing the indistinguishable nature of the wandering beast men and the ordinary ones, Yu Wutong contemplated returning to the tribe. Little female, do not flee. Today you have caught my eye, and henceforth you shall be my mate. Mo Yin leaped forward, blocking Yu Wutong's path. Knight Wutong was infuriated. She had yet to rid herself of Bai Lang and the others, so how could she possibly tolerate one or two more? Step aside, Knight Wutong commanded coldly. Not a chance, Mo Yin retorted, seizing the rare opportunity to claim the stunning female for himself. Bai Lang and Xiang Ba, along with their companions, moved closer to Mo Yin, determined to thwart his attempt to take Knight Wutong away. Knight Wutong pressed her hand against Tu Jun's nose, and then hurled a tear gas canister towards Mo Yin, urging him to flee. As the canister struck near Mo Yin, the noxious fumes enveloped her, causing tears to stream down her face, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Bai Lang, who was in close proximity to Mo Yin, along with the formidable Xiang Ba and several orcs, also experienced varying degrees of the effects. After several minutes, the orcs ceased their weeping and managed to open their eyes. Bai Lang turned to Xiang Ba and said, Xiang Ba, let us eliminate these wandering beasts today. Agreed, Xiang Ba replied fervently, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the stray orcs. The clash between Xiang Ba's faction and the wandering orcs was truly a contest of equals, with both sides suffering casualties. Ultimately, they were left equally wounded, retreating to their respective tribes. As Knight Wutong returned to the cave, she addressed Tu Jun, saying, Tu Jun, please stay outside the cave. I am about to sleep. Tu Jun, perplexed, responded, but Tong Tong, how can you be tired again? Did you not rest sufficiently last night? He wondered if perhaps Tong Tong was afflicted with narcolepsy, which would be concerning. When Bai Lang and the others returned, he intended to inform them of Tong Tong's condition, hoping they could devise a remedy for her ailment. The night Wutong lay upon the bed, not in slumber, but rather in pursuit of the rewards promised by the system, the recompense she rightfully deserved for saving the female. The Night Phoenix communicates with the system through its thoughts. Night Wutong, system, please expedite the delivery of my reward. System, understood. The system granted Night Wutong a storage space and a vial of a menstrual delay potion. The Night Wutong placed the medication to delay menstruation into the storage space. The storage space of the Night Wutong is modest, encompassing merely a few dozen square meters. The system informs her that this storage space is capable of accommodating living beings. Unlike the space of the beast men, which can only contain inanimate objects, Night Wutong felt a surge of joy, henceforth. She would be able to place the rewards bestowed upon her by the system into her own space, freely managing them as she pleased. And the mere thought ignited her excitement. However, once the exhilaration subsided, Night Wutong's mind drifted to Bai Lang and his companions. It was indeed a formidable challenge to persuade the orcs, Bai Lang, Xiong Ba, Tu Jun, and Ai Air, to willingly depart from her side, after all. It was her striking beauty that posed a considerable obstacle. Although Xiong Shu was known for his lecherous nature, he lacked cunning. Should a female entice him, he might easily bond with another female. In conclusion, the path of severing ties with her mate was fraught with difficulties. As Yi Wutong was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the cave. It was Xiong Ba and Bai Lang returning. Tu Jun, why are you lingering outside the cave? Is Tong Tong inside? Bai Lang inquired. Yes, Tong Tong came back and fell asleep, Tu Jun replied. Chapter 21. A desire for stewed meat upon entering the cave. Bai Lang and the other beastmen were greeted by the sight of Yi Wutong resting on the bed, which caused them to swallow hard. The alluring figure of Yi Wutong, with her fair and long legs, stirred their primal instincts. The Night Phoenix feigned slumber, disinterested in the company of Bai Lang and the other beastmen. It seemed that Tong Tong was deeply asleep. Let us venture forth to hunt, and afterwards, prepare dinner for her. Bai Lang, you are injured. Remain here and keep her company. Xiong Ba remarked, gazing at the exquisite visage of Yi Wutong. Xiong Ba, Tu Jun, Ai Air, and Xing Shui set off on their hunting expedition, while Bai Lang stayed behind to watch over Yi Wutong. Sitting by the bedside, Bai Lang fixated on her stunning face. Murmuring softly, Tong Tong, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable familiarity, as though we had known each other for many years. Could this be destiny? Yi Wutong pondered whether Bai Lang was aware of her sleeplessness, intentionally making such remarks to deepen their emotional bond. Even beast men possessed the art of flirtation. The emotionally naive Yi Wutong secretly speculated that Bai Lang was deliberately courting her. Night Wutong realized that her pretense of sleep had been seen through by Bai Lang, and she could no longer maintain the facade. With a sudden movement, she sat upright. Tong Tong, you are awake. Are you hungry? Xiong Ba and the others have gone hunting. Once they return, I shall prepare roasted meat for you, Bai Lang said to Night Wutong. Bai Lang, how many meals do we consume each day in this beastly world? Night Wutong pondered, noting that it was already past 2 o'clock, and she had missed lunch. It seemed she would be skipping straight to dinner. Twice a day? Bai Lang was taken aback, surprised that Tong Tong would inquire about such a matter, as he presumed the orcs were well aware of their meal schedule. In our tribe, we partake in 3 meals a day, once in the morning, once at noon, and once in the evening. Henceforth, I shall ensure that I have 3 meals daily. Night Wutong declared to Bai Lang. Very well, I shall prepare 3 meals for Tong Tong each day from now on. Yi Wutong gleaned some information about the beast realm from Bai Lang. In this realm, the majority of the inhabitants are beastmen organized into tribes, alongside a few beast cities. Typically, the beastmen engage in barter, exchanging goods directly. They also utilize precious crystals for purchases, which are rare and highly valued. After approximately an hour had passed, Xiong Ba, Tu Jun, and Ai Air returned from their hunt. The trio laid their catch upon the ground and commenced the process of roasting the meat. Yi Wutong and Bai Lang hastily dashed out of the cave. Night Wutong addressed Xiong Ba, saying, Xiong Ba, I do not wish to consume roasted meat tonight. It is too tough for my liking. I desire stewed meat instead. Xiong Ba and his companions, the orcs, were taken aback, for they were unfamiliar with the concept of stewed meat, having never tasted it before. Stewed meat? What is that? Xiong Ba inquired. I have never heard of the stewed meat you speak of, Tong Tong. Tu Jun expressed his confusion. Ire, with her fox-like eye sparkling, chimed in, Tong Tong. Please enlighten us on how to prepare it, and we shall make it for you. As Yi Wutong pressed her forehead in contemplation, she momentarily forgot that this was a primitive beast realm, where its inhabitants were oblivious to the art of stewing meat. To enjoy a hearty stew, one must rely on oneself, for the necessary seasonings must also be foraged from the depths of the forest. Tu Jun and I shall venture into the woods to gather the spices, she instructed. Xiong Ba, you and the others should take the game you have captured to the riverbank, cleanse it thoroughly, remove the entrails, and then return with it. Once back, chop it into small pieces and place it into the pot. Having spoken, Yi Wutong mounted the formidable back of Tu Jun, who had transformed into a magnificent white tiger, and set off towards the nearest forest in search of the required seasonings. Upon entering the forest, Yi Wutong immediately discovered scallions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, fennel seeds, and fermented soybean paste. Upon returning, Wutong beheld a large iron pot brimming with neatly cut and uniformly sized pieces of meat, a sight that filled her with satisfaction. She proportionately added the seasoning for stewing meat into the pot and addressed Xiang Ba and the others, saying, Xiang Ba, continue tending to the fire. Ayr and Tu Jun. You two venture into the forest and bring back a sturdy tree to serve as a lid for the pot, preferably one that lacks any peculiar odor. Ayr and Tu Jun transformed into their beast forms and dashed away. Tong Tong, what would you have me do? Bai Lang inquired, eager to assist her. Bai Lang. You are gravely injured, and with your internal wounds, it is unwise for you to engage in strenuous tasks. You should focus on recuperating, Wutong replied. Observing the pallor on Bai Lang's handsome face, which was a clear indication of his serious injuries, she could not fathom why he had not sought treatment from the shaman. Tong Tong, you are concerned for me, Bai Lang said, his eyes sparkling with joy, for he knew he held a significant place in her heart. I am not concerned about you. I do not care about anyone. Wutong vehemently denied, dismissing any notion of concern. As the queen of assassins, how could she possibly care for others? She had been indoctrinated from a young age to be heartless and unfeeling, convincing herself that she would never care for anyone in her lifetime, let alone an orc. Tong Tong, do not deny it. You indeed care for me. Bai Lang remarked as he moved closer to Wutong. The night sycamore tree, disinterested in White Lang, inquired of Xiang Ba, where has Commander Xiang gone? It has been quite a while since I last saw him. Commander Xiang has gone to Heartling's side, to deliver the game he has hunted, Xiang Ba replied. In the depths of the night, Wutong silently mused that it would be best for Xiang Shui to forge a bond with Xianlinger. Bai Lang and Xiang Ba exchanged knowing smiles, for it was evident from Wutong's demeanor that she harbored no affection for the burly bear. Chapter 22. Zhu seeks to form a union with Bai Lang Ayr and Tu Jun returned, each shouldering a robust tree. They had not transformed into animals, rather. They bore the tree back in their human forms. The night sycamore tree gazed in astonishment as the mighty tree was effortlessly lifted by Ayr and Tu Jun, showcasing their remarkable strength. The trunk, at its thickest, was beyond the embrace of both individuals, and the tree had been uprooted entirely, with even the slenderest branches pruned away. Ayr and Tu Jun carefully placed the tree in an open space. Tong Tong, aren't you planning to craft the pot lid? Share with me your method. And I shall assist you, Ayr said, leaning closer to Wutong. Tong Tong, I too wish to help you, Tu Jun added, also approaching Wutong. Night Wutong gazed at the two grand trees, pondering the multitude of items that could be crafted from them. Beyond pot lids, there were wooden tubs for bathing and basins for laundry. The list of creations was indeed extensive. Why not endeavor to create them all today? She mused. Ayr, Tu Jun. I will illustrate the items we need to make. You may first examine their shapes, and then I shall guide you through the crafting process. After articulating her thoughts, Night Wutong took a branch and sketched the intended items upon the ground. Ayr, having previously fashioned stools and spoons, remarked upon observing Night Wutong's drawings, Tong Tong. I believe I am well equipped to create these objects you have illustrated. You need only to oversee my efforts. As Night Wutong entrusted Ayr and Tu Jun to carry out their tasks, she settled onto a wooden bench, allowing her thoughts to wander into the vastness of space. After 20 minutes had elapsed, Ayr and Tu Jun completed the pot lid, and Night Wutong instructed Tu Jun to wash it by the riverbank. In no time, Tu Jun returned, presenting the pristine pot lid to Night Wutong, who then placed it perfectly atop the pot. Night Wutong cast an approving glance at Ayr, who lowered her head, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Ayr and Tu Jun continued their task of crafting a wooden tub, while Night Wutong drifted into a reverie. Gradually, the rich aroma of the simmering meat wafted through the air, pulling Night Wutong back to reality. Is the stew ready to eat? Xiang Ba inquired, his hunger evident. He had exerted himself considerably today, and the breakfast he had consumed was long digested. It is ready, Night Wutong replied, ladling the meat into each wooden bowl. As Wutong observed Ayr and Tu Jun still engrossed in their tasks, he addressed them, saying, Ayr, Tu Jun, cease your labors and come to dine. As the night deepened, Wutong and a few others commenced their meal. Tong Tong, this braised meat is truly exquisite, remarked Xiang Ba, savoring each bite. Indeed, Tong Tong. This stew is absolutely delightful, Tu Jun echoed in admiration. From now on, we shall prepare braised meat for you, Ayr declared with enthusiasm. As the night phoenix tree bore its fragrant blossoms, the aroma of stewed meat ignited excitement among the primitive orcs. Humph! While Bai Lang savored the stew, a sense of familiarity enveloped him, as if he had tasted it before, yet the memory eluded him. Perhaps it was a figment of his dreams? The moment the night phoenix tree lifted the pot lid, a tantalizing fragrance wafted across several miles, ensnaring the orcs who had been secretly observing her. Overcome by the enticing scent, they yearned to dash over and seize the meat directly from the pot. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies, for they dared not act on them. Their chieftain was a formidable 7th-level beast, and provoking him could lead to dire consequences, potentially being dispatched with a single swipe of his claw. Moreover, even the lowest-ranked males among the chieftain's entourage were at least 6th-level beasts. Thus, they chose to endure their cravings. Yet, the children harbored different inclinations. Drawn by the alluring aroma, they unconsciously approached its source, finding themselves before the night phoenix tree. As she indulged in the succulent stew, she noticed several adorable little ones, exquisitely delicate, gazing at her with wide eyes, swallowing hard in anticipation. The night phoenix tree is devoid of sentiment, yet upon beholding such adorable little ones, my heart is tenderly softened by their cuteness. Night Wutong addressed the several young boys, around 5 or 6 years old, who were gazing at her. Little ones, are you staring at your sister because you wish to have some meat? Night Wutong was certain that the enticing aroma of braised meat had lured these little children. Yes, sister, I want to eat meat, one boy said, looking at her with pleading eyes. Sister, me too. I also want to eat meat, another boy chimed in, drooling slightly. Tu Jun, please serve each of the little friends a bowl of meat, Night Wutong instructed Tu Jun. There were plenty of wooden bowls made by AI Air in the morning. More than sufficient. Tu Jun filled a bowl of meat for each of the young orc children. The little orc friends eagerly accepted their bowls and devoured the contents heartily, licking their bowls clean. After returning the bowls to Night Wutong, one of them remarked, Sister, you are truly beautiful, before they all scampered away. Night Wutong chuckled, finding the orc child's manner of expressing gratitude quite amusing. As the orc females approached after seeing the child savor the stew, Night Wutong recognized some familiar faces among them, Zhu Yi and Delice. Zhu Yi, unfazed by the injury and demise of her partner, appeared to be in high spirits. The females were not gazing at Night Wutong. Their interest lay in the handsome foreign males, including Bai Lang. Unexpectedly, the enticing aroma of the stew drew them closer, igniting their desire for a taste. Xiangba noticed the females from his clan approaching and inquired, Do you have business here? Zi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. If there's nothing, you may leave, Xiangba said impatiently. Zhu Yi caught Bai Lang's teasing glance and mistakenly believed he had taken a liking to her. Chief, I have something to say, Zhi said, salivating at the thought of the stew. Speak, Xiangba replied sternly. I wish to bond with this foreign male, Zhu Yi declared, pointing at Bai Lang. Chapter 23. Zhu Yi, you are truly unattractive. Zhu Yi's declaration left everyone speechless. What did you just say? Xiongba asked, convinced he had misheard. Chief, I wish to bond with the male in the white animal skin skirt, Zhu Yi asserted resolutely. You mean you want to bond with Bai Lang? I did not mishear. Xiongba realized Zhu Yi had developed an interest in Bai Lang. Yes, I wish to bond with Bai Lang, and I hope the chief will consent. Zhu Yi had discovered that the male she fancied, clad in a white animal skin skirt, was named Bai Lang, a name she found appealing. Zhu Yi, if you wish to bond with Bai Lang, do not ask for my approval, rather, you should inquire of Bai Lang himself. Xiongba chuckled to himself, finding amusement in Bai Lang's predicament. Let us see how he navigates the situation. If he fails, it would serve to irk Tong Tong, and then the position of her first mate shall be mine. Chief, I like Bai Lang. Are you not angry? Zhu Yi secretly wished for Xiongba's ire. If he were angry, it would indicate jealousy, implying he held affection for her. If Xiongba liked her, she could claim him alongside Bai Lang as her mates, and perhaps even include the 3 handsome foreign males as well. She feared not the multitude of partners. Angry? Why should I be? I do not harbor feelings for Bai Lang, nor for you. What reason have I to be upset? Xiangba found Zhu Yi's self-importance amusing. Believing that everyone was enamored with her, he genuinely felt the urge to swat her away. At that moment, Bai Lang was seething with rage. His smile vanished. This detestable Zhu Yu had the audacity to propose bonding with him, an affront to his dignity. He, Bai Lang, was exceptional. Only Night Wutong was worthy of being his mate. No other female had the right to claim that position. Your name is Zhu Yi? Bai Lang glowered at her, suppressing the impulse to strike her down. Yes, I am Zhu Yi, a female of the pig clan. I have been in this tribe for many years. I like you, and I wish to bond with you, hoping you will stay in this tribe for my sake. Zhu Yi, over 30, had once been a white pig residing in the pig clan and had moved to Xiongba's lion clan 8 years prior. Haha, Zhu Yi, a pig. You are utterly ridiculous. Night Wutong laughed and sang, unable to contain her amusement. Zhu Yi's antics were simply too entertaining to resist. The night phoenix sings the song of the pig, mocking Zhu Yi. Angered, Zhu Yi's already unattractive face contorts into a grimace. Lang, look at this bothersome new female bullying me. You must help me teach her a lesson. Zhu lunges towards Bai Lang, attempting to throw herself into his embrace. Bai Lang deftly sidesteps, causing Zhu to miss her target and nearly fall to the ground. With a look of grievance, Zhu gazes at Bai Lang and pouts. Lang, why did you dodge? Look, I almost fell. Do you not feel any sympathy? At this moment, Yi Wutong could hardly contain her laughter as she addressed Zhu Yi, saying, Look, the pig is ignoring you. Aha, how amusing. Ever since she ascended to the title of the King of Assassins, it had been quite some time since she had laughed so heartily. Today, Zhu Yi's foolish antics truly brought her joy. The night phoenix pondered that Zhu Yi was indeed a lively treasure. Zhu Yi, do you wish to bond with me? Bai Lang inquired coldly, his voice resembling a chilling frost that could freeze one's very essence. Yes, I desire to unite with Lang. Does Lang not wish for the same? Zhu Yi replied, sensing Bai Lang's displeasure, which led her to wonder if he might be reluctant to form a union with her. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, for she considered herself a remarkable female, one that no male could resist, save for their chieftain, Xiongba. Zhu Yi concluded that Bai Lang's discontent was not directed at her, but rather at the new female, who had bullied her, thus provoking Bai Lang's ire. You, With your unseemly appearance, dare to aspire to bond with me? Bai Lang retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent Zhu sprawling several meters away. She landed heavily on the ground, wincing in pain as she rubbed her sore backside. Just then, Xiangshu returned from a visit with Xian Linger and witnessed Bai Lang's act of aggression. He hurried to Zhu Ye's side, assisting her to her feet. Zhu Yi, are you all right? He asked, concern etched on his face. My head aches terribly, Zi exclaimed, collapsing into Xiangshu's embrace. He stood momentarily stunned, captivated by Zhu Ye's soft and comforting presence. Night Wutong observed the interaction between Zhu Yi and Xiong Shuai, curled her lip and remarked to Bai Lang and the other beastmen, look at Xiong Shuai, how compassionate he is, truly understanding the tender sentiments of others. You should all take a leaf out of his book. Night Wutong chuckled to herself, wishing that Bai Lang, Xiangba, Tu Jun, and AI heir would desire Xiong Shu as she did. If they did, she could swiftly cast them aside and reclaim her freedom. Bai Lang frowned, fully aware of Night Wutong's intentions to dismiss him. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Xiangba secretly lamented, realizing that this Tong Tong had yet to acknowledge him as her future partner, and he must strive harder. Tu Jun thought, I will not emulate Xiong Shu. My heart belongs solely to Tong Tong. I shall not extend my pity to any female other than her. AI heir contemplated, I must intensify my efforts to win Tong Tong's affection. I cannot bear the thought of her leaving me. The group of beastmen silently mourned for Xiong Shu, convinced that he would ultimately be discarded by Night Wutong. My head is spinning. Could you carry me back to my cave? Ji looked up at the stunned Xiong Shu and requested. Chapter 24. The overwhelming love of Xiong Shu. Ji wanted Xiong Shu to carry her back, as she resolved that since she could not have Bai Lang, she would seduce the imposing bear into her cave and bond with him. She admired Xiong Shu's human form, his robust physique and handsome visage, and she could sense his strength through the animal skin skirt he wore, which delighted her immensely. As Xiong Shu pondered whether he should escort Zhu Yi home, an injured beast man limped towards them. This man was AI-1, Zhu Yi's sole surviving partner. Zhu Yi, I shall carry you back, AI-1 declared as he pulled Zhu Yi from Xiong Shu's embrace. He then addressed Xiongba, outsider male. Our chief's beautiful future partner is also yours, is she not? If you care for your future partner, refrain from entangling yourself with other females, lest you regret it. Many beastmen envy you for having such a lovely future mate. With that, he hoisted the plump Zhu Yi and made his way towards her cave. You insufferable cripple. Set me down. I wish to bond with this handsome outsider. Zhu kicked her legs in protest. AI-1, being a mere third-level beastman with one leg impaired, struggled against Zhu Yi's weight. Zhu Yi wriggled free from AI-1's grasp and dashed back to Xiong Shu, throwing herself into his arms and softly imploring, outsider brother. My head is spinning. Could you take me home? Isn't your partner here to fetch you? Xiong Shu felt he should not be the one to escort Zhu Yi, as her partner had arrived. That wretched cripple? I have no desire for him. Zi pouted, shaking Xiong Shu's arm in a playful manner. Please, take me home. Very well. Xiong Shu was completely entranced by Zhu Yi's charm. Outsider male, you must consider the consequences of taking my partner home. Do you believe you can escape unscathed? If you do not cherish your future partner, I welcome you to join our ranks. After all, the more hands to care for Zhu Yi, the easier it will be for me. I hope you do not regret escorting her home, AI-1 said with resignation. Bound to take Zhu Yi home and unwillingly bond with her, especially as she was over a decade his senior. I, Zhu Yi, no longer wish to accompany you home. Let your partner carry you. AI-1 had no interest in Zhu Yi. He simply felt compassion for every female, believing each one to be precious and deserving of care, ensuring none were wronged. Once again, AI-1 lifted Zhu Yi, turning to leave, this time holding her tightly as he sought revenge for Zhu Yi's forced bonding with him. Seeing AI-1 carry Zhu Yi farther away, Xiong Shu approached Night Wutong and the others. Xiongba addressed the lingering females. Why do you not leave? He exerted his dominance, disliking being surrounded by those with ulterior motives. The females, unable to withstand the pressure, hurriedly fled. Xiongba, females are invaluable. As a leader, it is unbecoming of you to intimidate them, Xiong Shu retorted angrily, having witnessed the distress of the females under Xiongba's influence. Do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? Our lion clan does not welcome you. You may return to your bear clan. Xiongba expressed his distaste for the foolish bear. Wherever Tong Tong is, I shall remain. If she does not leave, neither shall I, Xiong Shu declared resolutely. His eyes lit up upon spotting the stewing meat in the large iron pot. He quickly filled a bowl to the brim and devoured it voraciously, exclaiming, delicious, truly delectable. I have never tasted such exquisite meat. In no time, the bowl was empty. As he reached for another helping, Bai Lang intervened. You must have dined with Xian Linger already. Bai Lang remarked coldly. I shall take another bowl to Xian Linger. This meat is too delightful not to share with such a precious female, Xiong Shu replied, believing that such delectable fare deserved to be shared with Xian Linger. Foolish bear, I have stated clearly that Bai Lang, Xiongba, Tu Jun, and AI heir's catch will not be given to Xian Linger, Night Wutong asserted as she snatched the wooden bowl from Xiong Shu's hands and cast it to the ground. Night Wutong had long harbored a deep-seated displeasure towards Xiong Shuai. Were it not for the disparity in their strength, she would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson and send him packing. How could you be so unreasonable, Tong Tong? Xi and Lingo interjected. I sustained injuries because of you. I merely offered her a bowl of meat. What harm could that possibly cause? Xiang Shui regarded Knight Wudong as utterly incomprehensible. I have made it clear that I will not allow you to give meat to Xi and Linger. Bai Lang, Xiongba, Tu Jun, and Air have yet to satisfy their hunger. How can you justify giving the meat to her? Knight Wudong's anger intensified. Xiong Shui, that insufferable brute, was pushing her limits. Tong Tong, Bai Lang, and the others are males. They can afford to eat less. Xi and Lingo, being female, deserves extra care, Xiong Shui retorted, casting a glance at Bai Lang and the others. In response, Bai Lang exchanged glances with Tu Jun, who retaliated by delivering a powerful slap that sent Xiong Shui sprawling several meters away. In the depths of her heart, Yu Wudong felt a sense of secret delight. It would serve that bear, Xiong Shui, right to be struck down by Tu Jun. Xiong Shui fell to the ground, taking a while to rise, and bellowed at Tu Jun, Great Tiger, today, Grandfather Bear is here to duel with you. Chapter 25. We come to reclaim our partner's reckless pursuit of death. Tu Jun stood up, glaring fiercely at Xiong Shui, who had long since ignited his ire. The clumsy and lascivious bear was utterly oblivious to the treasures before him, neglecting the splendid Tong Tong while instead lavishing attention on those loathsome females. Tu Jun was tempted to swat him down with a single paw. Xiong Ba and Bai Lang were taken aback by Xiong Shui's audacity to challenge Tu Jun. Tu Jun was a grade 6 beast, while Xiong Shui was merely a grade 5. Though the difference was but a single rank, the disparity in strength was immense. It was improbable that Xiong Shui would not be thoroughly thrashed by Tu Jun. Who shared a close bond with Xiong Shui's elder brother, Xiong Da, was incensed by Xiong Shui's foolishness. How could this simpleton not possess the wisdom of his brother? Was he not courting trouble? The night sycamore tree chuckled softly, contemplating how delightful it would be if the foul bear, Xiong Shui, were to be vanquished by Tu Jun. Xiong Shui approached Tu Jun, their gazes locking in a fierce confrontation. Both stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, boasting chiseled physiques adorned with 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, and each possessing an extraordinary handsomeness. As the two continued to glare at one another, a resonant roar echoed from outside the tribe, reverberating through the air with a commanding presence. Roar, roar, roar. Upon hearing the roar, Xiongba transformed into a magnificent golden lion, responding with 3 mighty roars of his own. Roar, roar, roar. The Knight Wudong conjecture, could it be that some incident has occurred within the tribe? Has yet another female been abducted? The females are indeed a source of trouble. Xiongba addressed Bai Lang and the others, saying, some outsiders have arrived. You two must ensure the safety of Tong Tong while I investigate the purpose of these newcomers. With that, he hastened away. Knight Wudong sighed, remarking on how truly busy the chieftain, Xiongba, was. Xiong Shui turned to Knight Wudong and said, Tong Tong, I shall first go to see which clansmen have arrived. Please stay here and do not move. With that, he transformed into a great bear and dashed away. Knight Wutong's lips curled slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that this great bear would revel in the commotion. Xiongba and his numerous kin gathered outside the tribe, where they encountered a throng of male orcs standing at the entrance. I wonder what the leaders of the leopard clan and the dog clan bring their kin to my tribe for? Xiongba approached a handsome man clad in leopard skin. I heard from your shaman that a female from your lion clan has arrived. My mate went missing a few days ago, and I believe your newly arrived female is my lost companion. I have come to retrieve her. The leopard clan leader spoke ominously to Xiongba. Indeed, we have come to reclaim our mates. Quickly, hand over our companion. The cat clan leader's handsome visage was etched with fury. Before Xiongba could respond, Bear Shui interjected, nonsense. How could Tong Tong possibly be your mate? She is still a minor. A minor? Yes, our mate is indeed a minor. She is the betrothed of the leopard clan leader and me. Once she comes of age, we shall unite, the cat clan leader, Xian Han, declared, his beautiful eyes gleaming with cunning. The leopard clan leader, Simon, nodded in agreement, insisting, hasten to return our mate Tong Tong to us. We will compensate you with crystal stones for her stay with you. Nonsense. How could Tong Tong possibly be your mate? Xiongba thought to himself that Simon and Xian Han must have heard of Tong Tong's beauty and were intent on claiming her, fabricating the story of her being their mate. Isn't it simple? Let us see her, and we shall know the truth. If not, we will take our leave, the leopard clan leader asserted to Xiongba. I will fetch Tong Tong. Bear Shui transformed into a great bear and dashed toward the tribe. Stop, Bear Shui. Xiongba attempted to intervene, but Bear Shui had already vanished from sight. Bear Shui reached Knight Wudong, seizing him and sprinting back toward the tribe's entrance, while Knight Wudong clutched the fur around Bear Shui's neck. Bai Lang, Air, and Tu Jun also transformed into their animal forms and pursued Bear Shui. Bear Shui halt. Bai Lang bellowed. Bear Shui burst forth from the tribe, casting Knight Wudong to the ground. Knight Wudong was thrown to the ground by Xiong Shui, landing hard enough to feel pain in her backside. Angrily, she tossed a small handful of fur onto the ground and shouted, You foolish bear, just wait. Bai Lang quickly reverted to his human form and helped Knight Wudong up, while Air gently brushed off the dirt from her clothes. Upon noticing the scrapes on her hands and legs, Tu Jun felt a pang of sympathy. Bai Lang gestured to Tu Jun, who then directed a swift kick towards the newly transformed Xiang Shuai, sending him crashing into a tree several meters away before sliding down its trunk. At that moment, Simon, the leopard clan leader, and Xian Han, the cat clan leader, were both struck by Knight Wutong's breathtaking beauty, instantly captivated and determined to possess her. Bai Lang and the others observed their expressions with keen interest, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in Bai Lang's eyes. Xiong Ba, this female is my and Simon's mate. We hope you will return her to us, and we shall be grateful, Xian Han spoke to Xiong Ba. Yet his gaze was fixated on Knight Wutong. I am not your mate, Knight Wutong protested, feeling uncomfortable under the intense scrutiny of the foreign males. Especially two strikingly handsome young ones who claimed her as their partner, which irked her greatly. That's sheer nonsense. Tongdong, stop messing around and come back with us. It will be dark soon, and your mother is waiting for you at home. Xian Han urged. I don't know you, stop speaking nonsense. I am not your mate. Knight Wutong insisted, thinking to herself that if she were truly soulbound, perhaps she might have believed these eerie men. Tongdong, you must be suffering from amnesia. It is entirely normal to forget that we are your mates, but we truly are. Come back with us. Xian Han approached her. Stay back. Do not come too close to Tong Tong, or I shall strike you down. Bai Lang threatened Xian Han. At that moment, Xian Han finally noticed Bai Lang standing beside Knight Wutong. Bai Lang's stunningly beautiful visage posed a threat to him. He had always considered himself quite handsome. Yet this white wolf surpassed him in beauty. Furrowing his brow, Xian Han inquired ominously, Who are you? In a fit of rage twisted with mockery, Bai Lang replied loudly. I am Totong's first mate. My name is Bai Lang. His voice echoed for all to hear. First mate? When did Tongdong acquire such a mate? Was it just in the past couple of days? Xian Han squinted his eyes suspiciously. Indeed, she chose me as her first mate yesterday. Bai Lang's gaze toward Knight Wutong brimmed with affection. He felt blessed by the beast gods to have such a remarkable partner in this lifetime. I, Xian Han, and Tongtong's true first mate. She and I share mutual feelings, and our bond has long been established. Once she comes of age, she will bear me a litter of kittens, Xian Han declared, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He found Knight Wutong irresistibly beautiful and had no qualms about her being a beastly female. He had never encountered a female in the beast realm more stunning than her. Not even modern-day celebrities could compare. Xian Han regarded Knight Wutong as a female of the beast realm. He was originally a modern film emperor who met his demise at an award ceremony when a trophy fell upon him. His soul then traversed into the body of a 7th-level cat beast, and he had become the leader of the cat clan 3 years prior. Enough. I am not your mate, and I have no intention of bearing any filthy kittens for you. Knight Wutong detested cats, and the mere thought of birthing little kittens made her shudder. Tong, stop this. Come home with us. Xian Han suddenly lunged forward, scooping Knight Wutong into his arms. His speed was astounding, leaving Knight Wutong and everyone present momentarily stunned. Regaining her senses, she struggled fiercely to escape his grasp. Bai Lang transformed his hands into wolf claws, aiming to strike at Xian Han, who swiftly released Knight Wutong and dodged Bai Lang's attack. It seems Tongtong does not wish to leave with us today. Very well, Tongtong. I shall return for you in a couple of days, Xian Han declared, leaping several meters away. Xian Han, are we not taking Tongtong today? Simon, the leopard clan leader, inquired. He and Xian Han had conspired that if the new lion clan female was indeed as stunning as the lion clan shaman had claimed, they would stop at nothing to claim her. The new female was undeniably beautiful, yet Simon wondered why Xian Han had chosen to forego taking her today. We shall return shortly. We will come for her in a few days. Let us go, Xian Han concluded, transforming into a massive black cat and sprinting into the depths of the forest. The journey from the lion clan to the cat clan required traversing a dense woodland. As Wutong beheld Xian Han transform into an enormous black cat, she was utterly astonished. This feline was indeed colossal, comparable in size to a large dog. Observing Wutong's bewildered expression, Xiongba lifted her into his arms and began to stride towards his cave. As he walked, he reassured her, Do not fear, Tong. I shall protect you. I will not allow that black cat or the leopard to take you away. In the shadows of the night, Knight Wutong mused, Brother Lion. Whether I remain here with you or choose to stay with the black cat and the leopard, it is all the same to me. There exists no distinction. Do you understand? Your intentions are ultimately identical. Is there truly a difference between birthing kittens and siring lions? Xiongba, your recent behavior has been lacking. You failed to safeguard Wutong adequately. Bai Lang spoke with a palpable rudeness, being a level 7 beast, while Xiongba, also of the same level, is the chosen first mate of Knight Wutong and thus would not extend unnecessary courtesy to him. Bai Lang, have you truly fulfilled your duty to protect Wutong? Allowing her to be carried out by Xiang Shuai only to be unceremoniously dropped to the ground, does this reflect the competence expected of a first mate? If you find yourself incapable of fulfilling this role, I implore you to relinquish your position as first mate, that I may assume it. Xiongba, not one to shy away, stood resolute. Knight Wutong, feeling quite vexed by the incessant chatter of Bai Lang and Xiongba, barked at them. Enough. You two are utterly tiresome. Can't you simply be quiet and embody the essence of a serene gentleman? Just look at Tu Jun and AI Air, so tranquil. Tu Jun and AI Air, basking in Knight Wutong's praise, felt a surge of joy. Her compliments were a clear indication of her fondness, and her affections signified their validation. Bai Lang and Xiang Ba fell silent, recognizing that it was prudent to refrain from further discussion given Knight Wutong's evident irritation. Meanwhile, Xiang Shu hastily approached Xiang Ba and remarked, Xiang Ba, I wish to embrace Wutong. You may take a break. No need for that, Xiang Ba replied, not pausing in his stride. Xiang Ba, hand Wutong over to me. I yearn to hold her and discern whether the sensation is akin to embracing Xin Linger or Zhu Yi. Xiang Shu's words hung in the air. Yet he had not completed his thought. Knight Wutong was already quite exasperated by the imposing bear. She shouted at the bear, Big bear, silence yourself. Yet, the bear, still intent on speaking, continued. In a fit of indignation, Knight Wutong commanded Tu Jun, give this bothersome big bear a thorough beating, as long as you do not take his life. Yi Wutong commanded Xiang Ba to halt, observing Tu Jun chastising Xiong Shuai, complying with Yi Wutong's directive. Tu Jun transformed into a majestic white tiger and lunged at Xiong Shuai. In response, Xiong Shuai morphed into a formidable bear, engaging in combat with Tu Jun. After approximately 10 minutes of fierce struggle, Tu Jun delivered a thorough beating to Xiong Shuai, leaving him bruised and battered. Once the altercation concluded, Tu Jun rose and stood beside Yi Wutong. Xiong Shuai also regained his footing, suddenly tearing away his beast-skin skirt, and plaintively addressed Yi Wutong. Tong Tong. Look at how Tu Jun has pummeled me. I wonder if I am grievously injured. If so, I shall have to consult a shaman. Chapter 27. Visiting the shaman Bai Lang and the others. Observing Yi Wutong's gaze fixed upon Xiong Shuai, mistakenly believed she was enamored with the sight. This notion left them feeling rather displeased. After all, Tong Tong was still in her youth. How could she be so captivated? If she truly wished to behold something, she could gaze upon them instead, which would certainly be more preferable than admiring this foolish and flamboyant bear. The Night Phoenix, unaware of the thoughts harbored by Bai Lang and his companions, would surely be overwhelmed with indignation if she were to discover their intentions. Xiong Shuai, noticing Yi Wutong's gaze fixed upon him, mistakenly believed that she was concerned for his well-being, fearing he might have been harmed by Tu Jun. Don't be disheartened, Tong Tong. I assure you, that foolish tiger hasn't caused me any lasting damage. A few days of rest, and I shall be right as rain, he consoled her, despite the pain he was enduring. Huh, Xiong Shuai, do wrap yourself in your animal skin skirt. It is truly repulsive. Yi Wutong repressed her impulse to berate him further. Tong Tong, how could you say such a thing? You wound my heart, Xiong Shuai lamented, realizing that Yi Wutong harbored disdain for him. The Night Phoenix disregarded Xiong Shuai and said to Xiong Ba, let us depart. The Night Wutong was thrown to the ground by Xiong Shuai, scraping part of her skin. Initially, she felt no pain, but now it ached intensely. Bai Lang, noticing the red abrasions on the exposed white skin of Yi Wutong, squinted and said to Xiong Ba, let us take Tong Tong to see the shaman. That was precisely my intention, replied Xiong Ba, as he made his way towards the shaman's cave. Intending to have Tong Tong treated before inquiring why the shaman, Vor, had disregarded his orders and disclosed Yi Wutong's arrival to the lion tribe to the cat and leopard tribes. Xiong Ba, carrying Yi Wutong, along with Bai Lang and others, arrived at the shaman's cave. Inside, Vor was busy preparing his herbs. Vor, my partner is injured. Please assist me in treating her wounds, Xiong Ba said, placing Yi Wutong on the stone bench within Vor's cave. Vor glanced at Yi Wutong from the corner of his eye, a flash of malice crossing his gaze. However, when he turned to Xiong Ba, the malevolence had vanished, replaced by a smile as he said, Chief, I will diligently tend to your partner's injuries. In his heart, Vor mused, Xiong Ba, since you have asked me to heal your partner, I shall ensure that I inflict some injuries as well. Healing, inflicting harm. A smile adorned Vor's face, yet it did not reach his eyes. Night Wutong observed Wall's overly feigned smile, sensing that something was concealed within his eyes. She realized that Wall must harbor resentment toward her due to Deli's matter, prompting her to remain vigilant around him. New female, your injury is merely a superficial abrasion. A bit of herbal remedy will suffice. Please wait a moment while I prepare the medicine, Wall stated, a glimmer of something flickering in his gaze. He combined several herbs into a fine powder, placing it into a stone bowl, and began to stir it with a dark liquid. Father, I was just pushed by Xinling, and my arm was cut and is bleeding from sharp stones. Deli's entered Wall's cave, startled to find several members of the Xiongba clan gathered. Could it be that Xiongba was injured? She rushed over to him with concern. Xiongba, are you hurt? Is it serious? Xiongba frowned slightly, finding Deli's concern unwarranted. Did he truly need her sympathy? I'm fine. It is merely my companion who has sustained a slight abrasion, he replied coldly, his voice chillingly harsh. That new female? At that moment, Deli's noticed Night Wutong seated on a stone bench within the cave, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. How could this female only have a minor scratch? Why had she not suffered a more grievous fate? Deli's, what is the matter? Are you injured? Wall, having heard his daughter mention being harmed by that insufferable Xinling, felt a pang of sorrow. Father, I was pushed by Xinling and fell onto the rocks, injuring myself on the sharp stones. Look, Deli's urged, presenting her scratched right arm to Wall. How could Xinling be so cruel? Wall exclaimed in anger, furious that his daughter had been harmed. He vowed to ensure that Xinling faced dire consequences. No matter how precious the female in their world, anyone who dared to harm his daughter would meet their end. Xinling is not cruel at all. She is a kind female. It must be that you provoked her, which led to your being pushed. The previously listless Xiongxua suddenly interjected in defense of Xinling. You great bear, dare to speak for Xinling? Delis exclaimed incredulously. After all, she was the second most beautiful female in the tribe, second only to Zhuya, while Xinling was hardly attractive. This foreign male, do you have feelings for Xinling? Do you wish to bond with her? Wall asked with a smirk. I do not have feelings for Xinling. I have a partner. Please do not speak nonsense. Xiongxua stammered, casting a furtive glance at Knight Wutong, fearing her ire. Thankfully, she appeared unfazed. The Knight Wutong is indifferent to who Xiongxua favors. Dallas. Please wait a moment. I will administer the medication to the new female first. Once she departs, I shall attend to you. Wall spoke to Dallas while gazing at the Knight Wutong. Knight Wutong smiled at Wall and said, Wall, the healer, since you have prepared the medicine, why not apply it to Delis first? Her injury is far more severe than mine, and if we delay, it may leave a scar. I shall attend to you after the new female has been treated, Wall replied. Father, my injury is grave. Why do you prioritize the new female over me? Delis expressed her dissatisfaction. Delis, do not fuss. I will tend to the new female first, and once she departs, I shall address your wounds. Wall responded with a playful wink. Why? Father, what is wrong with your eyes? Delis inquired, puzzled by Wall's expression. I shall enlighten you. The herbs your father recently concocted contain a poison that causes skin decay. He does not wish to apply this remedy to you. Knight Wutong coldly remarked to Delis. Chapter 28, Reaping What One Sows. New female, you speak nonsense. How could I dare to poison the medicine? Your suspicion is unwarranted. Perhaps it would be best if I prepared a fresh batch for you, Wall said, feeling anxious. He was uncertain whether Knight Wutong truly recognized herbs or merely guessed correctly due to her suspicions. He had intended to covertly poison Knight Wutong, but, having been exposed, he realized he could no longer proceed with the application. If Knight Wutong's skin were to decay, the formidable Xiangba would not spare him. Thus, he resolved to bide his time. Even if Wall were to forcefully apply the medicine to Knight Wutong, she would undoubtedly refuse. Tong, do you possess knowledge of herbs? Bai Lang questioned, bewildered, for did not all healers understand the flora? Was Tong a healer of some tribe? Xiongba, Tu Jun, and Ai Air shared Bai Lang's sentiments. Well, I know a bit. Not all healers are knowledgeable, Knight Wutong replied candidly. Old Wall, you dare to harm my partner? You are courting death, Xiongba exclaimed, furious that Wall would attempt to poison Knight Wutong under his very nose, showing a blatant disregard for his authority as chieftain. Chieftain, I did not. The new female is your partner. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I would not dare. It must be the new female's imagination. Delis has feelings for you. And her position is threatened by the new female. She is slandering me, seeking to shift the blame onto me. Chieftain, see how truly malicious the new female is. Wall defended himself, not hesitating to malign Knight Wutong. Wall was aware that Xiongba and Bai Lang were unfamiliar with herbs. He merely needed to find an opportunity to destroy the evidence. Even if Xiongba sought out healers from other tribes, the medicine would be discarded. Healer, do you truly believe that I, Knight Wutong, would feel threatened by your daughter Delis regarding my standing in Xiongba's eyes? With Delis's character, does she even qualify? Knight Wutong laughed in disbelief, realizing that Wall genuinely regarded his daughter with undue importance. Knight Wutong discerned that Xiongba harbored disdain for Dai Lisi, who, in her naive self-importance, remained oblivious to the contempt directed at her. How could the females in this beastly realm possess such thick skin? Upon hearing Knight Wutong's words, Dai Lisi was incensed. Though the term eluded her comprehension, she discerned that Knight Wutong looked down upon her, insinuating that she was unworthy of Xiongba. Thus, with indignation, Dai Lisi retorted, New female, you vile creature, how dare you slander my father, accusing him of adding skin-corrosive poison to the medicine he prepared for you. What a wicked heart you possess. Uncertain if her father had indeed poisoned Knight Wutong's medicine, she believed it prudent to align with her father's intentions. Ah, you speak of wickedness. To ascertain whether your father has indeed poisoned my medicine, a simple test will suffice, Knight Wutong replied. Her gaze fixed on the wounds adorning Dai Lisi's arm. What test? You intend for me to apply the medicine my father concocted upon my injury? Dai Lisi suddenly grasped Knight Wutong's intent in scrutinizing her wounded arm. Indeed, you are correct, Knight Wutong remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly. Acknowledging that Dai Lisi was not entirely dim-witted. I shall refrain from applying it. My injury is not severe, Dai Lisi faltered, her fear rising. She was uncertain whether her father's medicine, if applied to her wound, would lead to corruption. She preferred to wait until Xiongba and his companions departed before requesting new medicine from her father. This seemed the more prudent course. Witch doctor, should you dare to apply the medicine to Dai Lisi, I shall believe you bear no ill will towards my mate. Conversely, should you refuse, it would imply a desire to harm her, Bai Lang declared to the witch doctor. Witch doctor, hasten to apply the freshly prepared herbs to Dai Lisi. Are you afraid of causing her skin to rot? Xiangba glared at Wu, having discerned the witch doctor's sinister intentions towards Tong Tong. I shall proceed to apply the medicine to Dai Li Si at once, Wu responded, a cunning glint in his eye. Knowing well that his concoction would not immediately corrode the skin, after Night Wutong's departure, he could swiftly wash the medicine away from Dai Li Si's body. Apply it quickly. Xiongba urged. Yes, Chief, Wu replied, seizing Dai Li Si's arm with intent to administer the medicine. Alarmed, Dai Li Si recoiled. Her small eyes fixed upon Wu as she inquired, Father, are you certain that applying your medicine to the new female will not cause my arm to rot away? Wu assured her, rest assured, it will not harm you. He planned to wash it off shortly regardless. Father, I demand you swear to the beast god that you speak the truth, Dai Li Si insisted, scrutinizing Wu's eyes for any sign of deceit. Wu, exasperated by Dai Li Si's apparent foolishness, found himself compelled to swear. He clasped his hands and proclaimed to the heavens, I swear to the beast god. If I have added skin-corrosive poison to the medicine prepared for the new female, may I be punished by 100 beasts trampling me to death. Inwardly, he added a silent caveat, dismissing his own words as mere folly. After administering the medicine to Dai Li Si, Wu turned to Xiongba, stating, Chief, I have applied the medicine to Dai Li Si. Surely you believe me now? The new female merely has a scrape, and does not require further treatment. May we not take our leave? He wished for Xiongba and his group to depart swiftly, eager to cleanse the herbs from Dai Li Si's skin. We shall remain until we ascertain that Dai Li Si's skin is unharmed, Night Wutong countered, denying Dai Li Si the opportunity to wash away the herbs. New female, you ought to return and rest, Wu exclaimed, panic rising within him. If Dai Li Si did not wash off the herbs promptly, her skin would inevitably begin to rot. I am not fatigued. I shall not depart just yet. I wish to inspect your cave and its herbs. Night Wutong feigned interest in Wu's collection. Fully aware that soon Dai Li Si's entire arm would succumb to decay, Wu's mind raced as he grappled with the unfolding dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed. Night Wutong chuckled softly, Wu, you old rascal, do you really think you can contend with me? Not only you, but even that old man beside me in modern times has succumbed to my prowess. Father, my arm itches terribly. It's unbearable. Please help me. Delice cried out loudly. Chapter 29. Night Wutong's anger wolf furrowed his brow and reassured Delice, do not fear, Delice, this is a normal reaction. Just endure for a moment. The discomfort will soon pass. Wu was acutely aware that the poison had already permeated Delice's skin, and it was too late to wash it away. In a month's time, her skin would begin to decay. In short, Delice's left arm was beyond salvation. Is that true? Father, are you being honest? Upon hearing Wu's words, Delice felt a significant alleviation in her discomfort. The pain and itchiness seemed to diminish. Indeed, my dear. When have I ever deceived you? Rest assured. Wu comforted Delice, though today he was compelled to weave a falsehood. He knew the concoction he had prepared for Night Wutong was a slow-acting poison. It would first seep into the wounds, causing pain and itching, only to subside after a while, eventually forming scabs that would appear to heal completely. With decay commencing a month later. In essence, the potion he had crafted was a form of chronic toxin. He opted for such a method because its delayed onset would shield him from suspicion. Father, my arm does not hurt at all now, Delice exclaimed joyfully. Tong Tong, see? Delice applied the medicine concocted by the shaman, and the wound no longer aches, indicating there is no poison in it. Perhaps you should apply some to your abrasions as well, Xiongba observed, reassured by Delice's condition. No need. I shall not apply any medicine. It has grown dark. I wish to return and rest, Night Wutong replied, making her way towards the cave's entrance. She understood that Delice's arm was irreparable and chose to wait a month to see how the shaman would justify it. Wait, new female. You should apply the medicine before you leave. Wu hastily blocked Night Wutong's path. With Delice already treated, he intended to apply medicine to all of Night Wutong's abrasions, allowing her entire body to succumb to decay. He feared not Xiongba's wrath, for he could escape to another tribe before the effects manifested. His expertise in medicine and poison would ensure his survival wherever he went. Step aside, Night Wutong replied coldly to Wu, having discerned his intentions. Delice has applied medicine. You must do the same, Wu insisted, refusing to let her pass. Tong Tong, you should heed the shaman's advice and apply the medicine, Xiongba urged. Sensing something amiss with Night Wutong, who seemed to be harboring suspicions against the shaman. Indeed, Tong Tong, do not view the shaman as an adversary. You should apply the medicine. Look at Delice, she is fine, Xiong Shui added, holding on to Night Wutong's left hand. Shaman, quickly bring the medicine and treat Tong Tong, Xiongba called out to Wu. Eager for Night Wutong's wounds to heal promptly. Shaman, Xiongba and I are holding on to Tong Tong. You must hasten to treat her, Xiong Shui echoed. Determined to ensure Night Wutong received the necessary care, as her injuries were a result of his actions. Night Wutong was exasperated by the antics of Xiongba and Xiong Shui, never anticipating that Xiongba could be as foolish as Xiong Shui. She was left wondering how Xiongba had ascended to the position of clan leader. Xiongba, Xiong Shui, release my hands. If you both wish to be my partners, let me go at once. I refuse to apply the shaman's medicine. A profound fear, unlike any she had experienced before, gripped her heart. Although she was aware of the antidote, she had never used it and was unwilling to take that risk. Xiongba, you hold on to Tong Tong's arm. And I shall secure her legs, Xiong Shui declared, loosening his grip on Night Wutong's right hand while wrapping his arms around her delicate legs. Tong, be obedient. Once we apply the medicine, we shall return, Xiongba insisted, firmly restraining both of Night Wutong's hands. Night Wutong found herself ensnared by Xiongba and Xiangshui. Rendered utterly immobile, anger surged within her, nearly causing her to spit blood. She vowed to expunge Xiongba and Xiangshui from the ranks of beastly husbands. And she harbored a fierce desire to bring about their demise. Night Wutong had no choice but to seek assistance from Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and AI Air. Bai Lang, Tu Jun, AI Air, please separate Xiangshui and Xiongba from me and hasten my departure from this place. Bai Lang and Tu Jun had already intended to intervene between Xiongba and Xiangshui. Bai Lang struck Xiongba with a powerful palm, inflicting injury upon him. Xiongba coughed up blood, releasing Night Wutong and turning his wrath towards Bai Lang. AI Air launched an attack on Xiangshui, who fell to the ground. Tu Jun transformed into a magnificent white tiger, flinging Night Wutong onto his back as he sprinted towards the cave exit. Bai Lang and AI Air, unwilling to linger in battle, followed closely behind Tu Jun, with Xiongba and Xiangshui in hot pursuit. Seated upon Tu Jun's back, Night Wutong addressed him, Tu Jun. I shall not return to Xiongba's cave. Carry me to your tribe instead. Night Wutong held a favorable impression of Tu Jun, appreciating his obedient nature. Very well. Tu Jun readily agreed, elated that Tong wished to visit his tribe. Xiongba, witnessing Tu Jun carrying Night Wutong away instead of returning to his cave, realized her desire to leave his domain and grew anxious, letting out a thunderous roar to the sky. Soon, Night Wutong and Tu Jun found themselves surrounded by an array of handsome men. The Night Phoenix gazed at the furious Xiongba and coldly remarked, Xiongba, I never imagined you would trust the sorcerer over me. I no longer wish to be your partner. Please let me go. Do not harbor such delusions, he retorted, his anger palpable. I will not allow you to escape. Look at Dai Li Si. She applied the medicine without issue, which indicates it is not poisoned. Why do you refuse to do the same? It matters not whether you apply it or not, but why do you attempt to flee? Xiongba was infuriated, upset that Yi Wutong had neglected to tend to her wounds. The Night Phoenix was exasperated, silently grumbling to herself. If she did not flee, her entire body would be smeared with ointment, and the areas treated would undoubtedly fester. Only a fool would choose to remain. Night Wutong gazed at the handsome visage of Xiongba with a palpable aversion, pondering why she had never found him so detestable before. Xiongba, you believe that the shaman has not poisoned the medicine, do you not? Night Wutong spoke coldly. Indeed. Xiongba, should Delice's arm rot within a month, you must withdraw from the ranks of my future partner. If it does not, I shall first unite with you. Agreed. Xiongba readily acquiesced, convinced that Delice's arm would never decay, and that wall would ensure her arm remained intact. Bai Lang squinted his eyes, secretly reveling in amusement, reflecting on how he had never before recognized Xiongba's foolishness. Chapter 30. What does it matter if one is reluctant? Night Wutong understood that she could not escape from Xiongba's tribe today. She said to Tu Jun beneath her, Tu Jun, let us return. Tu Jun carried Night Wutong back towards Xiongba's cave, with Bai Lang and AI Air closely trailing behind. The handsome males of the lion tribe gazed longingly at Night Wutong's retreating figure, wishing to pursue her, yet fear restrained them, for they dreaded the wrath of their leader. Xiongba, a formidable 7th-level beast with extraordinary strength. Enough of this. Why do you continue to stare? She has already departed. Do not covet my partner. Seek companionship with other females instead, Bear Shui admonished the males of the lion tribe, his irritation palpable at their lingering gazes upon Night Wutong. He despised the way they looked at her, their eyes filled with desire, inciting his anger. Bear Shui harbored a particular disdain for males, especially those of striking appearance, fearing that their allure might threaten his standing in the eyes of the females. How he wished all females would favor him. The lion tribe's males bristled at Bear Shui's words. Their leader had yet to voice an opinion, and this outsider dared to insult them. But Beast Roger shot a furious glare at Bear Shui, his fist clenched. As a 6th-level beastman, he was not inferior in looks to the large bear. Yet he felt unworthy of pursuing new females. The fact that this bothersome bear, a mere 5th-level creature, was destined to be the future mate of the new female filled him with frustration. What are you glaring at, black-lipped male? Are my words not to your liking? You dare to pursue Tongdong? Dream on, Bear Shui retorted before departing, sensing the fiery rage emanating from Roger's eyes, truly a frightening sight. Being a 5th-level beast, he stood no chance against a 6th-level beast, so he wisely chose to leave. Those on guard tonight, do your duty, the rest may return home. Xiongba commanded his tribe before retreating to his cave. As the other beastmen departed, only Bat Beast Roger and Lion Beast AI Luan remained. AI Luan patted the dazed Roger and inquired, what are you pondering? Are you thinking of the beautiful new female? And no, Roger stammered. For he had fallen for the new female at first sight, yet she was the mate of their leader. He could only bury his feelings deep within, unable to express his affection. Do not deny it. Love is love, AI Luan said, peering into Roger's eyes, where he discerned helplessness and anguish. What do you mean? Roger questioned, perplexed by AI Luan's words. I feel the same as you. I too am enamored with the new female, yet the leader forbids me from pursuing her. I cannot match his strength, and my heart aches with despair, AI Luan confessed to Roger. But what can despair achieve? Roger glanced at AI Luan before heading towards his cave, knowing he would once again face sleeplessness that night. Wait, I will join you in your cave for a while. Ailuan called out, following Roger. Night Wutong sat upon the stone bed of Xiong Ba, feeling profoundly melancholic. She harbored an intense disdain for this beastly world and particularly loathed the beast men within it, especially Bear Commander and now Xiong Ba. Bai Lang, upon witnessing Xiong Ba enter the cave, greeted him with a smile. Xiong Ba, yesterday it was you and Tu Jun who kept Tong Tong company for the night. Today, it is my turn to share her company. Very well, Xiong Ba replied. Tonight, I shall not accompany Tong Tong. Instead, I will rest in the cave where you stayed last night. He understood that it was now Bai Lang, AI heir. And Bear Commander's turn to keep Night Wutong company for the evening. Noticing Night Wutong's displeasure as she sat upon the bed, Xiong Ba realized that she was upset with him. He recognized that it was wrong to have forced her to apply the medicine. Yet he feared that if she neglected her treatment, she might be left with unsightly scars. Such a beautiful body ought not to bear any blemishes. His insistence on her medication stemmed from concern for her well-being. Tong Tong, he murmured, I hope you can forgive my earlier insistence on the medicine. It was indeed my fault, but my intentions were rooted in care. Please rest. With that, Xiong Ba exited the cave. As he walked away, he pondered what had possessed him to compel Tong Tong to apply the medicine. A sense of regret washed over him as he reflected on the wager he had made with Night Wutong. Should Dallas's arm become infected, he feared that she might cast him aside as a potential partner. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he chose not to return to Bai Lang's cave from the previous night, but instead made his way to the shaman's dwelling. Night Wutong initially intended to take a bath in the river, but upon reflection, she realized that it was too late, and Bai Lang would undoubtedly prevent her from doing so. She decided it would be best to wait until the daylight to bathe. Unbeknownst to her, she soon fell into a deep slumber. Bai Lang, Aier, and Xing Shuai, the three beast men, possessed the ability to see clearly in the dark, and they gazed at Night Wutong's alluring and enchanting form as she slept. Bai Lang warned Xing Shuai. Tong Tong is still a minor. I caution you not to lay a finger on her, or I shall make you regret it. Xiang Shuai, feeling insulted, thought to himself that he was not foolish. He was well aware of Tongtong's age and did not require a reminder from the so-called Big Bad Wolf. Meanwhile, Bai Lang and Aier shut their eyes, refraining from gazing at Night Wutong any longer, fearing they might lose control. Seeing that both Bai Lang and Aier had closed their eyes, Xiang Shuai assumed they had fallen asleep and stealthily approached Night Wutong. Bai Lang and Aier slowly opened their eyes, choosing not to intervene, curious about Xiang Shuai's intentions. Xiang Shuai lowered his gaze to Night Wutong's flawless, smooth skin and, unable to resist, gently poked her cheek. Startled from her slumber, Night Wutong opened her almond-shaped eyes to find Xiang Shuai's face looming large before her. In a moment of fright, she instinctively threw a punch towards his face. Chapter 31. Xiang Shuai struck Xiang Shuai, caught off guard by Night Wutong's sudden attack, found himself unable to evade as her fist landed squarely on his left eye. The impact transformed his eye into a swollen, darkened orb, resembling that of a panda. He clutched his bruised eye, displeased, and exclaimed, Tong Tong, how dare you strike me? Yi Wudong gazed at Xiang Shuai with a frigid demeanor and remarked, so you are Xiang Shuai. Do you truly believe I refrained from striking you out of fear? You dared to poke my face while I slept. It is a mercy that I have not taken your life. Night Wudong harbored a desire to plunge a knife into the irritating bear, Xiang Shuai, yet alas, she possessed no blade. Tong Tong. The reason I poke your face is that I hold affection for you. I wouldn't even consider poking the faces of other females. Xiang Shuai expressed his grievances. Having only prodded Tong Tong's visage, without ever having touched the faces of other females, thus remaining oblivious to the sensations entailed. Oh. So you mean to say that when you poke my face, I ought to feel delighted? Night Wudong found herself amused by Xiang Shuai's antics. Indeed, Tong Tong. You should feel fortunate. In our bear tribe, I, Xiang Shuai, am quite popular among the females, many of whom are fond of me, he boasted shamelessly. The moon tonight shone exceptionally bright, casting its silvery glow into the cave of Xiong Ba, illuminating the bruised visage of Xiang Shuai for Night Wudong to behold. Night Wudong glared at Xiang Shuai, nearly fainting from rage, vowing to make him pay dearly. Bai Lang approached Xiang Shuai and delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling out of the cave. Oh dear, you wretched white wolf, that could have killed me. Xiang Shuai cried in pain outside the cave, seething with the desire to tear Bai Lang apart, yet knowing he stood no chance against him. Regaining her composure, Night Wudong turned to Bai Lang and said, Thank you. Bai Lang. At that moment, her admiration for him surged dramatically. Don't be afraid, Wudong. Xiang Shuai won't harm you. You are still a minor. And should he attempt to force a union with you, he would face the wrath of the beast god. Bai Lang gently reassured her, stroking her head in comfort. Xiang Shuai limped back into the cave, glaring furiously at Bai Lang. You audacious white wolf, how dare you kick me? Bai Lang cast a scornful glance at him and replied, Xiang Shuai, I did indeed kick you. If you disagree, come and challenge me. Aware of the disparity in their powers, Bai Lang being a level 7 beast man while he was merely a level 5, Xiang Shuai realized he was no match for Bai Lang. Reluctantly, he said, Fine, I won't pursue this any further. I'm tired and wish to sleep. He shuffled to a corner of the cave, transforming into a large bear and lying down to rest. Bai Lang then turned to Night Wudong and said, Wudong, it's quite late. We should sleep. Females must not deprive themselves of rest. With that, he too transformed, becoming a magnificent silver wolf and settled into the underbrush in the corner. The night sycamore, unable to slumber, began to communicate with the system through consciousness. Night Wutong, system, can I truly not return to the modern world? System, oh dear host. Why are you still awake at this late hour? Why do you persist in yearning for the modern era? What is so splendid about it? The air is stale there. Whereas in this beastly realm, the atmosphere is not only refreshing but also accompanied by handsome companions. How delightful this is. Yi Wutong, the mere mention of handsome men gives me a headache. System, are you referring to that large bear? Night Wutong, and that great lion as well. System, if you dislike it, just discard it. Yi Wutong, the issue is not easily dismissed. System, this system is entering a dormant state. Please do not disturb the host. After a considerable time, Yi Wutong finally succumbed to slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Yi Wutong discovered that Bai Lang, AI Air, and Xiang Shui had vanished. As Night Wutong rubbed her eyes and emerged from the cave, she beheld Ire roasting meat outside. Ire, why are you the only one here? What about Bai Lang and the others? Have they gone hunting? She inquired, directing her words towards Ire, who was engrossed in his cooking. Tong Tong. Why don't you rest a little longer? Bai Lang and Xiangba have gone to see the shaman, Ire replied, continuing his task. To the shaman? What is the purpose of their visit? Is someone injured among Bai Lang and Tu Jun? Night Wutong expressed her confusion. No, none of them are hurt. It is the shaman who has passed away. This morning. A male orc went to consult the shaman and discovered both Shaman Wall and his daughter Deli's lifeless in the shaman's cave. He then reported this to our clan leader, Xiongba. As a result, Xiongba, Bai Lang, Tu Jun, Ire, and Xiang Shui have all gone to Shaman Wall's cave, Ire explained. Ire, cease your roasting for now. We must also go and see, Night Wutong said, her curiosity piqued. Just yesterday, the shaman was well. How could he have been killed overnight? It seemed he must have offended someone. Very well, let us go and investigate, Ire agreed, extinguishing the flames of the fire and setting aside the meat. Night Wutong accompanied Ire to the cave of the shaman volume upon arrival. They observed that the entrance was surrounded by numerous orcs. Please make way, we wish to enter. Ire called out to the orcs gathered at the cave's entrance. Upon hearing Ire's voice, the orcs turned and beheld the enchanting Night Wutong, their eyes sparkling with admiration, and instinctively parted to create a path for her and Ire. As Yi Wutong and AI Air entered the cave of the shaman Vol, they encountered Bai Lang, Xiongba, along with Alan, Roger, and 3 elderly men. On the ground lay the lifeless bodies of the shaman Vol and his daughter Delis, their throats cruelly slit. The great elder, the second elder, and the high priest were present. Last night, Roger and I witnessed Xiongba, the clan leader, hastily exiting the shaman's cave. We suspect that he is responsible for the deaths of Shaman Vol and his daughter Delis, declared the great lion orc Alan to the elders and the high priest of the tribe. Chapter 32, Doubts Nonsense. I am not a murderer, Xiongba retorted, his voice laced with indignation. I have visited the shaman Vol's cave, but I did not take the life of either Vol or Delis. His frustration was palpable. The accusation from Alan was infuriating. Leader, you indeed made a wager with the new female yesterday, which seemed to involve Delis. The new female claimed that if Delis' arm were to rot within a month, she would dissolve her bond with you. If it did not, she would first bond with you. I suspect this matter drove you to kill the shaman and Delis, Alan asserted, analyzing Xiongba's potential motives for murder. Alan, you speak falsely. I did not kill anyone. Last night, I merely visited the shaman Vol to inquire whether Delis' arm would indeed rot. Vol assured me it would not. And I left in peace. I did not rush out, Xiongba defended himself. Leader, you did dash out of the shaman Vol's cave in haste last night. Why do you refuse to admit it? Roger, the bad orc, looked at Xiongba with disdain. Roger, how can you also lie? Are you conspiring with Alan against me? I harbor no enmity towards either of you. Why would I seek to harm you? Xiongba exclaimed in a fit of fury, glaring at Roger, wishing to strike him down. Leader, why will you not acknowledge the truth? As you said, we share no animosity. There is no reason for us to frame you. It can only be said that we speak the truth, Alan remarked slowly, observing the enraged Xiongba. Xiongba, Alan, Roger, you 3 must swear before the beast god. An old orc, the high priest of the lion tribe who had just returned from another clan, instructed. I, Xiongba, swear before the beast god that every word I speak is the truth. If I lie, may 100 beasts trample me to death. I, Alan, swear before the beast god that if I speak falsely, I shall be trampled to death by 100 beasts. Alan echoed the solemn vow. Roger, without hesitation, also raised his voice to the heavens, swearing before the beast god that, like Xiongba and Alan, if he were to lie, he too would face the wrath of 100 beasts. Upon hearing this, Yi Wutong felt a wave of frustration. Why was it always 100 beasts trampling to death? And why was there never anything novel? Elders, since both the clan leader, Alan, and Roger have sworn to the beast god that they spoke no falsehoods, let us put this matter to rest. The high priest addressed the grand elder and the second elder. Very well, I concur, nodded the grand elder. I too am in agreement, the second elder affirmed. In the depths of the night, Yi Wutong silently pondered. It is evident that the grand elder, the second elder, and the high priest do not wish to pursue the identity of the true murderer. You all believe that neither the shaman nor Dallas was slain by my hand. Xiongba, feeling elated, has successfully cleared his name of suspicion. Grand elder, second elder, high priest. How can you show such bias towards Xiongba when it is clear he is responsible for the deaths of the shaman and Dallas? Anger surged within Alan. Alan, we could just as easily accuse you and Roger of having killed the shaman and Dallas, framing Xiongba as the culprit, the high priest coldly remarked. Regardless of whether Xiongba actually murdered the shaman and Dallas, they have decided to absolve him. For he is the only level 7 orc of their tribe and must not be endangered. Chief, your fury has rendered Alan speechless, Roger observed. Alan, let us depart. Roger urged, pulling Alan away. Wait, the Grand Elder called out to Alan and Roger. They halted, turning in unison to face him. Alan, Roger? Until you have acquired sufficient strength, it is best not to engage in incidents like today. Now, let us go, the Grand Elder said with a tone of regret. Fuming. Roger and Alan exited. Who could have murdered the shaman and Dallas? Xiangshu's mind was clouded with confusion. Whoever killed the shaman and Dallas is of little significance now. Let us return, the high priest instructed the Grand Elder and the second elder who followed closely behind. But we still do not know who the murderer is. Xiangshu persisted, caught in his dilemma. The high priest, along with the Grand Elder and second elder, ignored Xiangshu entirely. As they passed by Wutong, they paused. You are the newcomer, the female companion of Xiongba? You seem rather admirable. I hope you treat him well, the high priest remarked before exiting the cave. With the Grand Elder and second elder closely trailing behind, Night Wutong gazed at Xiongba and inquired, Xiongba, are you truly not the one who killed the shaman warrior and Delice? What do you mean, Tong Tong? Did you not see? I swore to the beast god. And my oath attests to my innocence. Xiongba's anger flared. Even the high priest declared him not the murderer of the shaman and Delice. So why did Tong Tong still harbor doubts? Could it be that Alan and Roger are the actual culprits? They murdered the shaman and Delice and then framed you. Night Wutong suddenly grasped the implications. Yet, why did the high priest refrain from investigating who truly killed the shaman and Delice? What was the underlying reason? A myriad of questions clouded Ayer's mind. Perhaps the true murderer was someone else entirely? Wailang observed the bodies of the shaman and Delice, sensing that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Chapter 33, Xian Linger, you are unworthy. You suggest there is another perpetrator. Who do you imply? I shall deal with him for brutally slaying a female. Xiangshui fixed his gaze upon Bailang. His curiosity piqued regarding who could be so cruel as to lack compassion for a female, murdering her without hesitation. It was one thing to kill the shaman warrior. But how could one not spare Delice? Did the murderer not understand the preciousness of females? I merely posited that perhaps there exists another killer. I do not know who it is. Bailang regarded Xiangshui as though he were a fool. Is this hair? Night Wutong examined a strand of hair clutched in Delice's hand. Noting its deep green hue, she pried Delice's fingers apart, retrieving the hair. It resembled Xian Linger's hair precisely, in our lion tribe. Only Xian Lingo has hair of such a deep green color. Xiongba observed the hair in Night Wutong's grasp, exclaiming, Tong Tong. How did Xian Lingo's hair come to be in Delice's possession? How would I know? You should inquire with Delice, she would know. Night Wutong rolled her eyes in exasperation. But Delice is dead. How can we ask her? Xiangshui realized Night Wutong was jesting. Then go ask Xian Lingo, Night Wutong replied, her brow furrowing, confident Xiangshui would comply. Very well, I shall go ask. Xiangshui promptly turned to leave. There is no need to inquire. Delice must have pulled Xian Lingo's hair during their altercation, Bailang reasoned. Sharing his analysis with the group, Night Wutong nodded slightly, acknowledging Bailang's astute analysis. However, Xiongba felt a pang of displeasure as he observed Night Wutong's admiration for Bailang. Did he not possess the capability to analyze as well? As the chieftain, could he possibly be inferior to a mere white wolf devoid of any official title? Humph. He resolved to continue his analysis. In a fit of rage, Xian Lingo killed Dai Lizi, followed by the demise of the shaman. What air? Xiongba believed that Night Wutong would commend him for these actions. However, before Night Wutong could speak, Xiangshu interjected, exclaiming, Xiongba, you speak nonsense. Xian Lingo would never take a life. She is far too kind for such acts. When Xian Linger murdered Dai Lizi, a strand of her hair was torn out, serving as undeniable evidence. After finishing his words, Xiongba transformed into a great lion and dashed out of Waer's cave, halting to call out to the orcs, follow me to Xian Lingo's cave. He then raced ahead. The orcs gathered outside Waer's cave morphed into various animals, trailing closely behind Xiongba. Bailang transformed into a white wolf, hoisting Night Wutong onto his back as he followed Xiongba. Upon reaching the entrance of Xian Lingo's cave, Xiongba bellowed, Xian Lingo, come forth. Startled by the unexpected summons, Xian Linger, who was scolding Bobby inside the cave, felt a surge of excitement. Xiongba had never sought her out before. Could it be that he had developed an affection for her and wished to form a bond? Delighted, she considered Xiongba's striking appearance, his status as a 7th-level beastman, and his position as chieftain. Even if she were not his true mate, being his favored companion would elevate her status within the tribe, inciting envy among the other females. Bobby, the chieftain is calling for you. Bobby, the pangolin beastman, reminded the smitten Xian Linger, oblivious to her infatuation. Understood. You go hide in the corner. When I share a kiss with Xiongba, you can sneak out, Xian Lingo instructed, her eyes narrowing at Bobby. You think the chieftain would choose you as a mate? He's not interested in you. His affections lie with the new female. Bobby attempted to shatter her daydreams, believing her self-awareness was lacking. Get lost to the corner. When I have the chance, I'll skin you alive, pangolin. Xi and Lingo fumed at Bobby's words, infuriated by the suggestion that Xiong Ba did not like her. His visit to her cave was proof enough of his interest. Chieftain, please come in. I've twisted my ankle and cannot come out. You should enter. Xi and Lingo called out in a sweet voice, quickly shedding her beast skin shoulder cape to reveal herself, hoping to captivate Xiong Ba's attention. Outside the cave, Xiong Ba addressed a male beastman in his 50s, instructing, Xi and Lingo has injured her ankle. Please enter her cave and carry her out. Understood, Chieftain, the older beastman replied. Stepping into Xi and Lingo's cave. Inside, Xi and Lingo exclaimed, What are you doing here, you old fool? Get out. Leave at once. Her voice echoed loudly. Heard clearly by all outside. The older beastman, indignant, retorted, Xi and Linger, you shameless female. You think you can entice the chieftain into your cave while undressed? With your looks? How dare you? Fuming, Xi and Linga seethed, You wretched old man. I'll have Xiong Ba banish you from the tribe, leaving you a wandering beast. The thought of him seeing her naked ignited her fury. You think the chieftain will heed your words? He only listens to the beautiful new female. With your appearance. You truly believe he would expel me? How laughable. With that, the older beastman exited the cave, determined to wash his eyes by the riverbank. Xiong Ba. I overheard everything Xi and Lingo said. She was not dressed, correct? Xiong Ba inquired of the beastman emerging from Xi and Lingo's cave, relieved he had not entered himself. Yes, chieftain. I must take my leave to cleanse my eyes by the river, the beastman replied hastily as he raced away from the tribe. Knight Wutong found the situation exceedingly amusing and burst into laughter, exclaiming, Oh dear, this is utterly hilarious. Xiong Ba. You ought not to have allowed that orc to enter Xi and Lingo's cave. You should have let Xiong Shui go in instead. So he could conveniently bond with Xi and Linger. Before Xiong Shui could respond, Bai Lang kicked him into Xi and Linger's cave. Chapter 34, The Truth. Xiong Shui rose from the ground, rubbing his sore backside, and roared in anger, Damn that foul white wolf. Just you wait. I shall not let this go. Brother Xiong, are you all right? Xi and Linger, recovering from her shock at Xiong Shui's abrupt entrance into the cave, hurried to his side. Grasping his arm with concern. I'm fine, he replied. Outside the cave, Xiong Ba called out, Xi and Linger, put on some clothes and have Xiong Shui carry you out. Xiong Shui, hurry up and bring Xi and Linger out. Xi and Linger, quickly dress, and I shall carry you out, Xiong Shui offered. Picking up the beast skin shoulder wrap that Xi and Lingo had discarded and handing it to her. Brother Xiong, do you like me? Xi and Linger asked as she accepted the shoulder wrap. Yes, I like you very much, Xiong Shui admitted, gazing at her while swallowing hard. I also like you, Brother Xiong. I wish to bond with you, Xi and Linger declared, her eyes fixated on his handsome face. Xi and Linger, while I do hold affection for you, my heart truly belongs to Wutong. She is more beautiful than you, possesses a better figure, and sings more melodiously, thus I cannot bond with you, Xiong Shui rejected her. Upon hearing his words, Xi and Linger's expression darkened, her hatred for Knight Wutong intensifying. She despised Wutong for her beauty. Quickly donning the beast skin shoulder wrap, she climbed onto Xiong Shui's back and said, Please carry me out, Brother Xiong. Xi and Linger realized that without her exit, Xiong Ba would not enter her cave. It seemed she had misjudged him. He was neither there to bond with her nor to seek her as a companion. If that had been the case, he would have simply entered her cave without calling for her. The truth was, Xiong Ba no longer held any affection for her. Her resentment towards Knight Wutong deepened, and she resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate her. Xiong Shui carried Xi and Lingo out of the cave. Chief, what brings you here? Why do you not enter my cave? Xi and Lingo gazed at Xiong Ba's handsome visage, yearning to throw herself at him. She mused that he was robust. Unlike the feeble pangolin orc, Bobby. The thought of bonding with Bobby ignited her anger. He was truly pathetic. Xi and Lingo, is this your hair? Xiong Ba waved a strand of deep green hair in front of her. Yes, but how did it end up in your possession? Xi and Lingo queried, puzzled. Bold Xi and Linger. Why did you attempt to kill Dilasai? Xiong Ba tossed her hair onto the ground. What? Chief, you say Dilasai is dead, but I did not kill her. Xi and Lingo defended herself. Xi and Linger, the evidence is right before us, yet you still refuse to admit it and attempt to wriggle out of it. Xiong Ba fumed, astonished that Xi and Lingo would deny her involvement in the crime. Chief, I truly did not kill Dilasai. While I admit to harboring hatred for her, wishing her demise. How could a mere female take a life? Xi and Lingo felt utterly aggrieved. You may not have the strength to kill Dilasai, but you surely have accomplices. Do you not have a partner named Bobby? Knight Wutong interjected, her gaze fixed on Xi and Linger, suggesting that had Xi and Lingo not been involved in Dilasai's death, her wager with Xiong Ba would not have been interrupted. In the midst of tumult, Yi Wutong's heart was heavy with the weight of Xi and Lingo's actions. Having caused the demise of Delisi, she believed that if Delisi were to remain alive, her arm would rot, compelling Xiong Ba to abandon his aspirations of becoming her future partner. Nonsense. You, the new female, speak without sense. Xi and Lingo shouted vehemently at Yi Wutong. Xi and Linger. Yesterday you quarreled with Delisi, pushing her down. Her arm was injured, and later that night, you confronted her in her cave, engaging in a fierce struggle. It was you who incited Bobby to slay Delisi, along with the shaman, Yi Wutong elucidated. No, Xi and Lingo shrieked in protest. Chief, it was I who killed Delisi and the shaman, and it has nothing to do with Xi and Lingo. Bobby, the pangolin orc, emerged from Xi and Lingo's cave. Are you trying to shoulder the blame entirely? Xi and Lingo will not express gratitude for your misguided loyalty, Wutong retorted with a disdainful glance at Bobby. Feeling pity for the pangolin, Bobby, recount the circumstances surrounding the deaths of the shaman and Delisi. I may consider sparing both you and Xi and Linger. Xiangba demanded with fury directed at Bobby. Do not speak. Xi and Lingo shouted at Bobby. Chief, the events unfolded as follows. Bobby disregarded Xi and Linger's outburst and recounted the tale. Xi and Lingo had fallen for him due to the effects of the seductive fruit and the illusion fruit, mistaking him for her beloved. After their union, the enchantment faded, leading her to regret and resent Delisi for gifting her the fruits. Yesterday, in a fit of anger, she had pushed Delisi, causing her to fall and injure her arm on a sharp stone. Delisi then vowed to have her father kill Xi and Linger. In fear of the shaman's wrath, Xi and Lingo confronted Delisi in the cave, where a scuffle ensued, and Bobby ultimately ended their lives by severing their throats. Not anticipating Xiangba's swift arrival, Bobby, take Xi and Linger and leave the tribe, Xiangba coldly commanded. His irritation was palpable. Had Bobby not killed Delisi, her arm would not rot, and he would have been the first to claim her as a mate. It's all Xi and Linger and Bobby's fault, he thought. Chief, it was Bobby who killed the shaman Vol and Delisi, and I refuse to leave this place, Xi and Lingo insisted, resolutely remaining within the tribe. Is it not your doing that compelled Bobby to kill the shaman and Delisi? Now you seek to shift the blame onto him. Bobby is guilty, but you, Xi and Lingo, bear a greater sin, Wutong scolded, her anger flaring. Had it not been for Xi and Lingo's influence, Bobby would not have acted. Xi and Linger's face turned ashen. She had not expected Xiongba and the others to uncover her involvement. With Bobby's confession, she was left with no choice but to deflect the blame. Xiongba, is it not too lenient to merely exile Xi and Linger and Bobby as punishment? Bai Lang questioned, perplexed by Xiongba's decision. Ro'er. Take Xi and Lingo to the prison cave, Xiongba ordered the two male orcs beside him. Yes, chief. Roe and Ro'er began to seize Xi and Linger's arms. Wait, Xiangshui interjected, halting them. What are you doing? Xiongba glared at him. What else could it be? He does not wish for Xi and Lingo to be imprisoned. Wutong surmised. Tong, you know my intentions. I genuinely do not want such a precious female as Xi and Lingo to be confined, Xiangshui expressed with concern. Believing no female should face punishment for her wrongdoings. Chief, Xiangshui speaks truthfully. I am a female, a precious one at that. You cannot imprison me. Bobby should be the one confined, as he is male, Xi and Lingo cried out, astonished by Xiangba's treatment of her. Xi and Linger, you claim to be precious. Yet what of Delisi? You and Bobby conspired to slay her and must face the consequences, Wutong asserted with wrath. Bobby's gaze towards Xi and Lingo was filled with sorrow. How had he fallen for such a heartless female? He longed to sever their bond, even if it meant death. For it would be preferable to a lifetime with such a selfish partner. Ro'er, take Xi and Linger and Bobby to the prison cave. They shall remain there for 3 years, Xiangba decreed. While he had spared their lives, he did not intend to let them escape punishment for the murder of the tribe's rare shaman and valuable female. Without hesitation, Roe and Ro'er seized Xi and Linger, dragging her towards the prison cave. Release me. You lowly beasts, let me go. Xi and Lingo protested, struggling futilely against their grip. Xiongba, you must order those two males to release Xi and Linger. Do not imprison her, Xiangshui urged, anxious to prevent her suffering. This matter does not concern you. Outsider, Xiongba retorted, his irritation mounting. Tong, do you not see the injustice? Xiongba shows no compassion for females. Please, convince him to release Xi and Linger. Xiangshui implored Wutong. Night Wutong found herself amused by Bear Shuai's words. Bear Shuai, if you were to become a mate with Xi and Linger, I would persuade Xiongba to temporarily release her. Wutong, I assure you, I have no intention of becoming involved with Xi and Linger. She pales in comparison to your beauty. My only concern is for her as a female. Bear Shuai glanced at Night Wutong's exquisite visage, then at Xi and Linger's unappealing brown features, sincerely believing the latter lacked charm. Yet he could not bear the thought of her suffering and confinement. The Bear clan possessed a few dungeons specifically designated for males who had committed murder. These dungeons were damp and dark, their entrances obstructed by heavy stones, guarded by vigilant sentinels. Those unfortunate enough to be imprisoned within rarely saw the light of day, often spiraling into madness and ultimately taking their own lives. He could not forge a bond with Xi and Linger, nor could he watch her languish in despair within the dungeon. He hoped to devise a plan to rescue her in the future. Brother Bear, save me, Xi and Linger wept, still placing her hopes upon Bear Shuai. Xi and Linger, you must go to the dungeon for now. I will find a way to free you. Bear Shuai felt an ache in his heart as he witnessed Xi and Lingo sobbing uncontrollably. As she was dragged away, Xiongba addressed the dazed Bobby, saying, Bobby, you have taken the life of a precious female and a shaman. You must face severe consequences. Chief, punish me as you see fit. Bobby lamented, regretting his decision to heed Xi and Linger's urging to kill the shaman and Delis. I had intended to expel both you and Xi and Lingo from the tribe. But since she refuses to leave, I must confine her to the dungeon to prevent further bloodshed. You shall join her in confinement, but first, you will be hung on the tribal pole for a couple of days. Xiangba regarded the simple-minded Bobby with pity, never anticipating that he would resort to such violence. Xiangba commanded that Bobby be suspended upon the tribal pole. Yu Wutong addressed by Lang and the others, stating, I shall venture into the shaman's cave to procure some herbs. Upon finishing her words, Yu Wutong strode directly towards the shaman's cave, with Bai Lang and Xiangba closely trailing behind her. As Night Wutong entered the cave of the shaman wall, she was startled by the sight of two enormous dead rats lying within. Chapter 36, Reminiscing. Oh my, these two dead rats are astonishingly large. How frightening. Night Wutong leaped up and plunged into Tu Jun's embrace. Night Wutong's heart raced uncontrollably. She feared nothing, except for mice. In her childhood, she had nearly been bitten to death by one. Don't be afraid, Tong Tong, Tu Jun consoled her, holding her tightly. He could hear the rapid rhythm of her heartbeat. Aware that she was genuinely terrified of the two dead mice on the ground. These two mice were the shaman Vor and Delis. What? These two mice are Vor and Delis? Night Wutong exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that the shaman Vor and Delis were, in fact, mouse beast men. But why did they transform into beast form only now, while the first beauty of the beast world, Lisa, had immediately turned into a wild chicken after her accidental death? Indeed, the shaman Vor and Delis belonged to the mouse clan of beast men. They arrived in my tribe a few years ago, Xiangba clarified to Night Wutong. Why did they take so long to transform into beast form? She inquired, puzzled. This is related to their physiology, AI Air explained to Night Wutong. These dead mice are truly repulsive. Please bury them far away. Night Wutong frowned and said, You too. Come here and take the shaman and Delis to the forest for burial, Xiangba instructed the two beast men. The two beast men lifted Vor and Delis onto their shoulders and departed. As Yu Wutong noticed the absence of the deceased mouse within the cave, her heartbeat gradually steadied. She turned to Tu Jun and said, Tu Jun, please set me down. A sense of embarrassment washed over her, realizing that she had lost her composure and had inadvertently fallen into the embrace of a male. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. Tu Jun gently lowered Yu Wutong. Yet a pang of disappointment lingered in his heart. In that moment when he held her, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. The experience of embracing Yu Wutong was truly delightful and comforting. The Night Wutong ventured into the cave, eager to discover whether the shaman Vol possessed any rare herbs. Should he have them, she would unapologetically claim them for herself, storing them within her personal reserves. Indeed, her hopes were not dashed. Within the depths of Vol's cave, Night Wutong unearthed several strands of millennium-old ginseng, along with ancient reishi mushrooms and hemostatic herbs. The Night Wutong failed to locate the poison. The kind that the shaman had prepared for her yesterday was no longer available, leaving her with a tinge of regret. The Night Phoenix placed all the valuable herbs from the shaman Wol's cave into her own space using her mental prowess. Upon returning, Bai Lang and Xiangba, along with Xiong Shui, indulged in a barbecue. Yu Wutong instructed AI Air and Tu Jun to craft a wooden bathtub for bathing, 2 wash basins for face cleansing, and 2 buckets for fetching water. As the meat sizzled to perfection, Yu Wutong savored the barbecued delicacy, finding its flavor subtly mild. Night Wutong inquired of Xiangba, Is your tribe in need of salt? Why is there so little salt on the roasted meat? Indeed, we are lacking salt. A small pouch requires a considerable amount of crystal stones. It is quite expensive, and only the females are permitted to consume a tiny bit each day. Xiangba pondered the dwindling supply of salt in his possession, knowing he would soon have to procure more from the salt pool tribe. What are crystal stones? Night Wutong asked with curiosity. Tong Tong, crystal stones are the magic cores of magical beasts. Being from that tribe, how could you be unaware of crystal stones? AI Air blinked her fox-like eyes, pondering if Tong Tong might have suffered amnesia, forgetting about crystal stones, or if her tribe merely engaged in bartering without ever utilizing crystal stones. Indeed, Tong Tong, which tribe do you belong to? Are you of the water tribe? Yet it did not seem so. The water tribe cannot stray too far from water, yet you have been away for nearly 2 days and nights. Tu Jun also felt perplexed, recalling that the wandering beast Mo Yin had once asked Tong Tong about her lineage, to which she had remained silent, leaving them to wonder if she would ever reveal the truth. I can no longer remember which tribe I belong to. Perhaps I truly am a beast from the cat tribe, or perhaps I am destined to be the future mate of the cat tribe's leader. If I am the mate of the cat tribe's leader, would you not be able to let me go? Night Wutong ventured tentatively. Tong Tong, whether or not you are the future mate of the leopard tribe or the cat tribe's leader, I shall not leave you. I have chosen you as my partner. Bai Lang declared earnestly, grasping Night Wutong's hand. As Yu Wutong gazed upon the strikingly handsome visage of Bai Lang, she momentarily lost her train of thought. Reminiscent of a charming lad from her university days, Yun-Yi. Yun-Yi was the sole male who had confessed his feelings to her. At that time, the charming Yun-Yi had clasped her hand and boldly proclaimed, Yu Wutong, I, Yun-Yi, have fallen for you. Will you be my girlfriend? Upon hearing his declaration, she had swiftly delivered a kick that sent Yun-Yi sprawling 3 meters away, shouting furiously, You weakling. Dream on if you want to be my boyfriend. Since that fateful encounter, she had never seen Yun-Yi again, and rumors suggested that he had been so enraged by her rejection that he had perished. She felt no sympathy for Yun-Yi. If he truly succumbed to a mere kick, he deserved it. For reasons unknown, thoughts of Yun-Yi resurfaced in her mind. She pondered whether he might have traversed realms. If so, perhaps it was merely his spirit that had crossed over. What occupies your thoughts? Bai Lang inquired gently. As his affection for Tong deepened, he could not seem to get enough of her mesmerizing beauty. With each glance, she appeared even more radiant. And his fondness for her grew stronger. It was merely a reminiscence of an old acquaintance, and she wondered where he might be this very night. Wutong sighed. Is he a male? Tong, do you truly not recall the matters of your tribe? You cannot possibly be the future mate of that cunning feline beast. Hyongba expressed his disdain for the feline beast Xin Han, fearing that if Xin Han were to become Tong's partner, he might be ensnared in a scheme. The feline beast was notorious for its slyness and was a formidable 7th-level beast. No, I have no acquaintance with Xin Han, Wutong replied, unwilling to provoke that entity. Dealing with the 5 male beastmen surrounding her was already a considerable challenge. I have had my fill. You may continue your meal, she announced, rising to enter the cave. I am certain that Tong does not belong to the aquatic tribe, Xiangshui asserted. Bai Lang and the others paid him no mind. It was evident and required no reiteration. Do you think Tong's beast form might be unappealing? She is reluctant to disclose it to us. Yet I cannot fathom what it could be, Ai remarked to Bai Lang and the others. I care not for Tong's tribe or her beast form. My affection for her will remain unwavering, Bai Lang declared, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Chapter 37. A humiliating moment. Wutong reclined on her bed. Reflecting on the events she had encountered in the beast world, a profound sense of discomfort enveloped her. It had been many years since she had faced such suffocating circumstances. Currently, she felt as though she was under the scrutinizing gaze of Bai Lang and his companions. A deep frustration coursed through her. A yearning for freedom that seemed perpetually out of reach, as Bai Lang and his associates were determined to deny her that liberty. She knew she must fight for her freedom, yet how could she achieve it? The only option appeared to be severing ties with Bai Lang and his group. But the males of the beast world were markedly different from modern men, making such a separation far from easy. Wutong pondered deeply, and at last, a method occurred to her. She wondered if she were to become unattractive, would Bai Lang and the others depart from her company? However, she had no intention of disfiguring herself to rid herself of Bai Lang and his companions. Rather, she contemplated employing cosmetics to render herself unappealing, in hopes of frightening them away. With this thought in mind, Wutong reached out to the system with her will. Wutong, system, I desire cosmetics. Please provide me with some. System, host, you are already so beautiful that makeup is unnecessary. There is no one in the world more exquisite than you. Wutong, I am aware of my beauty, which is precisely why I choose to adorn myself with makeup. I wish to render myself less appealing, so that the several orcs, Bai Lang among them, will naturally distance themselves from me, granting me my freedom. System, if you have deliberately made yourself unattractive, what if those orcs do not depart? Regardless of how unappealing you may appear, what if they still choose to remain? Would you not be touched? Wutong, system. Do I appear to be someone easily moved? System, quite the contrary, but I admire your demeanor. You possess the qualities of a person destined for greatness. After all, how else could you have been chosen by me? Both my brother, the #1 system, and I were drawn to you, but I claimed you first. Wutong, system. Why do you have an elder brother? What is the story behind it? System, my brother and I are. The system fell silent, and after a brief pause, Wutong realized the system would not speak further. Thus, she resorted to communicating with the system through her thoughts once again. Wutong, system, speak to me. Why have you fallen silent? The system remained unresponsive, and in her frustration, Wutong felt an overwhelming urge to confront the system physically. Yet she found it impossible to do so. The Wutong secretly cursed this wretched system for its absence in her time of need. The Wutong pondered whether, should she masquerade as a divine envoy, Bai Lang and the others might fear her celestial status and thus refrain from becoming her companions. The Wutong pondered increasingly upon the brilliance of her idea. How had it not occurred to her earlier upon emerging from the lake? She surmised that the inhabitants of the beast realm revered the beast god and would undoubtedly refrain from disrespecting the messenger of the divine. As Wutong emerged from the cave, she positioned herself before Bai Lang and the others. Clearing her throat, she announced, ahem. What's the matter, Tong? Is your throat bothering you? Tu Jun inquired with concern. Not at all, she replied with a light chuckle. My throat is perfectly fine. I have come to inform you that I have remembered my purpose. I am the messenger of the beast god, residing in the beast god temple. I have arrived to impart certain skills to you, the beastmen, and once I have completed this task, I shall return to the beast god temple. Wutong cautiously articulated her words, casting furtive glances at the expressions of Bai Lang and the others. Bai Lang and Xiangba regarded Wutong with a peculiar gaze. The Wutong tree chuckled softly. It seems that Bai Lang and his companions have begun to trust her to some extent. Wutong continued. I shall return to the temple in the future, thus I cannot form a bond with you. Seek other females for companionship. Why are you so unwilling to bond with us? Fabricating tales of being a messenger of the divine, do you truly believe we would accept such a claim? Bai Lang replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. I am not deceiving you. I genuinely am a messenger of the gods. Wutong thought. Reassured that Bai Lang and his companions had never encountered a divine envoy, with this conviction, she stood her ground, confident that the intelligence of these orcs could never rival her own. Upon hearing these words from Wutong, the expressions on Bai Lang and the others' faces were a blend of amusement and incredulity. resembling that of spectators at a theatrical performance. Seeing the expressions on the faces of Bai Lang and the others, Yi Wutong pondered whether she had inadvertently revealed a flaw that caused them to doubt her. Night Wutong pondered, convinced that she had spoken correctly. Surely, Bai Lang and the others should have faith in her words. Do you not believe what I say? Night Wutong glared with wide eyes, displaying her indignation. Bai Lang, Xiongba, Tu Jun, and Ai Air simultaneously shook their heads, responding in unison, we do not believe you. Tong Dong. You are truly amusing. How could you possibly be a messenger of the gods? Ha ha. Ha ha. Xiong Shui burst into laughter, finding Tong Tong's jest genuinely hilarious. And he wished to laugh to his heart's content. As Yi Wutong observed Bear Shui laughing heartily, a sense of confusion enveloped her. Why could even the least intelligent Bear Shui not believe her? He even accused her of jesting. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Bear Shui. How can it be that even you do not believe I am a messenger of the divine? Yi Wutong mused inwardly, questioning how someone so intellectually challenged could doubt her divine claim. Tong Tong, it is impossible for you to be a divine messenger, Tu Jun stated, directing his words at Yi Wutong. Why is it impossible? How can you all be so certain? Yi Wutong's irritation flared. These several beastmen refused to take her seriously. They were remarkably difficult to deceive. Tong Dong, the divine messenger is someone else entirely. He is male, resides in the sacred forest, and possesses profound cultivation, Xiongba retorted angrily. Taken aback by Yi Wutong's audacity to impersonate a divine envoy to escape their company. Tong Dong, you may not know this, but beastmen with a cultivation level of 5 have an opportunity once a year to meet the messenger of the beast god. I have encountered the beast goddess messenger twice, Ai Air chimed in cheerfully, realizing that they would have to keep a closer watch on Yi Wutong from now on. The existence of a divine messenger in the beast realm was astonishing. Yi Wutong hurried back to her cave, laying upon her bed, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks. Today had been a dismal embarrassment, especially in front of the very beastmen she wished to evade. Tong Ong, what troubles you? Bear Shui entered the cave, inquiring about Yi Wutong's sour mood. You foolish bear, Bear Air, get out. Chapter 38, Truly Clever Tong Tong, are you referring to me as the foolish bear? Bear Air? Bear Shui asked, perplexed as to when his name had transformed into such mockery. I am indeed talking about you, Big Bear. I wish to be alone right now. So kindly exit, Yi Wutong shouted, her desire for solitude disrupted by his vexatious presence. Tong Dong, I entered to comfort you because I feared for your mood. Why must you send me away? Bear Shui protested, feeling unjustly treated. My mood is none of your concern. We share no connection. Leave. Yi Wutong's fury escalated, her urge to sweat this bothersome bear growing stronger. Ta Tong, I am your partner. How can this not concern me? Bear Shui blinked innocently, unable to fathom why Yi Wutong dismissed their bond. Leave, or I shall strike you, Yi Wutong threatened ominously. Bear Shui, pondering whether she would genuinely harm him, quickly relented and, with his head bowed, exited the cave, surprised by Yi Wutong's ferocity. Seeing Bear Shui emerge with a dejected demeanor, Bai Lang and the others realized he had been bested by Yi Wutong. Bear Shui, were you expelled by Tong Dong? Ai Air inquired. How did you know? Bear Shui questioned, baffled by Ai Air's insight into his predicament. Could it be that their conversation within the cave had been overheard? Since when have the fox's ears become so sharp? I surmised it. You entered the cave and shortly emerged, looking rather crestfallen. It was quite evident, Ai Air deduced, analyzing Bear Shui's expression. Is Tong Tong's temper as fierce as it appears? With other females, I can easily cheer them up, yet Tong Dong does not even grant me the chance, ordering me out and threatening to hit me if I linger. I find her utterly intolerable, Bear Shui lamented, feeling that Tong Dong lacked the gentleness exhibited by Xian Linger and Zhu Yi, who affectionately referred to him as Brother Bear. In truth, Ji was 36, Xian Ling at 28. And Bear Shui had just reached the tender age of 18. Bear Shui thought to himself that had it not been for Yi Wutong's beauty, he would have chosen to bond with Xian Linger or Zhu Yi instead of enduring this hardship. Bear Shui, I perceive that you harbor no affection for Tong Dong. You might as well withdraw from the ranks of her potential partners, Bai Lang stated with a serious expression. Bai Lang, do not presume to know my thoughts. You wish for me, along with Xiongba, Ai Air, and Tu Jun, to withdraw so you may monopolize Tong Dong, don't you? Bear Shui retorted, angered. What nonsense are you spouting? In the beast realm, females typically have at least 5 partners. Should you withdraw, others of superior quality will surely take your place. Bai Lang argued, wishing fervently that Yi Wutong would have only him as a partner, yet the laws of the beast realm forbade such a reality. Let me make it clear, foul white wolf, I will never withdraw. Tong Dong is too beautiful, I am determined to be her partner, Bear Shui resolved, firmly set on claiming Yi Wutong as his own, eager to flaunt his conquest before the males of the Bear clan. As Yi Wutong emerged from the cave, she addressed Bai Lang and the others, expressing her desire to ascend the mountain in search of wild vegetables and fruits. Bai Lang, Tu Jun, Ai Air, accompany me, she implored. However, Tu Jun, gazing upon Yi Wutong's exquisite beauty, cautioned, the mountain harbors many wild beasts, it is too perilous for you. His concern stemmed from a fear of her being harmed. I merely wish to discover edible wild vegetables and gather some herbs. You are not familiar with herbalism. It is imperative that I go myself, Yi Wutong asserted, recognizing the limited knowledge Bai Lang and the others possessed in this regard. I can protect you. I shall accompany you to collect herbs and wild vegetables, Xiong Ba offered, drawing closer to Yi Wutong. But Xiong Ba, you are the chieftain. You must remain in the tribe. Should anything happen in your absence, it would be dire, she countered, wishing to keep him at the tribe. Bai Lang interjected, to June. Ai heir, and I can safeguard Wutong. You and Xiangshu should stay behind. Xiangshu, feeling quite aggrieved, protested. Why may they ascend the mountain with her while I cannot? Why must I remain in the tribe? Ling heir, imprisoned in the dungeon, desperately needed sustenance. While others might provide for her, none would care for her as tenderly as he would. If you accompany us to gather herbs and vegetables, how will you ensure Ling heir is fed? Should no one deliver her meals, she may perish from hunger, Yi Wutong reasoned, realizing that her lengthy discourse with Xiangshu had been in vain. Oh, I completely forgot about Ling heir. I shall not accompany you to the mountain. Xiangshu finally recalled Ling heir's plight, seeking an opportunity to rescue her from her confinement, determined to prevent the precious female from suffering. Bai Lang, let us depart. Yi Wutong instructed the trio. Go with peace of mind. I will ensure Ling heir does not go hungry, Xiangshu assured her, his eyes wide with determination. Knight Wutong, upon hearing Xiangshuai's words, was struck with exasperation. What concern was it of hers whether Xian Lingo was hungry or not? The Knight Wutong turned to Xiangshuai and said, Xiangshuai, you must take good care of Xian Linger. Do not let me down. Chapter 39. Anger. Xiangshuai nodded. He would ensure that Xian Lingo would not go hungry, for he was indeed a tender-hearted male who cherished the female. Yi Wutong, Bai Lang, to June. And Ai heir arrived at a forested mountain in close proximity to the Lion Clan tribe. Knight Wutong gathered some vines to begin weaving baskets, intended for holding herbs, vegetables, and fruits. Bai Lang, to June, Ai heir, come and learn to weave baskets with me. Each of you will create one, and shortly we shall use the finished baskets to carry our medicinal herbs, fruits, and vegetables, Knight Wutong remarked as she wove, determined to have the three of them craft their own. Yi Wutong crafted an unsightly basket. Bai Lang and his companions emulated Yi Wutong's technique, each fashioning a basket that surpassed Yi Wutong's creation in beauty. Knight Wutong gazed at the three individuals' baskets and then at his own, inwardly marveling at the craftsmanship of the orc's hands. Yi Wutong educated Bai Lang and the other two on the medicinal herbs, explaining the ailments they could remedy and the methods of consumption. Bai Lang and his companions listened attentively, feeling that Yi Wutong was not only beautiful but also remarkably knowledgeable, far superior to those lazy and gluttonous females. It is important to note that in the beastly world, females are considered precious. They are acutely aware of their worth, often indulging themselves, demanding from their partners without offering anything in return, commanding them to perform various tasks while remaining idle, resembling pampered swine. Yi Wutong merely gathered a selection of commonly used herbs before embarking on a quest for vegetables and fruits. Soon, she discovered an assortment of wild greens and berries. Once their baskets were filled to the brim, Bai Lang and his companions transformed into their beast forms to capture additional game. By midday, Yi Wutong and Bai Lang's group returned to the lion tribe with their bounty. Outside the cave of Xiong Ba, in the shade of the trees, Xiangshuai was roasting venison. Upon seeing Yi Wutong and her companions return, each laden with a burden that contained various herbs and fruits, he noted that Bai Lang, to June, and Ai heir each bore a captured prey upon their shoulders. Knight Wutong and Bai Lang set their belongings down. Bai Lang inquired of Xiangshuai, where is Xiong Ba? What is he up to? Xiangshuai rolled his eyes at Bai Lang and replied, how would I know? I just arrived. And you all came shortly after. What were you doing, Xiangshuai? Why did you return just now? Ai heir asked. After you left, I went to check on Xian Linger, but the two males guarding her wouldn't let me enter the cave. I waited outside, fearing Xian Lingo might be hungry. I returned to roast some meat for her, and once it was ready, I planned to take it to her. Big Bear, did you hunt that meat for Xian Lingo? Knight Wutong's expression darkened. It wasn't hunted by Xiong Ba, was it? Tong, why are you upset? Xiangshuai asked. It's rather frightening when you're angry. Never mind, hurry up and roast it. Make sure to deliver it to Xian Linger. We mustn't let her go hungry. With that, Knight Wutong dug out some wild vegetables and fruits from her backpack. Tong, may I roast the meat for you? Tu Jun offered, tearing off a piece of wild boar he had hunted. I only had wild fruits for lunch, so you don't need to roast my share. Knight Wutong took out a wild fruit and began to eat, finding it quite sweet. Bai Lang watched her with affectionate eyes, captivated by her charming demeanor as she enjoyed the wild fruit. Since Tong loved wild fruits so much, he resolved to gather more for her in the future. Tu Jun and Ai heir shared Bai Lang's sentiments. Tong, is that fruit delicious? Xiangshuai observed Knight Wutong savoring the fruit, convinced it must be delectable. Would you like some? Knight Wutong glanced at Xiangshuai, speculating whether he intended to ask her for some fruit to take to Xian Linger. If he dared to ask, she wouldn't mind giving him a good beating. No, as a male, I don't consume wild fruits. I was hoping to acquire some from you to take to Xian Linger, Xiangshuai remarked, eyeing the wild fruits in Knight Wutong's backpack, thinking there was enough for both her and Xian Lingo for 3 days. Upon hearing Xiangshuai's words, Yi Wutong was filled with amusement. Indeed, the Great Bear was intent on pursuing the same course of action she had in mind. Yi Wutong took several wild fruits from her backpack and said to Xiangshuai, all right, please give these wild fruits to Xian Ling. They are quite delicious. Xiangshuai, filled with delight, hurriedly approached Yu Wutong, extending his hands to receive the fruits. He understood that Tong was kind-hearted, and he admired her generosity. Yu Wutong did not place the wild fruits in Xiong Shuai's hands, but rather cast them onto the ground. The night phoenix tree, with a semblance of a smile, addressed Xiong Shuai, saying, "I apologize." My hand trembled, and the fruit fell to the ground. "No worries. I shall pick it up. The ground is not dirty," Xiong Shuai replied as he bent down to retrieve it. Yu Wutong hurriedly stepped on the wild fruits scattered on the ground. Wearing her athletic shoes, she crushed the fruits beneath her feet. Night Wutong feigned an expression of embarrassment and said to Xiong Shuai, "I am terribly sorry. Look, I flattened it." "Night Wutong, you have gone too far." Xiong Shuai realized that Night Wutong was playing tricks on him, and in his anger, he shouted loudly at her. Chapter 40, A Lesson for Xiong Shuai. Upon hearing Xiong Shuai's roar directed at her, Yu Wutong felt a surge of anger. Xiong Shuai was the first individual in the beast realm to evoke her disdain. Initially, she had merely wished for him to pair with another female and thereby remove himself from the list of potential partners for her future. However, his actions had pushed her to the brink of tolerance. Yu Wutong intended to teach Xiong Shuai a lesson today, confident that with Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and Ai are present, Xiong Shuai would undoubtedly refrain from any misconduct towards her. As Yu Wutong was about to confront Xiong Shuai, she noticed Tu Jun stepping in front of her, gently offering, Tong, would you like me to give this big bear a good scolding?" Tu Jun had previously dealt Xiong Shuai a sound thrashing, and it had been quite satisfying. It allowed him to vent for Yu Wutong while also indulging himself. "No. Today I shall personally teach this big bear a lesson," Yu Wutong declared. Eager to release her pent-up frustrations from the past few days and simultaneously assess her own combat prowess. "Yu Wutong, you still wish to strike me? If you dare to lay a hand on me, you shall be deemed a wicked female. Are you not afraid that I will refuse to mate with you?" Xiong Shuai's words caught in his throat, leaving him feeling utterly stifled. He found Yu Wutong's irrationality intolerable, and had it not been for her striking beauty, he would have long since chosen a gentler mate like Xian Linger. "Afraid? Oh, I am truly terrified. I am so frightened that you might not choose to mate with me." Yu Wutong laughed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Xiong Shuai's proclamation was the most amusing thing she had ever heard. How could she possibly fear this big bear's refusal to mate with her? In fact, she would consider it a blessing if he chose not to. In any case, her plan was to confront this bear directly, ensuring he would keep his distance and think twice about pursuing her. "Such mischief," Bai Lang remarked as he approached Yu Wutong, affectionately ruffling her hair. His eyes filled with tenderness. Yu Wutong's character captivated Bai Lang immensely. After Bai Lang retracted his hand, Tu Jun approached Yu Wutong, gently tousled her hair, swiftly withdrew his hand, and playfully remarked before positioning himself behind her. The Night Wutong stood in confusion. "Do orcs have a penchant for patting heads?" Bai Lang did. And so did Tu Jun. She shook her head, choosing not to dwell on the instances when Bai Lang and Tu Jun had patted her head. What truly mattered at present was to first deal a sound thrashing to Bear Shuai. Yu Wutong approached Xiong Shuai and began to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon him, exerting all her strength. Xiong Shuai remained still, neither evading nor retaliating, for he believed that a male should not strike back against a female. He thought it better to remain motionless than risk inadvertently harming the precious female during a moment of evasion. Initially, Xiong Shuai felt a profound soreness throughout his body from Yu Wutong's relentless assault, but as time passed, he gradually acclimated to the onslaught and began to experience a peculiar sense of exhilaration. The more the encounter progressed, the more he found himself relishing this unexpected sensation. Night Wutong pondered, having exerted all her strength, surely, even the fifth-level orc, Xiong Shuai, could not withstand such a severe beating. From the moment she first observed the pain etched across Xiong Shuai's face, it transitioned to a fleeting silence, then to a hint of pleasure, and finally to an overwhelming ecstasy. This perplexed Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and Ai Air, leaving them to wonder about the nature of Xiong Shuai's expressions. Could it be that he found comfort in the blows? Surely not. The Night Wutong tree, after delivering a thorough beating to Xiong Shuai, felt fatigued and came to a halt. As the Night Wutong tree came to a halt, Yu Wutong observed a transformation in Xiong Shuai. A wave of energy enveloped his form. Bai Lang swiftly pulled Yu Wutong away from Xiong Shuai's side. "Why are you pulling me?" Yu Wutong inquired, perplexed by Bai Lang's sudden action. "Stay away from him. Xiong Shuai is undergoing a transformation, and you might get hurt," Bai Lang replied with genuine concern. "A transformation?" Yu Wutong pondered, intrigued by the notion. Why would Xiong Shuai choose this moment to evolve? Could it be that her earlier confrontation had triggered a latent potential within him? It must be so, without a doubt. Yu Wutong was filled with regret, pondering how her impulsive actions led her to strike the formidable bear, inadvertently prompting its ascension in levels. Originally a level 5 beast man, it appeared that Bear Shuai was on the brink of advancing to level 6. Bai Lang gazed at Bear Shuai in astonishment, unable to fathom how a mere beating could facilitate such an upgrade. Quickly, prevent Bear Shuai from leveling up. Yu Wutong called out to Bai Lang and his companions, for she could not bear the thought of Bear Shuai advancing with her unintentional assistance. It would be a burden upon her conscience. "It's too late to stop it now," Bai Lang remarked, observing Bear Shuai. "If we interfere with his upgrade, there is a possibility that he may perish." Ai Air regarded Bear Shuai, contemplating that perhaps he was indeed fortunate in a foolish way. If being struck could lead to enhancement, he would willingly endure Yu Wutong's blows. The male beastmen lurking around, spying on Yu Wutong, expressed their astonishment as they witnessed Bear Shuai's upgrade following the beating, their mouths agape in disbelief. They recognized Wutong as a true treasure. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also had the remarkable ability to facilitate the ascension of males. They too wished to experience such treatment, if only for the chance to level up. At this moment, Knight Wutong's mood was particularly dismal. Yet she could not prevent Xiang Shui from leveling up. Tong Dong, once Xiang Shui finishes leveling up, I will give him a thorough beating to vent your frustrations. Bai Lang reassured Knight Wutong, discerning her resentment towards Xiang Shui's advancement. Tong Tong, I shall also assist you in punishing Xiang Shui shortly, Tu Jun consoled, holding Knight Wutong's hand. Very well, once the Great Bear has completed his leveling, you must strike him fiercely, but allow him to retain some breath, Knight Wutong declared indignantly. Rest assured, Tong Tong. I will ensure that Xiang Shui is left incapacitated, Tu Jun vowed. AI Air also wished to express his desire to punish Xiang Shui alongside Knight Wutong, yet he refrained, as he was a close friend of Xiang Shui's brother and could not harm Xiang Shui for Knight Wutong's sake. Soon, Xiang Shui ascended to the 6th level of orc, significantly increasing his strength, and he felt himself becoming more formidable. He recognized that his advancement was due to Knight Wutong's influence, leading him to perceive her in a new light. She seemed less unreasonable and quite endearing. He found himself quite fond of her and resolved to let Knight Wutong strike him frequently in the future. Xiang Shui lunged towards Knight Wutong, intending to embrace her, but was swiftly kicked away by Bai Lang, who, along with Tu Jun, proceeded to deliver a relentless beating. Xiang Shui, battered and bruised, lay on the ground, unable to rise. Knight Wutong extolled Bai Lang and Tu Jun, saying, "You both have performed admirably. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you this evening." Chapter 41. Healing Wound. Xiang Shui, what has happened? Why are you lying on the ground? Inquisitively asked Xiang Ba, who had just returned. Upon seeing Xiang Shui sprawled on the floor, I was beaten by Bai Lang and Tu Jun. Knight Wutong observed the battered Xiang Shui, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This clumsy giant bear deserved the punishment. Xiang Shui gazed at the heavens, tears unshed, lamenting the cruelty of Bai Lang and Tu Jun. He had nearly been beaten to death by their merciless hands, and he vowed to exact revenge. Knight Wutong and Bai Lang sat upon the wooden platform, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, a short and plump female figure came running toward them. It was Zhu Yi, with her companion Iwan hot on her heels. As Zhu Yi dashed forward, she cried out for help. Upon reaching Knight Wutong and the others, she spotted Xiong Ba and leapt into his embrace. However, Xiong Ba swiftly evaded her advance, leaving Zhu Yi to tumble to the ground. Knight Wutong was perplexed. Why did the females in this beastly world all seem to prefer throwing themselves into the arms of the males? Delis did it, Xi and Lingo did it, and this plump Zhu Yi did it even more so. Chief, Avon intends to kill me. He has even marred my face, Zhu Yi exclaimed. Rising from the ground and addressing Xiong Ba, Wutong noticed a long scratch on Zhu Ye's right cheek, approximately 2 inches in length, deep enough to expose the bone, with blood dripping down from the wound. Knight Wutong perceived that Zhu Ye's visage had suffered irreparable damage. Zhu Yi, what has transpired with your face? Xiong Ba inquired, perplexed. Who possesses such audacity to harm a female? It was AI Wen. He marred my face and threatened my life, Zhu Yi replied. Hastily retreating behind Knight Wutong and the others, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld AI Wen advancing towards her in a furious manner. AI Wen, how could you inflict harm upon a female? Xiong Ba addressed AI Wen, his gaze fixed on the bloodshot eyes of the latter. This is all the fault of that foolish creature, AI Wen retorted. I had a female I cherished and had professed my feelings to her, and she reciprocated. We were on the verge of becoming mates that very night, but alas, this creature claimed to feel faint and insisted that her partner was absent. Thus, I had no choice but to escort her back to her cave. AI Wen abruptly ceased his narrative, fixing a furious glare at Zhu Yi. What transpired next? Xiong Ba commanded. I delivered this creature to her cave, and before I could exit, she showered me with a dusting of pollen. I became uncontrollably enamored and, in a daze, vowed my allegiance to her, subsequently becoming her true mate. Upon awakening, I vaguely recalled the events, and one of this creature's partners clandestinely informed me that I had fallen victim to the aphrodisiac pollen, which had led me to engage in actions I had never intended. Thus, it is how you became Zhu Ye's mate, Xiong Ba suddenly comprehended, reflecting on AI Wen's prior affections for Xi and Linger. How did you end up bonded with Zhu Yu? Having mated with her, I can no longer unite with the female I hold dear. I cannot resort to the ways of certain males who seek out love beasts. Such actions are beyond my capabilities. AI Wen's eyes were hollow. You do not harbor affection for Zhu Yi, yet you could sever your bond with her. You must not inflict injury upon her. Do you not comprehend the preciousness of females? Xiang Shu, rising from the ground despite the pain, reprimanded AI Wen, his disdain for males who lack respect for females palpable. Knight Wutong rested her hand on her forehead, pondering the omnipresence of that large bear-like creature. It had nearly been beaten to a pulp by Bai Lang and Tu Jun. Yet it continued to refer to itself as a precious female. How amusing it was to see it so ensnared by its own feminine allure. The dissolution of a bond is a mutual affair. Zhu Yu disagreed, and despite my attempts to reason with her, she remained obstinate. As a mere level 4 beastman, I lacked the power to forcibly sever our connection. Thus, I sought to vent my pent-up frustration by marring Zhu Ye's visage, ensuring that no male would ever find her appealing again. How delightful it would be, I thought, to see her become an object of disdain among the males. Should I choose not to eliminate her entirely? The Night Phoenix tree observed the lamentable fate of Zhu Yi and silently remarked that she truly deserved it, after all. Who urged her to forge a union with others through such unscrupulous means? You wretched cripple, I was indeed blind to have taken a liking to you. Zhu Yi cried out, covering her face in despair. Yu Wutong's lips twitched slightly. Why was this Zhu Yi not anxious to tend to the wounds on his face? Had he perhaps forgotten to treat his injuries? As the night-blooming Catalpa recalled the system's directive for her to treat the orc, she resolved to tend to Zhu Yi first. Despite Zhu Yi's loathsome demeanor, the promise of impending rewards from the system spurred her to offer assistance. Zhu Yi hurled a barrage of invectives at Avon, who regarded her with a gaze filled with malevolence. Zhu Yi, you would cease to care for me if I were to become crippled, wouldn't you? I truly wish I had been a cripple from the start. I would rather embrace solitude for eternity than be bound to you. Enough of your bickering, both of you. I possess the ability to heal your wounds, night-blooming Catalpa interjected, addressing Zhu Yi and Avon. What did you say? Zhu Yi inquired, her perception of night-blooming Catalpa shifting to one of less disdain. Zhu Yi, I can indeed treat the injuries upon your face, but be forewarned, scars will remain. Consider this carefully before I proceed. Should you fear the permanence of scars, you may seek another healer. Night-blooming Catalpa laid bare the harsh truth, leaving the decision of treatment in Zhu Yi's hands. Then I shan't proceed. I will seek another healer. Chief, please escort me to a different witch doctor. Carry me, as I am dizzy and cannot walk. Zhu Yi feigned a collapse, anticipating that Xiong Ba would catch her. Yet, after a prolonged wait, Xiong Ba did not extend his support. Night Wutong scoffed, remarking how Zhu Yi had become adept at feigning ignorance. Despite her grievous injuries, she bore them with remarkable fortitude. Xiong Shui attempted to embrace Zhu Yi, only to be halted by AI Air. You too, take Zhu Yi to the pig tribe's shaman, Xiong Ba instructed, addressing the two male orcs who had been furtively observing Night Wutong. Reluctantly, the designated males escorted Zhu Yi away. Once Zhu Yi had departed, Night Wutong turned to AI Wen. Will you seek treatment for your leg? I cannot guarantee a cure, so ponder your decision before proceeding. I will, AI Wen replied, gazing at Night Wutong, feeling an instinctive trust in the young female. Wait, let us discuss treatment later. For now, you must be punished, Xiong Ba said, his gaze fixed on AI Wen. It would be unreasonable not to impose a penalty. I accept the punishment, AI Wen said, bowing his head. I shall have you and Bobby suspended together for 2 days. After that, Tongtong will tend to your injuries. Once healed, you will be confined in a cell for a year, Xiong Ba declared, noting the leniency of his punishment in the realm of beasts. Chapter 42. Under scrutiny, AI Wen found himself hung on the Lion Tribe's punishment pole, side by side with Bobby. The Lion Tribe maintained a row of poles specifically for male orcs who had erred. Upon seeing AI Wen suspended, Bobby, astonished, inquired, AI Wen, what transgression led to your predicament? I marred Zhu Yi's face, AI Wen confessed. Why? Bobby asked, puzzled. AI Wen recounted the events leading to his actions. Upon hearing the tale, Bobby sighed, AI Wen, so you two are enamored with Xian Linger. But how well do you truly know her? She is not as benign as her appearance suggests. She possesses a ruthless nature. AI Wen recalled how Xian Lingo had mercilessly compelled Bobby to slay Dilasai. Had Xiong Ba not shown leniency, Bobby would have long since perished. Indeed, ever since I heard Xian Lingo's enchanting voice, I have been captivated, AI Wen lamented. Like you, I was drawn in by her melodious song, and my affections were misplaced, Bobby mused, reflecting on the heartlessness and selfishness of females. In the nomadic beast tribe, within a grand stone dwelling, 5 male orcs sat gathered, including leopard orc Mo Yin and black dog orc Tachi. Chief, that young female is truly breathtaking, beyond description. I implore you to assign more personnel. I wish to reclaim her. Rest assured, Chief, you shall remain her primary mate while I settle for being her second. Mo Yin urged the male orc seated in the prominent position. This male orc, strikingly handsome with blood-red eyes and short black hair, responded to Mo Yin. Is she truly as you described? Indeed. Her skin is as white as snow, her large eyes captivating, her nose perfectly sculpted, and her lips delicately alluring. Her figure is exquisite, and those legs, oh, how I long to hold her in my embrace. Mo Yin extolled Night Wutong's beauty. Yes, that young female surpasses even the male orcs in beauty. Chief, may I accompany Mo Yin? I wish to be her third mate, Tachi ventured tentatively, anxious about his chief's response, aware of his status as a mere third elder in the tribe. Very well, I shall augment your ranks. First, we must retrieve the young female, the mesmerizing male, Yin Li remarked, a glimmer of ambition flashing in his eyes. Had he not been preoccupied with his training, his body still recovering, he would have personally journeyed to the Lion Tribe to behold the exquisite female described by Mo Yin and Tachi. I wish to join Mo Yin and Tachi, spoke a panda orc named Bote, distinguished by his black hair and eyes, exuding elegance, reminiscent of a refined gentleman from ancient times. Very well, Bote, you shall accompany Mo Yin and Tachi. Select some strong orcs to join your endeavor. The alluring male instructed, lightly tapping his long fingers on the stone table. The Night Phoenix was blissfully unaware of the many beast men who had taken an interest in her. Bai Lang and his companions had roasted the meat, eagerly urging the Night Phoenix to partake, but she declined, for she truly could not bring herself to eat. Night Wudong turned to the still grilling Bear Shuai and inquired, Great Bear, is the meat ready? If so, please deliver it to Xin Linger promptly. We must not let her starve. It's done. I'll take it right away. Bear Shuai placed a piece of undercooked, unseasoned meat onto a large leaf. Go on. Spend some time with Xin Linger. Night Wudong felt a surge of irritation towards Bear Shuai, thinking, out of sight, out of mind. After Bear Shuai departed, Night Wudong asked Xiongba, does Xin Ling have any family? Indeed, she has an elder brother, Xiongba replied candidly. Oh. That explains why Xin Ling has not perished from hunger, Night Wudong murmured softly. The Night Wudong returned to the cave, reclined on her bed, and began to indulge in an afternoon slumber, a habit she had cultivated during the summer months in modern times. The Night Wudong soon succumbed to slumber, and in her dreams, she envisioned Yunyi confessing his feelings, only to dismiss him with a kick, mocking his perceived weakness. Enraged, Yunyi turned away. Yet she found herself unwilling to let him depart. She yearned to grasp his hand, but he remained indifferent to her pleas. As she called out to him, he continued on his path, never casting a glance back. Within the cave, Bai Lang, Tujun, Xiongba, and Ai Er overheard Night Wudong's restless murmurs in her sleep. Yunyi, come back. I promise you. Yunyi, do not leave. I swear to you. The four beastmen noticed a shadow of concern dimming in their gazes upon hearing her dream-laden words. Bai Lang pondered, who is Yunyi? This name seems familiar. As if someone has called me by it before, yet I cannot recall. In her dream, Night Wudong witnessed Yunyi walking away without a backward glance. Calling out to him brought no response, and a profound ache settled in her heart, jolting her awake in a cold sweat. Night Wudong opened her almond-shaped eyes wide, noticing that Bai Lang and the others were all gazing at her. Tong, who is Yunyi? Do you hold a fondness for him? You even called out his name in your dreams, pleading for him not to leave you. A glimmer of envy flickered in Bai Lang's eyes. He truly envied the male named Yunyi. When would he, Bai Lang, ever find a place in Tongtong's heart? Indeed, my heart belongs to Yunyi. He is to be my future partner. I already have a companion from my previous tribe, and with the 5 of you, that makes 6. According to the customs of the beast realm, a female must have at least 5 partners. Thus, I require 5 companions, and I intend to eliminate one among you. Night Wudong said, narrowing her eyes. Tong, why not remove Xiong Shuai from the mix? Tu Jun suggested. Having long harbored discontent towards Xiong Shuai for not being wholeheartedly devoted to Night Wudong. Chapter 43. A beautiful, misunderstanding Night Wudong said to Tu Jun. Your words resonate with my sentiments. Once Xiong Shuai returns, I shall inform him that he is no longer my future consort. Night Wudong contemplated eliminating Xiong Shuai first, removing him one step at a time. Tao, do you not think your actions might wound Xiong Shuai's heart? Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone this discussion for a while. I mused, considering that if Night Wudong were to abandon Xiong Shuai, he would undoubtedly be deeply saddened. Perhaps he would not be, Night Wudong retorted. Look at how well he treats Xin Linger. He is far kinder to her than he is to me. As my intended partner, he shows affection to another female. What purpose does he serve for me now? Night Wudong cast a sidelong glance at Aier. Sensing her apparent fondness for Xiong Shuai, she recalled seeing Aier's eyes brimming with compassion when they confronted him alongside Bai Lang and Tu Jun. Could it be that Aier harbored feelings for Xiong Shuai? Was Aier bisexual? Alas, the thought was quite alarming. Unbeknownst to Aier, Night Wudong had already concluded that Aier was indeed bisexual. Tao, Xiong Shuai's regard for Xin Linger is not love. It is merely concern and compassion for a female. Could you perhaps refrain from dismissing Xiong Shuai entirely for the time being? Aier felt that the justification she had conjured for Xiong Shuai was one she could not even convince herself of, yet she felt compelled to advocate for him nonetheless. Upon hearing Aier's words, Yu Wudong became increasingly convinced of Aier's bisexuality. Aier implied that she did not wish for Xiong Shuai to be driven away, desiring instead for Xiong Shuai to remain with him. Could it be that Aier's intention in wanting her as his consort was to bear children, while his true affections lay with Xiong Shuai? In the depths of her imagination, Yu Wudong envisioned Aier and Xiong Shuai sharing a kiss. A scene that sent a shiver coursing through her body. What is the matter, Tong? Bai Lang, noticing her tremor, inquired with genuine concern, fearing that she might be unwell. It's nothing, Yu Wudong replied, snapping back to reality from her daydream. Tong, are you feeling cold? I have a fur cloak in my space. Let me fetch it for you. As Tu Jun spoke, he retrieved a white fur cloak, shaped like a mantle. Tu Jun. I'm not cold. It's summer. That cloak is far too thick. I would surely overheat wearing it. Yu Wudong grimaced at the unsightly garment in Tu Jun's hands, resolutely rejecting it. Tu Jun's expression dimmed as he reluctantly returned the cloak to his space. He had painstakingly crafted it himself, intending it for his future partner. And the realization that Tong found it unappealing left him disheartened. Tong, perhaps it would be prudent not to dismiss Xiong Shuai just yet. Observe him for a while longer. If his affections are sincere, then you might consider accepting him. Aier continued to advocate for Xiong Shuai, hoping to discuss with him upon his return, urging him to exercise discernment and refrain from offering unsolicited sympathy and care to other disinterested females. The Night Phoenix turned her eyes thoughtfully. She did not wish to expel Xiong Shuai so hastily. Instead, she intended to use him to eliminate Aier as well. Aier, your words are quite reasonable. I shall give Xiong Shuai a chance, Let him remain by my side for the time being, she said with a smile. Though the mirth did not reach her eyes, revealing its insincerity. You are truly kind, Tong Tong. AI Air praised Night Phoenix, surprised by her swift change of heart. AI Air wished for Xiong Shui to be Night Phoenix's companion because Xiong Shui's brother, Xiong Qi, had once saved him, prompting a sense of obligation toward Xiong Shui. He did not wish for Xiong Shui to lose such a splendid partner as Night Phoenix. Unbeknownst to him, his goodwill towards Xiong Shui had already been manipulated by Night Phoenix. Enough of this. I must prepare a meal for Bai Lang and Tu Jun shortly. I need to ponder what delectable dishes to create for them, Night Phoenix sighed, regretting her promise to cook for Bai Lang and Tu Jun. In the modern world, her culinary repertoire was limited to braised pork and sweet and sour fish. Surely, I cannot resort to making braised pork again, absolutely not. And sweet and sour fish is out of the question as well. This beastly realm may not even possess sugar or vinegar. As the Night Sycamore pondered, the voice of Xiang Ba resonated. Tong Tong, why do you prepare delectable dishes solely for Bai Lang and Tu Jun? Why not for me? With a chuckle, Yi Wudong replied, well, I shall simply make a bit more. I have returned, announced Xiong Shui, his presence felt before he was seen. Shortly thereafter, the handsome Xiong Shui entered the cave. Night Wudong furrowed her brow, pondering the antics of that great bear. Why did he not linger a while longer with Xinling? Why was he constantly parading before her? The few individuals within the cave remained silent upon the entrance of Bear Shui. As I returned, passing by Bobby and Avon, I overheard their discontent. They were vocally disparaging the females, claiming they were heartless, indolent, and selfish. This infuriated me, prompting me to chastise them, which only incited their ire to the point where they wished to strangle me, yet found themselves unable to descend from their lofty perch. How amusing. Bear Shui continued his relentless chatter, oblivious to the shifting expressions of those in the cave. Bear Shui, come with me outside. I have matters to discuss with you. Ire rose, grasping Bear Shui's arm and leading him towards the entrance of the cave, intent on a serious conversation. As Yi Wutong observed Ire leading Bear Shui away, a smile crept upon her face, for it seemed Ire was nurturing a bond with Bear Shui. When the moment arose for her to catch Ire and Bear Shui engaged in their intimate escapades, she would relish the opportunity to eliminate them both. As for Bai Lang, Xiang Ba, and Tu Jun, she would need to employ her cunning intellect to devise a strategy. In a moment of exuberance, Yi Wudong began to sing. Tomorrow will be splendid. Tomorrow will be splendid. Your singing is truly delightful, Tong Tong, Bai Lang exclaimed, his admiration evident, for he cherished listening to her melodious voice. Indeed, it is extraordinarily beautiful, Tu Jun concurred. Xiong Ba, too, found Yi Wudong's singing enchanting. However, he pondered the relevance of her talent. When would she reach adulthood? He felt an overwhelming sense of impatience. The Night Wudong, elated by the praises of Bai Lang and Tu Jun, proudly exclaimed, isn't it delightful? I must tell you, I composed the lyrics and melody myself. Impressive, isn't it? Night Wudong possesses a wide array of interests, one of which is singing. Remarkably, Tong Tong excels at it. Tu Jun quickly chimed in with praises, believing that females relish compliments the most. Chapter 44. It is muscular, not fat. Bai Lang. You and I shall venture outside to dry the herbs. Night Wudong suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to dry the herbs she had gathered, worrying about their potential spoilage in such sweltering heat. Tong Tong, the herbs have already been dried. While you were asleep, Tu Jun, AI Air, Xiang Ba, and I took care of it, Bai Lang remarked, gazing upon Night Wudong's exquisite visage. Very well, I shall prepare a delightful meal for you all this evening, including spicy meat and sweet potato porridge. Night Wudong contemplated the chili peppers and sweet potatoes in her backpack, along with some fragrant mushrooms and wood ear fungi. Tong Tong, you truly are an industrious female. To be your companion is indeed a blessing from the beast god, Bai Lang said, gently caressing Night Wudong's hair, marveling at its smoothness and delightful texture. Bai Lang, please refrain from touching my hair, Night Wudong thought to herself, dismissing any notion of infatuation, knowing such attempts to flirt with her would be futile. Very well. I shall not touch your hair then, Bai Lang mused, contemplating that in the future, he might focus his attentions elsewhere. After a while, AI Air and Xiong Shui entered the cave. Xiong Shui approached Night Wudong with his head lowered, earnestly beseeching her, Tong Tong, I was wrong. Please do not abandon me. I promise never to associate with Xinling Air again. I shall devote myself entirely to you. I swear my loyalty lies solely with you. Hearing Xiong Shui's words, Yi Wudong could not help but scoff internally. She held little faith in his ability to change. She believed firmly in the adage that while one might alter the landscape, one's inherent nature is far more challenging to transform. Perhaps Xiong Shui would behave himself for a few days, but over time, the outcome remained uncertain. Very well. I shall trust you. You must engage with Ire. He may prove beneficial to you. Yi Wudong's intention was to bring Ire and Xiong Shui together, fostering a deeper connection between them. Tong Tong, rest assured, I shall assist Xiong Shui. Ire assumed that Yi Wudong was merely asking him to help correct Xiong Shui's flaws. Ire, I entrust Xiong Shui to your care, Yi Wudong said with a mischievous smile, reveling in the prospect of Ire and Xiong Shui achieving a successful union, at which point she could finally send them both away. As Yi Wutong contemplated her progress towards freedom, a sense of determination surged within her. If she could liberate herself from Bai Lang and his companions, she would seek a suitable place for cultivation, dedicating herself to her practice until she reached the pinnacle of mastery. Once she attained a level of great success, she would challenge the mightiest beastmen of this realm. And upon defeating them, she would seize dominion over the beast world. With victory, she would claim the reward bestowed by the system, granting her eternal youth. Bai Lang and his companions, observing the mischievous smile on Yi Wutong's face, instinctively shivered. Although her smile did not detract from her beauty, and indeed, it possessed a certain charm, they couldn't shake the feeling that she was plotting against them. Realizing the hour was late, Yi Wutong announced, "I shall prepare a meal for you." Rising from her bed, she donned her sneakers and made her way towards the cave entrance, with Bai Lang and the others following closely behind her. Night Wutong addressed Ayr, saying, "Ayr, you and Xiang Shui should find a large stone to create a water tank, one of this width and height." Night Wutong gestured towards Ayr. "All right. We shall proceed at once," Ayr replied, pulling Xiang Shui along to search for the stone. "Tong Tong, the stone is quite heavy. Could we perhaps find a smaller one?" "I fear I might not be able to carry something too large," Xiang Shui lamented, casting a pitiful glance at Night Wutong. He believed Ayr, being more slender than himself, would surely struggle to bear the weight. Just imagine how heavy that large stone would be to carry back. Night Wutong discerned the thoughts of Bear Shui and addressed him, saying, "Great Bear, do not tell me you are incapable of carrying the heavy stones. You are a level 6 beast man. Surely, you can manage it. By the way, Ayr, you and Bear Shui each carry back a stone." Night Wutong conceived a new idea. She thought it would be better to create 2 water tanks. If it were to rain, she could use the water from the stone jars for cooking, thus avoiding the need to venture to the river in inclement weather. "Let us proceed." Ayr tugged at Bear Shui to lead the way, mindful that Bear Shui was still in the observation phase and should not provoke Night Wutong further. Very well. Bear Shui complied with resignation, following Ayr to search for stones. Once Ayr and Tu Jun had departed, Night Wutong instructed Tu Jun and Xiang Ba to fetch water from the river. Tu Jun, Xiang Ba, each of you take 2 wooden buckets to the river. I require the water you bring back to wash the meat and prepare porridge, Night Wutong commanded. Understood. Tu Jun took the water buckets and headed to the river. Understood. Xiang Ba also carried 2 wooden buckets toward the river. The Night Wutong addressed Bai Lang, saying, "Bai Lang, transform into a wolf and use your sharp claws to carve these prey into pieces. Ultimately, they should be reduced to this size." Night Wutong gestured towards Bai Lang. After Bai Lang meticulously cut the meat into the sizes specified by Night Wutong, Ayr and Xiang Ba returned with water. Yi Wutong poured the water from the bucket into the wooden basin, commenced the cleansing of the meat within, and subsequently placed the washed meat into a pot. She filled it with an ample amount of water, adding a selection of chili peppers, fragrant mushrooms, and salt. Night Wutong placed the pot lid atop the pot, prompting Bai Lang to ignite the fire. Soon, Ayr and Xiang Shui returned, each bearing a hefty stone on their backs. Ayr gently set his stone down on the ground before receiving the one Xiang Shui had carried and placing it beside the first. Night Wutong observed the entire process and mused to himself that Ayr must possess a dominant nature. Perhaps, in time, Ayr would bend Xiang Shui to his will. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Noticing the excitement in Night Wutong's eyes, Ayr mistakenly believed it stemmed from the impressive stones they had brought back. "Xiang Shui, carve a water tank from that stone you carried," Night Wutong instructed, pointing at the rock on Xiang Shui's back. "Tong Tong, why must I be the only one to do the digging?" Xiang Shui retorted, his displeasure evident. He felt unfairly targeted. "Because you were somewhat portly. You ought to exert yourself more to shed a few pounds. If someone is willing to assist you, I wouldn't mind at all," Night Wutong replied, casting a knowing glance at Ayr, thinking to himself that Ayr would certainly lend a hand. He was merely creating an opportunity for Ayr. Should he assist Xiang Shui, the latter would surely be grateful, inching Ayr closer to fulfilling his desires. "Tong Tong, this is not plumpness, this is strength. You should be grateful for my robust physique. Only someone as strong as I am will be able to satisfy you in the future. I see that Bai Lang, Tu Jun, Ayr, and Xiang Ba cannot compare," Xiang Shui proclaimed loudly to Night Wutong. Chapter 45. Another female arrives at that moment, Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and Xiang Ba glared at Xiang Shui with fury, their expressions suggesting they wished to rend him to pieces. As males, they could not tolerate being deemed inadequate. It was a grave insult to their pride. Ayr, however, displayed a look of despondency, realizing he had echoed Bai Lang's sentiments about Xiang Shui. It appeared that Xiang Shui was indeed beyond redemption. Not only was he disliked by Night Wutong, but also resented by Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and Xiang Ba. Ayr felt powerless to assist Xiang Shui any further. "Xiang Shui, you truly are asking for trouble," Bai Lang remarked, rising to his feet as he approached Xiang Shui, fixing him with a steely gaze. Xiang Shui met his stare with equal intensity, and thus, the confrontation loomed imminent. As the evening approached, Yi Wutong realized that the water tank was not yet completed. She hurriedly instructed Bai Lang and Xiang Shui, "You should first dig the water tank. There will be time for sparring later. Indeed, let us focus on excavating the water tank first. Tong Tong, how do we go about digging this water tank?" Ayr inquired. Listen closely, I will guide you on how to create the stone tank, Yi Wutong explained, detailing the process to Bai Lang and the others. Tongdong, you simply wait there. We shall have the stone tank ready in no time, Tu Jun assured her. The group of beastmen commenced their task of digging the stone tank. Yi Wutong gazed at the handsome faces of Bai Lang and his companions, unable to suppress a sigh. In this beastly world, the males were strikingly attractive while the females were rather unappealing. It left one to ponder what their future partners would resemble. In a modern, opulent residence, a man sat on the bed, fixated on an enlarged photograph in his hands. He spoke to the image. It's been 2 days, yet not a word from you. I've dispatched numerous individuals to locate you, but to no avail. Have you been apprehended by the police? His name was Long Yong, the son of Yi Wutong's adoptive father, Long Xiaodian. Within their organization, he shared a position equivalent to that of Yi Wutong, harboring a secret affection for her. Each night, he could only find solace in sleep by gazing at her photograph. He tucked the picture under his pillow, changed into a new outfit, donned a large hat, and drove off to execute an assassination mission. The target was Oh Chunling, the wife of the president of the Zhu Corporation, a woman in her 50s who had risen to prominence as a mistress. Today, Oh Chunling visited a beauty salon for a hyaluronic acid treatment, for her previous injection was nearing its expiration. The thought of reverting to her natural age was intolerable. As she alighted from the vehicle, a bullet shot towards her. The driver lunged to shield her, taking the bullet in his lower back. Witnessing her beloved driver, a youthful beauty, collapse in a pool of blood, she fainted. Long Yong aimed to fire a second shot at the fallen Oh Chunling, but felt his soul uncontrollably detached from his body, soaring into the distance. Upon awakening, Oh Chunling found herself in darkness, lying on the ground. Where was she? Under the moonlight, she realized she was alone, utterly disoriented. She staggered to her feet and called out, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" 2 sentinels from the Xiongba tribe heard her cries and turned their gaze towards her. Upon seeing the beautiful female standing not far away, clad in black that accentuated her fair skin and adorned with exquisite shoes that revealed her lovely toes, their eyes lit up. The 2 sentinels approached Oh Chunling, inquiring, "Beautiful female, which tribe do you belong to?" A shock coursed through her. She realized she had likely been cast into a small tribal area by her enemies while unconscious. This must be the doing of Zhu Bin's ex-wife. Once she returned, she would surely hire an assassin to eliminate her. Oh dear, I have no idea how I ended up here. The moment I awoke, I found myself in this place. Oh Chunling approached the 2 sentinels. She had spritzed herself with perfume, the delightful fragrance wafting through the air, captivating the 2 sentinels, who felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. However, both were already committed to their mates and had not considered seeking a lover. Why not stay with us for the night? If you wish to leave tomorrow, we will ensure you return safely, one suggested, regretting having settled down too soon. For he longed to pursue this enchanting female. Thank you, Oh Chunling replied, observing the 2 sentinels closely in the moonlight. They were rather handsome, reminiscent of starry-eyed youths. Feigning dizziness, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I feel so dizzy," and promptly fell towards the ground. One sentinel rushed to catch her, unable to suppress a gulp. The sentinel's actions did not escape Oh Chunling, who thought to herself how charming this young man was, despite being from a seemingly backward place. She planned to take him with her, offering him a position as her personal bodyguard, available 24 hours a day. "Allow me to take you to our chief, who will arrange shelter for you," he said, cradling Oh Chunling as they made their way into the tribe. The other sentinel, frustrated, stomped his foot, determined to inform Yuan Shuang that Xian Air was carrying another female. Xian Air gently set Oh Chunling down outside the cave of the chief and called out, "Chief, come out. I found a female outside the tribe and brought her here. Please arrange a place for her." Upon hearing this, Xiongba turned to Yi Wutong, saying, "Tong Tong, I shall step outside for a moment." With that, he strode out of the cave, pleased that another female had arrived in the tribe. As Xiongba emerged from the cave, his gaze met Oh Chunling's under the bright moonlight. She was taken aback by his astonishing beauty, realizing she had never before encountered such a striking young man in her lifetime. It was worth it. She would ensure he became hers. Xiongba, appreciating Oh Chunling's beauty, noted that while she paled in comparison to Yi Wutong, she surpassed Lisha. This female appeared to be of mature age, likely in her 30s. Xiongba addressed her, "Female, come dwell in my cave, alongside my mate." Oh Chunling pondered whether mate implied a wife. Realizing he had a partner, she felt a twinge of disappointment. This youthful man, seemingly in his 20s, was already committed? Regardless of his marital status, she was determined to have him by her side as her lover. After all, the power of the Zhu Corporation lay within her grasp, allowing her to dictate her desires. Upon her return, she would dismiss her 9 youthful lovers, choosing to exclusively cherish this captivating young man. Xiongba led Oh Chunling into his cave, illuminated by the radiant pearls Bai Lang had placed, making the cave as bright as day. As Yi Wutong observed, Xiongba entered the room accompanied by a rather diminutive woman. This woman, adorned with heavy makeup, appeared to be at least 37 or 38 years of age. Upon further inspection of her attire, she donned a black dress, notably short, barely concealing her ample posterior, while her legs were not particularly elongated. Wutong discerned that this alluring woman was a modern individual, indeed a time traveler. Oh Chunling, however, paid no heed to Night Wutong, her gaze fixated upon Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and Ai Air. A wave of exhilaration washed over her. She was truly fortunate to encounter such a plethora of handsome men. Upon her return, she intended to delegate her company to her son, ensuring she remained in the company of these attractive individuals, never neglecting their presence. Oh Chunling mused that if there were other handsome men in this primitive tribe, she would take them all, including the two young lads outside the tribe as she departed. Her eyes roamed over the faces and figures of Bai Lang and his companions. Fortunately, they were clad in animal hide skirts and capes. Otherwise, Oh Chunling might have lunged at them without hesitation. Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and Ai Air regarded the woman brought in by Xiong Ba with a mixture of disdain and discomfort as her gaze roamed over their bodies with an insatiable hunger, clearly unsettling them. The night phoenix tree is amusing. Does this modern woman truly have no experience with handsome men? Observe how this woman is practically drooling. Madam, do wipe your mouth, Night Wutong remarked, stifling her laughter. Who are you? Do not call me madam. I am not old. My name is Oh Chunling. Upon hearing Night Wutong's words and catching sight of her, Oh Chunling was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brimming with jealousy. She had never encountered a woman as stunning as Night Wutong, and the handsome men she had previously deemed attractive paled in comparison to her. Comparing herself to Night Wutong was akin to juxtaposing a glass marble against a luminous pearl. She is my partner, Tong Tong, Xiong Ba introduced. Haha. Your partner is truly exquisite. Oh Chunling complimented Night Wutong with a smile that failed to reach her eyes, a flicker of malice passing through them. She could not tolerate the beauty of this young man's wife. Once they returned home, she would ensure that this lovely woman's visage was marred, rendering her as ugly as she had once been beautiful. Night Wutong observed Oh Chunling's demeanor closely, discerning the envy and the fleeting cruelty in her gaze. She pondered whether this woman harbored jealousy towards her and might pose a threat. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant around her. The night wind rustled through the leaves as Wutong recalled the name Oh Chunling, which sounded remarkably familiar. Could it be that this Oh Chunling was indeed the wife of Zhu Ben, the president of the Zhu Corporation? Now 57 years old, she had ascended to her position after 5 years as a mistress, only for her husband to become a vegetative state. In her wake, she had sought the company of a dozen youthful suitors, truly embodying the term libertine. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Xiong Ba chuckled, relishing the prestige of having an attractive companion. Might I be introduced to them? Oh Chunling shifted her gaze back to Bai Lang and his companions, inquiring of Xiong Ba. They too are Wutong's partners, Xiong Ba replied, his brow furrowed in reluctant explanation. Ah, so all 4 of you are Wutong's partners. How fascinating that your tribe practices polygamy. Oh Chunling exclaimed in astonishment, having heard of such customs, but never expecting to encounter them firsthand. Females, is your tribe not the same? Xiong Ba inquired. Our tribe? Certainly not, Oh Chunling thought, realizing these handsome men were rather inexperienced. There was little point in divulging too much now. They would learn in due time once she brought them back to her domain. I envy your tribe, Xiong Ba admitted, expressing a desire for monogamy, even if it meant settling for a partner slightly less appealing than you Wutong. Wutong, this evening, let this male share your quarters, Xiong Ba suggested, noting the late hour and wishing to postpone finding accommodations for Oh Chunling until the morrow. I refuse. You Wutong, a woman of meticulous standards, could not abide Oh Chunling and held her in disdain. Wutong, be compliant. Allow Oh Chunling to share your bed for the night. If she wishes to depart tomorrow, I shall arrange for her departure. If not, I will find her a place to stay. Xiong Ba hoped for Wutong's acquiescence. No, I said no. You Wutong retorted, angered that Xiong Ba would defy her wishes. Xiong Ba, too, felt his temper flare, perceiving Wutong as unreasonable and utterly incomprehensible. Wutong, you are being excessively unreasonable. This cave belongs to me, and your say does not dictate its use. Chapter 47. Truly enigmatic. The night phoenix tree has been harmed by the domineering presence of Xiong Ba. How is it that Xiong Ba has become akin to Xiong Shuai? Both shouting at her for the sake of other women? Does he truly regard her as a companion? Night Wutong understood that the majority of males in the beastly realm were devoted to their partners, with only a few exceptions. She thought to herself that judging by the behavior of Xiong Ba and Xiong Shuai, they would undoubtedly make poor companions. Even if she were unable to return to the modern world, she would never consider taking a partner like Xiong Ba or Xiong Shuai in this beastly realm. Xiong Ba, why do you speak of Tong Tong in such a manner? How has she become so unreasonable in your eyes? You claim that this cave belongs to you, that you have the final say. Tong Tong, let us depart. Come with me to another cave, Bai Lang exclaimed in anger, taking Tong Tong's hand and leading her away. Bai Lang, bring the night pearl with you. It rightfully belongs to you, and you cannot leave it behind. Night Wutong pointed to the egg-sized night pearl resting on the stone table. Tong Tong, I have already told you that this night pearl is yours, Bai Lang replied, turning back to retrieve the pearl and placing it into Night Wutong's hands. Let us go, she said to Bai Lang. Tu Jun and Ai Air closely followed behind Night Wutong. Xiong Ba realized he had misspoken and understood that he had angered Night Wutong and her companions. He hurriedly stepped forward to intercept them. Tong Tong, I was wrong. My previous words were thoughtless. Please do not leave. This cave is yours, and you have the authority here. If you do not wish for O Chunling to stay, I can take her to another cave, Xiongba pleaded with Knight Wutong. Knight Wutong was astonished. This Xiongba bore an uncanny resemblance to the modern archetype of a scoundrel, who would strike his wife and then attempt to soothe her with sweet words. In her heart, Yi Wutong had already concluded that Xiongba was quite despicable. Tong. Since Xiongba has found another cave for Ao Chunling, why not stay here? AI Air believed that Xiongba's cave was the finest in the tribe, offering comfort that would keep Tong healthy. Tong, I will find another cave for Ao Chunling right away. Xiongba truly regretted not having sought an alternative cave for Ao Chunling from the very beginning. Knight Wutong paid no heed to Xiongba. Xiongba turned to O Chunling and said, "Come with me, I shall take you to another cave." As they emerged from the cave, they chanced upon Xiong Shuai, who was strolling back. Upon seeing Xiongba with a striking female by his side, Xiong Shuai could not refrain from inquiring, "Xiongba, is this beautiful female a newcomer to the tribe? Is she of the serpent beast kind?" Noticing the resemblance between O Chunling's facial features and those of the serpent tribe females, Xiong Shuai commented on their characteristic pointed chins. "Serpent beast? I am not a serpent beast," O Chunling exclaimed in alarm, taken aback at being labeled as such. "Is your true form not that of a serpent? I see that serpent tribe females possess faces quite similar to yours, albeit without your beauty," Xiong Shuai remarked, scrutinizing O Chunling under the bright moonlight. O Chunling was startled by Xiong Shuai's words. Could it be that this world was one dominated by beasts? Had she indeed traversed through time to a primitive beast realm? The thought frightened her, prompting her to cautiously ask Xiong Shuai, "What kind of beast are you, young sir? What kind of beast am I? Can you not tell?" Xiong Shuai replied, puzzled, as it was customary in the beast realm for females to discern the type of beast a male was. "I cannot tell," O Chunling replied, gazing at Xiong Shuai's handsome visage. "I shall show you," Xiong Shuai declared, transforming into a large brown bear. O Chunling nearly fainted. She was certain she had truly crossed over, possibly never to return to her modern life and her vast fortune. "Let us go, the night grows late." "I shall take you to a place to stay," Xiongba stated to O Chunling. "Very well," O Chunling relented. "I will accompany you." Xiong Shuai reverted to human form and followed behind Xiongba and O Chunling. Xiongba located a cave for O Chunling and assigned 2 young male beasts to guard her within. He then returned with Xiong Shuai. Upon their return to the cave, they found Knight Wutong already asleep on the bed. "She smells delightful," Xiong Shuai remarked, enchanted by Knight Wutong's fragrance, which was the result of her bathing in fresh flowers. Xiongba addressed Bai Lang, saying, "Bai Lang, AI Air, Xiong Shuai, you may return to your own cave. Tonight, 2 June, and I will keep watch over Wutong. Rest assured, she will not escape." "Very well," Bai Lang replied, glancing at the sleeping Knight Wutong before exiting the cave. AI Air and Xiong Shuai followed suit. Once outside, AI Air cautioned Xiong Shuai, "Another female has recently joined the tribe. I sense she is not of good character and is rather flirtatious. You should maintain your distance to avoid being ensnared by her schemes." "AI Air, I just met that new female, and she appears quite amiable. She hardly seems the type to plot against others," Xiong Shuai countered, unimpressed by AI Air's warning, believing the new female not only to be beautiful, but also gentle. AI Air chose not to press the matter further, having said all that needed to be said. Should Xiong Shuai err in judgment and be cast aside by Knight Wutong, it would be a fitting consequence. In the Dragon Clan, within the Dragon Palace, Long Yong was roused from slumber by a mechanical voice. "Host, this system has been bound to you. Feel free to inquire about any questions you may have." "Are you a system?" Long Yong asked. "This system is the ambitious dream #1 system, now bound to you, the host," it replied. "Why does my soul leave my body when I execute tasks? Is that your doing?" Long Yong queried. "Oh host, you are astute. It is no wonder I selected such a splendid body for you. This system recognized your intelligence and ruthlessness, qualities of one destined for greatness. Your current form is deemed the second most handsome in the beast realm. Are you not elated?" Long Yong was indifferent to his looks. He yearned to reunite with Knight Wutong, who was still in the modern world while he found himself trapped in a beast realm. What was to be done? "I am not pleased. Return me to the modern world at once," he demanded. "Host, it is impossible for you to return to the modern world unless you conquer the entire beast realm. Only then will I reward you with passage back," the system explained. "Is that the only way?" "Indeed, it is the sole option. Henceforth, you must live under the identity of this body. You shall be known as Qing Ming, a dragon beast, a blue dragon of level 8. You are no longer Long Yong." Chapter 48. Dazed in the morning, Knight Wutong arose and stepped out of the cave, where she found Bai Lang, 2 June, and AI Air roasting meat. Knight Wutong inquired, "What of Xiongba and Xiong Shuai?" 2 June replied, "Xiongba was called away by a male, claiming that O Chunling was unwell, and Xiong Shuai accompanied him." Yi Wutong rolled her eyes and addressed Bai Lang, 2 June, and AI Air. "O Chunling is unwell. Why do you 3 not go and check on her?" Upon hearing Yi Wutong's words, Bai Lang grew displeased and replied, Tong. "O Chunling's illness does not concern us. She can seek the shaman's help. Our visit will not cure her." "Indeed, Tong. We will not abandon you to attend to O Chunling," She is of no relevance to us, Tu Jun echoed. AI Air added, Tong Tong, Xiong Shuai is still quite young. Please do not hold it against him for visiting O Chunling. I will have a word with him. As for Xiong Ba, being the clan leader, it is only natural for him to interact with O Chunling. He would never take a liking to her. AI Air felt a surge of anger toward Xiong Shuai, but felt powerless. If they wish to go, let them. It does not concern me. They are merely my future partners and have not truly bound themselves to me. So why should I be upset? Yi Wutong mused. She thought that if O Chunling managed to entice Xiong Ba and Xiong Shuai away, it would not be such a bad outcome, for she held a strong aversion to both. System, host. If Xiong Ba were to be lured into a bond with O Chunling, it would spell disaster for him. Knight Wutong, let it be a tragedy. If he is not tragic, then I shall be. Remember, human nature is inherently selfish. System, host, could you please refrain from being so blunt? Knight Wutong, having said that, what else would you have me do? System, I merely urge you to hasten your cultivation, to swiftly vanquish a level 1 beastman, and to do so with alacrity. Knight Wutong, understood, do not rush me. I assure you that the task will be completed within a month, and it will not hinder your advancement. System, host, you are the strongest. I truly did not misjudge you. Knight Wutong, hee, it's good that you know. System, the system is low on energy and has entered sleep mode. Knight Wutong, the system is indeed quite weak. Tong Tong, the meat is ready. Tu Jun handed the grilled meat to Knight Wutong. Knight Wutong took the roasted meat and began to eat. What were you thinking just now, Tong Tong? You seemed so absorbed, Bai Lang inquired. Having kept a close watch on her, he wanted to ascertain whether Knight Wutong truly cared nothing for Xiong Ba and Xiong Shuai, or if her expressionless demeanor indicated otherwise. Oh, nothing much, Knight Wutong replied with a hollow laugh. Are you going to the mountains to gather herbs today? Tu Jun asked, wishing he could transform into a tiger carrying Knight Wutong, feeling particularly fulfilled with her riding on him. Of course, look at the splendid sunshine today. It's perfect for an outing, Knight Wutong mused, considering herb gathering akin to an adventure into the wild. After their meal, Knight Wutong, Tu Jun, and AI Air set off to the mountains to collect herbs. Meanwhile, Xiong Ba transformed into a lion to carry O Chunling to the pig tribe's settlement to consult the shaman. Sitting atop Xiong Ba, O Chunling caressed his soft fur, her heart fluttering. She was merely feigning illness to gain his attention, believing that with a little cunning, she could capture his heart. Since returning to the modern world was not an option, she resolved to revel in the company of a handsome beast like Xiong Ba in this world. Yet, she pondered her lack of status and wealth in the beast realm, realizing that she could no longer entice the dashing beastmen with riches. Hence, she devised a plan to win Xiong Ba first and then usurp Knight Wutong's other companions. Upon their arrival at the pig tribe's settlement, they found the shaman's cave, where a short, stout old man was applying green herbal juice to Zhu Yi's face. Zhu Yi was elated to see Xiong Ba enter, mistakenly believing he had come to visit her. Tribe leader, I'm so glad you came to see me, she exclaimed. Zhu Yi, don't misunderstand. I'm not here for you. I brought O Chunling to see the shaman. Xiong Ba quickly clarified, anxious that Zhu Yi might misconstrue his intentions. Upon noticing O Chunling beside Xiong Ba, Zhu Yi assessed her beauty, feeling a surge of jealousy. Although O Chunling was not as stunning as Knight Wutong, she was undeniably more attractive than herself. Zhu Yi resolved to find a way to mar this woman's beauty to alleviate her own resentment. As Zhu Yi scrutinized O Chunling, the latter reciprocated with her own evaluation, deeming Zhu Yi the ugliest woman in the beast realm, dismissing her entirely. O Chunling shifted her gaze elsewhere, which only fueled Zhu Yi's jealousy into fury. This is O Chunling, a new female in the tribe who will be living here from now on. I hope you two can get along, Xiong Ba said, recalling O Chunling's lament about her tribe being destroyed and her desire to reside in the lion tribe. Leader, this female seems to look down on others, Ji remarked, unwilling to foster any camaraderie with O Chunling. Suddenly, O Chunling feigned dizziness and collapsed to the ground, betting that Xiong Ba would catch her. He promptly supported her and implored the pig tribe's shaman, Shaman, please examine her. She is feeling dizzy again. Place her on the stone bench. I will check her. The shaman instructed. Xiong Ba carefully set O Chunling on the stone bench. After a thorough examination, the shaman assured Xiong Ba, she is fine, perhaps just fatigued, which caused her dizziness. She needs rest. Are you sure? She looks quite serious. Xiong Ba questioned, still skeptical as he had witnessed her fainting. If you don't believe me, take her to another shaman for a second opinion. The shaman replied, slightly irked. He was confident in his skills, trained by divine beings, and would not misdiagnose the female. He simply chose not to expose her act. O Chunling, initially intending to feign illness to elicit Xiong Ba's sympathy and foster a connection, realized the shaman had seen through her ruse. To avoid being unmasked, she stated, I'm fine. The shaman is correct. I just need to rest. Let us head back. With that, she exited the cave swiftly, wary of the shaman revealing her deception. Xiong Ba followed closely behind. Zhu Yi, having overheard the shaman's words and witnessing O Chunling's hasty departure, had a sudden thought. Could it be that O Chunling was pretending? O Chunling, you're faking dizziness. You're not dizzy at all. How dare you deceive the tribe leader? Zhu Yi shouted, determined to expose the newcomer. Xiongba turned to Zhu Yi. His voice low and serious. Zhu Yi, what are you talking about? Leader, I'm saying that this new female is pretending to be dizzy. She is not dizzy at all, she is faking it. Zhu Yi asserted, convinced that Chunling was no different from her, having often feigned illness herself. Do you even know what you're saying? Such reckless accusations will incur punishment. Xiongba's displeasure was evident on his icy countenance. Zhu Yi felt a surge of fear. Xiongba's disbelief in her words and the threat of punishment loomed. I will expel you from the lion tribe, Xiongba declared angrily. Aware that while he could not easily slay a female, he could still impose punishment. The tribe leader is correct. This female is indeed pretending. While she may not be in perfect health, she has no serious ailments, the shaman interjected, unwilling to see Zhu Yi cast out, as she was his partner's daughter. Is that true? Xiongba questioned, still struggling to understand why Chunling would feign dizziness for amusement. I swear by my medical ethics that I speak only the truth. The shaman affirmed. Xiongba's anger flared. Chunling, why would you deceive me? I wanted you to pay more attention to me. This was the only way for you to notice me and spend more time with me, Chunling confessed, reluctantly admitting her ruse. Fearing that if Xiongba took her to another shaman, the result would be the same, she chose to come clean. Why do you want me to pay more attention to you? Why do you wish to spend more time with me? Xiongba queried. His anger dissipating as he pondered the possibility of Chunling harboring feelings for him. Xiongba, I adore you. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. I spent the entire night in the cave thinking about you, yet you have a partner. Hence, I had to feign illness to garner your concern and spend time with you, Chunling boldly declared, convinced that her charm could sway even the most steadfast of beast men. You like me? Xiongba was taken aback by her admission, feeling a sense of exhilaration. He had not been entirely indifferent to her the night before. He had contemplated what it would be like to embrace her, but he had no intention of betraying Knight Wutong. Yes, Xiongba, I, Chunling, have feelings for you. And I love you deeply. I doubt anyone could love you more than I do. Chunling spoke loudly to Xiongba, aware that his attitude was softening. She had encountered many young handsome men like him before, all of whom had ultimately succumbed to her charms, becoming her devoted companions. This formidable lion would be no exception. Chunling's declaration posed no scandal to the orc, for their kind was known for their open-mindedness, freely expressing their affections. Give me a few days to contemplate, Xiongba replied. His thoughts a tumultuous storm. Very well, Xiongba, let us return. Chunling approached him and brushed against him. The moment Xiongba felt her touch, an unexpected reaction stirred within him. Chunling, experienced in such matters, noted his physiological response with keen awareness. She was certain that Xiongba would soon be ensnared, and her desires would soon be fulfilled. Transforming into a magnificent golden lion, Xiongba lay down before Chunling and said, Climb aboard. I shall carry you home. Chunling mounted his back, wrapping her arms around his neck as he galloped out of the cave. Zhu Yi seethed with anger, nearly choking on her frustration. The shaman of the pig clan shook his head and sighed, remarking, This female is rather cunning, indeed. Zhu Yi, you must keep your distance from her in the lion clan. I'm not afraid of her, Zhu Yi retorted, rolling her eyes. There was no way she could stay away from this female. She would certainly seek her out frequently. Perhaps even leave a mark upon her face. As Wutong and Bai Lang, along with their companions, finished gathering herbs and hunting some game. They returned to the tribe by noon. As Wutong observed Xing Shui sitting alone in the shade, she could not help but inquire, Where is Xiongba? He has taken Chunling to consult a shaman, and has yet to return, Xing Shui replied candidly. Chapter 50, How to Choose a. Chunling is certainly swift in her actions. She just traversed here yesterday, and has already made her move today. Wutong could not restrain herself from voicing her thoughts. What are you saying, Taodao? Xing Shui asked, blinking his large eyes in confusion, unable to comprehend the notions of traversing and making a move on a target. I mean to say that Chunling arrived at this tribe last night, and today she has begun to pursue Xiongba, enticing him, Wutong elucidated, ensuring that Xing Shui could grasp her meaning, as she believed her intuition to be sound. Taodao, do not fret. Xiongba would never take a liking to Chunling. His absence might be due to the severity of her illness, requiring her to stay with the shaman for a longer duration, AI reassured Wutong. Though his thoughts diverged entirely from his words, the Night Phoenix fell silent, while AI wondered which of her eyes discerned Night Wutong's concern for Xiongba being seduced. Bai Lang's lips curled into a smile, a flicker of joy igniting within him. How delightful it would be if the foolish Xiongba truly paired with Chunling. Tu Jun pondered, could it be that Xiongba was genuinely enticed by Chunling? Perhaps he was currently forging a bond with her in another cave? Never mind. Let us focus on preparing the meal. Night Wutong was indifferent to whether Xiongba would unite with Chunling. It was of no consequence to her. The Night Wutong placed the freshly picked mushrooms into a wooden basin to cleanse them, subsequently transferring them to a pot. He then took the meat, torn into small pieces by Bai Lang's claws, washed it in a basin, and added it to the pot as well. Afterward, he incorporated seasonings, salt, and an appropriate amount of water. Tu Jun ignited the firewood with a flint, commencing the process of cooking. As Wutong and Bai Lang engaged in conversation, Xiongba returned. Upon seeing his arrival, Xing Shui inquired, Xiongba, is Chunling all right? No, nothing's wrong, Xiongba replied awkwardly. How could there be anything wrong with Chunling? She was merely feigning illness to spend more time with him. Your response seems rather unnatural. Could it be that Chunling's condition is quite severe? AI Air remarked, observing Xiongba's discomfort. It perplexed her that he would not speak the truth, especially if Chunling's illness was serious. Not at all. Chunling is simply fatigued, which has led to her dizziness. With ample rest, she will feel better. Xiongba assured them. Since Chunling consulted a shaman and is not truly ill, you both should have returned to the tribe and your cave by now. Why are you just coming back? Tu Jun questioned Xiongba with displeasure, angered that Xiongba was getting too close to Chunling without considering Yi Wutong's feelings. When I choose to return to my cave is none of your concern, Xiongba retorted. Tu Jun, enough of this. Keep an eye on the pot. We wouldn't want the water to boil dry. If it gets low, add some more, Yi Wutong instructed. Determined to train Tu Jun into a skilled cook capable of creating delectable dishes. Wutong, how much longer until you come of age? Xiongba asked. Not for a while yet. It will probably take another 5 or 6 years, Yi Wutong fibbed, smirking inwardly, as she could easily guess Xiongba's thoughts. Such a long wait? Xiongba's eyes dimmed. 5 or 6 more years felt like an eternity. Since turning 20, he had already endured 4 long years. A true test of patience. The thought of waiting another 5 or 6 years brought him to the brink of despair. If only Lisa had not been slain by that avian creature, he would have already bonded with her. No matter how beautiful Yi Wutong was, she remained unattainable. And it saddened him deeply. Xiongba failed to consider that Lisa intended to bond with 50 males. How could he endure countless nights apart from her before he could share a single evening together? Wutong, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Your physique hardly suggests you have much longer to wait before coming of age. AI Air expressed her skepticism regarding Yi Wutong's claims. Upon hearing AI Air's words, a glimmer of hope lit up Xiongba's eyes. If Wutong were to come of age, he could set aside his concerns for Chunling, who could never compare to Yi Wutong in his eyes. My physique is simply well developed. In our culture, the bodies of those who are underage resemble mine at this stage of development. I assure you, I am indeed still a child. Can you detect any sin of maturity upon me? Yi Wutong playfully challenged Xiongba and the others, knowing that her status was not something for them to determine. There is no sin of maturity, Xiongba replied, lowering his gaze. He had not detected any signs of maturity on Yi Wutong. Instead, he was captivated by her delightful fragrance. Yet, what good was this aroma if it could not satiate his physical desires? Wutong, I am willing to wait for you to come of age, no matter how long it takes, Bai Lang declared, his gaze filled with tenderness. Wutong, I too shall wait for you, Tu Jun affirmed. Seeing both Bai Lang and Tu Jun express their intentions to Yi Wutong, AI Air felt compelled to voice her own sentiments, declaring, Wutong, I too will wait for you to reach maturity. Night Wutong's nose nearly crinkled in frustration. Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and AI Air were truly exasperating. What she desired was not their attention, but rather for them to distance themselves from her. Tong, I have given it much thought. I can wait until you come of age. After all, it is merely 5 or 6 years. I would even wait a decade if necessary, for who could resist your unparalleled beauty? Xiang Shui remarked, gazing upon Night Wutong's exquisite visage. Hearing Xiang Shui's words, Yi Wutong was left speechless, feeling a twinge of frustration at the bear's bluntness. Xiongba remained silent, contemplating whether he could endure waiting for Yi Wutong for 5 or 6 years. Given his robust stature, it would surely drive him to madness. He found himself at a crossroads. Should he accept Chunling and forge a bond with her, or wait for Yi Wutong to come of age? Chapter 51. A firm resolve. Let me check if the meat in the pot is cooked. I am absolutely famished, Xiang Shui exclaimed, moving to lift the pot lid. Not yet. If you desire undercooked meat, I can certainly serve you a bowl, Yi Wutong retorted, observing Xiang Shui's eagerness. This clumsy bear, with such urgency, might find himself unappreciated by his partner in the future. Tong, please serve me a bowl first. I'll start eating, and when it's fully cooked, you can serve me a second bowl, Xiang Shui said, handing Yi Wutong the largest bowl crafted by AI Air on the wooden table, indicating his wish for her to fill it with meat. Yi Wutong placed the wooden bowl, roughly the size of a wash basin, handed to him by Bear Shui, back on the table and picked up the smallest bowl in his hand. At the moment when Yi Wutong lifted the lid of the pot, the rich aroma of stewed meat wafted through much of the tribe, enticing the orcs who caught a whiff to salivate uncontrollably. Xiang Shui found his mouth watering involuntarily, while Bai Lang and his companions exerted great effort to restrain themselves from succumbing to the temptation. Yi Wutong scooped a few pieces of meat from the pot and placed them into a small bowl, offering it to Xiang Shui. Here, take it and enjoy. Xiang Shui received the small bowl with discontent. We haven't even become a couple yet, and you're not allowing me to eat my fill, he muttered softly. Yi Wutong feigned ignorance, carefully placing the lid back on the pot. She retrieved several small red wild fruits, akin in size to plums, from her woven basket, rinsed them in a wooden basin, and then began to partake in their sweetness. The Night Wutong discovered this tangy sweet little red wild fruit, which is not only delectable but also remarkably appetizing. Night Wutong observed that aside from the bear-like Shui, who was engrossed in his meat, Bai Lang, Tu Jun, AI Air, and Xiongba were all intently gazing at her as she consumed the wild fruits, mistakenly believing that they desired to partake in her feast. Night Wutong addressed Bai Lang and the others, suggesting, why don't each of you have one? You go ahead, Tong. We males do not consume wild fruits. Tu Jun remarked to Night Wutong, his gaze unwavering from her face. Night Wutong was truly enchanting, particularly when indulging in food. Oh, if you do not wish to eat the wild fruit, why are you staring at me? Night Wutong felt quite uncomfortable under their intense scrutiny. In the modern world, she was accustomed to dining alone, with servants attending to her while averting their eyes, unable to look at her directly. Only during the occasional Saturday night dinners with the old man, his son, and the old man's new wife did she experience fleeting glances, but none as fervent as this, which made her feel exceedingly uneasy. Daunting, the way you eat is simply adorable, Bai Lang said, gazing at Night Wutong with affectionate warmth. Indeed, Daunting, you are truly delightful. Ai chimed in. Night Wutong rolled her eyes and continued to indulge in the wild fruits, thinking that if they enjoyed watching, so be it. After all, who could blame the orcs for never having encountered a beauty before? Xiongba remained silent, merely nodding in agreement with Bai Lang and the others. Indeed, Night Wutong was enchanting and delightful, far surpassing Chunling. The only advantage Chunling held was her adulthood, allowing for mating. How should he choose? Should he opt for the youthful, beautiful, and charming Night Wutong, or the less attractive and less endearing Chunling, who was nonetheless mature and capable of mating? At that moment, two little figures stood on Xiongba's shoulders, embroiled in a heated debate. One urged him, Xiongba, you have been an adult for many years. It is time to choose a mate. Hurry and pair with Chunling, do not hesitate any longer. The other countered, Xiongba. Daunting is the most beautiful and lovable female in the beast world. If you miss your chance with her, you will regret it for a lifetime. You have endured for so many years, what is a little longer? If you wait until you can mate with Daunting, happiness will surely follow. Gazing upon Night Wutong's breathtaking visage, Xiongba finally resolved to wait for her to come of age. He would not pair with Chunling. He would inform her tomorrow, urging her to relinquish her hopes and seek a male mate within the tribe. With his mind made up, Xiongba felt a wave of relief wash over him, and a smile graced his face. Yi Wutong observed that the meat in the pot had reached a state of perfect doneness. She turned to Bai Lang and the others, saying, the meat is now ready. We can partake. Allow me to serve you. The Night Wutong filled the bowls of Bai Lang and the others to the brim. Xiong Shui turned to Yi Wutong and said, Daunting, could you please give me a larger bowl? You see, you serve them in big bowls while I am stuck with a small one. It's quite evident that you are bullying me. Xiong Shui felt utterly wronged. Xiong Shui, how could I ever bully you? Look, Bai Lang and the others only eat one bowl, while you can indulge in two. Would you not agree that two bowls are indeed more than one? Yi Wutong teased, finding amusement in playfully toying with the big bear of a man. You are being excessive, Yi Wutong. They are given large bowls, yet I am relegated to a small one. Even when combined, the contents of two small bowls cannot compare to the abundance of a single large bowl. Xiong Shui exclaimed in indignation, feeling that Yi Wutong was indeed taking advantage of him, and his anger swelled. Xiong Shui, you are rather clever, aren't you? Yi Wutong quipped, revealing that this big bear was not entirely foolish after all, and certainly not devoid of wit. In truth, Xiong Shui was quite astute, especially when it came to his own interests, exhibiting a shrewdness that belied his appearance. Chapter 52. A desire to eliminate Xiong Shui. Yi Wutong selected his second smallest bowl, filling it generously with meat and began to eat, disregarding Xiong Shu. Observing that Yi Wutong and Bai Lang, along with others, were ignoring him, Xiong Shu took the largest bowl, comparable in size to a wash basin, from the table and filled it to the brim with meat from the pot, squatting on the ground as he began to grasp it with his hands. Now, Yi Wutong, much like the orcs, grasped the meat with her hands, the greasy texture causing her considerable discomfort. She wishes for AI Air to craft some wooden chopsticks, so she may delicately pick up the meat with them. As Yi Wutong devoured the meat with her hands, she turned to AI Air and said, AI Air, could you craft some wooden chopsticks shortly? Chopsticks? AI Air had never encountered the term chopsticks before and was unaware of what they were. Night Wutong became increasingly certain that this beastly world lacked chopsticks. Consequently, she sketched the shape of chopsticks upon the ground, elucidating the process of their creation and expounding upon their uses. Ayer expressed her understanding and assured that she would craft several pairs of chopsticks before dinner. After dinner, Yi Wutong addressed Bai Lang and the others. Once you have finished your meal, please take the pots and bowls to the river and wash them thoroughly. I shall retire for a nap now. The night sycamore tree felt that it must be past 1 in the afternoon by now, however. The habit of taking an afternoon nap could not be altered. A little delay in waking would be preferable to foregoing sleep altogether. Yi Wutong entered the cave and lay down on the stone bed, intending to take a nap. However, no matter what she did, sleep eluded her. She began to communicate with the system through her thoughts. Night Wutong, system, at present I possess only a single outfit. Could you possibly provide me with another set of clothing? Additionally, I would appreciate a toothbrush, a rinsing cup, toothpaste, and a towel. System halt. Do not continue further. Your requests are unreasonable and beyond the capabilities of this system to fulfill. Yi Wutong expressed her astonishment. System, what do you mean? Asking for clothing and a toothbrush seems rather unreasonable. The system responded, certainly, such items are exceedingly mundane. Is it not an unreasonable request to expect the system to utilize super energy for the transportation of your temporal supplies? Yi Wutong inquired, System, do you not possess an inherent space? The system replied, this system does not come equipped with a built-in space. Its current functionalities are limited to the transportation of temporal and spatial materials. Perhaps with future upgrades, it may indeed incorporate an intrinsic space. Knight Wutong pondered. System, are those items you provided me with truly transported by you? The system replied, you are correct. They have been brought back by this system from various realms, including yourself. The host, Knight Wutong, filled with indignation, exclaimed, System, hasten to transport me back to the modern era. The system responded, Host, the energy expended to transfer you to this beastly realm was substantial. Currently, this system is depleted of energy and unable to return you to your original world. However, there may be a way for you to return to the modern age. The system fell silent, leaving Knight Wutong in a state of anxious anticipation. The Night Phoenix urged, System, hasten to explain, what method is there? The system replied, it is simply that you, the host, must dominate the beast realm. This system is bound to you. Your strength directly correlates to mine. Only on the day you conquer the beast realm will the system grow powerful enough to transport you back to your original world. Knight Wutong, in despair, asked, is the system truly limited to this? The system responded, indeed, alas. This system is currently low on energy and is entering a state of dormancy. Please refrain from cruelly disturbing it. The Knight Wutong tree is adorned with dark lines. And this system of hers is truly lackluster. Yi Wutong contemplated that her menstrual period was just over 10 days away. Perhaps it would be prudent to take some medication to postpone it in advance. The Night Phoenix extracted a delayed menstruation potion from the depths of space. This potion was contained within a glass vial, comparable in size to that of a bottle of fruit-flavored orange beverage, with the liquid inside exhibiting a delicate shade of green. Yi Wutong began to meticulously examine the instructions for the delayed menstruation medication. When Xiong Shuai entered, he was taken aback to find Yi Wutong intently focused on a peculiar object, her expression radiating a sweet smile. It was the first time Xiong Shuai had witnessed such genuine joy on Yi Wutong's face, leaving him mesmerized as he simply gazed at her in a daze. Yi Wutong was oblivious to the fact that Xiong Shuai was watching her intently. She was wholly absorbed in her joy. She had not anticipated that the medication for her delayed menstruation, as stated in the instructions, would be devoid of side effects and safe for her health. As Yi Wutong twisted open the bottle cap, just as she was about to take a sip, she lifted her gaze and was met with the sight of Xiong Shuai standing before her, prompting her to halt her actions. She addressed him, Xiong Shuai, why aren't you washing the dishes? What brings you to this cave? I came to see you since AI Air and 2 June went to wash the dishes. Xiong Shuai replied, his eyes fixated on the menstrual delay medication in Yi Wutong's hand. The alluring fragrance emanating from the bottle stirred an intense desire within him to consume it whole. Under the dim light, Yi Wutong observed Xiong Shuai fixating on the bottle of menstrual delay medication, a shiver coursing through her as she pondered. Could he possibly be contemplating consuming it? Xiong Shuai, do not gaze at my bottle. It is hardly appetizing. Please step outside, she implored. Xiong Shuai complied and exited, while she reluctantly ingested some of the medication. Daunting, might you spare a morsel of what you possess? Xiong Shuai uttered, saliva pooling in his mouth, utterly entranced by the tantalizing aroma of the menstrual delay medication. It was an irresistible temptation. You cannot partake. It is not that I am unwilling to share, Yi Wutong replied, exasperated. How could this great bear be so gluttonous? It was no wonder, given how intoxicating the scent of the medication was. As the alluring fragrance wafted through the air, a few tiny insects found their way into the bottle. Unbeknownst to Yi Wutong, Xiong Shuai's keen eyes caught sight of this, prompting him to snatch the bottle from her grasp and hurl it to the ground. The cave floor of Xiong Ba was laid with stone slabs, and upon impact, the bottle shattered into countless pieces, rendering the mixed fragments of glass and medication irretrievable. Knight Wutong was infuriated by Xiong Shuai's audacity, glaring at him with such intensity that, had she possessed a firearm, she would have shot him without hesitation to alleviate her pinned-up resentment. Xiong Shuai, you have gone too far, she bellowed, her eyes bloodshot with fury. Chapter 53, Compensation. Upon hearing Knight Wutong's furious outburst, Bai Lang and 2 June rushed into the cave. They found Knight Wutong and Xiong Shuai standing face to face in the center of the cavern. The night-blooming Wutong tree glared furiously at Xiong Shuai, who, in turn, gazed at her with a look of grievance. Bai Lang approached the night-blooming Wutong tree and, with genuine concern, inquired, Daunting, what has Xiong Shuai done to provoke your anger? Why are you so upset? The Night Phoenix pointed at the bear and said to Bai Lang, this great bear has shattered a precious vial of my elixir. I am filled with an overwhelming desire to bring harm upon this beast. Elixir? What is an elixir? Bai Lang pondered, finding the term vaguely familiar. Look at the ground. A once intact vial of elixir now lies in ruins. Night Phoenix was heartbroken, uncertain whether the system could still procure a delayed menstruation elixir for her. What if it couldn't? In merely half a month, her monthly cycle would arrive, and it was always remarkably punctual. I saw that your elixir had insects in it, and in my panic, I snatched it and threw it to the ground. Who would have thought it would break so easily? Bear Shuai spoke with a tone of grievance, having just realized that the shattered item was indeed an elixir. How absurd. You committed a grave mistake and now feel wronged. If there were insects in my elixir, You should have informed me. The decision to discard it was mine to make. Do you not comprehend the value of the elixir you broke? Selling you would not even cover half its worth, scolded Knight Phoenix. Bai Lang suggested, since Bear Shuai has broken your elixir, let him compensate you. That is a splendid idea. Knight Phoenix mused. She resolved to ensure Bear Shuai compensated her. She could not allow him to escape the consequences of shattering her delayed menstruation elixir without recompense. Bai Lang, I will give you all the crystals and beast skins from my space, Bear Shuai declared, as he retrieved every last crystal and beast skin, believing this should suffice for Knight Phoenix's compensation. As Knight Wutong gazed at the animal hides and crystals, she inquired of Bear Commander, is this truly all there is? Are there no treasures of greater worth? Perhaps a luminous pearl? I swear to the beast god, I possess no luminous pearl, Bear Commander replied. Such a gem is exclusive to the Dragon Palace. The luminous pearl given to you by Bai Lang must have been pilfered from there. Big Bear, are you jesting? Is it so simple to steal from the Dragon Palace? The luminous pearl I gifted to Wutong was a present from a dear friend of mine, Bai Lang retorted. His frustration mounting towards Bear Commander. I shall take all these crystals you possess. The value of my potions far exceeds that of your crystals. As retribution, you shall be hung upon the totem of the Lion Clan for 3 days, Knight Wutong declared coldly, her disappointment in Bear Commander's crystals palpable. What Knight Wutong remains unaware of is that the crystals possessed by Xiong Shuai are, in fact, the cores of formidable magical beasts, exceedingly precious. Tong Tong. Could you please refrain from hanging me on the clan's pole? It is quite uncomfortable. I have not committed any grave offense, Xiong Shuai implored. The Knight Wutong stored the crystalline stones in her own space and said to Xiong Shuai, return these unsightly animal hides to your own space. The Knight Phoenix turned to Tu Jun and said, Tu Jun, please hang Bear Shuai on the clan pole for 2 days. All right. I will hang Bear Shuai on the clan pole right away, responded Tu Jun, his spirits lifted. He relished the thought of dealing with Bear Shuai. It was truly exhilarating to put him in his place. Tu Jun dragged Bear Shuai out of the den. He was at a high 6th level, while Bear Shuai was merely at the initial stage of the 6th level, rendering Bear Shuai powerless to resist. Bear Shuai was hung on the clan pole alongside Bobby and Iwan. Upon seeing Bear Shuai also suspended, Bobby and Iwan were filled with joy. Although they found it uncomfortable to be hung on the clan pole, the sight of the massive bear standing beneath, raising his head to berate them, claiming he was seeking justice for the females, labeling them as harmful males, was quite satisfying. He even went so far as to state that merely scolding them was too lenient, and that he would beat them senseless once they were released. To their surprise, this infuriating bear had also been strung up, which was a delightful turn of events. After being hung, Bear Shuai resumed his tirade against Bobby and Iwan. Tu Jun shook his head in resignation and made his way towards the cave of Xiong Ba, preferring to avoid the cacophony of insults among the 3 males and wishing to return to the company of Tong Dong. Wutong lay on her bed, enveloped in a profound sense of melancholy. With merely 2 weeks remaining until her menstrual cycle, the absence of the postponement medication meant that her monthly visitor would arrive punctually. The mere thought of it filled her with dread. As this realization struck her, a cold sweat broke out across her brow. Perhaps it would be wise to request another vial of the postponement medication from the system. The Knight Phoenix communicates with the system through thought. Knight Wutong, system. Could you kindly provide me with another vial of the menstrual delay medication? System, have you already consumed that vial so swiftly? Knight Wutong, that large bear shattered it. Could you please bring me another bottle? System, host. This system is currently low on energy and will be unable to transport any items for the next month. After a month, the system will provide transportation services again, contingent upon the host fulfilling the tasks assigned by this system. Knight Phoenix, system. If I complete the task assigned to me within a few days, can you grant me an early reward and assist me in procuring the medication to delay my menstrual cycle? System, no. The capabilities of this system are constrained not only by energy limitations, but also by temporal restrictions. The earliest I can facilitate the transportation of materials through time and space for the host is 1 month from now. This system is currently low on energy and requires rest. Please refrain from disturbing me. The night was heavy with discontent as the nightshade tree bore the brunt of pent-up frustration. A month later, she would receive the delayed potion to alleviate her menstrual woes. But for now, it was of little use. Xiongba ventured into the cave where O Chun-Ling resided, seeking to provide her with a definitive answer. Initially, he had intended to postpone this conversation until tomorrow, but with no pressing matters at hand, he decided it would be best to inform her early, hoping to extinguish any lingering affection she harbored for him and encourage her to seek companionship with another male in the tribe. Upon entering the cave, he found O Chun-Ling engaged in exercise, performing her unique fitness routine on the bed, unaware of his presence. Captivated by her movements, Xiongba's thoughts momentarily drifted to Yi Wutong, whose beauty overshadowed that of O Chun-Ling. He grappled with the notion of forsaking such a radiant being for someone whose merits paled in comparison. With great difficulty, he turned away from her, only to find that O Chun-Ling had noticed him and was intent on preventing his departure. Chief, when did you arrive? Please don't go. Is there something you need? She called out, feigning innocence. Xiongba remained silent, unwilling to meet her gaze. Isn't the chief here for a reason? She pressed. No. I have other matters to attend to, he replied, attempting to leave. However, Chun-Ling, descending from her bed, exclaimed, "Oh dear. I've twisted my ankle. It hurts terribly. Are you certain you're not pretending?" Xiongba questioned, skeptical of her theatrics. "I assure you, I am not faking. My ankle truly hurts," she sobbed, tears glistening in her eyes. Reluctantly, he resolved to escort her to the shaman of the pig tribe. "I shall take you to see the healer," he declared. "First, I need you to answer a question," she insisted, her eyes sparkling with inquiry. "Go ahead," he replied, curious about her query. "Chief, what is it that I lack compared to that Wutong?" she asked, fully aware of her rival's allure, but unwilling to concede. "That's a difficult question to answer," Xiongba stammered, not wishing to declare that Wutong was indeed more beautiful. "Then that means I am not inferior. Since I am not, will you choose me as your mate?" Hope flickered in her eyes. "I cannot be your mate," he asserted firmly. "But Chief, I have such strong feelings for you," she professed, her gaze filled with affection. "Yet I cannot be with you," he replied, feeling a sense of helplessness. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Chun-Ling proposed. "Chief, I want to be your lover." Xiongba, taken aback, queried, "What does lover entail? Is it akin to a beast of passion?" "Yes, a lover is like a beast of passion. I wish to be yours," she said cunningly, confident that he would not resist her charm. "Are you truly willing to be my beast of passion?" Xiongba asked, incredulous. "Yes, I love you and am more than willing to embrace that role," she declared earnestly. Chapter 54. The fall of Xiongba. Xiongba was deeply moved by Chun-Ling's willingness to assume the role of his lover. It would be remiss of him to reject her affections. He could not betray the love she offered. Resolute, he embraced her. 3 hours later, he informed her, "Ling, I have been away for too long. I must return." Pouting, she implored, "Ba, are you really leaving now? Can you not stay with me tonight?" "I cannot. Although I want to be sharing a cave with you Wutong tonight, I must sleep in another cave with Tu Jun. If I were to remain with you, he might suspect something. Though he appears innocent, he is quite astute. I will visit you when I can, but please refrain from coming to my cave. I fear Bai Lang and the others might detect my scent on you and grow suspicious," he advised. "Ba, please come every day," she pleaded, wrapping her arms around him in a display of affection. "I cannot promise daily visits. I will come only when I miss you. I will arrange for a young male to stay with you. He will care for you while I am away. When I return, he will keep watch. I must leave now. I will send him with dinner," he explained as he moved toward the cave entrance, intending to wash away any trace of Chun-Ling's scent from his body, for he could not allow Wutong to discover his secret. He still intended to bond with her. "Ba, I want you to find me a young, strong, and handsome male," Chun-Ling called after him, revealing her discerning tastes. "Very well," Xiongba acquiesced, appreciating her spirited nature. He mused that if Wutong could embody such vivacity, it would be splendid. After his departure, Chun-Ling glanced at her solitary dress, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. It was the only one she owned, and she lamented not having reminded Xiongba to procure more garments for her. She mused that the attire of females in this beastly realm was not dissimilar to that of modern women. Wutong, his future mate, donned garments resembling those of contemporary fashion, and Chun-Ling envied the quality of her clothing. As thoughts of Wutong's beauty filled her mind, jealousy surged within her. Were it not for Wutong's striking appearance, Xiongba would undoubtedly choose her as his mate, and the likes of Bai Lang would follow suit. Surrounded by handsome suitors, she envisioned a blissful existence. She resolved to mar Wutong's beauty, rendering her grotesque, thereby securing her place as the most beautiful in the tribe. As she contemplated her impending triumph, she absent-mindedly touched her face, only to feel the faintest hint of a wrinkle at the corner of her eye. Startled, she recalled her age, 57 years old. If not for the wrinkle, she might have forgotten. The thought of her age led her to remember that the hyaluronic acid she had received last year was nearing its expiration. Once it faded, she would revert to her true appearance. Heavens, she was loath to become an old crone. Would young males still find her appealing? Surely even older males would turn a blind eye to her then. As Wutong and Bai Lang, along with Tu Jun and Ai Air, busily prepared a meal, a conversation unfolded. Tong, one of them remarked, "Once the meat is cooked, may I take some food to bear shui?" The Night Phoenix smiled in response, "Of course. You are truly wonderful, Tong," Ai Air remarked. The Night Phoenix rolled her eyes, contemplating what was so commendable. She merely facilitated an opportunity for Ire and Xiong Shui. Her true intention was to find a chance to eliminate both of them. Otherwise, she would not even consider providing food for Xiong Shui. It would serve that insufferable bear right to starve. Xiongba's whereabouts were a mystery, and his preoccupations were unknown. Tu Jun noted that Xiongba had been absent from the cave for an entire afternoon without a sign of return. Bai Lang smirked, addressing Tu Jun. "Xiongba must be spending time with Chun-Ling. Did you not observe his distracted demeanor at noon?" "I refuse to believe it." Chun-Ling pales in comparison to Tong. "Xiongba must be blind to choose her," Tu Jun retorted vehemently. "I too harbor doubts. I cannot envision Xiongba being attracted to Chun-Ling," Ire affirmed confidently. "I merely suggested that Xiongba might be with Chun-Ling this afternoon. But I did not claim he was enamored with her." Bai Lang regarded Tu Jun and Iyer as if they were simpletons. Tong Tong, you wouldn't be upset if Xiong Ba is spending time with Chunling, would you? Tu Jun inquired cautiously. Harboring a deep-seated anger towards Xiong Ba for his indiscretion in associating so closely with Chunling, seemingly unbothered by the potential misunderstandings it could cause for Tong Tong. Yi Wutong, upon hearing Tu Jun's words, chuckled and replied, "Haha, why would I be angry? I am delighted, if anything." Knight Wutong harbored her disdain, having long perceived that the formidable Xiong Ba was nothing but a scoundrel. If she could leverage Chunling to rid herself of Xiong Ba, it would be most fortuitous. Should Xiong Ba truly forge a bond with Chunling, only to later discover her age exceeding 50, would he not be driven to fury? Do not blame her for her ruthlessness. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Xiong Ba for deserving it. I have returned. Xiong Ba approached Bai Lang and the others, droplets of water still clinging to his hair, suggesting he had just bathed. Xiong Ba, you certainly take pride in your cleanliness. Bai Lang remarked with a smile that danced between amusement and irony. It is necessary to bathe in this heat, Xiong Ba replied, somewhat sheepishly. Chapter 55. The astute Knight Wutong. Bai Lang disdainfully remarked to Xiong Ba, bathing is indeed a commendable practice. It eliminates all unpleasant odors. In her heart, Yi Wutong praised Bai Lang, recognizing the keen intellect of the white wolf. Whatever she had surmised, Bai Lang had also deduced, though he chose to remain silent, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. What do you mean? Xiong Ba was taken aback, his mind racing with the unsettling thought that perhaps Bai Lang was aware of his affair with Chunling, causing him to feel a twinge of unease. Bai Lang's implication was clear. After your bath, the stench of sweat dissipates, leaving you devoid of any odor. Yi Wudong seized the moment to address Xiong Ba, winking at Bai Lang in a conspiratorial manner. Understanding her gesture, Bai Lang promptly remarked to Xiong Ba, you, Xiong Ba, are known for your aversion to bathing. You often go days without cleansing yourself, and the odor of sweat lingers. However, after your bath today, that sin has vanished. Hence you are now free of any unpleasant aroma. Upon hearing the words of Yi Wudong and Bai Lang, Xiong Ba felt a weight lift from his chest. Tong Tong, did you find me repulsive for my previous lack of hygiene? From this day forth, I shall bathe daily, he resolved, thinking that regular bathing would not only rid him of the scent of his liaison with Chunling, but also ensure that Yi Wudong would no longer detect the odor of his sweat, thus cultivating her affection. Yi Wudong ignored Xiong Ba. Seeing Yi Wudong's indifference towards him, Xiong Ba reminisced about Chunling's kindness. Although Chunling lacked the beauty of Yi Wudong, she surpassed her in gentleness and warmth. Yi Wudong addressed Bai Lang and the others, saying, the meat in the pot is ready, and the roasted meat is also cooked. Let us dine. Tong Tong, I shall first deliver a piece of roasted meat to Xiong Shuai, and upon my return, I will partake in the meal. Iyer remarked, gazing at the roasted meat in his hand. Go on, go on. Yi Wudong gestured for Iyer to hasten. Iyer transformed into a magnificent red fox, grasping a piece of roasted meat, and swiftly darted away. Yi Wudong harbored unspoken thoughts, perceiving that AI Air was quite attentive to Xiong Shuai, seemingly enamored with him. Yet, it remained a mystery what exactly drew AI Air to Xiong Shuai. Had AI Air been privy to Yi Wudong's musings, he would undoubtedly have been infuriated, for his feelings towards Xiong Shuai were not of love, but rather a sense of duty to care for Xiong Shuai on behalf of his older brother, Xiong Qi, who was a dear friend and had once saved his life. Their meal swiftly came to an end. Tu Jun fetched water, AI Air heated it, while Bai Lang was tasked with pouring the boiled water into the bathing tub, subsequently adding the fresh flowers that Yi Wudong had gathered earlier that day. The night phoenix drove Bai Lang and the others out of the cave and began to undress and bathe. Yi Wudong gazed at her tank top and shorts, feeling quite disheartened. How had she reached a point where she had nothing to wear? Bai Lang and others had offered her leather capes and skirts, but she had declined, for she had no fondness for the garments of the beastly realm. She resolved to endure for another month, awaiting the system to transport her a few modern outfits from another time. Knight Wudong first placed her ice silk camisole and shorts into the bathing tub to wash, subsequently draping them over the edge to drain before scrubbing her own body. Meanwhile, Bai Lang and his companions were seated on a wooden bench outside the cave, engaged in conversation. They noticed the lion-like orc, Alan, and the bat-like orc, Roger, approaching them. Upon reaching Bai Lang and the others, Alan addressed the chief, saying, Chief, I've heard that our tribe has recently welcomed a new female. According to the guard, Xian Air, this newcomer is remarkably beautiful. Shouldn't we arrange for her to choose some mates from our tribe? Upon hearing Alan's words, Xiong Ba furrowed his brow. He could not allow the new arrival, Chunling, to select partners just yet. If he were to find her 5 mates, as per the customs of their world, he would no longer have the liberty to mate with her himself. While Xiong Ba verbally expressed that the decision was not his to make, he secretly resolved that until Knight Wudong reached maturity, he would not permit Chunling to seek partners. Chief, let us inquire tonight whether the new female desires a mate. By the way, what is her name? Alan asked. Chunling, Xiong Ba replied coldly, fully aware of Alan and Roger's intentions towards her. How naive they were to think otherwise. Bai Lang chuckled inwardly, having discerned Xiong Ba's thoughts long ago. He wanted both Oh Chunling and Knight Wutong, but was reluctant to let go of either. Let us discuss it tomorrow. It's likely that Oh Chunling is resting now, and it would be inappropriate for several males to enter her solitary cave, Xiong Ba thought to himself. He intended to speak to Oh Chunling tonight, advising her not to seek multiple partners, but rather to mate solely with him and the newly matured male he had designated for her. As Knight Wutong emerged from the cave after her bath, she found Xiong Ba's remarks amusing. While it was inconvenient for several males to visit Oh Chunling's cave, it was entirely manageable for her to go alone. The orcs present were once again captivated by Knight Wutong's beauty. Fresh from her bath, she radiated allure. Her skin, a flawless shade of pink and white, adorned in a seductive red garment, appeared transcendent, more exquisite than any female in their world, and surpassing even the most handsome males of their kind. The sounds of the orcs swallowing in awe filled the air. Knight Wutong lightly cleared her throat and said to Tu Jun, "Tu Jun, please dispose of the bathwater for me." "All right," Tu Jun replied, making his way towards the cave. He felt a surge of joy at Knight Wutong's request, believing that she regarded him as a companion. Yi Wutong observed the exuberance of Tu Jun and felt a sense of admiration for him, recognizing that Tu Jun possessed remarkable potential as a servant. Yi Wutong approached Bai Lang and his companions, addressing Alan and Roger. "It is rather late, and venturing out to a solitary female cave at night is quite inconvenient. Perhaps it would be wiser to inquire tomorrow during the day." Knight Wutong contemplated that in the evenings, Xiong Ba would undoubtedly inform Oh Chunling that she was no longer permitted to choose a partner. In just a few days, she could take Bai Lang, Tu Jun, Ai Air, and Xiong Shui to Oh Chunling's cave to catch her in the act. Chapter 56. Truly adorable. Upon hearing Knight Wutong's words, the lion shifter Alan and the bat shifter Roger found themselves at a loss for words. Alan could only respond to Knight Wutong, "You are indeed correct, little female." He then turned to Xiong Ba and said, "Tribe leader, shall we inquire tomorrow whether the new female is seeking a partner? We shall take our leave now. Let us depart, Alan," Roger stated, stepping ahead of Alan. After they had walked a considerable distance, Roger turned to Alan and asked, "Do you genuinely wish to bond with the newcomer, Oh Chunling? Have you lost interest in the little female named Wutong?" "Of course. I still hold affection for the little female named Wutong, yet I cannot compete with Xiong Ba. That little female does not choose me. If the newcomer Oh Chunling proves to be truly beautiful, I may abandon Wutong and bond with her. What about you? What are your thoughts?" Alan replied, "I share your sentiments. Beauty is all that matters to me, regardless of their identities. As long as they are comely, I shall adore them." Roger echoed Alan's thoughts. Their attraction to Knight Wutong stemmed from her beauty, and with another beautiful female arriving, it made little difference to them. Beauty alone sufficed. This evening, Bai Lang, Ai Air, and Knight Wutong found themselves residing in a cave together. Originally, Xiong Shui was to join them, but he unfortunately found himself hanging from the lion tribe's totem. Xiong Ba and Tu Jun were sleeping in another cave. Xiong Ba feigned slumber, and once Tu Jun fell into a deep sleep, he stealthily arose, transforming into a lion and sprinting towards the cave where Oh Chunling resided. Although Oh Chunling's cave was quite distant from Xiong Ba's, the speed of the lion was remarkable. It did not take long for Xiong Ba to reach the entrance of Oh Chunling's cave, and just as he was about to rush in, he reconsidered and transformed back into human form. He could hear the sounds of Oh Chunling and a male within the cave. Xiong Ba nodded in satisfaction. Oh Chunling was indeed vigorous, and he found this appealing. Entering the cave, illuminated by the bright moonlight, he beheld Oh Chunling on the bed with a young, handsome male. Her eyes closed in enjoyment. "Chunling, are you pleased with the male I have found for you?" Xiong Ba inquired, startled by the voice. Oh Chunling and the male quickly separated. Upon seeing it was Xiong Ba, the male respectfully addressed him, "Tribe leader, I shall step outside to guard you." He then wrapped himself in a pelt and exited the cave. "Chunling, you have yet to respond to me. Are you satisfied with the male I have brought?" Xiong Ba remarked, observing the kiss marks adorning Oh Chunling's body. "Xiong, you know he is not as strong as you, nor as good. Why do you even ask?" Oh Chunling pouted, nestling into Xiong Ba's embrace. Seeing her adorable and alluring demeanor, Xiong Ba kissed her gently, saying, "Chunling, you are truly delightful." Oh Chunling reached to tug at the pelt skirt he wore. "Do not move. I have come to discuss matters with you tonight, and I must return shortly." "I only came to find you while Tu Jun was asleep," Xiong Ba said. "What is it?" Oh Chunling's expression darkened, for she was displeased that Xiong Ba could not stay. "This evening, 2 male shifters approached me, suggesting that you should choose some males to bond with. What are your thoughts?" Xiong Ba observed Oh Chunling, hoping to witness her reluctance. However, rather than seeing reluctance, he was taken aback by her exuberance. Furrowing his brow in displeasure, he realized that Oh Chunling indeed wished to seek male partners. Noticing Xiong Ba's discontent, Oh Chunling swallowed her words and said, "Xiong, I prefer not to seek a partner just yet. Maintaining our relationship as lovers is quite splendid." Oh Chunling was currently very interested in Xiong Ba's physique and did not want to anger him. If she were to bond with other male shifters, what would happen if Xiong Ba disregarded her? Hearing her words, Xiong Ba felt satisfaction. It appeared Oh Chunling cared for him enough to forego seeking other partners. He resolved to cherish her even more. Chunling, if tomorrow any shifters inquire whether you seek a partner, tell them you will not be seeking one for 5 years. Xiongba instructed her, not wishing for Chunling to pursue other partners, as it would complicate his own intentions. Xiong, I shall heed your words, Chunling replied sweetly. She knew she could not rush into finding a partner. First, she needed to secure Xiongba as her own, allowing her to be with him openly each day. Chunling, you are indeed delightful, not at all resembling someone in their 30s. Your demeanor is akin to that of a newly matured individual, Xiongba sincerely remarked. The more he gazed upon Chunling, the more he found himself enamored. He wished to remain with her that night, reluctant to depart. Xiong, you are truly handsome, charming, and dashing, Chunling exclaimed, captivated by his striking features. She felt fortunate to have such an exceptional shifter in her bed. Chunling, I must take my leave. I cannot allow Tu Jun to discover me, Xiongba said, kissing her cheek once more before heading toward the cave exit. The young male shifter outside, upon seeing Xiongba emerge, expressed surprise. Tribe leader, you are leaving so soon? Xiongba coldly replied. You may enter the cave and continue the unfinished business with Chunling. With that, he transformed into a lion and swiftly departed. Chapter 57. The stray beasts come to claim. The following morning, Knight Wutong and Bai Lang were outside the cave, roasting meat, when Alan and Roger arrived seeking Xiongba. Both Alan and Roger gazed intently at Knight Wutong, sighing internally, what a splendid beauty she was. Yet, with their tribe leader Xiongba standing in the way, they knew they could never claim her for themselves. Tribe leader, we have come to seek your company in inquiring whether the newcomer is seeking a partner. Alan addressed Xiongba, who was busy roasting meat. Very well, I shall accompany you, Xiongba replied, rising to join Alan and Roger as they made their way to Chunling's cave. After a short while, Xiongba returned alone, a smile gracing his lips. His joy unmistakable. He was pleased with Chunling's response and resolved to reward her for her obedience, planning to shower her with affection daily henceforth. Xiongba, does Chunling wish to find a partner? Ai Air inquired. She does not wish to. Chunling stated that she is still young and prefers to wait a few years before seeking a partner. Xiongba replied cheerfully. He intended to wait for Knight Wutong to reach maturity, at which point he could bond with her and no longer require Chunling. Knight Wutong was astonished. How could Chunling, at the age of 57, still be considered young? Did she truly think that the beast men could be easily deceived? Bai Lang addressed Xiongba, saying, Xiongba, why are you so pleased that Chunling is not seeking a partner? Not at all. Her lack of a partner does not bring me joy, Xiongba replied insincerely. If she were to find a mate, it could alleviate some of the issues faced by the single males. I sincerely hope Chunling chooses a male companion. Deep down, he wished he could silence Bai Lang forever. All right, it's time to eat. After our meal, we shall venture into the forest to gather mushrooms. Knight Wutong announced to Bai Lang and the others. The meal concluded. As Yi Wutong, Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and Ai Air stepped out of the tribe, they were greeted by a throng of animals rushing toward them. Among the creatures were a majestic tiger, a sleek leopard, a playful cat, an elegant antelope, a formidable rhinoceros, and a charming giant panda. Knight Wutong was perplexed as to why this group of animals had arrived at the lion tribe, uncertain whether they were beastmen or mere wild creatures. However, such distinctions no longer mattered, for her gaze had been captivated by the adorable giant panda. She had an immense fondness for pandas. As this group of animals approached the outskirts of the tribe, they instantly transformed into strikingly handsome men. As the night-blooming Wutong beheld the giant panda transform into a refined and handsome man, her heart shattered. The giant panda she adored most was, in fact, a beast man. Why could it not remain a mere giant panda? If it were simply a giant panda, she could have cherished it as a beloved pet. The joy in the eyes of the night phoenix swiftly transformed into disappointment. Every gesture she made was meticulously observed by the panda beast man, Porter. He felt a surge of anger. Why did this beautiful female regard him with such disappointment? Was he not worthy? The Knight Wutong once again beheld the two stray beast men, Mo Yin and Ta Chi, whom she had encountered on the day she rescued the female. Knight Wutong pondered whether these orcs might all be strays. Thus, she inquired of Bai Lang, who stood beside her, are they all wanderers? Indeed, they are, Bai Lang nodded, contemplating that it seemed the strays were quite infatuated with Tong Tong. As evidenced by the multitude that had gathered, they would not relent until they had won her over. My beautiful female, how have you fared these past few days? Have you missed me? Spoke the leopard orc, Mo Yin, as he addressed Knight Wutong, casting her a flirtatious glance. The Knight Wutong shed its skin, leaving a multitude of goosebumps scattered upon the ground. Tong Tong is our companion. Do not harbor any intentions towards her, Tu Jun warned Mo Yin. Every individual possesses the right to pursue beauty in the form of a female, as long as the beautiful female chooses me. You have no authority to interfere. Mo Yin retorted to Tu Jun. While we may lack the right to intervene, Tong Tong would never choose a stray beast, Bai Lang disdainfully remarked, casting a scornful glance at the vagabond beast folk. If we are not chosen, we shall seize her. The black dog beast man, already consumed with desire for the Knight Wutong, yearned to snatch her away and forcibly bond with her. Indeed, we have brought these individuals to claim the beautiful females, Mo Yin declared with a wicked grin. AI Air urged the lion tribe guards. Quickly report to your chieftain that the strays are here to abduct Daunting. Summon him forth immediately. One guard transformed into a great lion and roared towards the heavens. Huh, do you truly believe that calling forth that great lion beast man will enable you to defeat us? Mo Yin scoffed, for he had brought only the most formidable beast folk today. Xiongba was engaged in a scuffle with Chun Ling in their cave when he heard the roars. Realizing the strays had arrived and were confronting Bai Lang and his group, he hastily rose from Chun Ling, informing her, a pack of strays has come to seize Daunting. I must join Bai Lang and the others to vanquish them. Upon hearing Xiongba's words, Chun Ling's hatred for the knight Wutong intensified. A fleeting glint of malice flickered in her eyes, unnoticed by Xiongba, who wrapped his beastskin skirt around himself and gently kissed her lips, whispering, "Be good. I shall return and shower you with affection." With that, he transformed into a great lion and dashed out of the cave. Chun Ling touched her lips where Xiongba had kissed her, and then her face, reflecting on the fact that she had not washed her face in 2 days. It was not that she did not wish to cleanse herself, but rather that she lacked cosmetics. She feared that without makeup, she would not appear appealing to Xiongba. Upon reaching the outskirts of the tribe, Xiongba beheld Bai Lang and his companions, along with some males from the lion tribe, standing resolutely against the strays. Anger surged within him as he confronted the vagabond beast folk, exclaiming, "You shameless strays dare to attempt to abduct my companion Daunting. I shall not rest until you are vanquished." Chapter 58. The first stirring of the heart. With that, Xiongba transformed into a great lion and lunged at the leopard beast man, Mo Yin, whom he despised for daring to covet Daunting and for bringing more companions. Did he truly believe he could steal her away? The leopard beast man swiftly transformed into a white leopard as Xiongba charged towards him. The two beasts clashed fiercely, each unleashing their full might in a series of blistering exchanges. Bai Lang turned to Tu Jun, urging, "Tu Jun, protect Daunting at all costs. Do not allow the strays to take her." With that, he too transformed into a white wolf and lunged at the panda beast man, Bo Te, who chose to confront him in human form rather than as a panda. The knight Wutong conjectured that the reason Porter had not transformed was undoubtedly due to the clumsiness and lack of agility of his beast form. Ire morphed into a crimson fox to confront the black dog beast man, Tachi. The beastmen exerted their utmost efforts in the brutal melee. Some bore deep scratches all over their bodies, while others had their entrails exposed. This harrowing spectacle made Knight Wutong's heart tremble. Despite being an assassin, she had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. As Yi Wutong observed the fierce confrontation between Bai Lang and the panda beastman Porter, which ended in a stalemate, and the equally matched struggle between Xiongba and the leopard beastman Moyen, her anxieties began to ease slightly. However, upon witnessing the clash between AI Air and Taki, the momentary relief was swiftly replaced by trepidation. AI Air found himself outmatched by Taki, reduced to mere defense, devoid of the ability to counterattack. The Night Phoenix harbored no desire to witness the defeat of Bai Lang and his companions. She dreaded the notion of being captured by the wandering beasts, whom she perceived as savage and malevolent. Should she fall into their clutches, she was certain they would forcefully impose their will upon her. Yi Wutong said to Tu Jun, "Tu Jun, I will climb the tree. You go assist AI Air. It appears she is struggling against that dog. Hurry along." After Yi Wutong finished speaking, she dashed towards the nearest towering tree. "Very well, but do exercise caution," Tu Jun remarked before proceeding to assist AI Air. The Night Phoenix swiftly ascended the tallest tree, perching upon a robust branch as she surveyed the tumultuous battle below. Her mind raced with thoughts. Should she seize the opportunity to depart, while the white wolf and his companions engaged in a fierce struggle with the wandering beasts? Retreating to a secluded forest for her own cultivation? She fervently wished for the demise of both the white wolf and the wandering beasts. As Yi Wutong contemplated this, a mechanical voice resonated in her mind. "System, host, dispel those ignoble thoughts. Knight Wutong, system, do not meddle in my affairs. Once I extract you from my body, I shall crush you to bits. System, truly deserving of the title of an assassin, your heart is indeed ruthless. I must inform you, host, that it is impossible to extricate me from your body." Knight Wutong gritted her teeth, suppressing her emotions. "System, observe that you have not entered sleep mode. If you wish to prevent a disastrous conflict between Bai Lang and the stray beasts, then assist them by transporting some explosives to me." The system replied, "Host, do you intend to annihilate the stray beasts? That is unacceptable. These creatures do not appear to be malevolent. Thus, this system does not wish for their demise. Moreover, I lack the capability to transport temporal resources within a month." The Knight Wutong, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, "System, you might as well continue your slumber." The system replied, "Very well. I have only exchanged a few words with you, and now my energy is once again depleted. I shall retreat into slumber." Ultimately, Bai Lang's kind proved to be no match for the wandering beasts. As Yi Wutong contemplated whether to assist Bai Lang and his companions, the arrival of additional orcs dramatically shifted the tide of the battle. To her surprise, it was none other than Xian Han, the leader of the feline clan, and Simon, the leader of the leopard clan, accompanied by a handsome stranger, who entered the fray with a contingent of warriors, thus leading to the downfall of the previously dominant rogue beasts. Porter, The panda orc shouted to the robed beasts, "We retreat," and promptly took the lead in fleeing. Upon hearing the command, the robed beasts ceased their resistance and fled with remarkable swiftness. Xiongba, witnessing Xianhan and Simon, felt a surge of displeasure. He harbored no illusions that their assistance would elicit gratitude from him. He would never consent to Tong taking them as partners. Bai Lang, addressing Xianhan, Simon, and the handsome stranger, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for helping us drive away the robed beasts." Although Bai Lang held an unfavorable opinion of Xianhan and Simon, he understood the necessity of maintaining proper etiquette. The Knight Wutong pondered whether she should descend from the tree. Suddenly, the cold voice of the system echoed once more. "Host, you must tend to the wounds of the injured orcs." The Knight Wutong expressed dissatisfaction. "Why are you not in slumber? Wasn't the task you assigned to me merely to heal 2 patients within a month? Why must I tend to so many orcs?" The system replied, "All those orcs are injured because of you. How can you be so heartless? Moreover, the more wounded you rescue, the quicker I can level up, which will provide ample energy to procure what you desire. Hurry down and tend to the orcs." Yi Wutong, "Very well. In order for me to have a change of clothes, and for me to have toothpaste and a toothbrush. Tong, are you unable to come down? If you jump down, I will catch you." Tu Jun shouted to Yi Wutong from beneath the tree. Knight Wutong heard Tu Jun's call and noticed that he was ready beneath the tree to catch her. Knight Wutong never anticipated that she had climbed so high. If she were to leap down and Tu Jun failed to catch her, she would surely end up crippled. It was prudent to avoid the peril of such a fall. Perhaps it would be wiser to descend at her own pace. "Tu Jun, I think I shall descend on my own. What if I jump and you cannot catch me, leaving me disabled?" After uttering these words, Knight Wutong began to cling to the tree and carefully make her way down. However, she had scarcely moved when she felt herself being pulled away from the trunk and enveloped in a warm embrace. Tong, I will carry you down," Bai Lang declared as he leaped from the tree. He gently set Knight Wutong down on the ground before releasing her from his hold. As Yi Wutong gazed upon the breathtaking beauty of Bai Lang, she momentarily lost herself in thought. If she were unable to return to the modern world, she might consider the prospect of becoming his partner. Chapter 59. Once again captivated the moment Yi Wutong descended from the tree, the leaders of the cat clan, Xianhan, the leopard clan, Simon, and the eagle clan, Leo, were all utterly entranced. Although Xianhan and Simon had laid eyes on Yi Wutong before, her allure never failed to astonish them anew. Xianhan reflected on his 30 years in the modern era, feeling as though they had been in vain. For he had never encountered a beauty as captivating as Yi Wutong. "Xianhan, Simon, Leo, are you here among my lion clan with the intent to vie for Wutong?" The imposing Xiongba declared, his presence radiating authority. "Do not presume that by assisting me in driving away the stray beasts, you may claim the right to be Wutong's companion. I, Xiongba, shall never permit anyone to share her with me. Vying for her is a harsh term. We come merely to seek affiliation." Leo, the eagle clan leader, fluttered his beautiful eyes, believing that with his appearance and abilities, Yi Wutong would surely accept him. Such delusions. "We shall never agree to your joining us," Xiongba replied, his entire demeanor exuding an icy disdain. "Your words hold no weight. Let the female decide whether she desires us as her companions." Xianhan strode purposefully towards Yi Wutong. At this moment, Yi Wutong's attention was focused on the injured orc, oblivious to the approach of Xianhan. Bai Lang obstructed Xianhan, angrily stating, "Halt. Keep your distance from Tong." Xianhan paused, addressing Yi Wutong, who was bent over examining the orc's wounds. Tong, we have come here for you. We wish to be your companions." Hearing Xianhan's words, Yi Wutong, still preoccupied with the orc, felt a surge of anger. Did she not see what she was doing? Thus, Yi Wutong coldly replied to Xianhan, "I do not accept you as my companions." The Night Phoenix observed that some of the beastmen had their entrails spilling out. These beastmen were remarkably resilient. Not a single one uttered a sound. Knight Wutong was deeply impressed by the formidable resilience of the beastmen. Had she sustained such grievous injuries, she would not have been able to endure as they did. Xianhan intended to say something, but upon observing Knight Wutong's gaze fixed upon the injured beastmen, he speculated whether she wished to tend to their wounds. Could it be that Knight Wutong possessed the healing arts? Xianhan conjectured that she might be a shaman. Bai Lang inquired, Tong, is it possible to heal these beastmen's injuries?" Uncertain, Knight Wutong responded honestly, admitting that she had never treated anyone before. Xiongba, seeing Knight Wutong's intent to aid the gravely injured beastman, remarked, Tong, these beastmen are beyond saving. Do not waste your efforts." His assertion stemmed from past experiences where beastmen had sustained similar severe injuries while hunting, and none had survived. With the absence of a shaman in the tribe, these individuals seemed doomed. "Perhaps I can save them. Allow me to try." Knight Wutong felt a sense of guilt towards these individuals, as their injuries were a consequence of her actions. Although she was an assassin, she was not devoid of humanity. "Very well," Xiongba acquiesced, not truly believing in her healing capabilities. Yet, as long as Knight Wutong found satisfaction in practicing her skills on these wounded souls, it seemed acceptable, considering they were fated to perish regardless. Tong, are you a shaman?" AI Air inquired. "No, I merely possess some knowledge of medicine," Knight Wutong replied candidly. The injured required transportation to the cave within the tribe for proper suturing of their wounds. Knight Wutong found herself in a quandary, as performing surgery in the open was not feasible. Xiongba ordered the wounded beastmen to be carried to the cave once inhabited by the shaman, which was spacious enough to accommodate numerous injured individuals. Xianhan, Shiming, and Liu followed Knight Wutong into the lion tribe. Xiongba wished to intervene, yet he was outmatched by the trio of Xianhan, Shiming, and Liu. Yi Wutong sought out Bai Lang to procure a bone needle and thread for stitching animal hides. Yi Wutong began to stitch the wounds of the injured orcs, while Bai Lang and others observed nearby. Bai Lang and Tu Jun occasionally assisted Yi Wutong. Feeling bored, Xiongba stealthily slipped out of the cave and made his way to O Chuanling's dwelling. Yi Wutong toiled until dusk, finally suturing the last injured male's wound. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, she was steadied by Bai Lang. After Knight Wutong offered a few words of comfort to the injured male orcs, she was about to exit the cave when, unexpectedly, she was swept into a princess carried by Bai Lang. Under the watchful eyes of numerous beasts, Yi Wutong felt her cheeks flush as Bai Lang held her tightly in his embrace. She urged him, "Please, put me down. I can walk on my own." Bai Lang, however, kept her secure in his arms and gently replied, "Be good, don't squirm." With that, he carried Yi Wutong out of the cave. Tu Jun, Xianhan, Simon, and Liu followed closely behind, observing the pair. Bai Lang glanced back at Xianhan, Simon, and Liu, his expression darkening. Yet he remained silent as he continued onward with Yi Wutong. Meanwhile, Ayr had just finished preparing a mushroom stew. Upon seeing Yi Wutong return, he exclaimed, "Tong Tong, come and eat. You didn't have lunch, so make sure to have a hearty dinner." With that, Ayr took a bowl and filled it generously with meat, presenting it to Yi Wutong. Yi Wutong took the bowl and began to eat voraciously. She had not eaten lunch and was extremely hungry, paying no heed to her appearance. As Yi Wutong lifted her gaze, she noticed Bai Lang and several others staring at her with intense scrutiny. Chapter 60, The Enigma of Xianhan. Yi Wutong set down the bowl and chopsticks, addressing Bai Lang and the others. "I have had my fill. You may continue as you wish. I shall retire to the cave for some rest." With that, she made her way toward the cave. Bai Lang and the others watched her enter before averting their gaze. In gratitude for Xianhan, Shiming, and Liu's assistance in driving away the feral beasts, Bai Lang had invited the trio to dine, and they accepted with pleasure. Unceremoniously, Xianhan, Shiming, and Liu grabbed large bowls to serve themselves meat. Just as they were about to eat with their hands, Bai Lang picked up the chopsticks from the table and inquired, "Can you use chopsticks?" "Chopsticks? Is what you hold in your hand a pair of chopsticks? How does one use them?" Shiming asked in bewilderment, wondering if Bai Lang expected them to skewer the meat with these slender sticks. Liu shared Shiming's thoughts. Xianhan, upon hearing Bai Lang's words and observing the chopsticks in his hand, narrowed his eyes in surprise. He had not anticipated that these orcs could wield chopsticks. It seemed that Tong Tong had also used them earlier. As Xianhan glanced at the wooden bowl, the wooden stool, and the wooden table, he pondered why such items were absent in other tribes he knew. Clearly, the lion tribe was somewhat more advanced than the others. He reflected that upon his return, he too would craft some bowls and chopsticks. Suddenly, he considered whether the presence of such objects in the lion tribe signified the presence of a transmigrator, like himself. Could these items have been created by a fellow traveler? Believing that Xianhan, Shiming, and Liu were unfamiliar with chopsticks, Bai Lang returned them to the table and remarked, "Ah, so you do not know how to use them." He mused that perhaps only the people of Tong Tong's lineage could manage chopsticks. Xianhan chose not to disclose his ability, opting instead to eat with his hands, a habit he had grown accustomed to. He thought it prudent to gather more information first. Casually, Xianhan inquired of Bai Lang and the others, "Who crafted these wooden bowls, stools, and spoons? They are quite well made." Ayr, noticing Xianhan's curiosity, replied, "These were crafted by Tu Jun and me." Tu Jun, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, added, "I merely assisted Ayr a little. Most of it was done by him," and he chuckled awkwardly. Xianhan nodded in approval, saying, "Well done indeed. I wonder where you learned such skills." "I learned from Tong Tong. She illustrated the designs for me and taught me how to make them," Ayr answered earnestly, feeling impressed by Yi Wutong's remarkable abilities, particularly in areas unfamiliar to the males. Tong Tong? Xianhan squinted, contemplating how she had acquired such knowledge. Could Tong Tong, like him, be a transmigrator? If so, was she a soul transplant or a physical one? He resolved to seek an opportunity to probe further. "I shall deliver food to Bear Commander," Ayr announced after finishing his meal, proceeding to ladle another bowl of food from the pot for Bear Commander. After Ayr left, Xiongba arrived, evidently having bathed, as his hair was still damp. Upon spotting Xianhan, Shiming, and Liu, he felt a surge of displeasure. He had expected Bai Lang and his companions to have driven them away, yet here they were, feasting at his table with oversized bowls filled with meat, leaving little left in the pot. Xiongba seethed with anger. Having just finished with O Chunling, he was ravenous. After washing himself in the river, he found himself even hungrier, expecting that Bai Lang and his companions would have prepared ample food for him to satiate his hunger. The sight of the nearly empty pot infuriated him. Thus, he addressed Xianhan and the others, Xianhan, Shiming, Liu, Why are you still here? Do you intend to linger in my lion tribe? Do you no longer aspire to be leaders, but wish to join my tribe instead? Xianhan smirked, replying. We did assist in driving away the feral beasts, did we not? Is this how you treat those who have aided you? We have come to pursue Tong. Should she accept me, I would be willing to stay with your lion tribe for her sake. Hearing this, Xiongba's face turned a deep shade of green with rage. He was astonished by Xianhan's audacity, continually bringing up their assistance in expelling the feral beasts. What of it? He resolved to ensure that Xianhan and his companions were expelled, denying them any opportunity to engage with Yi Wutong. Bai Lang smirked inwardly. When Tong first healed an orc, Xiongba had departed, indifferent to the well-being of his injured kin, clearly preferring to be with O Chunling. Only returning now after cleansing himself. Bai Lang recalled the sin of O Chunling on Xiongba when they faced the feral beast earlier. He had been too tense to pay it much mind at the time. With a cold chuckle, Xiongba warned, Xianhan, you would do well to leave my lion tribe promptly, or I shall not treat you kindly. Xianhan rose, placing his bowl upon the table, and retorted, Xiongba, I shall not depart. What can you do to me? The night phoenix rested for a while on the bed, contemplating whether to check on the orc she had treated, to see if any symptoms of fever had manifested. As she stepped out of the cave, she beheld a fierce confrontation between Xiongba and Xianhan. Their gazes locked in mutual hostility. Xiongba's face contorted with rage, while Xianhan's eyes radiated an intense sharpness. Night Wutong merely cast a glance at Xiongba and Xianhan before shifting her gaze to Bai Lang's face. She addressed Bai Lang and Tu Jun, saying, Bai Lang, let us go together to check on the injured orcs. I shall accompany you as well, Tu Jun replied to Night Wutong. Noticing that her attention frequently lingered on Bai Lang, which filled him with unease. Very well, let us proceed together, Night Wutong declared, lifting her leg to depart. I shall go too, Caodong, Simon said. I will join as well, Caodong, Leo added. I will accompany you, Caodong, Xianhan said, no longer glaring at Xiongba. Anxiously, he turned to Night Wutong, for since his purpose in this journey was to pursue her, he would not let any opportunity to connect with her slip by. The Night Phoenix disregarded Xianhan, Simon, and Leo. Chapter 61, The Plan. After Yi Wutong and Bai Lang departed, Xiongba picked up a bowl the size of a wash basin from the table to serve himself some meat. He transferred all the remaining meat from the pot into the large bowl, filling it to the brim. Xiongba gazed at the meager portion of meat, his anger surging. How could such a paltry amount satisfy his hunger? It was the trio of Xianhan, Ximeng, and Lai Ao who had devoured his share, and he resolved to expel them. After finishing the scant meat at the bottom of the bowl, he sighed deeply and transformed into a magnificent lion to hunt in the forest. Yi Wutong arrived at the cave of the shaman were meticulously examining the injured orcs. Finding no signs of fever among them, she offered a few words of advice before returning to the cave of Xiongba. As Yi Wutong entered the cave, Xianhan, Simon, and Leo wished to follow, but were halted by Bai Lang and Tu Jun. You are not Tong's companions. You cannot enter the cave, Bai Lang declared to Xianhan, Simon, and Leo. Bai Lang is correct. You have no relation to Tong and thus are barred from entering, Tu Jun concurred. Bai Lang, I shall not enter the cave. Please inform Tong that I need to speak with her urgently, Xianhan said, narrowing his cat-like eyes, intent on uncovering whether Yi Wutong was a traveler from another realm. What urgent matter requires you to speak with Tong? Pray tell, I shall convey your message, Bai Lang scoffed, well aware of Xuanhan's intentions. Xianhan, let us find a place to rest for the night. Save your words for tomorrow when you can speak with Tong, Simon suggested to Xianhan. Very well, Xianhan replied, resigned. As Bai Lang observed the three depart, he promptly entered the cave. As Night Wutong observed the entrance of Bai Lang and Tu Jun, she addressed them, saying, Bai Lang, Tu Jun, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Bai Lang, with a gentle tone, replied, Tong, what is it that you wish to say? Please, go ahead. She cleared her throat, feeling hesitant, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Please, do speak, Bai Lang encouraged, giving Night Wutong's shoulder a reassuring pat. Yi Wutong spoke. Expressing her suspicions that she had been betrayed, she believed that Xiongba had been intimate with O Chunling. Upon hearing Yi Wutong's words, Tu Jun felt perplexed. Betrayed? Intimate? Night Wutong felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could the orcs comprehend such profound words? Thus, she elucidated, being green means my male partner is carrying me while consorting with other females. With a flushed face, she hoped that Bai Lang and Tu Jun would grasp her implication. Tu Jun's face turned crimson as he lowered his gaze, feeling quite bashful. Bai Lang inquired, why do you suspect Xiongba of being unfaithful? Is it because you noticed him bathing after previously neglecting it? Indeed, she replied. Bai Lang, now that you are aware of the affair between Xiongba and O Chunling, what do you intend to do next? Bai Lang had already surmised Night Wutong's intentions. I shall exclude Xiongba from my list of partners. Even if he were innocent, I would not accept him, Night Wutong declared. I support your decision to expel Xiongba from your partnership, Tu Jun exclaimed, incensed that Xiongba failed to appreciate such a remarkable mate as Night Wutong. Instead courting that licentious female, O Chunling, he deemed it only fitting that Xiongba faced expulsion. I want both of you to monitor Xiongba tomorrow. The moment he engages with Chunling, we shall catch them in the act, and I will confront him directly, expelling him on the spot. He will have no retort, Knight Wutong proclaimed. Her spirits lifted at the prospect of ridding herself of the loathsome Xiongba from her life. Very well, I shall keep watch over Xiongba tomorrow, Bailang said with a smile, thoroughly pleased. Meanwhile, Xiongba, out hunting in the forest, suddenly sneezed. He returned to the tribe, carrying the antelope and wild boar he had caught. Upon entering the tribe, Xiongba did not head directly to his cave. Instead, he made his way to Chunling's dwelling. As he approached, he heard enticing sounds emanating from within. Xiongba chuckled, finding Chunling's exuberance irresistible. He relished her reckless spirit. Listening to her melodic cries, he felt a stirring within. He placed an antelope at the entrance of her cave and called out, Ling, I've left an antelope for you. Come inside, Ba. Chunling gasped in response. I shan't join you now. I will return tomorrow when Knight Wutong and the others venture into the woods, Xiongba replied, before shouldering the wild boar and heading back to his own cave. Instead of entering, he chose to roast meat outside. Feeling particularly hungry, he needed to satiate himself before retiring. After a hearty meal, he entered his cave, relieved to find that Xian Han, Shi Ming, and Liu were absent, assuming they had returned home. He turned to Bailang and said, Bailang, you may go back to your cave. We are about to sleep. With that, Xiongba settled into a corner. Bailang cast a cryptic glance at Xiongba before addressing Knight Wutong. Wutong, I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow. Indeed, Knight Wutong nodded. The night passed without dreams. The following day, Knight Wutong and her companions enjoyed breakfast. Knight Wutong addressed Bailang and his companions. Bailang, 2 June, AI Air. Join me in the forest to gather some mushrooms. Very well, Bailang replied with a smile. After Bailang, 2 June, and AI Air departed. Xiongba transformed into a majestic lion and made his way to Chunling's cave. Upon exiting the tribe, Knight Wutong instructed Bailang, saying, Bailang, 2 June. Proceed as we discussed yesterday. I shall follow shortly. Chapter 62. Thrust into Chunling's cave indeed, we shall go now. Bailang declared as he transformed into a white wolf and dashed toward the heart of the tribe. 2 June, likewise, morphed into a tiger, closely trailing behind the white wolf. AI Air, puzzled, observed Knight Wutong, uncertain of Bailang and 2 June's intentions. AI Air, are you curious as to why Bailang and 2 June did not venture into the forest, but returned to the tribe instead? Knight Wutong inquired, gazing at AI Air. Yes, AI Air replied. Come with me back to the tribe, and you shall soon understand. Knight Wutong beckoned as he made his way toward the tribe. AI Air refrained from further questioning and followed closely behind Knight Wutong, heading toward the tribe. Under the towering clan pole, Yi Wutong turned to AI Air and said, AI Air, please lower Xiong Shui. AI Air paused momentarily upon hearing Yi Wutong's words and replied, Tong Tong, are you truly going to let Xiong Shui down? Do so. Yi Wutong replied with slightly narrowed eyes. Upon hearing that Yi Wutong intended to release him from the clan pole, Xiong Shui's eyes gleamed with hope as he addressed Yi Wutong. Tong Tong, I understand that you cannot bear to see me suffer. The time has not yet come. I should remain suspended for another day. Then you shall feel sympathy for me, and you will allow AI Air to lower me. The corners of Yi Wutong's mouth twitched. How could this foolish bear be so self-indulgent? Once the task was completed, she intended to have 2 June hang Bear Schwa on the clan pole once more, allowing him to remain there for an additional day. At that moment, AI Air had already taken Bear Schwa down from the clan pole. Avon and Bobby gazed at Bear Schwa with envy. How could this clumsy, large bear be so fortunate? He encountered a female who was both beautiful and kind. And although he had erred and faced punishment alongside them, he was released early. Come, let us visit the cave where Chunling resides. Yi Wutong said softly to Bear Schwa and AI Air. Sure, I really miss her, Bear Schwa replied with excitement, having taken a liking to Chunling. AI Air felt exasperated. Bear Schwa was truly a source of headache. Could he not be a bit more considerate? It seemed he had offended Yi Wutong once again. Oh, just how much do you miss her? Yi Wutong's lips curled into a smile, sensing that Bear Schwa might also find himself ensnared by Chunling. It's not much, really. It's just that after every meal, I can't help but recall the scent that lingers on her. It is truly enchanting, an alluring fragrance of a mature female, combined with a rich floral aroma, unlike the faint floral scent that you possess, Tong Tong, which lacks any allure. At that moment, Bear Schwa displayed an expression of rapture. Knight Wutong was suddenly enveloped by a chill. The bear's tastes were indeed grotesque, evoking a sense of revulsion that made her wish to kick him to death. Xiong Shui, enough already. Do you recall my instructions? You are infuriating, she lamented. AI Air felt an overwhelming urge to stitch the bear's foul mouth shut with a bone needle and hemp thread. It's all right, speak your mind. I am not angry. I am not so petty, Knight Wutong replied, her smile not reaching her eyes. Upon hearing Knight Wutong's words, AI Air sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. Tong Tong, what exactly are we going to do at Chunling's cave? AI Air inquired. Knight Wutong pouted, questioning why the fox was deemed clever. While this ire lacked the intelligence of Bailang, Let's go catch the adulterer. Knight Wutong chuckled lewdly. What does catching an adulterer mean? Xiong Shuai was perplexed, as he had never encountered the term before, nor did he grasp the concept it conveyed. Iyer shared his confusion, as did Avon and Bobby, who hung from the family pole. Are you coming or not? Once we reach Chunling's cave, you will understand what it means to catch an adulterer. Knight Wutong, lacking patience with Iyer, explained that she needed to swiftly eliminate Xiong Ba from her list of companions. Observing Knight Wutong hastily departing, Iyer and Xiong Shuai followed closely behind, eager to discover the meaning of catching an adulterer. In the distance, Yi Wutong beheld Bai Lang and Tu Jun standing outside the cave of Chunling, while a male orc lay unconscious at the entrance, evidently having been struck down. Knight Wutong turned to Ai Er and Xiong Shuai behind her and said, "You two must refrain from speaking until we have entered the cave, understood? Tong Tong, why won't you allow me to speak?" Xiong Shuai felt quite aggrieved, having just perceived Tong Tong as gentle and kind. Now, she was forbidding him from uttering a word. Outside the cave, no word shall be spoken. You need only follow my instructions. Once we are inside, you may express whatever you wish, Knight Wutong replied, her brow furrowed. Tong Tong, what do you intend to do? Xianhan inquired, as he, along with Simon and Leo, approached Knight Wutong. Knight Wutong furrowed her brows, recalling that Xianhan and the others had departed the previous night. Why had they returned? Surely, they had not come to seize Tong Tong from her. I assure you, I shall not allow you to take her away. Xiong Ba obstructed Knight Wutong's path. The knight's sycamore tree leaned its head, pondering how this great bear, a level 6 beast man, could possibly withstand the might of Xianhan and his companions, who were all formidable level 7 beastmen. Simon cast a scornful glance at Bear Shua and remarked, Great Bear, do you truly believe you can stand in our way? Knight Wutong observed that Bai Lang and Tu Jun were still waiting outside the cave where Chunling resided. Perhaps they were feeling anxious. Therefore, she addressed Xianhan, Simon, and Leo. Shall we proceed to Chunling's cave to uncover the truth? Would you care to join us? I shall go ahead. With that, Knight Wutong made her way toward the cave of Chunling, followed closely by Aier and Xiong Shuai. Yi Wutong pondered that it mattered little if more people were privy to the affairs between Chunling and Xiong Ba. Upon hearing Yi Wutong mention the act of catching someone in the act, Xianhan's eyes flickered with intrigue. He turned to his companions, Simon and Leo, and suggested, Let us follow and see for ourselves. As Yi Wutong approached the cave of Chunling, he inquired of Bai Lang and Tu Jun, What is their status? Have they commenced? Indeed, it has been a while. Should we enter now? Bai Lang responded, Let Xiong Shuai go in first, Yi Wutong advised. Very well. Bai Lang delivered a swift kick to Xiong Shuai, propelling him directly into Chunling's cave. Xiong Shuai landed abruptly upon Chunling's bed, startling both her and Xiong Ba. Chunling and Xiong Ba presumed that Xiong Shuai had leapt onto their bed. Xiong Ba, addressing the bewildered Xiong Shuai, asked, Xiong Shuai, what brings you here? Why did you leap onto the bed? Xiong Shuai was oblivious to Xiong Ba's words, his gaze fixated on Chunling's bare form. The scene before him had left him utterly astounded, shaking him to his core. Recovering from her initial shock, Chunling noted Xiong Shuai's unabashed stare and wondered if this handsome youth had come to her bed out of affection, perhaps wishing to join her and Xiong Ba. Satisfied with Xiong Shuai's robust physique, she resolved to keep him by her side, regardless of Xiong Ba's feelings, and aimed to persuade him. Her thoughts drifted to the possibility of claiming Yi Wutong's other companions as well. Xiong Ba, see how Xiong Shuai clearly fancies me. Why not let him stay and join us? Chunling said, casting a sultry glance at the striking Xiong Ba. Absolutely not. I have no desire to share you with another, Xiong Ba retorted, displeased. Wasn't it enough that Chunling already had 2 males? Her greed was insatiable. Xiong Ba, he is already aware of our affair. If he tells Wutong, it could spell trouble for us. If we include him, he will have no reason to disclose our secret. We cannot let Wutong find out. If he does, he will never bond with you. Allow Xiong Shuai to remain with us. Xiong Ba, observing Xiong Shuai still fixated on Chunling, felt a surge of animosity. Coldly, he proposed to Chunling, perhaps we should eliminate him. That would be the safest course. Xiong Shuai, however, remained oblivious to their conversation, his mind entranced by Chunling's form. Just as Xiong Ba contemplated action against him, a melodic voice echoed from outside the cave. Xiong Ba, there is no need for such drastic measures. I am already aware of your liaison with Chunling. Xiong Ba was taken aback. How had Yi Wutong arrived? Xiong Shuai had entered first, yet now Yi Wutong stood outside. The beast man guarding the entrance had failed to alert him. Abandoning the notion of killing Xiong Shuai, Xiong Ba snatched a fur pelt from the bed to cover himself and commanded Chunling, quickly, put on your clothing. Reluctantly, Chunling donned her attire, wishing to flaunt the marks Xiong Ba had left upon her body to provoke Yi Wutong's ire. Have you both dressed? We are coming in. Yi Wutong called from outside the cave. The reason why Yi Wutong cried out like this was that she did not wish for Bai Lang and Tu Jun to behold Chunling's naked form. The Night Phoenix addressed Bai Lang and the others, saying, It appears they have donned their garments. Let us proceed inside. Yi Wutong was the first to step into the cave, followed closely by Bai Lang and the others. As Knight Wutong entered the cavern, the pungent scent of desire mingled with the musk of male arousal surged into her nostrils, filling her lungs. She hastily covered her mouth and nose with her hand. Knight Wutong was nauseated by the scent concocted by Xiong Ba and O Chunling, wishing fervently to smite them both if she possessed such power. If she did, Xiong Ba and O Chunling would surely meet their demise at her hands. Xiong Ba, I am aware of your sordid affairs with O Chunling. Your betrayal has led me to expunge you from my list of potential companions. Knight Wutong gazed at Xiong Ba, overwhelmed by disgust. His audacity was astounding. Clandestinely engaging with O Chunling. Did he not fear her wrath? It can only be said that Xiong Ba was brazenly audacious. Tong, please. I never intended to betray you. It was O Chunling who seduced me. Forgive me. I shall have her sent away immediately. Xiong Ba pleaded for Knight Wutong's forgiveness. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the thought of banishing O Chunling to a secluded cave in the mountains, assigning 2 beastmen to guard her, planning to revisit her whenever his desires beckoned. Knight Wutong was taken aback by Xiong Ba's audacity. She never anticipated that he would possess such a thick skin, daring to aspire to be her partner. How naive. Xiong Ba, both your body and soul are tainted. I shall never accept you again. We are not even bound in matrimony, yet you have been unfaithful to me, indulging in infidelity with other females behind my back. In any case, I, Knight Wutong, shall no longer have any connection with you. With a fierce glare, Knight Wutong declared to Xiong Ba, seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Tong, can you not grant me another chance? Xiong Ba implored, his eyes dimmed and his countenance weary. He contemplated that if Knight Wutong were to grant him another opportunity, he would ensure that his future rendezvous with O Chunling would remain undiscovered. Yi Wutong is no ordinary woman. She harbors no forgiveness for Xiong Ba. Their relationship is devoid of affection, and even if feelings were to blossom, she would remain unforgiving. It is impossible. You are irreparably tainted. And even if you were to strip your skin raw, you could never cleanse yourself. Yi Wutong's countenance was as dark as the depths of water. Bai Lang approached Xiong Ba, relishing his misfortune, and remarked, Xiong Ba, you brought this upon yourself. Who told you to act recklessly? Tu Jun glared at Xiong Ba. Seething with anger, Xiong Ba, you are truly oblivious. How could you not cherish someone as remarkable as Tong, yet pursue someone inferior? You are courting disaster. Clearly, Tu Jun was infuriated by Xiong Ba's betrayal of Yi Wutong. AI Air cast a disdainful glance at Xiong Ba, remaining silent. Tong, in the beast realm, it is mandated that a female must have at least 5 partners. By excluding me, you diminish your choices. It will be difficult to find someone as handsome as I in the future. Xiong Ba, still unwilling to concede, retorted, fear not. If beauty eludes you, one may settle for an ugly companion, as long as they are clean. Yi Wutong mused that should she master her skills and dominate the beast realm, who would dare compel her to seek a partner? Very well. I shall withdraw from your ranks of partners, Xiong Ba conceded, resigned to settle for O Chunling instead. Let us depart. With her objective achieved, Yi Wutong hastily exited the cave, fearing that lingering any longer would suffocate her with the cave's overwhelming scent. Bai Lang, Tu Jun, Xian Han, Simon, and Leo followed her out of the cave. AI Air swiftly pulled the dazed Xiong Shui out of O Chunling's dwelling. Xian Han rolled his eyes and addressed Yi Wutong. Tong, you are left with only 4 partners now. Allow me the honor of being one. Before Yi Wutong could refuse, Simon and Leo interposed, eager to become her future partners, vowing unwavering loyalty to her and declaring their hearts would remain untouched by any female other than Yi Wutong. Knight Wutong observed Xian Han, Shiming, and Leo incessantly pledging their loyalty to her, which left her quite exasperated. Yi Wutong sighed, please cease your declarations of loyalty. I shall not accept any of you as my companions. Tong, please consider it for a moment. Do not be so hasty in your rejection, Simon implored. Xian Han, rolling his eyes, remarked, indeed. Tong, ponder this further. The laws of the beast realm dictate that a beautiful female must have at least 5 partners. With Xiong Ba being cast aside, you currently have only 4 partners left, leaving 1 position vacant that must be filled. Let me wait until I reach adulthood to address that. I am still underage, Yi Wutong stated, stepping forward. Crossing realms, Tong. Would you care to hear tales of traversing worlds? If you wish to know more, simply choose me as your partner. Xian Han thought to take a gamble, convinced that Yi Wutong had indeed crossed over. If she had, she would surely desire to return, and agreeing to be his partner, even if just a temporary arrangement, would lead him to make her his true companion. Conversely, if she had not crossed over, perhaps out of mere curiosity, she might still choose to accept him as her partner. Ultimately, the worst that could happen would be a rejection. The Night Phoenix paused momentarily upon hearing Xian Han's words, before continuing to advance forward. The actions of Yi Wutong were keenly observed by Xian Han, who realized with certainty that his suspicions were correct. Yi Wutong had traversed dimensions. It remained uncertain whether it was a soul transfer or a physical one, for her beast form was indiscernible. It was likely a physical transition. Yet, why had Yi Wutong declined to accept his offer of companionship? Did she believe that her journey had severed her ties to her original world? Tong Tong, I can assist you in returning to your rightful place. You must trust me, Xianhan fervently asserted. His words were intended solely for Yi Wutong. As only she could comprehend their significance, Bai Lang and the others would not grasp the depth of his sentiments. He longed for a moment of solitude with Yi Wutong to express his thoughts, yet Bai Lang and the others consistently obstructed any opportunity for them to engage privately. Night Wutong came to a halt, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that Xianan was aware of her time-traveling origins? How could he possibly know? If he did, and she refused to become his partner, would he expose her secret? Conversely, if she accepted his offer, would Xianhan truly possess the ability to return her to the modern era? The mere thought of being transported back stirred a longing within her for the chilled beverages of her contemporary life. Finally, with a determined bite of her lip, Night Wutong resolved to trust Xianhan just this once. She turned to him and declared, I have considered it thoroughly. I agree to be your partner. Xuanhan's exhilaration was beyond expression at that moment. However, where there was joy, there was also disappointment. Simon and Leo felt an overwhelming sense of dejection. Why had Night Wutong chosen Xianhan over them as her partner? Were they not equally deserving? Approaching Night Wutong, Simon implored, Tong Tong, please consider taking us as your partners as well. The more companions you have, the more individuals there will be to care for you. The Night Wutong tree. Upon hearing Simon's words, thought of Zhu Yi, who weighed around 200 jin and stood at a height of 1.50 meters. Her face was round and plump, reminiscent of a pig, undoubtedly a result of the care bestowed upon her by her numerous former partners. A chill coursed through Night Wutong's heart at the thought of having multiple partners. How terrifying it seemed. She had no desire to be pampered into becoming a portly figure. Simon, please do not persist. I will limit myself to a maximum of 5 partners, and you and Leo shall not be among them. Night Wutong firmly rejected Simon and Leo. Yi Wutong is a person of resolute disposition, one who does not indulge in ambiguity. She offers no false hopes to Simon and Leo, wishing to avoid their persistent entanglement. Simon and Leo fell silent, their hearts heavy with sorrow. The Night Phoenix tree observed as Xiong Shui was being led away by AI air. Xiong Shui's eyes were vacant, and he pondered whether his soul had been ensnared by O Chunling. Perhaps it would not be such a bad idea if Xiong Shui were to become a couple with O Chunling. Under the cover of night, Yi Wutong contemplated the union of Xiong Shui and O Chunling, resolved not to seek a replacement for Xiong Shui, defying the conventions of the beastly realm. AI air. Swiftly return Xiong Shui to your dwelling in the cave for some much-needed rest. Yi Wutong mused that once Xiong Shui had recuperated, she would set out to find O Chunling. Complying, AI air transformed into a red fox, hoisting Xiong Shui onto her back and darting away with remarkable agility. Night Wutong and Bai Lang returned to the cave of Xiongba, where O Chunling resided. A noxious odor pervaded the entire cave, emanating from O Chunling herself. Xiongba narrowed his eyes and instructed her, put on your clothes and refrain from removing them again. Reluctantly, O Chunling complied. Do not be displeased, this evening. Make yourself presentable for the bonfire celebration. I shall allow you to select 4 males, who will join me in forming a partnership with you. Xiongba thought to himself that since Night Wutong no longer desired him, he would settle for a union with O Chunling. By choosing her, he could avoid the secrecy that had previously accompanied his desires. Splendid, O Chunling exclaimed, her spirits lifted. She planned to disregard Xiongba's wishes and seek out more than just 4 companions, yearning to gather a collection of strong and handsome males. She envisioned a joyous life in the beast realm, where the absence of advanced technology was inconsequential, so long as she was surrounded by captivating males. You should rest well during the day, for the selection of your partners will demand your full energy at night. I shall prepare the arrangements. Xiongba rose from the bed. Bai, it is still morning. Perhaps we should allow O Chunling to disrobe, suggested one of the others. Be obedient and go to sleep. I must take my leave, Xiongba replied before exiting the cave. O Chunling lay in bed, bubbling with excitement, eagerly anticipating the night. She resolved to keep her eyes peeled to ensure she did not miss a single strong and handsome beastman. The thought of forming partnerships with numerous attractive males thrilled her immensely. Since she found it impossible to sleep, she considered engaging in something entertaining. Recalling the young males outside the cave, Badu, come in, she called playfully. Upon hearing her summons, the young beastman Badu swiftly entered the cave. Inside Xiongba's cave, Bai Lang turned to Night Wutong and remarked, Tong Tong, Xiongba is no longer your partner. Should we not depart for the Wolf Clan's territory? Let us not rush. We will leave in a few days, Night Wutong replied. The timing was not right for departure. Firstly, Xiong Shui had yet to form a bond with O Chunling, and she could not abandon him. If she left, she would need to take Xiong Shui with her. Otherwise, how could he unite with O Chunling? Secondly, the injured beastmen of the Lion Clan had not yet recovered from their wounds. They were injured because of her, and she could not disregard their plight. Lastly, by aiding the wounded beastmen, she would be eligible for a reward from the system in a month. Should any of them perish due to her departure, her reward would be forfeited. Tong Tong, you are concerned for the injured beastmen, are you not? If we leave, other shamans will tend to their wounds, Bai Lang surmised. Presuming Night Wutong's hesitation stemmed from her compassion, That will not suffice. I do not trust any other shamans. We shall remain until these beastmen are fully healed. And then we will proceed to your wolf clan, Knight Wutong asserted, resolute in her decision. Tong Tong, if we do not leave. Are you not afraid of being enticed by Chunling? Perhaps that is what you secretly desire, Bai Lang speculated. Sensing her inner turmoil and feeling a bitter smile form on his lips as he realized Knight Wutong had yet to accept them fully. Xianhan rolled his eyes, musing that Knight Wutong was quite shrewd. He was well aware of her thoughts. She could dismiss others, but she would not be able to rid herself of him. What is mine cannot be stolen. If it is not mine, then its loss is inconsequential, Knight Wutong stated coolly, her voice devoid of warmth. Xianhan approached Knight Wutong and said, "You are absolutely correct. If you do not wish to leave now, we shall remain here as per your wishes." "Indeed, Tong Tong." "Whatever you say goes," Tu Jun affirmed, determined to be an obedient partner. Ire echoed his sentiments. "Tong Tong, we will heed your guidance." With no other options, Bai Lang acquiesced, deciding to abide by Knight Wutong's wishes and remain in the Lion clan for the time being. "Very well, Tong Tong, I will follow your lead." He conceded reluctantly. "Female, our clan leader has instructed me to inform you and your partners that you must attend the bonfire celebration this evening." A young beast man called from outside the cave. "Understood. Please inform your leader that we will attend," Knight Wutong replied to the beast man outside. The beast man outside shook his head in confusion, pondering why their leader had not conveyed this message directly to the beautiful female, instead sending him to deliver it. Within the Lion clan territory, numerous bonfires blazed in the largest clearing. The beastmen gathered around the fires, roasting meat. Beside the largest bonfire sat Chunling and Xiongba closely together, surrounded by numerous male beastmen whose gazes were fixated on her. Although Chunling did not possess Knight Wutong's beauty, she was considered attractive in the realm of beasts, and many males desired to be her partners. Chunling reveled in the attention she received from these handsome males, while the other females glared at her with jealousy, wishing her ill. When Wutong and Bai Lang arrived at the bonfire party, Chunling was preening and posing alluringly. Wutong and Bai Lang, along with a few companions, settled beside a distant campfire, away from Chunling. Bai Lang and the other beastmen commenced roasting meat, not casting a single glance towards Chunling. Knight Wutong found it quite amusing to see Chunling flaunting herself before the orc men. Soon, Roger and Alan arrived, initially glancing at Knight Wutong before shifting their attention to Chunling, captivated by her allure. Just as they were about to approach her, Xiongba announced, "Tonight's bonfire party is a mate selection ceremony for Chunling, who will choose several male partners here." Upon hearing Xiongba's words, many male orcs erupted in excitement, eager to become Chunling's companions. "New female, choose me. New female, pick me." Numerous males, including Roger and Alan, rushed forward, shouting with enthusiasm. Chunling pointed at Roger and Alan, declaring, "You two look quite strong. I choose you both as my partners." Alan and Roger were overjoyed. Chunling then turned to Xiongba and said, "Ba, let us go over there." She made her way directly towards Knight Wutong and Bai Lang, intending to allure them as her companions. Chapter 65. The mate selection ceremony. Chunling stood before Bai Lang and the others, completely disregarding Knight Wutong. Fixating on the handsome faces of the male orcs, she proclaimed, "Charming males, I am fond of you and wish to become your partners. I hope you will accept my proposal." Knight Wutong scoffed silently. Bai Lang coldly remarked, "Is it appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? Are you not aware that we are partners of Tong Tong? Your blatant disregard for Tong Tong and your audacious attempts to seduce us, do you find this acceptable?" Chunling chuckled. "Handsome male, you cannot say that. I am not attempting to seduce you. Rather, I am sympathizing with you, cherishing you. It is said that your partner has yet to reach maturity, needing another 5 or 6 years. Why not abandon your partner and truly bond with me?" Chunling, having learned from Xiongba that Knight Wutong would not mature for another 5 or 6 years, initially found it hard to believe that Knight Wutong was still immature. However, upon reflection, she considered that female beastmen might develop earlier. Is it not possible that an immature female could surpass contemporary adult women in development? Chunling regarded Knight Wutong as merely a female beastman, unaware that Knight Wutong had traversed dimensions, believing herself to be the sole female transported to this beastly realm, convinced that all admirable males should belong to her. "Huh, do you think we are like Xiongba, easily seduced by you?" Bai Lang replied, his anger boiling, wishing he could eliminate the shameless Chunling. He could not fathom the source of her overwhelming confidence. Chunling, do not seek a partner among us. We will not betray Tong Tong." Tu Jun expressed his disdain for Chunling. "Chunling, though you are beautiful and I admire you, I cannot bond with you. For my affections lie with Tong Tong, she is more exquisite than you." Xiangshu felt a twinge of disappointment. Had it not been for AI Heiress Council, he might have consented to become Chunling's partner. Chunling, enraged by Xiangshu's comment that Knight Wutong was more beautiful, felt an urge to tear his words apart. Seeing her fluctuating expressions brought joy to Knight Wutong, who then remarked to Chunling, "Auntie, you are of an age where seeking numerous partners might exhaust your aging body. Tong Tong, You need not worry about my health. I am still quite young and vigorous. Finding 20 partners would not tire me. I am more concerned about you. With 5 or 6 years until maturity, if your partners are swayed by other males before you reach adulthood, you might end up with unwanted males. Chunling thought to herself that as long as Knight Wutong and her partners remained within the lion tribe, she could entice Knight Wutong's partners away. At that moment, Chunling was consumed by thoughts of handsome males, having completely forgotten the impending expiration of her hyaluronic acid. Auntie, spare yourself the trouble. I do not know if someone will entice my partners away in the future, but you certainly will not succeed. Knight Wutong gazed at Chunling's heavily made-up face, pondering why she had not washed off her makeup. Perhaps she was afraid of revealing an unadorned face that might be unsightly. Do not call me Auntie. You had better keep a close watch on your partners, Chunling retorted, displeased by Knight Wutong's address. Tong Tong, do not heed Chunling's words. We will never betray you. Air pledged loyalty to Knight Wutong. Chunling, you should go choose your partners. Look over there. Several females are also selecting partners, Xianhan suggested to Chunling. Following his gesture, she noticed several females engaged in partner selection, which sparked anxiety within her. Fearing that the handsome males would bond with these other females, she resolved to claim all the striking and robust males for herself. Thus, Chunling announced to Bai Lang and the others, I must attend to some matters. Consider your decisions. If you come to a conclusion, I shall still accept your proposal. With that, she hurried away. Having selected over 20 handsome and strong adult males as partners, she intended to return to the cave for the bonding ceremony. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a handsome youth sitting by a small campfire, who was gazing at Knight Wutong with rapt attention. This sight ignited her ire. She was determined to win him over. As Chunling approached the youth, Xiongba called out, What do you think you are doing? He was irate over Chunling's disobedience and her excessive partner selection. I have taken a liking to that young male. I wish to bond with him, Chunling replied. Undeterred, stop. You may choose whomever you wish, but you cannot select Rui Ku, Xiongba swiftly interposed, commanding her. Rui Ku is the son of the high priest. He is destined to become the high priest, and thus can only have one partner in the future. You do not meet his criteria, so you cannot select him. Even if you tried, neither he nor the high priest would consent. Understood, Chunling said, feeling a hint of disappointment. Roger approached Chunling, asking, Lingling, will you continue selecting partners? If not, we can pledge our vows now. Once sworn, we shall be your true partners, and we can go to your cave to bond. Roger was filled with excitement at the prospect of truly bonding with Chunling. I shall not select anymore. You may proceed with the vows, Chunling replied, withdrawing her gaze from the youth. Xiongba took Chunling's hand and said, Sit over there. I will summon the high priest to officiate our bonding ceremony. Very well. Chunling nodded. I shall return shortly, Xiongba promised, transforming into a great lion and sprinting away. Chunling noticed Roger's intense gaze upon her and smiled alluringly, saying, Roger, let us sit over there. She took his hand and led him back to their previous spot. Meanwhile, the youth, who had been sitting alone by the fire, finally summoned the courage to approach Knight Wutong. As Knight Wutong pondered with her head down, she looked up to find a striking white-haired youth standing before her. Gazing at her with an infatuated expression, the Night Phoenix inquired of the young boy, Do you have something to discuss? He hesitated momentarily, then replied, Well, not really, I just haven't seen you in a few days and I miss you. As he spoke, his cheeks flushed crimson. He felt an unusual warmth radiating from his face. Being a cold-blooded creature, he had never experienced such heat before. Have we met? The Night Phoenix asked, puzzled. Yes, we have. I am the little white snake you cast aside that day. I was not yet of age then, but I turned of age just yesterday. The silver-haired youth explained. Ah, you are that little white snake, the Night Phoenix recalled, realizing this boy was indeed the one she had nearly crushed. My name is Rick. May I call you Rick? He inquired, gazing at the Night Phoenix's face. Knight Wutong inquired of the youth. Rick, do you have any other matters at hand? I wish to be your companion. Rick, blushing, replied that he only desired to be Knight Wutong's partner, even if he could never ascend to the role of high priest. Oh Rick, I have already found my companions. My quota is sufficient. I do not wish to seek more partners. You should pursue another female as your companion. Knight Wutong resolutely declined Rick's advances. What is it about me that is lacking? The youth's eyes shimmered with tears. Rick, you must relinquish your hopes. Tong Tong will never regard you in such a light, Bai Lang said to the pitiable Rick, fully aware that Knight Wutong would not accept him as a partner. Xiong rose and addressed Rick. Little white snake, you are merely at level 3. It is truly laughable that you aspire to be Tong Tong's companion while being so feeble. Even an unattractive female would not deign to consider you, a frail male, as a mate. Infuriated, Rick found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, his level was low. Yet he still possessed the potential for growth. Ignoring Rick's expression, Xiong continued. Look at me, Xiong. I am different from you. Although I have only been an adult for 6 months longer than you, see how robust I am. Tong Tong favors my strength, which is why she chose me as her companion. In contrast, with your feeble stature, Tong Tong would never select you. Tears welled in the youth's eyes. Knight Wutong's expression was quite grim. The words of this big bear were truly unpleasant, leaving the innocent youth deeply wounded. Xiong Shuai, if you continue to speak nonsense, I shall have Tu Jun hang you on the clan pole again, and for a longer duration, Knight Wutong said fiercely to Xiong Shuai. Please, Tao Tao. I do not wish to be hung on the clan pole again, Xiong Shuai pleaded, fearing that Knight Wutong might indeed instruct Tu Jun to hang him once more, as it was a most unpleasant experience. Should you wish to avoid such a fate, then silence yourself, Ai scolded angrily, finding Xiong Shuai exceedingly exasperating. Liu cast a fleeting glance of fierce intensity at Xiong Shuai before returning to his usual demeanor. The Grand Priest has arrived. The Grand Priest has arrived, cheered the males eager to bond with O Chunling, as they were blessed by the Grand Priest's presence. The Grand Priest approached the clearing and addressed Xiong Ba. Bring O Chunling and her chosen partner before me. I shall conduct the ceremony for them. Xiong Ba took O Chunling's hand and stood before the Grand Priest with over 20 males. Observing Xiong Ba holding O Chunling's hand, the Grand Priest remarked with surprise. Xiong Ba, do you also wish to bond with O Chunling? Ah, I neglected to inform you earlier, Grand Priest, that I intend to bond with O Chunling. Xiong Ba replied with resignation. The Grand Priest looked at O Chunling and inquired, Xiong Ba, are you certain you wish to bond with O Chunling? Will you not regret this decision in the future? Grand Priest, please proceed with the ceremony. I have no regrets, Xiong Ba said through gritted teeth. For Knight Wutong had already turned away from him, and if not with O Chunling, with whom could he bond? O Chunling felt a surge of indignation. What offense had she committed against this old man? His disdainful gaze was infuriating. Very well, stand in formation, the Grand Priest said with a sense of inevitability. Sensing that this female, O Chunling, might bring ruin to Xiong Ba and the likes of Roger and Alan, though it was merely a premonition, he could not yet be certain. The Grand Priest began to chant solemnly. Knight Wutong inquired of Bai Lang and several orcs. Shouldn't the High Priest conduct the mating ceremony at the sacrificial altar? Why is it beside this bonfire? Bai Lang elucidated, Wutong. The High Priest only performs rituals at the sacrificial altar during ceremonies. The mating ceremony can be held anywhere, as long as there is a sufficient audience present. Wutong, will we need to hold a ceremony when we mate? Let's forego the formalities. A mere vow to you would suffice. This way, if we ever cease to have feelings for one another, we can part easily without harm or becoming corrupted beasts, and we could still choose to mate with other females. Bear Commander, oblivious to the deepening shadow on Knight Wutong's face, continued speaking. Upon hearing Bear Commander's words, Tu Jun, filled with rage, delivered a kick that sent Bear Commander flying 10 meters away. He landed with a tremendous crash, creating a deep crater in the ground, and subsequently spat out blood before losing consciousness. Bai Lang nodded with satisfaction at Tu Jun's actions, recognizing that Bear Commander deserved such a fate. Had Tu Jun not acted, he would have taken matters into his own hands. Ire twitched at the corners of his mouth. Bear Commander must have been in considerable pain, having created such a large dent in the earth and fainted from blood loss. It served him right for uttering words that incited Knight Wutong's ire. Angered, Ire chose not to assist the unconscious Bear Commander. He decided to sever ties with him, letting Knight Wutong do as she pleased. Xian Han's eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning as he addressed Knight Wutong. Wutong, if you do not fancy this great bear, you should cast him aside. Look at Simon and Leo, both are superior to him. Let us discuss this later. For now, I have no intention of dismissing Bear Commander, Knight Wutong replied, rolling her eyes at Xian Han, aware that he believed he was privy to her thoughts. Wutong, should you decide against that great bear, I hope you will allow me to be your partner. I will devote myself entirely to you. My affections will not waver towards any other female, only you. Little White Snake Reich declared, his eyes brimming with hope. You, young man, your declaration holds no weight with me. I will not choose you as my partner. Now or in the future, Knight Wutong firmly stated, cognizant that she could never mate with Reich. Even if she remained in this beastly world and was unable to return to the modern era, she would not settle for a male younger than herself. Thus, she could not offer Reich any hope, ensuring that his feelings would not deepen. Reich, heartbroken, wept as he returned to his previous seat. The Night Phoenix smiled. Rick was indeed a weeping youth. Once the coupling ceremony concluded, the High Priest addressed Xiong Ba, saying, Leader Xiong Ba, I shall take my leave. After casting a glance at Rick, he departed. Xiong Ba then turned to O Chunling and remarked, Ling Ling, this evening, you may share your bed with whomever you desire. Despite his words, Xiong Ba felt discontent in his heart. He had not anticipated that O Chunling would disregard his wishes, selecting 28 partners, while he himself was the 29th. O Chunling responded, Ba, I wish to reside in your cave. Your cave is spacious enough to accommodate us all. I would like that Tong Ung be moved out. In truth, O Chunling had long wished to expel Yi Wutong from Xiong Ba's cave. She even contemplated banishing Yi Wutong from the Lion clan entirely. Yet her affection for several of Yi Wutong's partners held her back. The desire to mar Yi Wutong's beauty lingered in her heart, compelling her to endure the presence of Yi Wutong in the Lion clan for the time being. Xiong Ba found himself in a predicament upon hearing O Chunling's words. Ling Ling, that might not be appropriate. It was I who permitted Tong Tong to dwell in my cave. now that I have formed a bond with you. To ask her to leave feels rather unjust. Bah, it is Tong Tong who spurns you. How callous she is. To tolerate such a heartless woman in your cave is truly disappointing. Oh Chunling expressed her frustration with Xiongba. Ling Ling, you are right. Yi Wutong is indeed heartless. She has chosen to reject me, so I should have no qualms about asking her to vacate my cave, Xiongba thought, recalling Yi Wutong's indifference, which left him feeling uneasy. He resolved to have Yi Wutong removed from his cave, immediately. Xiongba approached Yi Wutong, gazing down at her exquisite features as she sat upon the ground. The thought that he would never again share a bond with her filled him with anger and sorrow. He addressed Yi Wutong, saying, Tong Tong, I have formed a bond with Oh Chunling. The knight Wutong narrowed its eyes and said, I am aware. Tong Tong, what I wish to convey is that I have formed a union with Ao Chunling, and we shall reside together in my cave from now on. Xiongba continued. Knight Wutong smiled and said, You want me to vacate your cave? Indeed, my cave is spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people. Ao Chunling has gathered over 20 partners, and only my cave can hold such a multitude. Wutong, I shall find you a more suitable cave. Xiongba contemplated the existence of an unoccupied cave within the tribe, one that was not insignificant and boasted a stone bed. Wait, Ba, do not seek another cave for Wutong. Let her reside in the cave I once occupied. Allow her to sleep on the stone bed you and I have shared. Perhaps she may mature sooner. Ao Chunling swayed her hips and approached Knight Wutong. Gazing upon Knight Wutong's exquisite beauty, she felt an overwhelming urge to mar that face, transforming Wutong into an unsightly creature, leading Wutong's partners to shun her and instead choose Ao Chunling. No need for that. Wutong shall stay with us, in the cave we inhabit. Once the injured orcs in the tribe have recovered, we shall depart, and after our departure, we shall never set foot in the Lion Clan's territory again. Bai Lang declared as he embraced Knight Wutong. Strangely, Knight Wutong did not push Bai Lang away. Yi Wutong felt a peculiar sensation. She had always despised being touched by others, yet found herself enjoying Bai Lang's embrace. Bai Lang, let us depart and remove our belongings from Xiongba's cave. Yi Wutong had no intention of leaving behind the bowls, wooden basins, bathing buckets, and stone jars crafted by Ayr and her companions for Oh Chunling's use. If she were to leave the Lion Clan, she would take these items with her. What? You intend to take the possessions from the cave? I cannot agree to that. Oh Chunling was incensed. She would not allow Yi Wutong to remove her belongings under any circumstances. Chapter 67. Impatience Rinrin. Most of the items in my cave do not belong to me. They belong to Tong Tong and her companions. If you desire those items, we can create replacements for you. Would you kindly permit her and her companions to take their belongings? Xiongba spoke to Oh Chunling in a grave tone. Very well. Seeing Xiongba's displeasure and realizing she needed to select a suitable mate, Oh Chunling reluctantly consented to Yi Wutong's request to remove her possessions. Rinrin, you are truly obedient. Xiongba's mood brightened instantly upon witnessing Oh Chunling's compliance, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. Yi Wutong, should you not hasten to retrieve your belongings from Ba's cave? After speaking, Oh Chunling cast Yi Wutong a sharp glare. Knight Wutong disregarded Oh Chunling and said to Bai Lang and the others, Let us depart and retrieve the items from Xiongba's cave. After Knight Wutong finished speaking, she was the first to depart from the bonfire gathering. Bai Lang, Tu Jun, Shin Han, Simon, and Leo promptly followed in her wake. AI Air, carrying the unconscious Xing Shuai, also trailed behind Knight Wutong. Oh Chunling gazed at the retreating figures of Knight Wutong and Bai Lang, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Why were all the men surrounding Knight Wutong so exceptional? Not only were they strikingly handsome, but their demeanor was also remarkable. It was infuriating. Lin, who will you choose tonight? Xiongba inquired of Oh Chunling, hoping she would select him, as he was a vigorous male. Upon hearing Xiongba's words, Oh Chunling withdrew her gaze from Bai Lang and the others, deciding that attending to serious matters was of utmost importance. After sifting through her 29 partners, she finally made her selections. Ba, you will be the first to share my bed, followed by Roger and then Alan, she announced, having chosen 6 orcs. The orcs chosen displayed expressions of delight. They were exceedingly pleased. Although Oh Chunling could not compare to Knight Wutong, she was still far more beautiful than the other females in the tribe. They felt immensely fortunate, believing it to be a sign of the beast god's favor. Lin, I shall carry you back to my cave, Xiongba declared, lifting Oh Chunling and striding away. As he walked, he inhaled the alluring scent that enveloped her, remarking, Lin, your fragrance is truly delightful. Oh Chunling was elated by Xiongba's compliment and leaned in to kiss him. Xiongba, taken by surprise, felt a rush of desire and hurried toward his cave, cradling Oh Chunling in his arms. Upon arriving at his dwelling, he found Knight Wutong and the others busy moving their belongings. They had already made one trip, and with one more, everything would be cleared away. Xiongba placed Oh Chunling upon the bed, and in full view of Knight Wutong and the others still in the cave, he tore away his animal skin skirt and pressed himself toward Oh Chunling. The Night Phoenix was infuriated. This domineering figure was truly insufferable. Were they still not leaving? How could he behave so brazenly in the presence of her and Bai Lang, especially with Oh Chunling around? What if Bai Lang and the others formed a poor impression? Yi Wutong instructed Bai Lang and the others to hasten their departure. They paid no heed to Xiangba and Chunling, swiftly gathering their belongings and exiting Xiangba's cave, showing no interest in either of them. Wutong and Bai Lang, along with a few others, arrived at their temporary cave, though the cave was modest in size. It was more than sufficient to accommodate their group, as Wutong instructed Bai Lang and the others to arrange their belongings. He cast an irritated glance at the unconscious Xiang Shui lying on the bed and said to AI Air, who permitted you to place Xiang Shui on the bed? Hurry and remove him. Knight Wutong felt a sense of annoyance as she observed Xiang Shui. And seeing AI Air's kindness towards him only fueled her disdain for AI Air. I'll place Xiang Shui in the corner, AI Air declared, lifting Xiang Shui with the intention of setting him aside. Wait, AI Air, Knight Wutong called out, halting AI Air in her tracks. With a puzzled expression, AI Air inquired, Wutong, are we not putting Xiang Shui in the corner? Instead, take Xiang Shui to the cave where Chunling once resided. I do not wish to share a cave with him. It would be best if you stayed with him as he sleeps, Knight Wutong urged, eager to send Xiang Shui and AI Air away to alleviate her discomfort. Very well, AI Air responded, glancing at the still unconscious Xiang Shui. With a nod, she added, since he has yet to awaken, I shall tend to him. I will return once he is conscious. After AI Air departed, Knight Wutong turned to Simon and Leo, saying, Simon, Leo, you both are not my companions, and it would be rather inconvenient for you to stay here. It is best that you join AI Air and Xiang Shui in their dwelling. Reluctantly, Simon and Leo made their way to the cave once inhabited by Chunling. Wutong deceitfully claimed a need for convenience, requesting Xianhan to accompany her. Bai Lang and Tu Jun expressed some reluctance. In the past, it was always Bai Lang and Tu Jun who accompanied Wutong during such moments. The fact that she chose Xianhan today led Bai Lang and Tu Jun to suspect that Wutong might harbor feelings for Xianhan. Wutong and Xianhan emerged from the cave, stepping onto a meadow that lay beyond. Knight Wutong turned to Xianhan behind her and inquired, are you also a traveler through time? Xianhan, taken aback by Knight Wutong's prompt question, smiled and replied, indeed, I am a traveler through time. I possess a soul that has crossed over. Knight Wutong narrowed her eyes, realizing that Xianhan was indeed a time traveler. For only such individuals could discern her true nature. Speak. How did you come to know I am a time traveler? Tongdong, Xianhan replied. It was through your attire and the wooden bowl and chopsticks you taught Ayr to make that led me to deduce your secret. He reflected on the fact that had Knight Wutong not instructed Ayr in crafting those wooden utensils, he might have remained oblivious to her identity as a time traveler. And their bond as partners would not have been established so swiftly. Knight Wutong suddenly realized, so that is how it is. You mentioned you could assist me in returning to the modern world. How exactly do you intend to do that? Do you possess such capability? Knight Wutong felt skeptical about Xuanhan's claim of potentially aiding her return to the present, but still harbored a glimmer of hope. Xianhan rolled his eyes and replied to Knight Wutong, there is indeed a method, but to return to the modern era, I must become a level 10 beast. Only by achieving this can I possess the power to facilitate your time travel back to the modern world, thus escaping this detestable beast realm. In truth, Xianhan was uncertain about how to return to the present. He felt compelled to say this. Really? If you become a level 10 beast, you can take me away from the beast realm and back to the modern world? Knight Wutong pinned her hopes on Xianhan, as she no longer relied on that ineffectual system. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the air as a branch snapped nearby. Who's there? Show yourself. Knight Wutong called out, looking toward the source of the sound. Chapter 68. So that is how it is. The little white snake, Reich, timidly emerged from behind a large tree, softly uttering, tong tong. He had just stepped out from behind the tree, hoping to eavesdrop on the conversation between Knight Wutong and the black cat Xianhan, but inadvertently broke a thick branch. Feeling quite embarrassed at being discovered, Xuanhan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He did not wish for anyone other than Knight Wutong to learn of his identity as a time traveler. He was uncertain how much the little white snake had overheard of their dialogue and concluded that eliminating the white snake would be the safest course of action. The Knight Wutong sensed the murderous intent emanating from Xianhan and quietly remarked, you cannot kill Reich. Why not? If he discovers our secret, what will we do if he speaks of it? Xianhan was unwilling to let the little white snake Reich escape unscathed. However, eliminating him would undoubtedly invite unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he might not have overheard much of our conversation. It is quite possible he has only just arrived, Knight Wutong reasoned. Very well, I shall not take his life. Xianhan conceded, tempering the murderous aura surrounding him. The Night Phoenix inquired of the little white snake, Rick, why do you hide behind the tree? Upon hearing the question from the Night Phoenix, Rick's face instantly flushed crimson, and he felt a wave of warmth enveloping him. He could not comprehend why. Whenever the Night Phoenix spoke to him, his face would burn with embarrassment, and his entire being would radiate heat, making him feel as though he were no longer a cold-blooded creature. Tongdong, I couldn't sleep, so I followed your scent to find you. I noticed you standing with that black cat, and you seemed unaware of my presence. I simply wanted to listen to your conversation. So I attempted to conceal myself behind the tree. Unfortunately, I accidentally stepped on a brittle branch, causing it to snap, which prompted you to call me out. And thus I emerged. The little white snake, his face still aflame, touched his burning cheeks, feeling the heat radiating from them. Knight Wutong was perplexed. Could it be that a snake's sense of smell rivaled that of a dog? Tong Dong, I have already stated that I would not choose you as a partner. Why do you persist? Following Tong Dong like this is truly shameless. Xianhan was furious, since Tong Dong had already rejected this little white snake. How could it cling to her so stubbornly? Where am I being shameless? The little white snake began to weep at Xuanhan's words. How could he be considered shameless? He adored Tong Dong and yearned to be by her side every moment. Even if he could not be her partner, simply stealing glances at her would suffice. His affection for Tong Dong was profound. How could that be deemed shameless? Rue Ke, you shed an abundance of tears. Please, do not cry any longer. Go home and rest. Night Wutong rubbed her temples, unable to endure the sight of someone weeping before her. Why was this boy more prone to tears than a girl? I can't sleep at home, the little white snake Rue Ke lamented. Since the day he first laid eyes on Night Wutong, he had been plagued by insomnia. Seeing her again only exacerbated his sleeplessness. Xianhan emanated a chilling aura and coldly addressed the little white snake Rue Ke. Even if you cannot sleep, you must return to your cave. Do not appear before Tong Dong again. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to confront you. Woo, you are truly terrifying. The boy began to cry once more. The night sycamore gently coaxed, Rick, it is imperative that you slumber. With your frail demeanor, the absence of rest will only render you increasingly slender. Such a delicate frame is unlikely to attract affection. Return to your repose, with ample sleep. You shall gain weight and shed this frailty. After uttering these words, Wutong found herself astonished, never having imagined that she could comfort someone. In her modern life, she had never consoled anyone. Could it be that her personality had transformed with her journey through time? Upon hearing Wutong's remarks, Rick felt a profound sadness. Realizing that her reluctance to choose him as a partner stemmed from her disdain for his frailness and lack of strength. He longed to be strong. Tong Dong, I just cannot sleep, Rick expressed, unwilling to depart, preferring to gaze upon Wutong. Rick, you should return to sleep. If you find yourself unable to slumber while lying in bed, simply close your eyes and repeatedly focus on a single thought, and sleep will inevitably come. It is quite late. You must go back and rest. Wutong's patience was waning. Is that truly the case? The little white snake's eyes sparkled with hope. If he could indeed fall asleep using Wutong's method, he would be well rested and perhaps his body would grow stronger. Maybe, upon seeing his newfound strength, Wutong would agree to be his partner. Indeed, you should try it, Wutong affirmed, well aware of the efficacy of her method, which she employed whenever she struggled to sleep. Tong Dong, I shall go to sleep now, announced the elated little white snake, Rick, as he dashed away. As Wutong gazed at Rick's retreating figure, she couldn't help but ponder. Oh, youth, how long can your innocence endure? Will it not become entangled in complexity as time unfolds? Tong Dong, cease your watching. He has departed. Could it be that you have truly developed feelings for the little white snake, Rick? Xianhan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. What are you saying? Since Rick has left, I must inquire, who were you before your journey across realms? Wutong's curiosity was piqued. That? Xianhan twirled his feline eyes. To be frank, if you fabricate a story, I shall not let you off lightly, Wutong stated coldly. Xianhan lowered his gaze and recounted the tale of his crossing. It turned out that in the modern world, Xianhan was known as Yunxi, a celebrated actor, even a film emperor, who met an untimely demise when a trophy fell upon him during an awards ceremony. Strangely, as he accepted the trophy, he slipped, causing it to soar from his grasp and land directly on his head, ending his life in an instant. Upon awakening, he discovered that he had transformed into a black cat beast man, a formidable 7th-level beast with exceptional combat prowess, and thus he bore his fate with little sorrow. The Night Phoenix marveled, can a trophy truly cause death? The odds of such an occurrence are even slimmer than winning the lottery. Yet it was encountered by this enigmatic figure. Oh, it is Yunxi. The Night Phoenix suddenly recalled that her former classmate, the school's heartthrob Yuni, had mentioned that his brother, Yunxi, was a renowned film emperor. Could it be that this Yunxi is indeed Yunyi's brother? Wutong twitched her lips. Since Yunxi had perished and transformed into the black cat Xianhan, could it be that Yuni would also traverse through time? Would she too find herself in this beastly realm? Night Wutong felt that Yuni had entered the beast world, yet she remained oblivious to what form Yuni had assumed after her transmigration. Tong Dong, you must have crossed over, right? Who were you before your journey? Xianhan was equally curious about Night Wutong's identity in the modern world. I am a third-year student, 20 years of age. Let us return. Bai Lang and the others must be searching for us. Night Wutong could not divulge her identity as an assassin to Xianhan. She could not allow him to harbor any wariness towards her. The following morning arrived. Night Wutong and Bai Lang, along with several others, were grilling meat outside the cave. Chunling approached Night Wutong, accompanied by her 20 or so companions. Night Wutong, did you feel any jealousy last night as I shared a bed with a male? Keeping you awake? Chunling said proudly to Night Wutong. Chapter 69. Chunling gets kicked. Night Wutong was taken aback by Chunling's words. Lifting her head to gaze at her, she never anticipated that this woman, Chunling, would exhibit such a lack of shame, coming here to flaunt her exploits. Chunling, be wary of indulgence. It may hasten your aging. You are not young anymore, and I would hate to see you transform into an old woman in bed, frightening your 20-plus partners. Night Wutong was aware that Chunling was nearing 60, yet she appeared remarkably youthful, resembling someone in their late 30s. Surely, she must have resorted to hyaluronic acid, but in this savage world, such luxuries are absent. Would Chunling soon face the inevitable transformation into an elderly woman? Wutong is aware that the effects of hyaluronic acid are time-bound. If the hyaluronic acid loses its efficacy and Chunling does not undergo further treatments, she will inevitably transform into an elderly woman. Wutong felt an overwhelming joy in her heart, pondering how Xiangba and Roger, along with the other beastmen, would react upon witnessing Chunling transform into an elderly woman. Would they sever their bonds with her, or continue to harbor affection for her? She eagerly anticipated seeing Chunling age. You speak nonsense. I am still quite youthful, Chunling retorted, her frustration mounting. She could not fathom why Wutong perceived her as anything but young. She believed she appeared quite youthful. Perhaps Wutong was simply envious of her connection with the male beastmen, leading her to make such remarks. Nevertheless, the truth remained she was indeed no longer young. In less than half a month, the hyaluronic acid she had injected would wear off, and if she did not continue the treatments, she would inevitably resemble an old woman in just over 10 days. The thought alone filled her with dread. Chunling's previously jubilant mood plummeted into despair. Only you truly know whether you are young or not. Your age is a secret only you possess. You may declare any age you wish. But when you inevitably transform into an elderly woman, your partner will discern your true age, Wutong deliberately provoked. Xiangba, Roger, Luan, destroy that insufferable Wutong's face. Chunling thought, envisioning that if Wutong's visage were marred, even in her elderly state, she would still surpass Wutong in appearance, ensuring that Xiangba and the others would continue to cherish her. Wutong's companions would surely disdain her for her looks, thus becoming Chunling's partners instead. The thought of a heartbroken Wutong, her face ruined, brought her a sense of satisfaction. I dare anyone to lay a hand on Tong Tong. Bai Lang and Xian Han declared in unison, exuding an aura of menace. Tu Jun, infuriated, shouted at Chunling, "You've all female. You see that Tong Tong is more beautiful and youthful than you, yet you wish to ruin her face. I shall not let you go unpunished." Ai Air disdainfully remarked to Chunling, Chunling, you came here this morning with the intent to mar Tong Tong's visage, but your wish shall remain unfulfilled. Observing that Xiangba, Roger, and the others showed no inclination to harm Wutong, Chunling seethed. Why are you not acting? Why do you not heed my command? Otherwise, I shall sever our bonds. Despite her 20-odd partners remaining inactive, her frustration only deepened. Why would they not follow her orders? Surely, they could overpower Wutong's companions. After all, she had more than 20 partners, while Wutong had only a few. Rinling, we cannot harm a female. It is against the laws of the beast realm. Xiangba explained to Chunling, unwilling to risk punishment from the beast god for her sake. Indeed, in all matters, we may comply with you. But when it comes to harming a female, we cannot, Roger echoed in agreement. Rinling, females can engage with one another, while males must not interfere. One of Chunling's partners asserted, believing she could hold her own against Wutong. The corners of Wutong's mouth twitched. Engaging in a confrontation with Chunling would be nothing short of self-torment. She could easily be dispatched with a mere kick. As Wutong was no match for a formidable male orc, yet handling someone as defenseless as Chunling would be a trivial endeavor. Wutong contemplated the joy of spending time with Chunling, for there were scarcely any recreational activities in this beastly realm. She intended to amuse herself by teasing Chunling. Initially, she had planned to depart the lion tribe alongside Bai Lang and the others once the injured male orcs had recovered. However, reflecting on the presence of Chunling, the little monkey, she found herself reluctant to leave. Not only did she wish to playfully torment Chunling, but she also looked forward to witnessing the moment when her companion, in the twilight of her years, would be scorned by her mate. The mere thought filled her with exhilaration. Wutong intentionally feigned a look of fear and said to Chunling, Auntie, no, I mean, dear madam, let us not resort to violence, shall we? I believe I am no match for you. Wutong contemplated, how could I, Wutong, possibly lose to Chunling? Upon witnessing Wutong's expression of terror, Chunling's heart swelled with delight. Convinced that Wutong had never engaged in a physical altercation and would surely be no match for her. Today, she was determined to mar Wutong's visage. Even in the absence of tools to disfigure her face, she would not hesitate to bite off chunks of flesh with her teeth. The thought of Wutong referring to her as auntie and old lady ignited a fury within her. Wutong, do not call me auntie. And certainly do not call me old lady. Today, I shall ensure that you meet your end. With that, Chunling lunged toward Wutong, intent on bringing her down to the ground. Just as Bai Lang and the others attempted to intervene, Wutong preempted them, delivering a powerful kick that sent Chunling sprawling 6 meters away. Chunling crashed to the ground, clutching her chest in agony. Concerned, her companions rushed to assess her injuries, fearing that she might be severely hurt, as it would jeopardize their hopes of having her bear children. They were eager for Chunling to fulfill that desire. As Wutong observed Chunling's painful cries, a sense of delight surged within him. He turned to her and said, Auntie, I sincerely apologize for my heavy foot. I shall be more gentle next time. Xiangba then bellowed at Wutong. You have gone too far. You have ruined the place where Lingling would nurse her young. What shall we do if her offspring are left to starve in the future? Wutong chuckled, finding it utterly ridiculous that Xiangba wished for Chunling to bear his offspring. The mere thought of Chunling being able to conceive was laughable. Xiangba, it is impossible for Chunling to produce any offspring, she scoffed, regarding him as if he were a fool. Chunling lamented, Knight Wutong. You are too cruel. You have cursed me to be unable to bear children. Chapter 70. Xiang Ba's irritation enduring her pain. Chunling lunged towards Knight Wutong, determined to inflict harm. This time, Knight Wutong merely sidestepped, causing Chunling to stumble and fall to the ground. Xiang Ba helped her up and said, Lingling, you cannot defeat Knight Wutong. Allow me to take you to the shaman, transforming into a majestic lion. Xiang Ba hoisted Chunling onto his back and raced towards the pig tribe's settlement. The other 20-plus companions of Chunling also shifted into their beast forms, trailing behind Xiang Ba and Chunling. Upon arriving at the shaman's cave in the pig tribe, they found Ji inside, where the shaman was applying medicine to her face. Noticing Xiang Ba's return with a visibly distressed Chunling, Ji inquired, Tribe leader, why have you brought Chunling again? Does she truly have an ailment? The thought of Chunling being ill brightened Zhuye's mood, and a smile spread across her plump face. Female, what ails you? Allow me to examine you, the pig tribe shaman asked. After a thorough examination, the shaman prescribed some medicine with instructions for use. Days passed. Chunling lay on a stone bed, lost in thought. In 8 or 9 days, the effects of the hyaluronic acid would entirely wane. What would she do then? Had she not traversed into this beastly world, she would have already undergone treatments, indulging in premium supplements daily. Here, in this savage realm devoid of hyaluronic acid and supplements, what was she to do? In her modern life, she consumed a plethora of health products daily, but such luxuries were absent in this world. She felt fatigued and her face itched, undoubtedly due to the residual makeup she had failed to wash off. She contemplated that neglecting to cleanse her face might lead to ruin, while washing it away would diminish her beauty. Ultimately, Chunling resolved to remove her makeup. As she soaked in the bath, she used soapwort to cleanse her face, her fingers brushing against the faint wrinkles at her eyes, filling her with discontent. Upon emerging from the tub, she was met with Xiang Ba's gaze. Xiang Ba was taken aback by Chunling's bare face. Who are you? He asked, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar female in his cave. Unaware of Chunling's absence, did she sneak out to relieve herself, allowing the stranger to enter and seduce him? Baba, do you not recognize me? I am Lingling, Chunling exclaimed, throwing herself into Xiang Ba's embrace. Xiang Ba pushed her away, barking, I do not know you. You look dreadful. Do not attempt to entice me. Fury surged within Chunling. She was not ugly without makeup, merely less appealing. Xiang Ba's words pierced her heart. Baba, I truly am Lingling, she insisted, desperation creeping into her voice. Xiang Ba inhaled, catching the familiar scent of Chunling, and realized it was indeed her. You are Lingling. But why has your face become so unappealing? He questioned, perplexed by the transformation of her once beautiful visage. Chunling explained, Baba, I used to wear makeup. Today, after bathing, I chose not to, hence the difference. Anger boiled within her, wishing to strike Xiang Ba, but she could only endure. Lingling, you should really apply makeup. Xiang Ba thought to himself, disliking her current appearance. But I lack cosmetics. Chunling replied, disheartened. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Xiang Ba said, casting one last glance at her face before hastily exiting the cave. Outside, Roger, Alan, and others were busy crafting wooden bowls, spoons, and chairs. Roger, Alan, I have something to share regarding Lingling. Her appearance has changed. She was once beautiful, but now, not so much. I asked her why, and she claimed it was due to her lack of makeup. Be prepared for this change, Xiang Ba informed them before striding towards Knight Wutong's cave. Yi Wutong was sunning the medicinal herbs alongside Bai Lang and a few others. As Yi Wutong and Bai Lang observed the approach of Xiang Ba, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming scent of Chunling that clung to him. Furrowing his brow, Bai Lang remarked, Xiang Ba, the aroma of Chunling is overpowering. It is almost suffocating. Why not take a dip in the river to cleanse yourself? Xiang Ba chose to ignore Bai Lang's comment, instead plopping down on a wooden bench. His gaze fixed intently on Yi Wutong. Do not forget, Xiang Ba, that you are now bonded with Chunling. As one who has a partner, you ought to be devoted and loyal to them. You cannot covet another's partner, particularly in regard to our dear Wutong. To June. Observing Xiang Ba's lingering gaze upon Yi Wutong, felt a surge of displeasure. Xiang Ba had betrayed Wutong by forming a union with Chunling. Yet now he dared to cast his eyes upon Wutong once more. Such audacity was infuriating. I once shared a bond with Wutong, but that is no longer the case. My feelings remain, which is why I have come to see her. What concern is it of yours? Xiang Ba retorted, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Tu Jun, who perpetually wore a serious demeanor. Today, not only had he lectured him, but he also warned him against gazing at Yi Wutong, which was truly intolerable. How can it be of no concern? Wutong is my partner, Tu Jun replied, casting a tender glance at Yi Wutong. Xiang Ba, upon hearing Tu Jun's words, was consumed with jealousy. He had once been Yi Wutong's partner, and now he was not. The memory of being caught with Chunling by Yi Wutong still haunted him, and he was left wondering who had betrayed him by revealing the truth to her. If he were to discover the identity of that person, he would ensure their demise in secret. Xiang Ba, do you not fear Chunling's wrath by visiting Wutong? Bai Lang asked with a knowing smirk, fully aware that Xiang Ba still harbored feelings for Yi Wutong. Yet, what could he do about it? Chunling will not be angry. I am merely visiting Wutong without any ulterior motives. She understands, Xiang Ba replied, his gaze fixated on Yi Wutong's exquisite visage, inwardly marveling at her beauty. Suddenly, the image of Chunling's unadorned face flashed through his mind, one that bore the marks of age and was rather unappealing, and he felt a pang of discontent. As Yi Wutong noticed Xiongba's gaze fixated upon her face, a wave of anger surged within her. "Xiongba, do not look at me. I am quite displeased," she declared. Yi Wutong harbored a fervent desire to strike down this lecherous lion, who, despite being coupled with Chunling, dared to present himself before her. Adding to her vexation, reluctantly, Xiongba's gaze shifted away from Yi Wutong's countenance. Xiongba, do you wish to pursue something further? Do you believe we would grant you any opportunity?" Xianhan remarked with a cold smile. The fury rendered Xiongba speechless. "Xiongba, you ought to return to accompany Chunling, lest you find yourself neglected by her," Ire advised. Contemplating that should Chunling become aware of Xiongba's lingering affections for Yi Wutong, she would surely disregard him. Some females, upon forming a bond, resort to neglecting their partners as a form of punishment. "Haha, that shall not happen," Xiongba asserted with confidence. "Xiongba, do you truly know your partner, Chunling?" "So well?" Xianhan asked with a wicked grin. Since he and Yi Wutong had caught Xiongba and Chunling in a compromising position, he had deduced from Chunling's attire that she was a time traveler and recognized her as the second wife of Zhu Bin, the president of the Zhu Group. Her notoriety, frequently gracing the headlines with sensational news, made her well known. Of course, Xiongba scoffed, looking down upon Bai Lang and his companions for their perceived weakness. "Do you think you are the only one endowed with strength?" Xianhan interjected. "I can assure you, I, Xiong Shuai, surpass you in might. If you doubt it, let us compare." Finally unable to contain himself, Xiong Shuai broke his silence. Before Yi Wutong, Xiong Shuai and Xiongba began to flex their muscles, each vying to demonstrate their superiority. The pungent odor of sweat enveloped the air. "Xiongba, Xiong Shuai, you two fools, quickly remove yourselves. You are tainting the atmosphere, and your stench has spoiled the barbecue." Yi Wutong erupted in anger. How could Xiongba and Xiong Shuai emit such a foul odor? It was well known that Xiong Shuai had not bathed since being strung up, while Xiongba was equally disinclined towards cleanliness. Seizing Xiong Shuai, Ire sprinted towards the river, intent on tossing him in for a thorough cleansing. Observing Yi Wutong's irate expression, Xiongba found it quite endearing. "Tong Tong, you are truly adorable," he remarked. "Xiongba, you better leave at once." Bai Lang suddenly stood, glaring at him with fury. "You demand that I leave? Ha, this is my tribe. By what right do you command me?" Xiongba retorted, agitated. This was his territory, while he did not mind Yi Wutong's request. Bai Lang had no right to issue such demands. Tu Jun also rose, fists clenched in anger. "Xiongba, for the mere fact that you have upset our partner. Tong Tong, you had best depart, or I shall strike you down with my tiger fist." Chapter 71. Who is she? Yi Wutong couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Tu Jun's words. She said to him, "Haha, Tu Jun, you are simply adorable." The notion of a tiger fist is utterly amusing and truly delightful. Though Yi Wutong is an assassin, she is merely 20 years old and possesses a lively side, which is entirely normal as most individuals exhibit dual facets of their personalities. Upon hearing Yi Wutong's words, Tu Jun felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. It was delightful to be complimented by her as adorable, filling his heart with joy. However, while Tu Jun reveled in happiness, Bai Lang and the others were far from pleased. Bai Lang had long discerned that Yi Wutong seemed to favor Tu Jun over them. Xiongba was consumed with jealousy, for Yi Wutong had always treated him with indifference, never showering him with the warmth she bestowed upon Tu Jun, and her praise for Tu Jun's cuteness was particularly infuriating. Xianhan narrowed his eyes, pondering that as a modern individual, he should not be outshone by Tu Jun surely, in due time. Yi Wutong would come to favor him the most. Simon and Leo envied their friend, contemplating the bliss of being Yi Wutong's companion. They resolved to devise a way to become her partner. "Xiongba, you should first rid yourself of that unpleasant odor. Tong Tong dislikes it. It would be best if you did not impose upon her any longer." "You ought to leave," Xianhan suggested delicately. Xiongba caught a whiff of his own pungent scent, realizing its intensity. Considering that Yi Wutong had yet to come of age, he surmised she might be unable to tolerate it. Thus, he addressed Yi Wutong, saying, "Tong Tong, I shall take a bath. Once I am refreshed, I will return." With that, Xiongba transformed into a majestic lion and dashed away. Night Wutong wore a frown, pondering the absurdity of Xiongba, who, despite being in a relationship with Chunling, still dared to approach her and even suggested he would return shortly. Such behavior was infuriating, an epitome of a scoundrel. After their meal, they decided to visit the injured orc. Night Wutong plucked a piece of roasted meat from the grill and began to eat. "Tong Tong, I believe that in a few days the injured orc will fully recover. Once he does, you should return with me to our wolf clan tribe," Bai Lang remarked, taking a bite of the savory meat, savoring its delightful flavor. "Bai Lang, speak honestly, are there any females in your tribe who hold affections for you?" Night Wutong inquired, locking her gaze onto Bai Lang's eyes. Bai Lang, caught off guard by her question, hesitated, fearful that an incorrect response might incite her ire and make him her next target for dismissal. He was acutely aware that Night Wutong was not genuinely inclined to form a bond with them and was always seeking an opportunity to sever ties. Gathering his courage, Bai Lang replied, "Tong Tong, I cannot say for certain if there are any females in our tribe who like me. However, I can assure you that I have never had feelings for any female before meeting you. Since then, my heart has belonged solely to you. Bai Lang's response left Night Wutong with no grounds for doubt. Very well. I shall take your word for it, she said, continuing to enjoy her roasted meat. Yet, she couldn't fully trust his words. With Bai Lang's appearance and charm, it was inevitable that many females would be enamored with him. The notion that he was unaware of any such affection struck her as ludicrous. As for Bai Lang's claim of having never been attracted to other females, she found that more believable. Tong, I too have never loved another female. I love only you, now and forever. Even when your hair turns white with age. My affection for you will remain steadfast, Tu Jun declared, summoning the courage to express his heartfelt sentiments to Night Wutong. Night Wutong found it amusing to see Tu Jun's face flushed, reminiscent of an innocent young man. Xian narrowed his eyes, pondering that Tu Jun was indeed not as simple as he appeared. After Xiangba finished his bath and returned to the cave where Night Wutong resided, he noticed only Ai Air and Xiong Shui were present and inquired, Ai Air, where has Wutong gone? Xiangba, what do you want with Wutong? You are no longer her partner. You have someone else now and should not be thinking of her, Ai Air advised kindly. You have no say in this. As long as Wutong is willing to associate with me, that is sufficient, Xiangba retorted angrily. He felt that just because he was no longer Wutong's partner, it did not preclude him from engaging with her. In the corner, Xiong Shui observed Xiangba for a while before stating, Xiangba, we have yet to determine who is stronger. Shall we compare again? He was determined to prove himself superior to Xiangba. I'm too lazy to compete with you. I'm leaving, Xiangba declared, stepping out of the cave. With Night Wutong absent, he saw no reason to linger. Upon returning to his own cave, Xiangba found Chunling and her companions inside. Chunling lay naked on the bed, covering her face with a skirt as she wept. Seeing Roger and the others glaring furiously at Chunling, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Roger, what is wrong with Lingling? Why is she crying? Xiangba asked. Perplexed. Chief, if you remove the cloth from Chunling's face, you will understand, Roger replied with indignation. Indeed, Chief, you will soon learn the reason for Chunling's tears. Alan added as he approached Xiangba. Do not look at my face. Chunling exclaimed, desperately shielding herself with her skirt. Lingling, what happened to your face? Let me see, Xiangba insisted, pulling away the fabric that covered her visage. As he unveiled her face, Xiangba was taken aback. Who is this old female? Why is she in my bed? Chief, is she not Chunling? Who else could it be? Roger replied through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Chapter 72. Seeking the antidote from Night Wutong, this old female is Chunling? Xiangba struggled to comprehend how the youthful and beautiful Chunling had become so aged and unattractive. Of course, it is our partner Chunling. Alan's eyes were filled with fury. He regretted bonding with her, especially under the auspices of the High Priestess's ceremony. Should they wish to sever ties with Chunling, they would be deemed evil beasts. Xiangba, in a fit of rage, tossed Chunling from the bed to the floor. Chunling, explain how you have aged so disgracefully. Chunling had not anticipated that her hyaluronic acid would fail prematurely. She had planned to cover her face with a veil after its effects wore off and then seek a remedy to restore her youth. However, her plans had been interrupted by her sudden aging today. No, I will shift the blame onto Night Wutong. If I cannot be happy, then neither shall she. Chunling suddenly recalled the legend of the demon fruit, which supposedly disfigured the faces of females who came into contact with it. Speak. How did your face end up like this? Xiangba pressed, sensing her reluctance to answer as her eyes darted around. Perhaps Night Wutong is responsible for my transformation. Chunling said with resentment. How could Night Wutong have done this to you? Xiangba inquired, perplexed as to how she could have caused Chunling's drastic change. Last night, while you were asleep, I went to relieve myself and encountered Night Wutong. She smeared some fruit juice on my face. And that is why I look this way today, Chunling lamented, bursting into tears. Did Night Wutong use demon fruit juice? Did you see what color the fruit was? Roger questioned. I did not pay attention at the time. I only thought Night Wutong was intentionally trying to ruin my perfect appearance by smearing the juice from her leftover fruit on me. Chunling cunningly shifted the blame entirely onto Night Wutong. It goes without saying. It must have been demon fruit, Alan asserted confidently. Is it only the case that those smeared with demon fruit juice become ugly? How could it also cause aging? Xiangba pondered, gazing at Chunling's grotesque face. Could the juice truly induce aging? He had never heard of such a phenomenon. Upon hearing Xiangba's words, Chunling felt slightly relieved. Perhaps there was indeed demon fruit in this world. Perhaps the demon fruit mutated. Chunling offered a flimsy excuse. Is that so? But why would Night Wutong apply demon fruit juice to your face? What motive could she have for making you both ugly and old? Xiangba questioned. Still baffled by Night Wutong's intentions. That is precisely because of you. Night Wutong was incensed that I took you from her, so she sought to harm me. Chunling wept anew. Xiangba lifted Chunling from the ground and comforted. I will go find Night Wutong and seek the antidote. Once you take it, your beauty will be restored. But what if Night Wutong does not possess an antidote for the demon fruit? Chunling doubted Night Wutong would have a remedy, believing her condition was not caused by her. There must be one. Do not worry. If Night Wutong truly lacks the antidote, we will find another way. Xiangba reassured her. Thank you, Xiangba. You are so wonderful. I truly adore you. Chunling began to scheme, contemplating that if Xiangba found the antidote, Perhaps she would regain her youth. Chief, let us seek out Night Wutong for the antidote to restore our partner Oh Chunling to her youthful beauty, Roger urged. Eager to see Oh Chunling's appearance restored, he had no desire to mate with her in her current state. Indeed, we shall demand the antidote from that malicious female. Night Wutong, to restore our partner Oh Chunling's youthful beauty, one of Oh Chunling's companions said indignantly, hoping to win her favor. Very well. We shall go to Night Wutong to demand the antidote. Xiongba clothed Oh Chunling in a dress and carried her off to find Night Wutong. As Xiongba hurried ahead with Oh Chunling in his arms, Roger, Alan, and her other companions followed closely behind. Upon arriving at Night Wutong's cave, they found only Ai Air and Xiong Shui inside, with Night Wutong and Bai Lang absent. What is Night Wutong up to? Xiongba asked coldly. She went to tend to the injured beast in the tribe, Ai Air replied. Oh dear, Xiongba, why are you carrying around an old female? Her face is riddled with wrinkles. It is truly hideous, Xiong Shui remarked disdainfully. Xiong Shui, how dare you speak of our partner like that? We should teach you a lesson. One of Oh Chunling's companions glared at him. Do not be absurd. How could this old female possibly be your partner? Is not your partner Oh Chunling? Xiong Shui blinked in disbelief. The old female the chief is holding is indeed our partner Oh Chunling. Her transformation into an old woman is all Night Wutong's doing. The male speaker continued, how did I cause Oh Chunling to become an old woman? Yi Wutong entered the cave and, gazing at the elderly-looking Oh Chunling in Xiongba's arms, coldly remarked. Chapter 73, Seeking the Shaman Yi Wutong. The reason my face has transformed into this is entirely your fault, Oh Chunling shouted vehemently at Yi Wutong. Oh Chunling, your aging and unattractiveness have nothing to do with me. It is merely the natural process of growing old. It is truly astonishing to see your visage resembling that of a woman in her 70s, Yi Wutong retorted, taking pleasure in Oh Chunling's disfigurement. Yi Wutong, you speak nonsense. I did not become ugly and old due to age. It was you who smeared the juice of the demon fruit on my face, causing this transformation. You wicked woman. I will not let you off easily. Oh Chunling, her face now a grotesque sight, seethed with rage. Oh Chunling, do not be unreasonable. Tong Tong has been with us the entire time, and besides, your partner has always been by your side. There is no way Tong Tong could have applied the demon fruit's juice to your face. Tu Jun glared at Oh Chunling's wretched countenance as he spoke. I was outside to relieve myself while my partner was asleep, and at that moment, Yi Wutong took the opportunity to smear the juice of the demon fruit on my face. Oh Chunling insisted vehemently, attributing her misfortune solely to Yi Wutong. Tong Tong, hand over the antidote to the demon fruit. If you do so, I shall not pursue this matter further. Xiongba, eager for Oh Chunling to regain her beauty, could hardly bear to look at her aged and unattractive form. Xiongba, how can you demand the antidote from Tong Tong before ascertaining the truth? Bai Lang, exuding a palpable aura of menace, could scarcely tolerate Xiongba's gullibility in believing every word Oh Chunling said. Bai Lang, ceased her defense of Tong Tong. She must be resentful that Oh Chunling has taken me from her, which is why she has caused her to become ugly. Xiongba expressed his discontent with Bai Lang's support for Yi Wutong. Am I truly angry that Oh Chunling has taken you from me? How could that be? I would rejoice at your loss to her. Yi Wutong, incredulous, found the notion amusing. Stop the excuses and hand over the antidote to the demon fruit. One of Oh Chunling's companions, anxious and impatient, shouted at Yi Wutong, desperate to avoid gazing upon Oh Chunling's hideous face any longer. You seek the antidote, do you? I have it. Yi Wutong produced a purple herb from her space and offered it to Xiongba. Xiongba accepted the purple herb from Yi Wutong, examining it carefully. Confirming it to be the antidote, the purple celestial herb, he set Oh Chunling down to prepare to crush the herb and apply it to her face. Do not rush to apply the medicine to Oh Chunling. First, verify the authenticity of the antidote, Yi Wutong advised Xiongba. How do I verify it? Simply apply the antidote to Oh Chunling's face and we shall see. Xiongba, puzzled, wondered how else one could ascertain its validity aside from applying it to her. Night Wutong retrieved a blue fruit from the air and tossed it directly to Xiongba, speaking to him in a cold tone. Xiongba, this is a demon fruit. You are to apply it carelessly to the face of a male orc. Upon seeing the demon fruit and the purple herbs in his hand, Xiongba understood that Night Wutong was urging him to find a male orc for an experiment. Xiongba scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling on Roger. Roger snatched the demon fruit from Xiongba's hand, swiftly broke it in two, and handed half back to Xiongba, while applying the juice of the other half to his own face. Before the eyes of those present, Roger's face began to transform into an unsightly visage at an alarming rate, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Night Wutong turned to the bewildered Xiongba and instructed, hurry, apply the juice of the purple herb to Roger's face. Xiongba promptly complied with Night Wutong's request. Soon, Roger's once grotesque visage was restored to its former handsome appearance. Xiongba, the purple herb I provided you is indeed genuine, isn't it? You might as well apply it to Oh Chunling's face, Night Wutong remarked, casting a knowing glance at Oh Chunling. Oh Chunling, currently engulfed in confusion, pondered that her transformation into an unattractive and aged figure had nothing to do with the devil fruit. She wondered what the purple herb could possibly do in this context. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She would assert that Night Wutong had used a mutated essence of the devil fruit on her, thereby rendering the purple herb ineffective and restoring her original appearance. With a facade of calmness, she urged Xiongba to apply the purple herb juice to her face. After a considerable period had elapsed, her appearance remained unchanged, much to the distress of Xiongba and her companions. What on earth is happening? Alan could not contain his curiosity. What could be clearer? Chuanling's aging and unattractiveness stem not from Wutong's actions. She was not treated with the devil fruit juice. It is simply the natural course of aging that has rendered her less appealing, Xianhan explained. That is utter nonsense. Night Wutong applied the juice of the mutated devil fruit on me, so the purple herb cannot counteract its poison, Chuanling insisted vehemently. Determined to cling to her belief that her disfigurement was a result of Night Wutong's supposed malice. Xiongba, whether Chuanling has indeed been poisoned by the devil fruit. We should seek out other tribes and consult additional shamans for their expertise, Bai Lang suggested to the still-dazed Xiongba. Indeed, how could I have overlooked such a solution? Shamans can discern whether Lingling has been poisoned and the nature of any toxins present. Perhaps they could even remedy her appearance, Xiongba exclaimed with renewed enthusiasm. Night Wutong silently criticized. Great Lion, the shaman cannot cure your Lingling. If you wish for her to regain her youthful beauty, it seems the only solution is for her to be reborn. Roger, go fetch the Pig Clan shaman, and Alan, you summon the Lizard Clan shaman, commanded Xiongba. No. Do not summon the shamans, Chuanling interjected, trying to stop them. However, Roger and Alan disregarded her protests and transformed into their beast forms, hastening away. After approximately 2 hours, both the Pig Clan and Lizard Clan shamans arrived. Xiongba welcomed the two shamans and urged, please examine my companion and determine why her visage has grown old and unattractive. Is it a result of poisoning? The two elderly shamans began their examination of Chuanling. She resisted treatment, but Xiongba, anxious, pleaded, be obedient, Lingling. Allow the shaman to thoroughly assess you. Perhaps they can restore your beauty. Reluctantly, Chuanling surrendered to the shaman's examination, harboring a glimmer of hope. After their assessment, both shamans shook their heads in unison. The Pig Clan shaman addressed Xiongba, stating, Leader Xiongba, your companion is not afflicted by poison. The deterioration of her appearance is simply a consequence of aging, which is entirely natural. What? Xiongba exclaimed in disbelief. The Pig Clan shaman continued, your companion is merely an elderly female, not a youthful one. The Lizard Clan shaman confirmed candidly. You speak nonsense. Chuanling retorted, her composure faltering. What nonsense is this? You are indeed an aging female. The Pig Clan shaman replied indignantly, appalled that she would question his medical expertise. Laughing at the absurdity. Chapter 74. Conspiracy. Xiongba, do not heed the ramblings of these old men. I am not an aging female. I am still youthful. I am only in my 30s. You must believe me. Chuanling grasped Xiongba's hand tightly, desperately defending herself. Let go, Xiongba said, shaking off her grasp. He turned to the shamans, inquiring, you claim Chuanling is an elderly female, and I trust your words. However, I do not understand why she appeared so youthful until today, only to suddenly age now. What could be the reason? Leader Xiongba, it is likely that your companion had previously consumed a certain potion that rendered her youthful. Once the effects wore off, she reverted to her true appearance. That of an elderly woman, over 70 years old, the Pig Clan shaman explained. Indeed, the Pig Clan shaman speaks truthfully, the Lizard Clan shaman concurred. Chuanling, you are over 70 and deceived us into forming a union with you. How disgraceful. Alan shouted angrily at her, regretting their recent union, especially since she had transformed into such an unappealing state in mere days. Indeed, Chuanling, you repugnant and loathsome elderly female, you have caused us great distress. We were united under the auspices of the High Priest, and now, should we wish to separate, we risk becoming corrupted beasts, Roger said. A flicker of resentment in his eyes. Chuanling collapsed to the ground in tears, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. In the modern world, her wealth allowed her to maintain her youthful appearance. Yet, upon entering this beastly realm, she had arrived with only her undergarments, dress, and shoes. Her jewelry had not followed her through the transition. Now, the hyaluronic acid in her body had lost its efficacy, and in this world devoid of such resources, she had aged, while her numerous companions regarded her with disdain and resentment. What shall we do, leader? Roger asked Xiongba. First, take Chuanling back to my dwelling. I will consult with the High Priest upon my return, Xiongba instructed Roger. He seized the still weeping Chuanling and swiftly departed from Night Wutong's cave. Xiongba retrieved several crystal stones from his space and offered them to the shamans. They accepted the stones, casting sympathetic glances at Xiongba and Chuanling's other companions before hastily exiting the cave. I apologize, Wutong. I misunderstood you earlier. Xiongba approached Night Wutong. Bai Lang obstructed his path, asserting, if you wish to apologize, do so, but do not come too close to Wutong. I shall take my leave, Xiongba replied, casting a glance at Night Wutong before exiting the cave. Xiongba felt a deep regret. He pondered why he had not waited for Night Wutong to mature. Had it not been for the presence of the aging Chuanling, he would not have formed a union with her, for she had seduced him. Anger surged within his gaze as he departed. After his exit, Night Wutong and Bai Lang began preparing meat outside the cave. Wutong felt an overwhelming sense of joy in her heart, and she unconsciously began to sing, her voice melodious and enchanting. Bai Lang and the others listened, entranced by the performance. Upon the conclusion of the song, they showered her with compliments. The Night Phoenix felt something amiss. A sharp pain gripped her abdomen, reminiscent of menstrual cramps. Counting the days, she realized that her period was still 10 days away, and thus, it should not be the onset of her menstruation. Reassured, she began to relax. As Wutong finally relaxed her mind, she felt a warm surge beneath her, realizing that her menstruation had unexpectedly arrived. This time, her flow was particularly vigorous. What is this scent? Xiangshu inhaled deeply. Without his prompting, Bai Lang and Tu Jun, along with the other beastmen, had already caught a whiff of the aroma. The expressions of several beastmen betrayed their uncontainable delight upon recognizing that Wutong had come of age. Seeing Bai Lang and the others gazing at her with fervent intensity, Wutong was taken aback, realizing that they believed she had come of age. Night Wutong felt a sense of embarrassment as she addressed Bai Lang and the others, stating, "I am not feeling well. I shall lie down in the cave for a while." After saying this, she attempted to rise and head towards the cave. Xiong Shui swiftly grasped Night Wutong's hand, exclaiming, "Night Wutong, do not leave. You are of age now. Why do you lie? You claimed it would take you 5 or 6 more years to reach maturity. Speak. Why deceive us?" His anger was palpable, stemming from her dishonesty. "Let go." Night Wutong struggled to free herself from his grip, but Xiong Shui held on too tightly for her to escape. "You are of age. You must bond with us," he insisted. "Let go." Night Wutong was infuriated. Even if she were to bond with Bai Lang and the others, she would never choose Xiong Shui. "I will not release you," he retorted with a smirk. Xianhan intervened, prying Xiong Shui's hand away from Night Wutong, while Bai Lang lifted her into his arms and carried her into the cave. "Tong Tong. Here is the cotton I found. Is this suitable?" Bai Lang presented the gathered cotton to her. "Yes, but could you provide me with a small piece of beast skin?" Night Wutong replied awkwardly. Tu Jun promptly retrieved a large piece of white beast skin from his space. "Tong Tong, is this beast skin acceptable?" "Yes. I only need a small piece. Tear it off with your claws, this wide and this long," she indicated with her hands. In an instant, Tu Jun's hand transformed into a tiger's claw, and he skillfully tore off a small piece from the large beast skin. "Tong Tong, in a few days, we should leave this place." Bai Lang expressed his eagerness to depart. "Indeed, Tong Tong, why not accompany me to Beast King City?" Tu Jun proposed eagerly. "Tong Tong should come to our wolf clan tribe first. We can visit Beast King City later." Bai Lang shot Tu Jun a sidelong glance. "Enough of this chatter. I need some privacy to prepare the cotton." Night Wutong felt quite uncomfortable. "Very well. We shall step outside," Bai Lang declared as he led the way out. In the Grand Priest's cave, he expressed his disbelief. "What? You say O Chunling has transformed into an old woman, over 70 years of age?" He never anticipated that O Chunling could suddenly become such an elderly female. "Grand Priest, I have come to inquire if you could assist me in dissolving my bond." Xiangba looked at the Grand Priest with hope glimmering in his eyes. "About that." The Grand Priest's gaze revealed his inner turmoil. "Is there a way for you to help me sever ties with O Chunling? I am not yet skilled in the dark arts." Xiangba observed the Grand Priest's slight hesitation. "I cannot directly facilitate your separation from O Chunling. You must endure, once she passes. You will be free to seek another partner," the Grand Priest advised, having conveyed all he could. If Xiangba still did not grasp the situation, there was little else he could do, for some matters could not be explicitly articulated. "But if I must wait for her death, it could take many years." Xiangba was increasingly anxious, wishing for O Chunling's demise to come swiftly. "I can only say so much. As for the course of action, you must discuss it with Roger and the others." The Grand Priest expressed his helplessness. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Xiangba transformed into a lion and bolted from the Grand Priest's cave. Upon returning to his own cave, Xiangba found O Chunling weeping on the bed, ignored by her 20-some partners, none offering her solace. Upon noticing Xiangba's entrance, O Chunling lifted her head, her eyes swollen from crying. "Bah, I was in the wrong. I should not have concealed my age from you all. I am 57, not over 70. Please believe me," she pleaded, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Xiangba did not spare her a glance. Instead, he addressed Roger and Alan, saying, "Roger, Alan, you two come with me. I have something to discuss." The three emerged from the cave, where Xiangba recounted his conversation with the Grand Priest to Roger and Alan. "Roger, Alan, what should we do?" Xiangba inquired. "As male beast men, we cannot kill females, but we could utilize another's hand to eliminate O Chunling," Roger replied coldly. "Whose hand?" Xiangba questioned, puzzled. "Naturally, we would employ a female's hand," Roger scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at Xiangba, bewildered as to how he had become the leader. "Roger, you are quite clever. But which female should we choose to eliminate O Chunling?" Alan asked Roger. "Whom should we have from our tribe to carry out the deed?" Xiangba's excitement grew at the thought of O Chunling's impending demise. "Well, I haven't thought it through yet." Roger rolled his eyes, pondering who would be suitable for such a task. "What if we let Xian Lingo out of the tribe's cave and give her a few hallucinogenic fruits?" Alan suggested. Believing Xian Lingo would be an appropriate candidate, "I think she would be a good choice. She harbors such animosity towards O Chunling. A single hallucinogenic fruit would drive her to kill her." Xiangba expressed his opinion. "That won't do," Roger shook his head in disapproval. Why not? Xiongba pressed. Growing anxious. Chief, Alan, if we have Zhu Yi or Xian Lingo Kilo Chunling, we might achieve freedom without becoming dark beasts. And we could then choose other females as partners. However, should we desire Night Wutong, that would be impossible. She would never accept us as we are. Roger analyzed the situation for Xiongba and Alan. Are you suggesting that if we have Night Wutong Kilo Chunling, we could then request her as our partner? Xiongba exclaimed, realizing the implication. Roger, you are indeed brilliant. Alan marveled at Roger's insight, astonished he had not recognized Roger's cleverness before. Xiongba patted Roger on the shoulder, asking, what do you propose we do? Roger then laid out his plan to Xiongba and Alan. That night, only Bai Lang, Shen Han, and Tu Jun remained in Night Wutong's cave, while Ai Air, Xiong Shui, Simon, and Leo had ventured to another cave. As the Night Wutong drifted into slumber, Bai Lang stealthily approached the stone bed and embraced the peacefully sleeping Wutong. Yet, at the very moment Bai Lang enveloped her in his arms, the Night Wutong stirred awake. Bai Lang, what possesses you to invade my bed? Get off, she exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Tonggong, permit me this embrace for a while. In your current state, I am rendered powerless. All I desire is to hold you as we sleep. Bai Lang tightened his grip around her. What more do you wish to do? Release me at once. If you truly care for my comfort, you ought to vacate my bed and sleep elsewhere. Are you unaware that your embrace makes me feel quite overheated? Night Wutong found herself admiring O Chunling. How could she endure the sweltering heat of summer alongside a beastman? Just Bai Lang's embrace was enough to make her feel the warmth. Very well, since you are so sensitive to the heat. I shall refrain from holding you in the summer and reserve my embraces for autumn, Bai Lang declared, releasing her. But not before planting a swift kiss upon her crimson lips as he prepared to rise. Bai Lang, how dare you kiss me? It infuriates me. Night Wutong fumed. Longing to strike Bai Lang, yet she was painfully aware of her own limitations. She could scarcely contend with a first-tier beastman, let alone Bai Lang, a seventh-tier beastman. Wutong vowed to diligently practice her skills in order to best White Lang and his companions. In the morning, outside the cave, Wutong found White Lang, Tu Jun, and Shen Han engaged in roasting meat. The high priest and Rick approached them. Upon reaching Wutong, Rick, blushing, addressed her, Tong Tong. I have brought my father with me. He wishes to speak with you. Night Wutong gazed at the high priest standing before her, and said, High priest, please speak your mind. The high priest replied candidly, Very well, I shall be forthright. My son, Rick, harbors deep affection for you, and wishes to become your partner. However, he is destined to be the future high priest, and as such, he may only have one companion. He is willing to renounce his position as high priest to be with you, and I earnestly hope you will consider accepting Rick as your partner. The high priest, for the sake of his son, sought Night Wutong's consent for their union. Night Wutong's eyes dimmed, as she did not wish to harm the innocent young Rick. High priest, I already have a partner and do not seek another. Rick is exceptional and will surely find a better companion in the future, Night Wutong gracefully declined. With Rick's frail appearance, no attractive female would ever fancy him. He will not find a suitable partner, Bear Shu contemptuously remarked while roasting meat. How can you say such a thing, you great bear? Upon hearing Night Wutong's words, Rick felt a deep ache in his heart. And Bear Shu's comment only deepened his sorrow. He was aware of his lack of physical robustness, yet the males in his family were naturally more delicate, an unavoidable circumstance. I speak nothing but the truth. Someone as slender as you cannot satisfy a female, and no female would take a liking to you. Wutong, being such a beautiful female, would certainly not choose you. She prefers strong males like myself, for only I can fulfill her desires, not you. Bear Shu felt himself far superior to Rick. Rick, on the verge of tears, cried out, How can you say that? The high priest, infuriated by Bear Shu's remarks, longed to strike him down. Old man, what are you looking at? Is your son so unappealing that he cannot bear the truth? I will speak my mind, with his frail build. No one will ever love him, let alone become his mate. Bear Shu found amusement in the high priest's displeasure. Chapter 76, Offering Wild Fruits to June. Please get that Bear Shu away. I cannot bear to see him, Night Wutong seethed. How could that innocent and charming young Rick be bullied by that great bear? Wutong, allow me to take Bear Shu for a stroll. I tugged at Bear Shu to leave. You foul fox, why are you pulling me? I still have to berate that little white snake. Bear Shu shouted. Bear Shu, come with me, Ire insisted, dragging him away. Once they departed, the high priest squinted at Night Wutong and remarked, Night Wutong, your bear companion is quite lacking and will undoubtedly cause you trouble in the future. Why not dismiss him and let Rick be your partner instead? High priest, please take your leave. I will not accept Rick as my partner, Night Wutong replied bluntly. Rick, we must go, the high priest said, pulling Rick along. Father, you may return first. I wish to stay here for a while, Rick declared, reluctant to leave Night Wutong's side. Very well. The high priest cast a glance at his son Rick before departing without a backward glance. Rick, have you had breakfast? If not, join us for some roasted meat. Night Wutong offered him a piece of meat she had prepared. As Rick accepted the roasted meat from Night Wutong, warmth spread through his heart. Did her gesture signify that she harbored feelings for him? While eating the meat, he stole glances at Night Wutong. Night Wutong addressed Bai Lang and the others, saying, Bai Lang, after we finish our meal, We shall ascend the mountain to gather some herbs. Once the injured orcs have sufficiently recovered, we will depart from this place. Very well. At that moment, Bai Lang heeded Knight Wutong's every word. Tong Tong, you must leave here. Rick's eyes widened. He did not wish for Knight Wutong to depart, as he had yet to win her heart. If he were to succeed in capturing her affection, he could accompany her wherever she went. Yet, at present, there existed no bond between him and Knight Wutong. How could he possibly journey alongside her? Knight Wutong replied. Rick's gaze dimmed. In just a few days, Knight Wutong would be gone. Was it conceivable that he could win her over in the short span and become her partner? As Wutong and Bai Lang engaged in conversation, Ai Air and Xiong Shui returned. How did that old male leave? Why hasn't this young male departed? Xiong Shui's irritation flared upon seeing Reich. Xiong Shui, why engage in such endless chatter? Speak less, Ai Air remarked, sensing that Xiong Shui was exhausting. After their meal, Wutong and Bai Lang, accompanied by others, ventured into the forest to gather medicinal herbs. This time, the group accompanying Wutong was rather large, besides Bai Lang. Tu Jun, Ai Air, and Xin Han, Xiong Shui, Reich, Simon, and Leo also joined. Xiong Shui persistently provoked Reich with his words, leading Reich to transition from tears to silence, becoming increasingly numb. Finding the situation tedious, Xiong Shui turned to Wutong and inquired, Tong Tong, when will your estrus period conclude? I am eagerly anticipating being the first with you. Knight Wutong turned to Tu Jun and said, Tu Jun, this boisterous bear is quite the nuisance. Please teach him a lesson, but leave him some breath. Tu Jun had long harbored disdain for Xiong Shui, and with Knight Wutong's request, he felt a surge of excitement. Very well, he declared as he approached Xiong Shui. Let me remind you, I am a level 6 beast. On par with you. In a brawl between us, the outcome is uncertain. I only hope you won't find yourself on the receiving end of my blows. With that, Tu Jun and Xiong Shui clashed in a fierce struggle. Wutong and Bai Lang, along with a few others, continued their foraging for medicinal herbs. The Night Phoenix gathered some mushrooms and peppers once more. She turned to the defeated Bear Commander and said, Oh, Bear Commander, look at your lips. They're all bruised and torn. Allow me to tend to your wounds. Knight Wutong retrieved a red chili pepper from her backpack, broke it open, and applied the fiery paste onto the injured mouth of Bear Shui. Ah, what is this taste? It's unbearable. Tong Tong, what have you smeared on my lips? Bear Shui's mouth was swollen from the spice. Bear Shui, bear with it. It will soon subside, Knight Wutong urged as she continued to apply the chili. She intended for the fiery sensation to render Bear Shui speechless, hoping to curtail his incessant chatter, writhing in agony from the heat and pain. Bear Shui rolled on the ground. The Night Phoenix addressed Xiong Shui, saying, You should return to the tribe. After gathering herbs, Wutong and Bai Lang, along with a few others, hunted some game before returning to the tribe. As Wutong returned to her cave, she found O Chunling reclining in the very spot she had once occupied. Surrounding O Chunling were several companions. O Chunling, why have you left your own cave to come here? Wutong inquired. I came to visit you, dear sister, and I have brought you some fruits, O Chunling replied, gesturing for one of her companions to present a few red fruits from their space to Wutong. Knight Wutong did not accept the fruit, but coldly addressed O Chunling. I have wild fruits to eat. Take these wild fruits away. O Chunling, you should leave. You are not welcome here. Knight Wutong was aware that O Chunling was not a good person, and the act of giving her wild fruits surely concealed some sinister plot. She needed to remain cautious. Knight Wutong, I kindly brought you wild fruits, yet you treat me this way. O Chunling exclaimed, angered. If it weren't for Xiang Ba sending me to deliver these fruits, I would not have come to your cave. Chapter 77. Twisted Love. O Chunling, I know what you are about to say. You are older, and I do not wish to stoop to your level. Please leave. Do not provoke my ire. If I were to strike you, your companions would not come to your aid. Did you not notice their disdainful glances? Knight Wutong felt unwell due to her menstrual cycle and did not want to engage further with O Chunling. Upon hearing Knight Wutong's words, O Chunling seethed with rage. Suppressing her fury, she seized the wild fruits from her companion's hands and placed them on the stone bed, declaring, I have placed the wild fruits here. With that, she left with her companion. Just as O Chunling exited the cave, she encountered Xiong Shui, who was startled and exclaimed, Old female. How can there be such an old female? I have never seen one so aged. Look at that face full of wrinkles. It's terrifying. Why does she look so familiar? Oh, it's O Chunling. You look even older than a few days ago. You had no gray hair then, and now look at your white locks. You four. Give this male beast man a beating, Xiong Shui commanded. O Chunling, infuriated by Xiong Shui's words, ordered her 4 companions to attack him. However, her companions stood still, unresponsive. Why are you not obeying my command? Quickly, teach this male a lesson for insulting me. O Chunling insisted, ignoring the contemptuous looks from her companions. O Chunling, do you not see that your companions no longer heed your words? Do you know why? I shall tell you. It is because you have grown old and can no longer satisfy them. Do you think they will strike me just because you tell them to? No one will listen to a decrepit female like you. Doesn't tea that make you feel miserable? Xiong Shui taunted, his spittle flying. O Chunling felt as if her mind had exploded, and she fainted. Her companions, witnessing her collapse, were reluctant to carry her back. Eventually, they conferred and decided to lift Chunling away. Xian Han, observing Chunling's downfall, recalled the young men Chunling had tormented in modern times and thought, she deserves it. This is karma. Some of those young men were even still in high school. Initially, when some young men resisted Chunling, they eventually succumbed to her manipulations and became infatuated with her. Bai Lang and his companions entered the cave, finding Knight Wutong sitting on the stone bed, with enticing red wild fruits beside her, making them yearn to devour them. Tong, where did these wild fruits come from? Bai Lang inquired, recalling that Knight Wutong had not returned with any fruits. They were just delivered by Chunling, who said they were sent by Xiong Ba. Knight Wutong was hesitant to consume fruits given by others. Tong, these wild fruits look delicious. Please share some with me, Xiong Shui said, drooling at the sight of the fruits. Help yourself. Knight Wutong smiled at Xiong Shui. He quickly gathered the fruits and soon finished them all. Tong, if someone offers you delicious food in the future, let me have some, Xiong Shui remarked, savoring the taste of the fruits, which he had never encountered before. Wondering where Xiong Ba found such delicacies. Xiong Shui, are you not worried that these wild fruits might be poisonous? Aier asked with concern. What is there to fear? How could Xiong Ba possibly poison Tong? He wouldn't do that. I can tell he likes Tong, Xiong Shui asserted confidently. He brought Tong wild fruits to win her favor. While Xiong Ba would not offer poisonous fruits, he could very well present alluring or hallucinogenic fruits that resembled ordinary plums. Indistinguishable at a glance. In the future, do not consume any wild fruits sent by Xiong Ba, Bai Lang warned the group in the cave. We are going to roast meat. Tong, you rest here for a while. I will call you when the meat is ready, Xian Han said before leaving the cave to prepare the food. In the Dragon Clan, within the Dragon Palace, a fair-skinned woman confronted the stunningly beautiful man clad in a black robe. Qingming, why have you been so distant lately? Have you taken a liking to some female? The man remained silent, his eyes reflecting detachment. Qingming, I like you. Let us become mates, the woman declared, moving to embrace him. Qingming deftly sidestepped her embrace. Sister, I must inform you that I will not become your mate. I do not harbor feelings for you, regardless of the current Qingming or the past. He held no affection for this woman, who already had over 30 companions and was the original sister. Sister, if you are put off by my many companions, I shall sever ties with them. Would you accept me as your mate if it were just the two of us? The woman's eyes sparkled with calculation as she contemplated discarding her current partners to pursue Qingming. I will not become your mate. We are siblings. It is impossible for us to be together. Our blood relation forbids it. Qingming wished to eliminate this woman, regardless of her connection to the original. Sister, I only wish to be with you. I do not mind that you are my brother. Shall we become mates? The woman gazed at Qingming, infatuated with his exquisite beauty. She had fixated on her brother since he was not yet of age, and now that he had matured, she was determined to claim him as her mate. Even if you were not my sister, I would not become your mate, for I have someone I cherish, Qingming replied coldly. Who is it? I shall eliminate her. I will never allow you to become mates with any other female. You belong to me. A murderous intent flickered in the woman's eyes. Qingming's expression turned to one of revulsion. The original sister was truly deranged, desiring a union with the original. He had no qualms about ending the life of this repulsive woman who clung to him. Chapter 78. The desire to strangle her. Qingming initially contemplated killing the original sister at that moment, but reconsidered. Ending her life would be too merciful. He decided to torment her slowly. The soul within Qingming belonged to a modern individual who did not believe in beast deities and was unafraid of any divine retribution for slaying a female. To Qingming, there was no distinction between males and females. If he wished to kill, he would do so. He addressed the original sister, Qing Luo. Sister, the one I love cannot be killed by you. For the one I love is Ingyin, the Lord of Beast City. He is a level 8 beast. Despite your training, you are merely a level 2 beast man. Even with your 30-plus companions, you stand no chance against Ingyin. What? You do not favor some female? How could you possibly like Ingyin? He is a male. He is also your sworn enemy. Qing Luo gazed at Qingming in disbelief, unable to fathom her brother's perverse inclinations. Sister, when did I ever claim to like females? I recently confided in you about my affection for someone, without specifying their gender. Now I can reveal that my heart belongs to a male, the formidable Ingyin. Once, we were bitter rivals, yet I have now succumbed to love, for love transcends gender and age. Qingming smiled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. He believed that the original owner's sister would surely envy Ingyin, plotting to eliminate him in Beast City. When that time comes, the original owner's deranged sister, Qing Luo, will undoubtedly face dire consequences at Ingyin's hands, and the thought alone brings him satisfaction. You are mine, Qingming. I will not permit you to love Ingyin. You must become my mate, Qing Luo declared, her voice ringing loud with possessiveness as she gazed upon Qingming's breathtakingly beautiful visage. She had harbored feelings for her younger brother since he was but 12, when she was 23, vowing to wait until he came of age to pursue a union with him. Now, at 33, with Qingming at 22, she has pursued him fruitlessly for 4 years. Qingming felt a wave of nausea. His sister's desires were utterly repugnant. The thought of her wanting to mate with her own brother was infuriating. Sister, My heart is solely for Yingyin. I will not entertain feelings for anyone else unless he were to perish, he proclaimed before exiting the dragon palace. Transforming into a Qinglong and soaring into the sky, venturing forth into the unknown. As he flew, Qingming grappled with confusion regarding his destination. Was he to seek out the original owner's master, despite the presence of the bothersome junior sister? Perhaps it would be wiser to first visit Beast King City. Thus, he directed his flight northward. Qingluo gazed longingly at her brother's beastly form, murmuring to herself, Qingming, even in your beast form, you are stunning and strong. I must have you as my mate to bear little Qinglongs with you. You belong to me alone. I shall find a way to eliminate that Yingyin. Though I am but a second-tier beast man and unable to confront him directly, I can employ cunning, poison him, perhaps. I refuse to believe he can withstand it. Qingluo, who do you intend to poison? A companion materialized behind her. Lance, you startled me. How did you come to be behind me? You heard everything I said, didn't you? Qingluo inquired, her gaze fixed on Lance's handsome face. I heard it all, Qingluo. I understand you have feelings for Qingming, but why do you wish to kill Yingyin? Lance expressed his confusion. Because Qingming loves Yingyin, and thus, I shall eliminate him. Qingluo tightened her fists. Lance's expression darkened. Qingluo's ruthlessness was evident. Anyone she desired, and who favored another, would meet a grim fate. He recalled how a female he once cherished had fallen victim to Qingluo's machinations. Then allow me to assist you. I can accompany you to Beast City. While I may not be able to defeat Yingyin, I can help you devise a plan to eliminate him. A glint of cunning flickered in Lance's eyes. Very well, we shall go to Beast City tomorrow. For tonight, I wish to indulge in your company. Qingluo believed she was bestowing a favor upon Lance. My abilities have yet to be restored. Lance averted his gaze, concealing his distaste for Qingluo. Oh, do not be disheartened. Your affliction will heal, and when it does, I shall bear you some little green snakes, she reassured him, misinterpreting his downcast demeanor as a sign of insecurity over his male prowess. She thought to console him, planning to discard him should his abilities remain dormant after their union, allowing him to become a corrupted beast. Thank you, Lance replied, a smile gracing his lips, though it did not reach his eyes, which harbored cold resentment. Had the beast realm not mandated the prohibition against harming females, he would have avenged the beloved female who had been slain by Qingluo's hand. She had even drugged him, causing him to mistake her for his cherished one in a haze, thus binding him as her 30th mate. As Night Wutong's menstrual cycle nears its end, for the past 3 days, Xiongba has had O Chunling deliver wild fruits to her. Subsequently, O Chunling instigates with her words, prompting Night Wutong to retort angrily. Night Wutong feels a throbbing headache. She has become quite the shrew. In the past, she rarely spoke but resorted to physical confrontation. Now, she finds herself engaged solely in verbal sparring with O Chunling, unable to lay a hand on her, which leaves her exceedingly frustrated. This morning, while Night Wutong was still nestled in the cave, O Chunling made yet another appearance. Oh dear, how lazy can you be? Look at your partner grilling meat outside while you snooze away in the cave. You truly resemble a pig. O Chunling approached Night Wutong, gazing at her exquisite visage, seething with resentment, wishing she could tear Night Wutong's face apart. Due to the onset of her menstrual cycle, Yi Wutong had a restless night, only finding slumber with the break of dawn. Awakening to the clamor caused by O Chunling, her irritation intensified upon catching sight of O Chunling's aged and unattractive visage. Startled, she bolted upright and, in a fit of vexation, seized O Chunling by the throat with her right hand. Chapter 79. Get out of the cave. Struggling against the grip on her neck, O Chunling found herself immobilized, nearly paralyzed with fear. Tong, please do not strangle O Chunling. Release her at once, implored Bai Lang, who had entered the cave and was drenched in cold sweat, hastily intervening to stop Yi Wutong. Hearing Bai Lang's words, Yi Wutong hastily released her grip on O Chunling's neck. She herself was bewildered by her earlier actions, having nearly choked the life out of O Chunling. Fortunately, Bai Lang had arrived just in time. Had she truly succeeded, it would have undoubtedly brought about unnecessary troubles. O Chunling, having fallen to the ground, was relieved to have escaped with her life. The sheer terror of Yi Wutong had left her shaken. Had she known of Yi Wutong's lethal intentions, she would never have sought her out for trouble. O Chunling, get out of my sight and do not dare to appear before me again, Yi Wutong commanded. Addressing the trembling figure on the floor, O Chunling wished to rise and flee, but her legs felt too weak to support her. Why are you still here? Do you wish for me to throw you out? Yi Wutong shouted at the paralyzed O Chunling. Tong, O Chunling is too frightened to move. Her companion did not accompany her today. Perhaps we should have Xiong Shuai escort her back, Bai Lang suggested, his gaze filled with disdain as he looked at O Chunling. His aversion stemmed not from her age or appearance, but from her persistent harassment of Yi Wutong. Bai Lang stepped outside the cave to summon Xiong Shuai. Xiong Shuai, please take O Chunling back to the cave where Xiongba resides, Yi Wutong instructed, pointing at the prostrate figure of O Chunling. Xiong Shuai surveyed O Chunling on the ground and shook his head. Tong, I cannot take O Chunling back. She is far too old for my liking. Although I have an affinity for females, I cannot bear the thought of carrying an elderly one. Perhaps I should seek out her companion instead and have them assist in taking her home. With that, Xiong Shui exited the cave in search of Xiong Ba. Before long, several of Chuanling's companions arrived, numbering around 5 or 6, including Xiong Ba, Roger, and Alan. Xiong Ba approached Yi Wutong and apologized. Tong, I am sorry. Chuanling has come to trouble you again. Humph, just take her away, Yi Wutong replied curtly to Xiong Ba. Xiong Ba then turned to Chuanling, saying, Lingling, why have you come to Tong's cave again? Why did you come alone? You ought to have someone accompany you. Let me carry you back. Suppressing his disdain for Chuanling, Xiong Ba lifted her and exited the cave. Once Xiong Ba and Chuanling departed, Yi Wutong felt a refreshing change in the air within the cave. As Yi Wutong stepped outside the cave, she savored the roasted meat handed to her by Bai Lang. To Jun, please check on Iwan and see if his leg has healed, she mused. It had been several days since she had tended to Iwan's injury, and if his leg had sufficiently recovered, she could depart the following day. Let me and Xiong Shui inquire, AI Heir, who was busy roasting meat, suggested. Very well. Off you go. Yi Wutong replied, pleased that AI Heir was taking Xiong Shui away, granting her a moment of solitude. Meanwhile, Xiong Ba carried Chuanling back to his cave and unceremoniously dropped her on the ground. Chuanling, I instructed you to provoke Yi Wutong, yet you have failed. Are you hoping to starve for several days? Given your age of over 70 and your approaching demise, I shall only allow you to go hungry for 1 day. Tomorrow, return to Yi Wutong's cave and berate her. Do you understand? He commanded. Boss, I no longer wish to see Yi Wutong. Chuanling confessed, visibly terrified. You must go to Yi Wutong's cave tomorrow morning and incite her wrath, Xiong Ba insisted. How could he expect Yi Wutong to go mad and kill Chuanling otherwise? Boss, may I abstain? When I visited her residence earlier, I merely uttered a few words, and she nearly attempted to strangle me. It was utterly terrifying. Fortuitously, Bai Lang intervened just in time. I almost lost my life. Chuanling lamented, tears streaming down her face, her throat still aching from the earlier encounter. Xiong Ba, Roger, and Alan exchanged glances upon hearing her words, their eyes momentarily gleaming before dimming again. They had been so close to provoking Yi Wutong into killing Chuanling, but perhaps the hallucinogenic juice that Tu had applied to her was insufficient. My intention in sending you to Yi Wutong's cave is to elicit her anger. Only then shall I be pleased. For my sake, you must go tomorrow and provoke her. Xiong Ba gently tucked a strand of hair behind Chuanling's ear. Boss, I have one more request. If I manage to anger Yi Wutong, could you assist me in finding a potion to restore my youth? Chuanling pondered, wondering if this world might harbor miraculous herbs. As a time traveler, she believed that fate should be kind to her, and her current state was merely temporary. She would inevitably alter her circumstances and transform into a youthful beauty. What did you say? A potion for youth? I have never even heard of such a thing. You expect me to find a remedy for rejuvenation? Xiong Ba gazed at her, as though she were a curiosity. Chuanling's heart sank. The miracle she had awaited was nowhere to be found. Chief, I have heard tales of the ice lotus on the snowy mountains, which can grant one the return of youth. Roger fabricated a story, casting a knowing glance at Alan, who detected the glimmer of despair in Chuanling's eyes. Is that so? How come I have not heard of it? Xiong Ba inquired, perhaps realizing his own lack of knowledge. Chief, I too have heard that the ice lotus can indeed restore youth. Alan chimed in, following Roger's lead. Very well, I shall assist you in your quest. Xiong Ba assured Chuanling, secretly contemplating that once she was killed by Yi Wutong, he wouldn't need to search for anything. But rather, he would seek to find a means for Yi Wutong to maintain her eternal youth. Boss, you are too kind, Chuanling exclaimed, longing to leap into his embrace. Xiong Ba recoiled at the sight of her aged visage, swiftly evading her. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, he declared, transforming into a lion and sprinting from the cave, unwilling to confront her repulsive appearance any longer. I too have business to attend to, Roger added, exiting the cave. Having faced Chuanling's unappealing countenance daily, which had nearly diminished his vigor. As Alan observed Xiong Ba and Roger departing without a word, he too chose to leave. This left Chuanling in bewilderment, pondering the whereabouts of Xiong Ba, Roger, and Alan. After dining, Yi Wutong and Bai Lang, along with a few others, ventured into the woods to gather medicinal herbs. They stumbled upon a bloodied and unconscious male orc. Who is this? Look at him, drenched in blood. Surely he's dead. Bear Chief exclaimed as he kicked the unconscious orc on the ground. Bear Chief, how can you act so ruthlessly? He has done you no harm. What gives you the right to assault him? Yi Wutong said, her voice laced with disappointment. She could hardly believe Bear Chief's lack of compassion. Even in death, she couldn't fathom delivering such a blow. Seeing Yi Wutong's rising anger, AI Heir hurriedly approached her, smiling gently. Tong, please don't be upset with Bear Chief. He is still young and lacks understanding. AI Heir ceased defending Bear Chief. If you continue to speak for him, I shall remove both of you from my circle of companions, Yi Wutong retorted, clearly exasperated with AI Heir. AI Heir fell silent, not daring to protest further. Tong, How can you say that about me? I only kicked a male orc, not a female. If a female orc were to provoke me, I wouldn't even dream of kicking her. Males are different. Whether this one is dead or alive, what would it matter if I were to kick him to death? Bear Chief argued defiantly, failing to notice the changing expressions of those around him. Bear Heir, your cruelty is unacceptable. I cannot allow you to remain by my side. You are hereby expelled from my circle of companions. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be my partner, Yi Wutong decided, seizing the opportunity to rid herself of Bear Chief. Bai Lang, Tu Jun, AI Heir, and Xian Han cannot match my strength. They will surely fail to satisfy you. Only I, with my robust physique, can fulfill your needs. If you cast me aside, who will be capable of meeting your desires? Bear Chief declared with misplaced confidence, oblivious to the shifting dynamics among the group. The expression on Yi Wutong's face turned pale, her entire body trembling as she clenched her fists. Bai Lang, Xian Han, Tu Jun, and AI Heir were also visibly enraged, their faces tinged with green. They were in no way lacking, they were robust and strong. How could they possibly fail to meet Yi Wutong's demands? Before Bai Lang could make a move, Leo transformed into a majestic eagle, seizing Bear Shuai and soaring to a height of several meters. Then, with a release of his claws, Bear Shuai plummeted from that height, crashing hard onto the ground. The sound of his bones fracturing echoed ominously, and Bear Shuai was rendered unconscious from the pain. Leo descended and reverted to his handsome, youthful orc form. Leo, wasn't that a bit too harsh on Bear Shuai? Simon chuckled. I was actually quite merciful. Believe me, I've long harbored disdain for him, Leo remarked, glancing at the unconscious Bear Shuai, noting that he had shown considerable restraint by not outright killing him. AI Heir hurried to Bear Shuai's side, lifting him gently while murmuring, Bear Shuai, this is all trouble stemming from your own mouth. Sooner or later, your foul tongue will lead to your demise. Bai Lang, I'll take Bear Shuai to find the shaman and have him treated, AI Heir replied, cradling Bear Shuai as she departed. Receiving a sympathetic glance from Bai Lang as she left. Tong Tong, I'm taking Bear Shuai away now, AI Heir called back as she made her exit. Knight Wutong disregarded ire and focused on the bloodied figure on the ground, addressing Baira and the others. Since this individual has perished, let us proceed with his burial. Tong Tong, perhaps this orc is not dead. He may merely be unconscious, Tu Jun remarked, gazing at the fallen bloodied figure. Oh, let me see. Knight Wutong replied as she crouched down to check for the orc's breath. How is it? Is this unconscious individual still alive? Tu Jun inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as Knight Wutong rose to her feet. He is fine. He has merely lost too much blood and fainted. Carry him, and we shall return to the tribe, Knight Wutong instructed Tu Jun. The group, led by Yi Wutong, returned to the Lion Clan's tribe with the injured orc. The wounded orc was placed in the shaman's cave. Since most of the orcs had already returned home to recuperate, only a few, who had just emerged from a critical condition, remained in the cave, creating a spacious atmosphere. Yi Wutong instructed Tu Jun to lay the injured orc on the bed. Tu Jun gently placed the wounded orc upon the bed. Knight Wutong began to stitch the wounds of the injured orc. Alas, Knight Wutong, I have heard that you brought back a blood man. It turns out you are attempting to mend his injuries. However, I fear your efforts may be in vain, for this blood man is beyond saving. O Chunling entered the cave of the former shaman, Wool. Why did O Chunling bring only 2 companions? Because her partners were reluctant to accompany her out of fear of ridicule. These 2 companions had no choice but to join O Chunling, as they were the least powerful among them. Knight Wutong, upon hearing O Chunling's words, felt a surge of anger. She could not afford any distractions. Thus, she shouted at Bai Lang and Tu Jun, Bai Lang, Tu Jun, throw O Chunling and her 2 companions out. Do not allow them to disturb me. Bai Lang seized O Chunling's 2 companions and marched toward the cave entrance. O Chunling, you might as well leave on your own. Tu Jun was reluctant to make any physical contact with O Chunling. Apart from Knight Wutong, he preferred to avoid any interaction with females. I refuse to leave. You are male, and I am female. What can you possibly do to me? O Chunling, noticing Tu Jun's aversion towards her, felt a surge of resentment. Why was it that all the beast men gazed at Knight Wutong with admiration, yet looked at her with disdain? If they found her so repugnant, she would ensure this beast man detested her even more. She spat toward Tu Jun twice. Fuming, Tu Jun thought to himself that this woman was utterly revolting. Just as he intended to grab O Chunling, Xian Han intervened and took hold of her, leading her outside the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, Xian Han threw O Chunling to the ground and coldly remarked, O Chunling, you have gone too far. I was prepared to overlook what you did to my cousin, but you absolutely should not flaunt yourself in front of Tong Tong. As O Chunling lay on the ground, grimacing in pain, she gazed at Xian Han, noting his strikingly handsome features, though his temper seemed rather volatile. What had she done to provoke this beast man? She could not recall committing any wrongdoing since her arrival in the beast realm. You need to clarify this, beast man. What exactly did I do to your cousin? I cannot seem to remember, she said, her eyes lingering on Xian Han's handsome face, imagining how delightful it would be to share a bed with him. Stop looking at me with such lustful eyes, It disgusts me. Do you remember a boy named Yinpeng? Xianhan glared at Chunling, his voice filled with indignation. How do you know Yinpeng? Who are you? A look of terror flickered in Chunling's eyes. Chapter 81. Stunned Tu Jun gazed at Night Wutong. Captivated by her beauty, he wished to take her to Beast King City to meet his parents. Ai Air, upon seeing Night Wutong's exquisite face, recalled the female beast man, Jasmine, who had abandoned him despite their childhood bond, leaving him heartbroken. He nearly perished from the pain until Bear Chi saved him. And now he found himself enchanted by the stunning Night Wutong. Simon and Leo felt a pang of disappointment. Such a magnificent female could not belong to them, and they were determined to compete for her affection. Why are you all staring at me like that? Night Wutong silently cursed Bai Lang and the others as perverts. Tong Tong, you are truly beautiful. Xianhan could not help but compliment her, knowing well that no woman could resist flattery. Oh, I am aware of my beauty. Is the meat ready yet? Night Wutong, her stomach growling, was solely concerned about when the meat would be finished. It is ready, Bai Lang replied, handing her the roasted meat. Night Wutong accepted the roasted meat, seated herself, and began to eat. Xiongba, Roger, and Alan approached her, and upon seeing Night Wutong adorned in green, the beauty of which rendered Bai Lang and several handsome male beasts overshadowed, they felt diminished by comparison. Roger gazed at Night Wutong with an entranced expression, blood pouring from his nose. Alan was salivating. Xiongba, what brings you here? Bai Lang inquired, his voice laced with irritation, having discerned that not only Xiongba harbored feelings for Night Wutong, but Roger and Alan also shared similar inclinations. We have come to check on Tong Tong, to see if she requires anything, Roger replied to Bai Lang, seeking to justify their presence. Indeed, Tong Tong, should you feel discontent with your current dwelling, you are welcome to move to my cave. I can arrange for Chunling to relocate elsewhere, Xiongba said, flattering Night Wutong as he stood before her. No, I am quite comfortable here and do not wish to relocate again, Night Wutong thought to herself, as she was soon to depart from this tribe and saw no reason to move. Then we shall take our leave, Xiongba declared, fearing that if they lingered any longer, he might succumb to the urge to overpower Night Wutong. Let us go, Bai Lang stated coldly. Ignoring Bai Lang, Xiongba turned to leave, with Roger and Alan following closely behind. Alan wiped the drool from his mouth and addressed Xiongba. Chief, did you see? Night Wutong is truly captivating. Her beauty is unparalleled, and fresh into adulthood. I yearn to be with her. Xiongba smacked Alan on the head, admonishing. What are you thinking? Chief, given your current status, it is impossible for Night Wutong to be with you, as you are still Chunling's partner. Only upon her demise could you pursue Night Wutong, but even then, she would likely refuse you, for you have betrayed her. To regain her acceptance, you must ensure her to eliminate Chunling, and then we could coerce Night Wutong into becoming our mate, Roger explained to Xiongba, clarifying their precarious situation. Roger, I am well aware. We shall return and administer more hallucinogenic juice to Chunling. Let us hurry. Xiongba transformed into a lion and sprinted towards his cave, with Roger and Alan shifting into their beast forms closely behind. Upon entering the cave, the sight of Chunling's aged and unattractive visage, lying on the bed lost in thought, filled Xiongba with frustration. He wished fervently to strangle her. Had it not been for Chunling's seduction, he might still have been with Night Wutong, and now that she had come of age, he could have been on the verge of a genuine union with her. Suppressing the urge to harm Chunling, Xiongba inquired, Lingling, have you had lunch yet? In truth, he merely posed the question, believing her other partners would ensure she was not left hungry. Hearing Xiongba's voice, Chunling opened her eyes, pulling herself from her reverie. Bah, I just had some roasted meat, but it was tough and unpalatable, nowhere near as delightful as the meat you prepare for me. You should cook for me again, she said, rising from the bed to embrace Xiongba's waist. Xiongba pushed her away, coldly responding, Chunling, do not overstep. I will not cook for you again. Those who care for you can ensure you are fed. Bah, your attitude toward me has worsened. How can you treat me this way? You once loved me. Yet now that I have grown old and unattractive, your affection has waned. Is appearance truly so vital to you? Chunling lamented, tears streaming down her face as she pondered how she had become so aged and unappealing. Perhaps her indulgence in youthful companions had incurred divine retribution. Yet she harbored no regrets for her past choices. Of course it matters. Who does not admire beauty? Who would favor an aged and unattractive female like you? Xiongba replied, casting her a scornful glance, feeling that merely acknowledging her was already generous. You are truly shallow, Chunling accused him. Xiongba felt anger rise within him. Had Chunling not held some utility, he would have cast her to the vultures for such a remark. Chunling, do you not yearn to regain your youth and beauty? If you provoke Night Wutong into anger, we could venture to the Snow Mountain to retrieve the Ice Lotus for you, restoring your former allure, Roger suggested to the enraged Chunling. Very well, Chunling thought, her heart lifting at the prospect of soon acquiring the Ice Lotus and reclaiming her youthful beauty. After dining, Yi Wudong proceeded to visit the male orc rescued earlier today. The night sycamore gently caressed the forehead of the injured male, reassured to find no fever. Relieved, She noted that this orc had merely sustained superficial wounds, which would heal in a few days. Once the orc recovered, she and Bai Lang could journey to the Wolf Clan tribe. The Knight Sycamore beheld the orc's face, smeared with blood, and instructed Tu Jun to fetch a basin of water from the riverside. Yi Wutong sat at the bedside, intending to cleanse the bloodstains from the face of the injured orc. She had initially hoped that Bai Lang and the others would assist her, but fearing their reluctance, she resolved to undertake the task herself. Knight Wutong retrieved a towel from the space, dampened it, and was just about to wipe the face of the injured orc when Tu Jun interjected, "Tong Tong, let me take care of this male." "All right," Knight Wutong replied, pleased. As she handed the towel to Tu Jun, he began to gently cleanse the injured orc's face with delicate movements. Once he had wiped away the dirt, his gaze dimmed upon witnessing the orc's visage. To Tu Jun's surprise, despite the orc's closed eyes, he remained breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling even Bai Lang. The Night Phoenix observed Tu Jun gazing intently at the injured orc, feeling a surge of curiosity. Thus, she positioned herself beside Tu Jun and beheld the orc's visage. Momentarily taken aback. Chapter 82, The Pitiful Youth. The countenance of this orc bore a striking resemblance to Yun Yi, sharing 7 or 8 similarities, yet appearing slightly younger, approximately 18 or 19 years of age. Knight Wutong marveled at the striking resemblance between this beast man of the animal world and her university classmate, Yun Yi. Suddenly, a voice resonated in her mind. "System, host, this unconscious individual is not a beast man. He is a traveler, much like yourself." Knight Wutong, "System, what is happening? Why are there so many modern individuals crossing over?" "I have crossed over, Xianhan has crossed over, and so has Chunling. I never anticipated that this youth resembling Yuni would also traverse through time. Is crossing over truly so effortless?" "System, currently, the fabric of time and space is in disarray, making temporal transitions remarkably simple. Perhaps one of those beast men is a soul that has crossed over, or one of those modern individuals is, in fact, an ancient person or a beast man in spirit. The number of those who have physically crossed over is quite limited." Knight Wutong, "System, am I not able to traverse back to the modern era?" "System, host, you possess only one opportunity for traversal, which has already been exhausted. Returning to the modern era is not a possibility." Knight Wutong, "Xianhan told me that he could transform into a level 10 beast and take me back to the modern world. Surely, it cannot be a falsehood." "System, host, how could someone as astute as you be deceived by Xuanhan's words? He is merely misleading you." Knight Wutong, "How dare he deceive me? I shall not rest until he is vanquished." "System, host, you are currently in a state of vulnerability. No matter how formidable you may have been in the modern era, before the male beastmen, you are but a frail creature. How could you possibly defeat Xianhan, a level 7 beast? Moreover, his deception was merely a means to become your beast husband. Although he has been with many women in the modern world, rendering himself unclean, his current form remains pure. Perhaps you should consider compromising and genuinely bond with him as a partner." Knight Wutong, "System, what are you saying? How could I truly become his partner? Even if his body is presently untainted, his soul remains sullied. As someone with a penchant for cleanliness, how could I ever unite with him?" "Tong Tong, what troubles you?" Bai Lang, feeling apprehensive, observed Knight Wutong gazing vacantly at the injured beast man, mistakenly believing that she had developed a fondness for him, perhaps even an infatuation. "No, it's nothing." Knight Wutong hurriedly averted her gaze. "System, host, this system shall now enter a state of dormancy." Yi Wutong, "Yes, he has awakened. This orc has awakened." Tu Jun exclaimed with delight, relieved that the injured orc regained consciousness so swiftly, thankful that Yi Wutong's efforts were not in vain. The youth on the bed opened his large eyes, staring blankly at Yi Wutong and Tu Jun. The night was shrouded in an unsettling gloom, and the demeanor of the young boy appeared rather peculiar. Fear flickered in his eyes as he trembled uncontrollably, his voice rasping as he implored, "I am merely 18. You are over 50. Would you spare me, please? Would you spare me?" "What are you saying?" Tu Jun inquired, perplexed by the boy's terror. "I do not wish to share a bed with you. I do not wish to share a bed with you. I refuse to call you Ling Ling. You're older than my mother." The boy quaked with fright, his gaze still fixed on Yi Wutong. "You are Yunpeng." Upon hearing the boy's voice, Xianhan quickly deduced that this might be his cousin, Yunpeng. Yet, he remembered that his cousin was still in a psychiatric hospital in the modern world, making it impossible for him to be here in the beast realm. However, when he heard the name Ling Ling, he lost his composure and rushed to the boy's side, confirming his identity upon seeing his face. "I am still young. I do not wish to share a bed with such an elderly woman." The boy abruptly sat up in bed, attempting to escape. Tu Jun, hold him down. Yi Wutong realized the boy's mental state was unstable. After painstakingly stitching up his wounds, she could not let her efforts go to waste. Tu Jun restrained the boy, causing fresh blood to seep from the stitched wounds. The Night Phoenix retrieved a tranquil herb from the space and handed it to Xianhan, instructing him to crush it and administer it to the young boy. The boy consumed the tranquil herb and soon fell into a deep slumber. Knight Wutong turned to Xianhan and said, "Come with me for a moment." Xianhan, uncertain of the reason for Knight Wutong's request, felt a pang of anxiety. They walked far from the cave and found a secluded spot where Knight Wutong gestured for Xianhan to stop. What is it you wish to discuss? Xianhan inquired, puzzled, wondering if Knight Wutong was about to ask him when he would become a level 10 beast, or if she longed to return to the modern world. Xianhan, do you know the young man in the cave? You referred to him as Yunpeng, and your name in the modern world was Yunxi. What is your connection? Knight Wutong sought to understand the relationship between the youth and Xianhan, hoping that if Xianhan was related to the boy, he would have someone to care for him. The boy you saved is my cousin, Yunpeng. He suffers from madness and resides in a mental institution in the modern world. I do not understand how he has crossed over to this beast realm, and in such a state, Xianhan explained helplessly. His cousin remained untreated in the mental institution, and in this realm devoid of advanced medical facilities, it appeared he would continue to suffer. Since this boy is your cousin, I hope you will take care of him. I will find a way to heal his madness. Knight Wutong observed Xianhan's concern for his cousin. Rest assured, I will look after my cousin Yunpeng, Xianhan assured Knight Wutong. Just then, a male beast man approached Knight Wutong and said, Knight Wutong, female, there will be a bonfire gathering tonight. We hope you can attend punctually. Another bonfire gathering? Knight Wutong pondered, curious about the occasion. Is there anything else you wish to ask? The beast man gazed at Knight Wutong's exquisite face. No, I will attend on time. You may go about your duties now, Knight Wutong smiled, leaving the male beast man spellbound. The male beast man felt pity for their chieftain, who failed to appreciate such a remarkable female as Knight Wutong, choosing instead to pursue Chunling. If he were the chieftain, he would not be so foolish. Knight Wutong has asked you to leave. Why are you still here? Xianhan addressed the male beast man. Oh, I shall take my leave, the beast man replied, feeling embarrassed. Knight Wutong was a paragon of beauty, far beyond what he could aspire to. Let us return, for the sun will harm your skin, Xianhan said, displaying his concern. Xianhan, you know I am a person from the modern world. It is impossible for me to bond with anyone in this beast realm. I hope you understand that I will not become your mate, Knight Wutong declared, dispelling any notions Xianhan might have of a genuine partnership. I will make you fall in love with me, Xianhan asserted with unwavering resolve, convinced that once he charmed Knight Wutong into his bed, she would not wish to leave. Chapter 83. Another encounter. Xianhan, go attend to your cousin. Do not let him encounter Chunling. In a few days, I will be going to the wolf tribe's territory with Bai Lang and the others. It would be best if you took your cousin back to your cat tribe. Knight Wutong expressed her hope for Xianhan to return to the cat tribe. Once my cousin has recovered, I will bring him back to the cat tribe and ensure he is settled before I come to find you at the wolf tribe, Xianhan said, taking Knight Wutong's hand firmly. Knight Wutong withdrew her hand and coldly addressed Xianhan. Go back to the cave and take care of your cousin. Upon entering the cave, she found her cousin Yunpeng already sitting up. Yunpeng gazed at Bai Lang and the others with confusion, while they, too, looked back at him with puzzled expressions. After a lengthy silence, Yunpeng finally broke the tension. Where am I? Who are you? Why are you dressed so strangely? What kind of beast are you? Bai Lang inquired of Yunpeng, unable to discern the beast form of the male beastman before him. He could not identify the beast forms of Knight Wutong or Chunling either. A beast? I am not a beast. I am a human. And you, sir, must have escaped from a mental institution, Yunpeng replied, taken aback by the bizarre question. You are awake. Xianhan approached Yunpeng with concern, astonished at Knight Wutong's remarkable medical skills that had allowed Yunpeng to regain his senses so swiftly. Who are you? How do you know my name? I see now, you have kidnapped me. Panic flickered in Yunpeng's eyes. I am your... Xianhan hesitated, unsure of how to proceed in front of Bai Lang and the other beastmen. Who are you? Yunpeng pressed further. I am Xianhan, the leader of the cat clan. I will take care of you from now on, he said, looking sympathetically at his unfortunate cousin. Where's this place? Yunpeng asked. This is the Beast World continent. Knight Wutong replied, stepping closer to him. Fairy, you are so beautiful, Yunpeng marveled, utterly astonished by her beauty. He had never encountered anyone so exquisite and wondered if all the men and women in the beast world were equally stunning. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had traversed worlds. He recalled being in a mental institution, having just taken his medication, before losing consciousness. Awakening to find himself in the company of these individuals from the beast world, he realized he must have crossed over. He had read male-oriented beastman literature, where every traveler was the protagonist. Little did he know that a person with past trauma like himself would soon become the leading man. Perhaps even the defiled state he had endured at the hands of Chunling had been transformed. That would be for the best. Xianhan, you stay here to take care of him. Remember to give him a new name and a new identity. We shall take our leave for now, but I will return to see him tonight, Knight Wutong declared as she exited the cave, hoping that Yunpeng could forget the pain Chunling had inflicted upon him in this new world. Knight Wutong reflected on the current state of Chunling, who had grown old and unattractive, secretly feeling a sense of satisfaction. It served her right that this woman, known for her predatory nature, had lost her beauty with age. That evening, after tending to Yunpeng's wounds, Knight Wutong entrusted Xianhan with his care and joined by Lang and others for the bonfire party. The atmosphere at the bonfire gathering was exceptionally lively. Upon their arrival, Knight Wutong and Bai Lang spotted Xiong Ba, Roger, Alan, and O Chunling sitting by the fire engaged in conversation. Yi Wutong and Bai Lang, along with a few others, found a place to sit. Is everyone here? Let the bonfire party commence. After saying this, Xiong Ba cast a glance towards Yi Wutong. Knight Wutong completely disregarded Xiong Ba, who felt a tinge of disappointment. After several days of silence, Zhu Yi suddenly stood in the vast open ground and addressed the orcs. Tonight, I shall choose a few companions. Those willing to be my partners, step forward. The orcs noticed the unsightly scar on Zhu Ye's face and hesitated, uncertain whether to approach her for selection. After much deliberation, a few lower-ranked orcs stepped forward. Upon seeing these men before her, Zhu Yi was nearly overcome with rage, for not only were they of inferior rank, but they were also the most unattractive and disheveled in the tribe. You are the ugliest males in the tribe with such low ranks. You are unworthy of standing before me, the most beautiful female of this tribe. Leave my sight at once. Zhu Ye's fury erupted. The orcs, displeased by her words. One of them retorted, Zhu Yi, even without that scar on your face, you are not the most beautiful female in the tribe. Knight Wutong surpasses you in beauty by far. If you look down on us, then we certainly look down on you. The orcs then departed, returning to their previous positions. Zhu Yi clenched her fists, infuriated that during her visit to the pig clan for treatment, she had completely forgotten about Knight Wutong. It was infuriating that all the orcs were enchanted by her. Zhu Yi approached several male orcs to propose a partnership, but all were rejected. Her hatred for Knight Wutong deepened. With her presence, Zhu Yi could never claim these orcs as her own. Frustrated, Zhu Yi left without finding a single partner. The following morning, O Chunling returned to Knight Wutong's cave to provoke her once more. O Chunling's intention was to incite anger in Knight Wutong. Though she was unaware of why Xiong Ba had instructed her to do so, perhaps Knight Wutong had offended him. O Chunling, why are you here again? I told you not to return. Knight Wutong exclaimed, her irritation palpable. This isn't your cave. I can come and go as I please. You have no authority over me. O Chunling retorted, plopping herself onto the bed. She sat uncomfortably close to Knight Wutong, exuding a strong, peculiar odor that caused Knight Wutong to cough uncontrollably. What is that dreadful smell? Get out of my cave at once. Knight Wutong demanded, puzzled by the source of the odor, which seemed not to emanate from O Chunling's body, but rather appeared to be artificially applied. O Chunling was amused. Roger had coated her in a fruity concoction, claiming that Knight Wutong would surely be angered by the scent. To her delight, Knight Wutong's reaction confirmed it. How splendid. This will infuriate her, she thought. My fragrance is delightful. You'll soon come to enjoy it. O Chunling remained seated, intent on making Knight Wutong uncomfortable, reveling in the knowledge that she would force her to endure the scent she claimed to detest. Yi Wutong discerned the thoughts of O Chunling and remarked, O Chunling, if you do not step outside soon, I may be compelled to cast you out myself. Tao Dao, whom do you intend to throw out? Xianhan entered the cave where Yi Wutong resided, accompanied by Yunpeng. Chapter 84. A resounding slap to O Chunling's face. The night phoenix tree observed Xianhan leading Yunpeng into the cave and felt a sense of dread. Although O Chunling had grown old and unattractive, it was inconceivable that Yunpeng would recognize her. However, O Chunling was certainly familiar with Yunpeng. Knight Wutong hastily addressed Xianhan, urging, Xianhan, swiftly escort your friend away from this place. Very well, we shall depart at once. Xianhan, having spotted O Chunling, was equally reluctant to allow her to continue troubling Yunpeng. With that, he grasped Yunpeng's hand and began to leave. I refuse to go. I wish to stay with Sister Fairy for a while longer. Yunpeng shrugged off Xuanhan's grasp and dashed to Knight Wutong, his gaze solely fixed upon her. Let us exit first and return shortly, Xianhan insisted, tightening his hold on Yunpeng's hand as he attempted to lead him outside. Release me. I will not go. I fear that if I leave, I shall never see Sister Fairy again. Angered, Yunpeng bit Xianhan's hand in defiance. Stung by the pain, Xianhan relinquished his grip. Yunpeng hurried back to Knight Wutong and declared, Sister Fairy, I hold deep affection for you. Knight Wutong pressed her forehead in exasperation, lamenting that Yunpeng had become quite the nuisance. Xianhan, please take him away quickly, she urged, her frustration palpable. Before Xianhan could approach Yunpeng, O Chunling exclaimed with delight, Yunpeng, is that you? How have you come to the beast realm as well? The current O Chunling, however, was not only physically aged, but had also experienced a decline in her intellect. She had forgotten that Yunpeng had been institutionalized due to her actions. Yet she still yearned to reconnect with him. Knight Wutong found herself in a state of despair. Her greatest fears had indeed come to fruition. Madam, who are you? And how do you know my name from before my journey through time? Yunpeng coldly inquired, his disdain for O Chunling palpable, as he resented her for obstructing his connection with the celestial maiden. Yunpeng, do you not remember me? I am Lingling. She replied, perplexed. We were once contemporaries, and our bond was quite intimate. O Chunling was bewildered. Had Yunpeng truly altered his name upon traversing into this beastly realm? To refer to her as Madam was a blow to her heart. I do not recall. I certainly do not remember an elderly lady by the name of Lingling. Yunpeng asserted with conviction. Please refrain from calling me madam repeatedly. It is quite distressing. The reason I have transformed in such a manner is that I yearned for you. Oh Chunling fabricated a tale, yet sorrow weighed heavily upon her heart. When would she ever regain her youthful beauty? Knight Wutong contemplated that it might be beneficial for Yunpeng to witness the aging and diminishing beauty of Oh Chunling, whom he despised. At that moment, Xianhan shared a similar sentiment. After all, it was inevitable for Yunpeng to encounter Oh Chunling in the coming days. And it would not be amiss for him to see her decline. Madam, kindly step aside. Do not obstruct my view of the fairy sister, Yuping said with disdain. Casting a scornful glance at Oh Chunling. Yunpeng, you must discern the truth. She is not a fairy, but merely a female beast man. Perhaps her beast form resembles that of a pig or a rat. Oh Chunling retorted, pointing at Knight Wutong. In an instant, a sharp sound echoed as Knight Wutong delivered a resounding slap to Oh Chunling's face. The force of the blow sent Oh Chunling sprawling to the ground, leaving one side of her face swollen. Knight Wutong gazed at Oh Chunling, uttering a single word, leave. Oh Chunling, clutching her swollen right cheek, cast a resentful glance at Knight Wutong. As she rose to pass by Yunpeng, she declared, Yunpeng, let me introduce myself. I am Oh Chunling, your beloved from the modern era. I will come to find you, so await my return. With that, Oh Chunling rushed out of the cave, determined to seek vengeance from Xiong Ba and Roger, for she was indeed their companion. Yunpeng stood there, staring blankly at her retreating figure, tears streaming down his face. He mourned for himself. Despite traversing time, he still encountered Oh Chunling. Xianhan, you and Yunpeng must inform him of Oh Chunling's time travel and his own circumstances. Knight Wutong sighed, realizing the secret could no longer be concealed. Understood. Xianhan nodded in agreement and proceeded to reveal to Yunpeng all that he was unaware of. Xianhan, or rather, cousin Yunxi, why did you lie to me last night and assign me a false identity? I thought I was experiencing a soul transfer. It turns out it was merely a body transfer. Ha. Yunpeng tilted his head back and laughed uproariously, nearly losing his sanity in the process. Yi Wudong struck Yunpeng with a powerful punch, rendering him unconscious. He retrieved a calming herb from the spatial realm, instructed Xianhan to crush it, and pried open Yunpeng's mouth to administer the remedy. Knight Wudong said to Xianhan, you should place Yunpeng on the bed first to prevent him from catching a chill. Xianhan hesitated. Yunpeng's constitution was frail, unlike that of the beastmen. Please, lay him on the bed, Knight Wudong reiterated. With no other option, Xianhan reluctantly placed Yunpeng on the bed. Yi Wudong said to Xianhan, I wish to assist Yunpeng in dealing with Chunling's harassment. In this beastly realm, the beastmen are prohibited from taking the lives of females. However, Yunpeng, being a man of the modern world, possesses the capacity to eliminate Chunling if he so desires. I would not hesitate to lend him my support. Yi Wudong harbored an intense loathing for Oh Chunling, for she had never encountered anyone as brazenly shameless as her. In the modern world, although she was an assassin, she only targeted those who deserved their fate, never harming the innocent. However, should Oh Chunling fall victim to Yunpeng's hand, her companions would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. By aiding Yunpeng, one would invite the wrath of Xiong Ba, who would not spare you. While they might not be able to take your life, they would ensnare you in their relentless pursuit. In the beast world, if one female were to slay another, the slain's companions would be entitled to claim the perpetrator as their own partner, replacing their lost mate. Moreover, the female would be obliged to accept this fate without question. Xianhan expressed his concerns, wishing to shield Yi Wutong from the entanglements of Oh Chunling's companions. Could it truly be so? If one female were enamored with another's companions, would she not deliberately eliminate the other? Yi Wudong found this notion perplexing. Did it not seemingly encourage a culture of female-on-female violence? Yet, it was not entirely so, for if the companions of the slain female found the perpetrator unappealing, they were free to pursue other females, Xianhan elucidated. Knight Wudong felt that the beast world she had traversed to was markedly different from the one depicted in the novels, where the female protagonists found themselves. The beastmen in her current realm appeared to be far more cunning. She realized that she would not assist Yunpeng in eliminating Chunling. Reflecting on her present strength, she acknowledged that she was indeed unable to aid Yunpeng. It seemed imperative for her to grow stronger. Tao, it's time for dinner, Bai Lang announced as he entered the cave, addressing Knight Wutong. Upon inadvertently catching sight of Yunpeng on the bed, he furrowed his brow and exited the cave. Yi Wudong discerned the thoughts of Bai Lang as she followed him out of the cave. She remarked, the person lying on my bed is the one I treated yesterday. Bai Lang responded with a soft, nonchalant mim. Yi Wudong continued. He was so enraged by Chuanjing's actions that he fainted. Fearing he might catch a chill, I instructed Xianhan to lay him on the bed. Once he awakens, I shall have Xianhan escort him back to his original cave. Knight Wutong was puzzled as to why she felt the need to explain herself to Bai Lang, not wanting him to mistakenly believe she had feelings for Yunpeng. Chapter 85. Xiong Ba was on the verge of losing his temper. Tong, there is no need for you to explain. I know you could never be interested in this newly adult beast man. Although Bai Lang articulated these words, his heart swelled with joy, for it seemed that Knight Wutong was beginning to regard him as her partner. Knight Wutong observed the triumphant demeanor of Bai Lang and chose to disregard him, reflecting on how she had engaged in conversation with this obnoxious white wolf. How pleased he seemed with himself. Yi Wutong seated herself upon the wooden stool, tending to the skewers of meat upon the grill. Bai Lang settled beside her, captivated by the ethereal beauty of Yi Wutong. He found himself scrutinizing her features, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him, as if they had known each other from a time long past. A shiver coursed through Bai Lang, startling him with the unsettling nature of his thoughts. Such a notion was utterly implausible. Yi Wutong had finished her breakfast and began to grind the dried medicinal herbs into a fine powder. She then mixed together the powders of several different herbs. Tong, why are you blending various herbs together? Asked Tu Jun, perplexed. Yi Wutong chuckled softly and replied, Silly tiger, I am preparing the medicine. Are you so unaware of this? Tu Jun's face flushed with embarrassment at Yi Wutong's words, and he fell silent thereafter. The night phoenix meticulously wrapped the prepared medicine in paper and placed it into her space. Upon raising her head, she saw Xiong Ba and O Chunling, along with O Chuanling's 20-odd companions, approaching her. Xiong Ba, why are they here again? Tu Jun murmured softly, exasperated by the constant visits from Xiong Ba, O Chunling, and the likes of Roger and Alan. Xiong Ba stepped before Yi Wutong, lowering his head to address her. Tong, is it true that you slapped O Chunling, causing her face to swell? Knight Wutong raised an eyebrow and remarked, It was I who struck O Chuanling's face. Are you seeking to defend her? Upon noticing Knight Wutong's displeasure, Xiong Ba hurriedly donned a smile and said, I merely inquired. I wholeheartedly support your action of swelling O Chuanling's face. With such an aged and unattractive visage, she undoubtedly deserved a sound slap. As long as it brings you joy, why not further embellish her left cheek as well? Knight Wutong disregarded Xiong Ba and turned to the stunned O Chunling, saying, O Chunling, your partner Xiong Ba has suggested that I should also bruise your left cheek. However, considering your age, I shall refrain from doing so. You may return now, along with your partner. At first, O Chunling thought she had misheard when Xiong Ba instructed Knight Wutong to strike her. Upon hearing Knight Wutong's words, she realized her understanding was correct. She was taken aback by Xiong Ba's treatment of her, as she was, after all, his partner. During their intimate moments, she had once inquired of him whom he would support if she were to engage Knight Wutong in a confrontation. Without hesitation, he had assured her that he would stand by her side. Yet today, not only did he refuse to aid her, but he also suggested that Knight Wutong should further harm her. Xiong Ba had deeply wounded her heart. Xiong Ba, did you not promise to help me deal with Knight Wutong? Why have you abandoned me and allowed her to strike me instead? O Chunling shouted in anger. O Chunling, do not speak nonsense. I never said I would assist you in confronting Wutong. I merely expressed my intention to observe. How could I bear to harm such a beautiful female as Wutong? Xiong Ba gazed at Knight Wutong's exquisite face, inhaling the alluring scent that enveloped her. He contemplated the success of his plans, envisioning himself in bed with Knight Wutong first. He yearned to seize her at that very moment and savor the experience. Each day, he grew weary of using his right hand, losing interest upon seeing O Chuanling's aged and unattractive visage. O Chunling endured her frustration, hoping that once she regained her youth and beauty, Xiong Ba would seek to please her, at which point she would take great delight in tormenting him. Suddenly, she recalled Yun Peng, whose memories still lingered delightfully in her mind. An idea struck her. Perhaps she should take Yun Peng as her partner. Ever since her decline in beauty, her partner, including Xiong Ba, had neglected her. She had been feeling quite unwell of late, yearning for companionship. Xiong Ba, I must inform you that I have taken an interest in someone else, and I wish to bond with this individual. You would not oppose this, would you? O Chunling thought to herself that if Xiong Ba were to object, she could compel him into submission. Xiong Ba did not cast a glance at O Chunling, thinking to himself that given her current unattractive state, any male would surely reject her. Her appearance was quite repulsive. Yi Wutong surmised that O Chunling surely wished for Yun Peng to become her partner. Knight Wutong let out a cold chuckle within her heart. Even after such a transformation, O Chunling remained restless. It seemed she would need to lend a hand to the unfortunate youth, Yun Peng. The medicinal powder she had prepared today appeared to be of imminent use. Knight Wutong wondered where Yun Peng might be. Was he still in the cave? O Chunling stepped forward, heading towards the cave. Xianhan hurriedly blocked her path, coldly stating, You are not permitted to enter the cave. O Chunling halted her steps and called out towards the cave. Yun Peng, come out. I choose you as my partner. Come away with me. After her declaration, silence enveloped her. Undeterred, O Chunling continued, If you do not come out, I shall reveal our matters to others. Knight Wutong, unable to contain her anger, secretly retrieved a powdered medicine, concealing it beneath her fingernails. Approaching O Chunling, she struck her forcefully across the left cheek. A sharp crack resounded as O Chunling received a stinging slap. Her face burned with pain, and just as she was about to curse Knight Wutong, a sudden pang of agony seized her abdomen, prompting her to clutch her belly in distress. Knight Wutong sneered. Ouch. Chunling, perhaps you should just return. What have you done to me? Why does my stomach hurt so much? Ouch, Chunling groaned, feeling that it was somehow related to Knight Wutong. I merely slapped you. Your stomachache might simply be due to a chill. You should go back now, Knight Wutong thought, hoping that Ouch Chunling wouldn't embarrass herself here. Bah, let us go back. Ouch Chunling grasped Xiong Ba's hand as they departed. Xiong Ba disdainfully shook off her grip and said to Ouch Chunling, "Don't hold my hand, let us leave." Ouch Chunling, along with Xiong Ba and the others, returned to Xiong Ba's cave. She laid a hide on the stone bed and reclined upon it, believing it would alleviate her discomfort, thinking she merely had a common cold. Exhausted, she soon fell into a daze of sleep. In the cave, Xiong Ba, Roger, and others sat with their eyes closed in a corner. Suddenly, they caught a whiff of a foul odor. "Xiong Ba, do you smell that?" Roger sniffed the air. "Indeed, it's quite repugnant. Let us investigate its source." Xiong Ba and Roger, along with Alan, began their search for the source of the stench. They halted beside Ouch Chunling, and Roger pointed at her, saying, "Xiong Ba, the foul smell emanates from Ouch Chunling." Xiong Ba sniffed the air and confirmed it was indeed coming from her. "Xiong Ba, look, Ouch Chunling has soiled your bed." Roger exclaimed in horror. Ouch Chunling, with her short skirt and no undergarments, had left a mess beneath her. Xiong Ba seized Ouch Chunling and threw her harshly onto the ground. "How dare you soil my bed?" Xiong Ba bellowed. Chapter 86. Clean it up yourself. Ouch Chunling awoke in pain upon hitting the ground, feeling agony throughout her body. Startled by Xiong Ba's words, she wondered when she had soiled his bed. She had never done such a thing since she could remember. "Xiong Ba, what are you saying? How could I have soiled your bed? You're just saying this because you think I look old now and want to take it out on me." Ouch Chunling endured the pain and protested, vowing that once she regained her youthful beauty, she would seek affection from other partners, leaving Xiong Ba to stew in his anger. Xiong Ba, while furious enough to want to strike Ouch Chunling, restrained himself, for he could not afford to lose sight of his desire for Knight Wutong, whom he had been yearning for these past few days. He needed to keep Ouch Chunling alive for his own purposes. "Ouch Chunling, whether you soiled my bed or not can be determined by looking at that mess. Is it not yours? Or could it possibly be mine?" Xiong Ba contemplated, determined to teach Ouch Chunling a lesson. Seeing Xiong Ba's anger subside slightly, Roger felt a sense of relief. He had been too afraid to intervene earlier, fearing he might become a target of Xiong Ba's wrath, knowing he was no match for Xiong Ba's strength. Ouch Chunling glanced at the hide and saw the unsightly mess, which had a distinct foul odor. She had been too dazed from the fall to notice the stench wafting through the air. "Evidence is irrefutable. Will you still deny it?" Xiong Ba shouted at Ouch Chunling, pointing at the mess. This was my doing? When did I do that?" Ouch Chunling's heart raced. Would Xiong Ba really kill her over this? She recalled that in their world, males could not kill females, which eased her fears. "Of course it was you. You did it in your sleep. How impressive. Were you perhaps eating it while asleep?" Xiong Ba growled, his words not merely a threat but a genuine expression of his frustration. Were it not for Ouch Chunling's advances, he would never have considered becoming her partner. His heart still belonged to Knight Wutong. "Please, I don't want to eat it. It's too disgusting." Ouch Chunling screamed in fear, realizing that while Xiong Ba might not kill her, he certainly would not hesitate to torment her. "Enough, let us not scare her any further," Alan interjected, noticing Ouch Chunling's terror. "Do you think I'm merely scaring her?" Xiong Ba retorted, annoyed. "I don't want to eat it. Please don't make me. Once I obtain the Ice Lotus and become youthful and beautiful, I will willingly be with you every day." Ouch Chunling attempted to appease Xiong Ba with flattery. Xiong Ba scoffed. "Ouch Chunling, you're nearly 60. Even if you eat the Ice Lotus, how much younger could you possibly become? You lack cosmetics to enhance your appearance. Besides, whether you can even obtain the Ice Lotus is uncertain." Unbeknownst to Xiong Ba, he had never heard of the Ice Lotus. Roger had mentioned it previously, and he believed it to be true. He had asked Roger where to find it so he could gather it for Knight Wutong, hoping to win her favor. Little did he know that Roger had fabricated the existence of the Ice Lotus to deceive Ouch Chunling. "Xiong Ba, no matter how undesirable I may seem, I am still a female. You can't force me to eat that. If you do, I will take my own life." Ouch Chunling feigned despair, not actually intending to end her life, but hoping to gauge whether Xiong Ba would relent. "Chief, perhaps we should reconsider. What if she truly takes her own life?" Roger exchanged glances with Alan. Together, they forcefully pulled Xiong Ba out of the cave. Once outside, Roger said to Xiong Ba, "Have you forgotten our plan? Whether Ouch Chunling lives or dies is inconsequential. It must be her death that has value. If you wish to win Knight Wutong, you must endure today." "Indeed. I was so furious with Ouch Chunling that I lost sight of our plan. I'll take a walk outside. You handle the rest." Xiong Ba declared as he stepped away, needing a moment to collect himself. "Go on. I will manage everything," Roger assured him. After Xiong Ba departed, Roger turned to Alan and said, "It's surprising that Ouch Chunling's potion had no effect on Knight Wutong. We should directly add the hallucinogenic juice to Knight Wutong's food, and then present Ouch Chunling before her to provoke a confrontation. Knight Wutong will surely eliminate Ouch Chunling." "Roger, you are truly clever." Alan admired him sincerely. As Roger and Alan re-entered the cave, they addressed the dazed Ouch Chunling. "Ouch Chunling, clean up your mess quickly while Xiong Ba is still away." I will clean it now," Ouch Chunling replied reluctantly, yet there was no other option. Yi Wutong savored the roasted meat, When Duo Xianhan remarked, "Later, prepare some porridge for Yunpeng. When he awakens, allow him to partake." Yi Wutong lamented the plight of the unfortunate youth, Yunpeng, who, possessing a beauty that could captivate nations, ought to have been destined for a splendid life. Yet, he had been confined to a mental institution for over a year due to the cruel machinations of O Chunling. It is truly lamentable. O Chunling is devoid of humanity for preying upon a minor. How pitiful is the young Yunpeng. Yi Wutong retrieved a small pot and a tiny bag of rice from the spatial realm, items she had shamelessly requested from the system. Xianhan accepted the pot and rice from Yi Wutong. Tong, you are truly a kind-hearted individual. Thank you. Xianhan sincerely believed that Yi Wutong was a remarkably good person. As the night sycamore cast her gaze downward, one might wonder about her kindness. She herself seemed unaware of it. Soon, Xianhan had prepared the porridge and said to Yi Wutong, Tong, the porridge is ready. Please have some. The night phoenix shook its head, saying, I shall not partake. It is better left for Yunpeng. Please check if Yunpeng has awakened and invite him to join us for a meal. Sister Fairy, I have been awake for some time. I heard the conversation between you and brother. Sister Fairy, you are truly kind. Yunpeng emerged from the cave. As Yi Wutong observed that Yunpeng was in excellent spirits, she couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of the medical book provided by the system. It was truly invaluable. The remedy she administered to Yunpeng, if transported to the modern era, could undoubtedly facilitate the swift recovery of even the most severely afflicted patients in a psychiatric hospital within merely 2 days. As she sat down to dine, Yi Wutong ladled a bowl of congee for Yunpeng and handed it to him. Bai Lang and his companions regarded Yunpeng with a menacing glare, as if they were poised to deliver a beating. Startled by their hostile expressions, Yunpeng's hand trembled, nearly causing the bowl to slip from his grasp and crash to the ground. Night Wutong was decidedly displeased. Yunpeng, hailing from the modern era, could be considered her fellow townsman, and moreover, he had endured emotional trauma, rendering him quite pitiable. It was intolerable for Bai Lang and his companions to treat Yunpeng in such a manner. She felt compelled to intervene. Bai Lang, look at what you've done. You frightened Yunpeng, and his injuries have yet to fully heal. Your gaze makes him uncomfortable. Do you comprehend? From now on, you are forbidden from looking at him in such a way. Do you understand? Night Wutong spoke with a firm tone. Xianhan cast a grateful glance towards Night Wutong. Yunpeng felt a warmth in his heart. The fairy sister he admired was actually standing up for him, proving to be truly wonderful. Bai Lang and the others hastily diverted their gazes from Yunpeng's face. Tong, shall we be able to leave this place tomorrow? Bai Lang inquired, having long wished to depart from this tribe. Since Xiongba was no longer Night Wutong's partner, she had no need to remain in the tribe for a month. Indeed, shortly, you shall inform those beastmen that they are completely healed and may leave the cave of the shaman wall. Let them return home. Night Wutong instructed Bai Lang. I shall go at once. Bai Lang responded joyfully, transforming into a beautiful white wolf and dashing away. The night phoenix let out a sigh, for Bai Lang truly was an impatient white wolf. Yunpeng had never witnessed the transformation of a beast man. Seeing Bai Lang metamorphose from a strikingly handsome figure into a wolf overwhelmed his heart, causing him to faint on the spot, his bowl crashing to the ground and porridge spilling everywhere. Night Wutong, upon witnessing Yunpeng collapse, could not help but sigh, young man, your capacity to endure is far too fragile. Night Wutong gently placed Yunpeng upon the bed in the cave, commencing his healing. Before long, Yunpeng awoke, tears streaming down his face, and with a trembling voice, he uttered, Fairy sister, this place is so terrifying. There are monsters, wolf demons, it's truly dreadful. Night Wutong gazed compassionately at Yunpeng and gently remarked, Yunpeng, did Xianhan not already inform you? We are on the Beast World continent, where individuals possess the ability to transform into animals. They are not monsters. Even your cousin Yunqi has transformed into a feline beast. Remember this, the world is inherently fantastical, and one should not be surprised by the extraordinary. Listening to Night Wutong's tender words, Yunpeng felt a sense of calm wash over him, alleviating his fears. He turned to Xianhan and inquired, Brother Yunqi, could you transform so that I may witness your beast form? Yunpeng, are you certain you wish to see my beast form? Xianhan hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal himself, fearing it might frighten Yunpeng further. Absolutely, Yunpeng affirmed, convinced that his cousin's transformation into a feline beast would be delightful. Go ahead and transform, Xianhan. It will be beneficial for Yunpeng to acclimate. You will need to carry him back to your tribe. After all, Night Wutong concurred, urging Xianhan to proceed. Very well, Xianhan consented, and in an instant, he morphed into a colossal black cat, as large as a tiger, exuding an imposing presence devoid of any semblance of cuteness. Upon witnessing Xuanhan's transformation into the giant feline, Yunpeng nearly fainted, exerting all his strength to remain conscious. Brother Yunqi, your beast form is astonishingly large. Yunpeng exclaimed in awe. Tong, Reich has arrived. He mentioned he has matters to discuss with you. Tu Jun announced as he entered the cave, addressing Night Wutong. Reich, the little white serpent, the son of the high priest? What could he possibly want? Night Wutong queried as she followed Tu Jun out of the cave. Standing outside, Reich was captivated upon seeing Night Wutong clad in ancient attire. His eyes fixed upon her in admiration. Night Wutong observed that Rick had grown taller and stronger than before, with more defined features gracing his face. Rick, what do you seek from me? Is there something amiss? Night Wutong inquired. There is nothing much, Rick replied. My father received some divine fruits from the messenger of the gods, and he asked me to bring some for you. With that, Rick produced a small leather pouch from his space and handed it to Night Wutong. Night Wutong took the leather bag, examined the fruits within, and said to Rick, Thank you, Rick, for gifting me the divine fruits. In return, I would like to offer you some items. I shall give you my 2 water jars, along with a wooden stool, a wooden basin, a wooden barrel, and a bathing tub. We will be departing from here tomorrow, and we cannot take these items with us. Please carry them to your home. They are all quite useful. Night Wutong contemplated the cramped space, realizing it could not accommodate items like water tanks. She decided it would be best to gift these possessions to Rick, rather than risk them falling into the hands of Ao Chunling and Xiangba. Tonglong, what are you saying? You're leaving tomorrow? Why not stay a few more days? Rick exclaimed in a state of alarm. The thought of Night Wutong departing filled him with dread. Where would he search for her afterward? Rick, you are aware that my arrival in your tribe was due to Xiangba, now that he is Ao Chunling's beast husband. I see no reason to remain in your tribe any longer. I shall leave at dawn. Please keep this to yourself. We must depart discreetly to avoid Xiangba's notice. Night Wutong instructed Rick solemnly. Tong, I want to tell Xiangba, but you must tell me where you're going, Rick insisted, unwilling to lose contact with Night Wutong. Tomorrow, we shall visit the wolf tribe, Night Wutong revealed, her gaze softening as she looked at the innocent young Rick. She felt a pang of compassion, unable to conceal the truth from him. Tong, may I accompany you to the wolf tribe? Rick asked, his eyes hopeful as he gazed at Night Wutong. Rick, I understand your feelings, but I already have 5 partners. It is impossible for me to take on another. You must not fixate on me. Instead, focus on your training to elevate your own status and strength. In time, you will encounter a female who will reciprocate your feelings, Night Wutong advised, believing it unjust to lead Rick on when she could not reciprocate his affections. Understood, I shall take my leave, Rick replied, his expression dimming. His priority now was to strengthen himself before pursuing Night Wutong. Wait, please carry 1 water tank first. I will ask Tu Jun to bring another to your home. Night Wutong instructed, determined to leave nothing behind for Xiangba. Very well, Rick replied as he hoisted a water tank and began walking away. Tu Jun followed suit, carrying another tank behind him. Not far along their path, AI Air, supporting Xiong Shuai, approached Night Wutong. Upon noticing Rick and Tu Jun carrying water tanks, AI Air inquired. Tong, have you given the water tank to Rick? Yes, I have gifted the water tank to Rick, Night Wutong replied with poise. At this, Xiong Shuai's anger flared. Night Wutong, who permitted you to bestow the water tank upon that insufferable little white snake? If you must give it away, it should be to a young female. You must retrieve the tank at once. Hearing Xiong Shuai's outburst, AI Air attempted to pull him away. However, Xiong Shuai broke free, positioning himself in front of Night Wutong, and shouted, Night Wutong, return the water tank immediately. You cannot gift it to that obnoxious male, Rick. Night Wutong, in a fit of anger, retrieved a small paper pouch from her space and scattered the powdered medicine contained within it over Xiong Shuai. Chapter 88. Infuriation, what have you thrown on me, Night Wutong? It itches terribly, Xiong Shuai exclaimed, feeling an intense itch and scratching at his body. His wounds, which had yet to fully heal, began to bleed anew from his scratching. The Night Phoenix coldly regarded Xiong Shuai, merely intending to impart a small lesson. In due time, the effects of the powder would dissipate, and Xiong Shuai would no longer experience the itch. Tong, look how distressed Xiong Shuai is. Please let him go. Do not prolong his suffering. Quickly provide him with the antidote. Ire implored on behalf of Xiong Shuai. Tong, please give me the antidote. I can't endure this any longer, Xiong Shuai exclaimed, clutching his own body in desperation. My itching powder has no antidote. Once the effects wear off, he will be free of the itch, she replied. Ire, why are you so kind to Xiong Shuai? Could it be that you harbor feelings for him? Night Wutong inquired with a teasing smile directed at Ire. Startled by her words, Ire stammered, how could I possibly like Xiong Shuai? He is a male, and a rather stubborn one at that. Tong, I do not like Xiong Shuai. Truly I do not. Please trust me. My kindness towards him stems from my gratitude for the life-saving assistance his brother, Xiong Qi, provided me, Ire explained anxiously, aware of Night Wutong's misunderstanding. Ah. So you defend Xiong Shuai out of gratitude for Xiong Qi's life-saving grace, regardless of whether he is in the wrong. Do you not realize the folly of your actions? Night Wutong said, narrowing her eyes slightly, feeling a tinge of disdain towards Ire for his failure to recognize Xiong Shuai's earlier attitude towards her, yet he still dared to plead for the antidote. I shall not do so again, Ire quickly assured Night Wutong, fearing her ire might lead to his exclusion from her circle of companions. If you speak on behalf of Xiong Shuai once more, I shall have no choice but to remove you from my list of companions, Night Wutong warned. Fixing her gaze upon Ire's handsome face, Ire dared not utter another word, lowering his head in silence. Meanwhile, Xiong Shuai had ceased to itch. Yet the areas he had clawed at were now stained with crimson blood. Night Wutong retrieved a packet of powdered medicine from the space and handed it to Ire. Ire, this powder is for stopping the bleeding. Please apply it to Xiong Shui. AI accepted the packet and helped Xiong Shui sit on a wooden bench, beginning to administer the medicine. Oh dear, AI, be gentle. My wound hurts terribly. Xiong Shui exclaimed in agony. Xiong Shui, I am not applying too much pressure. My touch is quite delicate, AI responded, a hint of displeasure creeping into her voice. She found Xiong Shui's reaction rather excessive. Could it truly be that painful? As Yi Wutong turned her back to AI and Xiong Shui, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Xiong Shui's pain was undoubtedly genuine. She had added a particular substance to the hemostatic powder, one that was designed to intensify the agony of a wound. Even after AI had finished administering the medicine, Xiong Shui continued to wail in distress. His cries drew the disdain of Tu Jun and the others. The more Xiong Shui suffered, the more delighted Yi Wutong became. Dealing with a troublesome character like him required a touch of ruthlessness, for leniency would only spoil him further. Knight Wutong has encountered countless individuals, yet she has never come across a fool like Xiong Shui. It is truly gratifying to secretly teach a scoundrel a lesson. Xian Han and Yun Ping emerged from the cave upon hearing the cries. The two turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Oh, a bloodied figure. Yun Peng nearly fainted at the sight of Xiong Shui, drenched in blood. He had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. It was utterly terrifying. Little did he know that on that fateful day, he had suffered far worse on the mountain, with wounds more numerous than those of Xiong Shui. Had Knight Wutong not rescued him after he lost consciousness, he would have perished. Do not fear, Knight Wutong gently reassured Yun Peng. With a celestial sister by my side, I am no longer afraid, Yun Peng replied, feeling an immense sense of security in her presence. Xiong Shui, overhearing Yun Peng's words, rolled his eyes in disdain and retorted. Who are you? You don't even possess a basic level of martial prowess. How pathetic. As a male, you are nothing but a weakling. Why do you speak to me in such a manner? Yun Peng felt a pang of sorrow at being labeled a weakling. He too yearned to grow stronger. After finally gaining admission to high school, he had intended to study diligently and pursue higher education. However, a year ago, on his way home from school, he was targeted by Chun-Ling, who ensnared him with a drug and took advantage of him, leaving him utterly exhausted after a night of torment. Since that incident, his health had deteriorated drastically. As Xiong Shui mocked him, Yun Peng reflected on his frail condition, attributing it all to Chun-Ling. He harbored an intense hatred for her, recalling the moment she drugged him and the nauseating images of their entanglement. Ever since that night, he had been plagued by mental instability and confined to a psychiatric hospital, relying on sedatives daily. He recalled that Chun-Ling had also traversed into the beast world, and a burning desire for vengeance ignited within him. Chun-Ling, I shall not let you escape, you vile seductress. You have caused me immense suffering, and I swear I will take your life with my own hands, Yun Peng declared, bursting into maniacal laughter. The surrounding beastmen, perplexed by Yun Peng's words, were left wondering how Chun-Ling had wronged this youth so severely. In the shadowy path of the Knight Wutong tree, a sense of foreboding arises. It seems that Yun Peng may have succumbed to his affliction once more. Yi Wutong swiftly rendered Yun Peng unconscious and handed the medicine to Xian Han. He said to Xian Han, quickly carry Yun Peng to the bed in the cave and administer the medicine to him. Xian Han then lifted Yun Peng and entered the cave. Knight Wutong turned and glared at Xiong Shui, coldly proclaiming, Big bear, foolish bear, bear air, you have crossed the line. I truly wish to sew your insipid mouth shut. Knight Wutong, did you just say you want to sew my mouth shut? Xiong Shui retorted, his eyes blazing with anger. Knight Wutong had excluded him from her list of companions, yet he had not even settled the score with her. This Knight Wutong had not only sprinkled itching powder on him, but now intended to silence him. It was infuriating. Yun Ping, the young man who had just emerged, was mentally unstable, and you dared to provoke him with your words, pushing him to the brink of a breakdown. Do you not realize your fault? Knight Wutong furiously chastised Xiong Shui. To her surprise, Xiong Shui showed no remorse. Instead, he boldly retorted, how was I to know he was unwell? How could I foresee that my words would drive him to madness? Even if I had known, I would still have spoken. Xiong Shui seethed with jealousy as he witnessed Knight Wutong's concern for Yun Peng, a level of care that he felt had never been afforded to him. Should you dare to belittle Yun Peng again or provoke him, I will not let you off easily, Knight Wutong warned. Aware that they would all depart from this tribe the following day, including Yun Peng, it was possible they might never meet Xiong Shui again. Yet she felt compelled to caution him. What if he incited Yun Peng today? Knight Wutong, you are no longer my companion, so what right do you have to admonish me? Xiong Shui fumed. Ire swiftly hoisted Xiong Shui onto his shoulder and began to walk away, fearing for his life. Knight Wutong's gaze had been terrifying, and he sensed a fleeting hint of murderous intent in her eyes. Ire, release me. I refuse to leave this place. Does she not care for that weakling? I intend to provoke him. I wish to see him driven to despair. Chapter 89. Refusal. As Yi Wutong was about to sprinkle a bit of itching powder on Xiong Shui, unexpectedly, AI struck Xiong Shui on the head, rendering him unconscious. She then turned to Yi Wutong and said, Tong Tong, allow me to escort Xiong Shui back to his cave. After AI departed, Yi Wutong settled onto a wooden bench and exhaled deeply, finally relishing the tranquility that came with Xiong Shui's absence, feeling that life was indeed delightful. Yi Wudong felt fortunate to have removed Xing Shui from her list of companions. Otherwise, she would have been driven to the brink of mental collapse by his incessant pestering. Night Wudong sat upon a stool, her eyes gently closed, savoring the exquisite beauty of life. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke the tranquility. Tong Tong, I wish to be your companion. Will you allow me to be your partner? The Night Wudong tree recognized the voice of Leo, for his melodious tone was familiar to her. The Night Wudong tree opened its enchanting eyes and gazed at Leo, only to find him looking at her with intense fervor. The Night Willow frowned slightly and coldly declared, Leo, I will not become your mate. Do not waste your time on me. Tong Tong, you have removed Bear Shui from your list of companions, leaving you with only 4. According to the Beast Realm's regulations, a beautiful female must have 5 partners. Allow me to be your mate. Leo invoked the laws of the Beast Realm, believing that Night Willow would surely accept him as her companion. Little did he know, Night Willow's next words chilled him to the core. While it is true that the regulations state a beautiful female must have at least 5 mates, if one of her partners errs and is cast out, she may reserve that position until she encounters a suitable male to fill it. Night Willow scoffed, contemplating how easily one might wish to be her mate, while she remained uncertain about whom to retain among Bai Lang and the others. Tong Tong, are you not reconsidering? Leo lamented, taken aback by Night Willow's apparent disinterest. He thought himself no less handsome than Xian Han, perhaps even more so. He could not fathom why Night Willow would choose Xian Han over him. Was it because of her affection for Xian Han? There is no need for further consideration. I do not wish to take on more companions at this moment, as I am rather troubled, Night Willow replied, rising and making her way towards the cave. Leo sought to follow her into the cave, but was halted by Simon. Leo, do not push too hard. We have been out for some time. Perhaps we should return to our respective tribes for a visit. Indeed, we have been away for several days. Let us head back and inform Tong Tong, Leo suggested. Yearning to see Night Willow once more. No need for that. Simply inform Tu Jun. Let him convey to Tong Tong that we are returning, Simon replied, fearing he might be reluctant to leave Night Willow, whom he had grown increasingly fond of in recent days. Tu Jun, Simon, and I will return to the tribe. Please pass the message to Tong Tong. Leo instructed Tu Jun very well. You two should hurry back. I will inform Tong Tong, Tu Jun responded, secretly delighted to hear that Simon and Leo were departing. With reluctance, Simon and Leo left the Lion tribe. Upon witnessing their departure, Tu Jun entered the cave where Night Willow resided, finding her seated upon a stool within. The bed of Yi Wudong was occupied by Yuping, who had yet to awaken. She dared not lie down, fearing a potential misunderstanding. Tao Tao, Simon, and Leo have departed. They asked me to convey this to you, Tu Jun said with a cheerful smile. Oh, they've left. Good, good. It's peaceful now. They should have left long ago, Yi Wudong replied with a smile. Tao Tao, Simon, and Leo's departure seems to bring you joy, Xian Han remarked, his lips twitching slightly. Joyful indeed. Of course, I am delighted. I feel a sense of tranquility returning, Yi Wudong thought to herself, reveling in the notion that these beasts around her had finally taken their leave. Tao Tao, tomorrow Yumpeng and I will part ways with you. Will you miss me? I will certainly miss you, Xian Han said earnestly, gazing at Yi Wudong. Yi Wudong pouted slightly and said to Tu Jun, please step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with Xian Han. Night Wudong contemplated that she must clarify with Xian Han that she would never truly become his partner. Initially, her intention was to leverage Xian Han to return to the modern world, which was why she had temporarily agreed to be his companion. The system revealed that Xian Han could not facilitate her return, indicating that he had deceived her. How could she possibly enter into a genuine union with someone who had betrayed her trust? Night Wudong was acutely aware that Xian Han held the esteemed title of Film Emperor in the modern world and had a penchant for stirring up scandals. Even if she could not return to her own time and was required to bond with the Beast Man, she resolutely refused to be coupled with Xian Han. She resolved to clarify her stance with him, severing any ties that remained. Tong Tong, you have sent Tu Jun away. What do you wish to ask me? Are you inquiring about when I might ascend to a level 10 beast? Xian Han speculated that Night Wudong might be anxious to return to the modern era, for enduring the backward beast world was indeed a torment. Xian Han, you do not possess the means to return to the modern world. Have you deceived me? Night Wudong's expression darkened, her words as sharp as ice. Xian Han felt a jolt of alarm. He could not admit to having misled Night Wudong, for she would surely cast him aside. Tong, what are you saying? I truly have not deceived you. Once I attain level 10, I will be able to bring you back to the modern world, he asserted earnestly. Xian Han, I intend to remove you from my list of partners. I cannot keep someone by my side who has deceived me, Night Wudong declared, locking her gaze onto his. Tong, even if I did mislead you about being able to bring you back to the modern world, it was out of necessity. Without such words, how could you agree to be my partner? Considering how much I care for you, please do not expel me from your list of companions. I implore you, Tong. As he spoke, Xian Han reached out, attempting to embrace Night Wudong. The Night Sycamore deftly evaded, shouting at Xian Han, stop seeking embraces when there is no reason. I have no desire for your embrace. In modern times, your scandals abound. I cannot abide a fickle heart. Therefore, from this moment forth, we shall have no further relations. Xuan Han's gaze darkened, His flirtations with the starlet were mere publicity stunts, not genuine affection. He even used a stand-in for kisses, for he was truly innocent. Tong. I believe you have misunderstood. Those were merely rumors, mere publicity. I swear to the heavens, I speak only the truth, Xianhan earnestly vowed. Knight Wutong chuckled. Xianhan, you are truly extraordinary. As a person of modern times, how can you believe in oaths? Tongdong, I am speaking the truth, Xianhan replied, feeling quite wronged. Knight Wutong, exasperated, felt an urge to strike Xianhan down. The voice of the system resonated in Yi Wutong's mind. Host, this system has detected that Xianhan did not speak falsehoods. His words were all the truth. Knight Wutong, system, you did not say this yesterday. System, yesterday, this system made an error. The Night Phoenix, disregarding the system, addressed Xianhan. Xianhan, should you wish to unite with me as partners, I shall consent to your request. However, I implore you to seek me only after you have ascended to the rank of a level 9 beastman. Tomorrow, take Yunpeng back to your Cat Clan tribe. And remember this, should you fail to achieve the status of a level 9 beastman, do not seek my presence. The Night Phoenix spoke with an icy demeanor. Knight Wutong understood that Xianhan could never become a 9th level beastman. Very well, I shall surely become a 9th level beastman. When the time comes, I will seek you as my partner, and you must not go back on your word. Xianhan readily agreed. Chapter 90, Overwhelmed. Yi Wutong suddenly felt a pang of regret. She lamented having uttered that Xianhan, upon becoming a 9th level beastman, could truly bond with her as a mate. Yi Wutong yearned to retract her spoken words. She could only hear the voice of the system resonating in her mind. Host, you need not harbor regrets. With Xuanhan's innate talent, it is an impossibility for him to ascend to the rank of a level 9 beastman. Rest assured, in my estimation, Xianhan is likely destined to remain unrelated to you in the future. Hearing the words of the system, Yi Wutong felt a sense of relief. She was grateful that she had not voiced any thoughts of regret to Xianhan, for if she had, he would undoubtedly have been upset and clung to her. Life often unfolds in unpredictable ways. In the years that followed, Xianhan, after enduring countless hardships, truly ascended to become a 9th level beastman. Tong, what are you thinking? You wouldn't be contemplating regret, would you? Xianhan inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Wutong's face. He feared deeply that she might reconsider. If she did, he would immediately enlist Yunpeng to join him in clinging to her side. No, I do not regret it. As long as you become a 9th level beastman, you may come to seek me as a partner, Yi Wutong replied with a smile, though the joy did not reach her eyes. Just as Xianhan was about to say more, he noticed Bai Lang entering the room and had to swallow his words. Tong, on my way back, Iwan gave me a small pouch of salt rice. He said it was to express his gratitude for your healing of his leg. He mentioned that females love rice. And this rice is meant solely for you, Bai Lang said as he handed a small beast hide pouch to Yi Wutong. Yi Wutong took the bag, weighing it in her hands, and estimated it to be around 6 pounds. She reached into the leather pouch and retrieved a few grains of rice, observing their crystalline transparency, which emanated an enticing aroma. The desire to consume these raw grains immediately surged within her. She nodded in satisfaction, contemplating that Avon possessed a semblance of gratitude, which was commendable. Yi Wutong securely tied the mouth of the rice bag before placing it into her spatial storage. She contemplated that she would have Xianhan prepare a warm porridge for Yunpeng to enjoy later. The Night Phoenix tree understood that Yunpeng's body was frail and could not endure the toughness of roasted meat. Thus, this rice came in handy. This rice belonged to her, and it was entirely within her discretion to decide whom to feed and whom to withhold it from. As noon approached, Yi Wutong realized that Yunpeng had not eaten breakfast and would undoubtedly be quite hungry upon waking. Bai Lang, Xianhan, let us venture out to prepare a meal, she declared, leading the way out of the cave. As Yi Wutong approached the entrance of the cave, she beheld Tu Jun gazing intently at a small iron pot in his hands. Tu Jun, from whence did this iron pot come? Yi Wutong could not help but inquire. Setting the pot down upon the ground, Tu Jun replied, this pot was gifted by AI-1. He mentioned that he sent rice for you, and, fearing you might lack a pot to cook it, he offered you the spare iron pot from his household. Yi Wutong picked up the iron pot from the ground, appreciating its substantial quality. Although it was considerably thicker than the pots commonly used in modern times, it far surpassed the clumsy one purchased by Xiang Ba. Knight Wutong marveled at Alan's gratitude. He truly was a person who understood the essence of thankfulness. She gladly accepted the pot he had gifted her, envisioning using it to prepare porridge for Yuping at noon. Xianhan, please take this iron pot to the river and wash it thoroughly, as we will be using it to cook porridge shortly, Knight Wutong instructed, handing the pot to him. All right, I shall attend to it at once, Xianhan replied, carrying the pot toward the riverbank. Bai Lang, you are in charge of lighting the fire for grilling the meat, Knight Wutong directed Bai Lang. The Knight Wutong turned to Tu Jun and said, Tu Jun, please fetch 2 stones of similar size to place beneath the pot. All right, I shall do so immediately, replied Tu Jun, transforming into a white tiger and dashing away. The Night Phoenix tree beheld Tu Jun's beastly form and smiled. It was a splendid sight that captivated her heart. She truly adored it and resolved that when time permitted, She would undoubtedly caress every inch of Tu Jun's fur. Yi Wutong gazed at Tu Jun's retreating figure, contemplating how to tease him playfully. A mischievous smile blossoming on her lips. Bai Lang observed Yi Wutong's actions with keen interest. His gaze darkened, revealing that Yi Wutong's affections lay with Tu Jun, contrary to his prior belief that he held her utmost regard. Ting Ting, Tu Jun has already distanced himself, Bai Lang reminded her, his voice tinged with displeasure. Oh, Bai Lang, do you not find Tu Jun's beast form remarkably striking and commanding? Yi Wutong replied. Ting Ting, you exclusively praise Tu Jun. Why do you not commend me? My beast form is undoubtedly more splendid than his. Bai Lang suddenly transformed into a majestic white wolf. Tell me, Ting Ting, is my beast form not more appealing than Tu Jun's? The great white wolf inquired, speaking with human eloquence. As the night phoenix observed the great white wolf wearing an expression that yearned for praise, she couldn't help but chuckle. Addressing the white wolf, she remarked, I may not perceive your beauty, yet I certainly recognize your cunning. It is commonly said that wolves are deceitful creatures, and I find this to be utterly true. You exude a sense of slyness. The great white wolf responded, Dear Phoenix, what I possess is not cunning, but shrewdness. As your partner, is it not advantageous to be astute? With that, he pounced upon the night phoenix. What are you doing, you fool? She exclaimed, delivering a firm smack to his head. Phoenix, if you refuse to compliment me, I shall take offense. When I am upset, I will topple you and kiss you, declared the white wolf, leaning his muzzle toward her face, intending to steal a kiss. However, the night phoenix proved quicker at the moment he aimed for her lips. She raised her hand to block him, resulting in his snout meeting her palm instead. Why won't you allow me to kiss you? He lamented, feigning grievance. Get off me at once, or I shall not be so forgiving, the night phoenix retorted angrily, nearly having been kissed by a wolf. How infuriating. Tell me, is my beast form more handsome or that of the charming one? If you declare my beast form to be the more beautiful, I shall relent and dismount you. The white wolf said, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Although he had not succeeded in kissing the phoenix, he had managed to topple her with his beastly form. Seeing that she did not seem to detest his appearance, it appeared that in the future, he could engage with her in this form, and perhaps even sire little wolf cubs. As Yi Wutong observed the scene, she realized that it was just her and Bai Lang present, with no one else around. She understood that unless she flattered Bai Lang's beast form, he would not withdraw from her. Reluctantly, Yi Wutong remarked, Bai Lang, your beast form is truly magnificent, more beautiful than a peacock or a phoenix. Please, do get off me. She inwardly scorned herself for 3 seconds, lamenting that she had spoken such falsehoods. In truth, Bai Lang's beast form was far less attractive than even the ugliest peacock or phoenix. Bai Lang then descended from Yi Wutong, transforming from a majestic white wolf into an extraordinarily handsome man. He assisted Yi Wutong to her feet, brushing the dust from her clothing, and then embraced her tenderly. At that moment, Xian Han and Tu Jun returned, and upon seeing Bai Lang and Yi Wutong in each other's arms, an uncomfortable feeling stirred within both of them. Ahem. Save the embraces for later. We must first prepare dinner, Xian Han stated, addressing the entwined figures of Yi Wutong and Bai Lang. Night Wutong hurriedly extricated herself from Bai Lang's embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, Let's prepare dinner. Within Roger's cave, for beastmen, Xiongba, Roger, Alan, and Avon were seated around a stone table. Tribal leader, I have delivered the rice and pot to Night Wutong as per your instructions. Do not forget the promise you made to me, Avon said, seeking Xiongba's favor. I have not forgotten, Xiongba replied with a smile. Tribal leader, we should send a beastman to check if Wutong has cooked the rice I provided, Roger suggested to Xiongba. Agreed. Who shall we send? Xiongba inquired. Let us dispatch Avon. Wutong healed his leg, and it is only fitting that he expresses his gratitude in person. Additionally, he can ascertain whether she has indeed used my rice for cooking, Roger remarked, looking at Avon. Avon, you must go at once, Xiongba urged. Upon your return from Wutong, do not seek us here. Instead, come to the cave of Chief Xiongba. We shall return to his cave now and await your news. Roger instructed Avon. Understood. With that, Avon transformed into his beast form and dashed away. In Beast City, within a vast stone chamber, a long-haired handsome man sat upon a stone bench, gazing at a night-walking outfit, a birdman mask, and a dagger on the stone table, his expression dark and brooding. This man was unlike the typical beastmen. His features bore a hint of mixed heritage, with striking azure eyes and unusually pale skin, his physique not particularly robust. Yet 7 distinct lines marked the back of his left hand. A middle-aged man stood nearby, observing the handsome figure. Master, I have gathered information. The beautiful female who emerged from the lake is currently residing in the Lion tribe. You do not suspect that she is responsible for Lisa's death, do you? The middle-aged man inquired of the long-haired beauty. The long-haired man remained silent, gripping the dagger tightly. He forcefully sliced the edge of the stone table, causing a fragment to fall to the ground. It is not suspicion, it is certainty. You claim that Lisa was killed by a birdman who descended from the sky, then fled, and subsequently was driven into the lake. You did not witness this birdman emerge from the water, did you? The long-haired man glared coldly at the middle-aged man. Indeed, I observed from a distance. I saw the birdman plunge into the lake and remain submerged for a long while. Eventually, a beautiful female clad in peculiar red attire surfaced, forced to choose 5 beastmen as partners. The others left in anger, and the stunning female departed with her chosen companions. After they had left, I lingered for quite some time to ensure the birdman was dead before returning. The middle-aged man recounted. Leave now and accept your punishment. The long-haired beauty gestured dismissively for the man to exit. Once alone, he grasped the dagger, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, muttering to himself, Birdman, beautiful female. You are the one who killed my sister. Do not think I am unable to discern your true identity. You may deceive the foolish, but you will not elude me. I know not your motives for masquerading as a failed shapeshifter, yet you have slain my sister, and I shall not let you go unpunished, regardless of your beauty. The long-haired beauty stored the night-walking outfit, birdman mask, and dagger in his spatial pouch. He then retrieved several green feathers from a wild chicken. Examining them closely as tears streamed down his face. Lisa, it is not that I do not cherish you. You are my nominal sister. Yet I cannot accept you as my partner, especially given that you already have over 20 companions. You sought to provoke me, wishing for 50 partners instead. Do you understand how heartbroken I am? To alleviate my sorrow, I ventured into the monster forest to slay beasts. Little did I know that our parting would be eternal. Oh, Lisa, how I long for you, how I yearn for that night we shared. Tears fell upon the green feathers. Remnants of the night Lisa transformed into her beast form, plucking them from herself to gift to him. He treasured them dearly, taking them out to reminisce, to smell, to kiss, and to touch whenever he thought of her. This long-haired youth had returned to Beast City 3 days prior, learned of Lisa's demise, and inquired about her murder before seeking the perpetrator in the lake, intent on avenging her by consuming the culprit. However, he found no trace of the murderer, only to ascertain that Knight Wutong in the Lion tribe was indeed the one responsible for Lisa's death. He resolved to avenge Lisa by ending Knight Wutong's life the following day. Yi Wutong, using the rice gifted by Iwan, prepared only a bowl of porridge for Yunpeng. She refrained from cooking more, fully aware of the preciousness of the rice in this beastly world. This small bag of rice could only be acquired through the expenditure of numerous magic beast crystal cores. Given Yunpeng's frail condition, she deemed it essential that he consume this rice. As Yi Wutong ladled the porridge into a bowl, she was about to ask Xianhan to awaken Yunpeng for a meal when she noticed Avon approaching her. Avon reached Yi Wutong, his face adorned with a smile, and said, Tong Tong, after much contemplation, I felt it imperative to personally express my gratitude. Thank you for healing my leg. Avon glanced at the bowl of porridge on the wooden table. You need not come to thank me in person. After all, you have gifted me rice and a small iron pot. I understand that this rice is exceedingly precious in this beastly world, Yi Wutong replied. She had heard that only females could consume rice, while males refrained from indulging in it. Tong Tong, did you prepare this porridge with the rice I gave you? Avon inquired. Indeed. Yi Wutong responded without hesitation. Tong Tong, this rice is quite valuable, and I hope you do not share this porridge with others. Avon was concerned that if Yi Wutong were to share the porridge, their plans would be thwarted. Rest assured, the rice you gifted me shall not be given to anyone else, Yi Wutong assured him, fearing that Avon might feel displeased. She dared not mention that it was intended for Yupeng. That is good to hear. Tong Tong, please enjoy your meal. I must take my leave now. Avon, satisfied that Yi Wutong would consume the porridge, did not wish to delay further, as he needed to convey this news to Xiangba and the others. As Yi Wutong observed Iwan walking away, she turned to Xianhan and said, Xianhan, please summon Yunpeng to join us for dinner. That unfortunate child has not eaten since morning and must be terribly hungry. Xianhan proceeded to the cave to invite Yunpeng to dine. Tu Jun inquired of Yi Wutong, Tong Tong, do you intend for that injured Yupeng to consume this bowl of porridge? Why did you not prepare a larger quantity? You seem to be concerned about the scarcity of rice. Yi Wutong replied, there is no need for your concern. Upon our arrival at Beast King City, I shall ensure you have ample rice to savor daily. It is not a matter of scarcity. I simply do not wish to eat today. Tu Jun, it appears you possess an extraordinary status? Yi Wutong observed Tu Jun intently. Not exactly, Tu Jun responded, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, for indeed, his status was anything but ordinary. He was the future lord of Beast King City. Knight Wutong was not preoccupied with Tu Jun's identity. She cared little for the status of those around her, but rather for their demeanor before her. As Yupeng emerged, having just finished a bowl of gruel, an orc approached and addressed Bailang and the others, saying, Bailang, High Priest Xianhan has summoned you both. He wishes to see you at once. Chapter 92. Driven to madness, did the High Priest only summon Xianhan and me? Bailang pondered, perplexed. He and Xianhan were not well acquainted with the High Priest and had no prior interactions. He suspected he might have misheard. Indeed, replied the messenger orc. Since the High Priest has called for you both, you should hurry along. Knight Wutong urged. Tao Dao, please look after Yupeng for a bit. We shall return shortly, Xianhan said. Sensing something was amiss, but unable to articulate his concerns, and thus decided to heed the High Priest's summons. Go on. I shall take care of Yunpeng. Knight Wutong replied readily, contemplating that if Yunpeng were to fall ill, she could simply render him unconscious. Tao Tao, we must take our leave. Do take care. We shall be back soon, Ba Ling said before transforming into a large white wolf and dashing away, intent on returning swiftly as he was uneasy about Knight Wutong's well-being. Xianhan followed closely behind in his beast form. No sooner had Ba Ling and Xianhan departed than Ao Chunling arrived with most of her companions in tow, including Xiangba, Roger, and Alan. Ao Chunling's visage had aged considerably, her face lined with deep wrinkles, akin to that of a woman in her 80s. Roger observed the empty bowl on the table, glanced at Knight Wutong, and confirmed she had consumed rice infused with the juice of hallucinogenic fruits before nodding knowingly to Xiangba and Alan. Xiangba approached Ao Chunling, whispering in her ear, Ao Chunling, heed my words. If you provoke Knight Wutong, Roger shall grant you the Ice Lotus, and you will regain your youthful beauty. Reluctantly, Ao Chunling shifted her gaze from Yunpeng's face to Knight Wutong. Upon her arrival, she had been captivated by Yunpeng's allure. Reminiscent of a year ago when his youthful charm had delighted her immensely, she yearned to rekindle their connection. Yuping, noticing Ao Chunling's aged countenance, greedily fixated upon him, recalled the moment when he had been drugged and entangled with her in bed, feeling an overwhelming urge to strangle her. Yet, seeing the multitude of her companions, he restrained his impulses, aware that he was powerless against even a single orc, let alone a group. He resolved to bide his time before enacting his revenge. Knight Wutong, you insufferable woman, do you not realize how detestable you are? Do not presume your beauty grants you superiority. I assure you, I shall soon become more beautiful and youthful than you. At that time, I will claim your companions, Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and AI Air, as my own, infuriating you beyond measure. Ao Chunling truly desired to make Bai Lang and Tu Jun, along with other handsome orcs, her partners. Any attractive man, in her eyes, should rightfully belong to her, Ao Chunling. As Yi Wutong gazed upon Ao Chunling's aged visage, she could not help but smile. Ao Chunling, do you genuinely believe that the so-called Ice Lotus can rejuvenate your appearance? To my knowledge, there exists no Ice Lotus in this beastly realm, nor any substance capable of bestowing youth and beauty upon a person. Before Yi Wutong could finish her statement, Ao Chunling interrupted sharply, impossible. You are speaking nonsense. The beast world undoubtedly possesses the Ice Lotus, which can enhance beauty and restore youth. Xiongba and Roger were perplexed. Should it not be Yi Wutong who was enraged? Why had the tides turned to Ao Chunling instead? Roger quietly cautioned her, Ao Chunling, please control your emotions. The Ice Lotus surely exists. Do not allow Yi Wutong to provoke you. Continue speaking. Ao Chunling found solace in Roger's words, convinced that he would not deceive her. She believed Yi Wutong was merely trying to agitate her, and she must not fall into Yi Wutong's trap. Her intention was to drive Yi Wutong to madness, not the other way around. Regaining her composure, Ao Chunling declared, Yi Wutong, just because you claim there is no Ice Lotus does not mean it is true. I refuse to accept your words. When I consume the Ice Lotus and transform into a youthful and beautiful woman, you will be compelled to believe in its existence. Once I become that enchanting beauty, I shall not only make Bai Lang, Tu Jun, AI Air, and Xian Han my beastly husbands, but I will also claim the handsome youth beside you as my own. I shall ensure that no handsome man remains by your side, driving you to despair. Knight Wutong was not particularly angry, yet the ire of Tu Jun and Yunpeng beside her was palpable. Tu Jun felt an overwhelming desire to strike down the shameless Ao Chunling. Yunpeng was consumed by the impulse to eliminate Ao Chunling on the spot. He loathed her so intensely that he wished to strangle her. Ao Chunling, you may aspire to attract handsome men, but that is a distant dream until you rejuvenate your appearance. With your current visage, even the most unattractive and elderly males would turn away. Moreover, even when you were younger and more appealing, Bai Lang and Tu Jun showed no interest in you. They were not swayed by your allure. In the future, it is even less likely that you will captivate Bai Lang and Tu Jun. They are not under your spell. Knight Wutong remarked, gazing at Ao Chunling's wrinkled, unattractive face. Yi Wutong discerned that Ao Chunling's visit today was intended to provoke her. Suddenly, she recalled the words spoken by Xian Han. Could it be that Ao Chunling's purpose was orchestrated by Xiangba? It appears that Ao Chunling has been manipulated by Xiongba and Roger. Yi Wutong contemplated that Xiongba and Roger had orchestrated the assault on Ao Chunling to provoke her deliberately, intending for her to act out of rage and eliminate Ao Chunling, thus allowing Xiongba and Roger to exploit the situation to their advantage. In her heart, Yi Wutong held disdain for Xiongba and Roger, perceiving their intentions as futile. Upon witnessing the aging Ao Chunling, she contemplated using her as a pawn to eliminate her, thereby fulfilling their desires. Such fanciful thoughts. Xiongba, upon hearing Yi Wutong's words, felt a pang of discomfort. Had he initially chosen to disregard Ao Chunling, he would not have been ensnared by her allure, nor would he now resort to schemes to win over Yi Wutong. Yi Wutong, do you truly believe I would not hesitate to mar your visage? Let us see who would still hold affection for you then. Ao Chunling, unable to contain her anger, considered striking Yi Wutong. Alas, her advancing years had dulled her wits, causing her to forget that fateful encounter where Yi Wutong nearly brought her demise. Knight Wutong deftly evaded, for she wished to avoid any confrontation with Ao Chunling. She feared that should Ao Chunling suffer a sudden demise, the blame would unjustly fall upon her. A matter far too convoluted to clarify. Yunpeng, witnessing Ao Chunling lunging toward Knight Wutong, was consumed by rage. He yearned to strangle her. Swiftly, he charged at Ao Chunling, gripping her throat, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yunpeng bellowed, You wretched old harlot. You drugged me, lured me into your bed for a single night, and left me utterly exhausted. My body has grown frail, and the mere thought of your naked form fills me with revulsion. You have condemned me to a life of torment, driving me to madness. I swear I shall end you." The sudden turn of events left Knight Wutong and the others in stunned silence. As the Night Willow observed the crimson gaze of Yunpeng, she realized he was in a state of frenzy. Cautious not to provoke him further, she refrained from urging him to cease, fearing that a surge of agitation might lead him to strangle Chunling. Xiong Ba and Roger shared her sentiments, comprehending now why she had remained composed. It was evident that she had not consumed the rice they had provided, but had instead allowed the youth, who was gripping Chunling's neck, to partake of it. Their scheme had thus unraveled. Chapter 93. Chunling faints from fear the moment Yuping exerted force, Chunling's neck would snap. A prospect that sent Xiong Ba and Roger into a state of panic. They did not wish for her demise, as she still held potential value. Having failed to incite Night Willow into a frenzy to eliminate Chunling this time, perhaps next time would bear fruit. While Xiong Ba and Roger contemplated strategies to rescue Chunling, Night Willow took the initiative, casting a handful of white powder towards Yunpeng. Chunling, you wretched harlot, perish." Before Yunpeng could finish his utterance, a sudden itch enveloped him, compelling him to relinquish his grip on Chunling's neck and begin scratching his body. As Wutong observed the effectiveness of the itching powder she had scattered upon Yupeng, she urged Tu Jun, "Hurry, knock Yupeng unconscious." Heeding her command, Tu Jun swiftly struck Yupeng, who collapsed to the ground. Night Wutong had once again sprinkled the antidote for the itching powder on Yupeng. Chunling sat on the ground, gasping for breath, relieved that she had not perished. Turning her head, she caught sight of Yunpeng, who had been knocked unconscious by Tu Jun, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. This Yunpeng dared to wish her dead. She could not allow him to live. Regardless of his enchanting appearance or how pleasurable he was in bed, she resolved to kill him. Cough, Xiong Ba, quickly help me eliminate this Yupeng, Chunling commanded. She had initially intended to do it herself, but her body felt weak and immobile. Let us see who dares to touch him. Night Wutong's chilling aura radiated as she coldly regarded Xiong Ba and Roger. Xiong Ba and Roger had no intention of assisting Chunling. They recognized that Yunpeng was aligned with Night Wutong. However, their anger simmered at the sight of Night Wutong shielding Yunpeng, suspecting that she had taken a liking to the delicate youth. Tong Tong, are you protecting this frail individual because you fancy him? Or have you already made him your partner? Xiong Ba glared at the handsome figure of Yupeng on the ground, wishing to crush him with a single blow. Whether he is my partner or not is of no concern to you. Night Wutong dismissed him without a glance, her indifference palpable. Tong Tong, I was merely inquiring. Please do not take offense, Xiong Ba replied, lowering his gaze. Roger, quickly eliminate Yunpeng for me. Once I am young and beautiful again, I shall choose you as my foremost partner. Since Xiong Ba was no longer reliable, Chunling turned to Roger, believing him to be more amenable. Roger remained silent, rooted in place. He could not afford to offend Night Wutong openly, and Chunling's promise of selecting him as her primary partner upon regaining her beauty was laughable. The notion of Ice Lotus was entirely fabricated, and such a flower did not exist in this beastly realm. How could Chunling ever become beautiful again? Fine. I will spare Yunpeng for today, Chunling conceded unwillingly. She could not forgive someone who harbored murderous intent towards her, nor could she overlook Night Wutong. Once she regained her youth and beauty, she would have her partner eliminate Yunpeng and devise a way to do away with Night Wutong. Before leaving today, she sought to provoke Night Wutong. Night Wutong, you truly are something. I have already had my way with Yunpeng, yet you still desire him. Indeed, Yunpeng's prowess in bed is unparalleled, surpassing many young men. I tell you, Yunpeng and I shared an entire night of passion. Chunling shamelessly boasted. Chunling, I have lived for 20 years, encountered the shameless, yet I have never seen anyone as devoid of shame as you. You are the epitome of depravity. You old harlot, you have led so many beautiful youths astray. Do you not feel the weight of your sins? Night Wutong glared at her in fury. You detestable woman. Calling me an old harlot. It seems you wish for your own demise. You accuse me of being a calamity, yet I have compensated them generously. They willingly share my bed, for I am a beautiful and affluent woman. Chunling reminisced about her splendid life in the modern world, a smile gracing her lips. Chunling, even the heavens cannot tolerate your existence, rendering you old and ugly. Look at yourself. You appear to be over 80. I assure you, there is no Ice Lotus in this beastly realm. You can ask the shaman. By the way, Chunling, why not take a look at your reflection in this water? Night Wutong placed a basin of clear water before her. Chunling, enraged by Night Wutong's words, knew that her hyaluronic acid had worn off, and she had aged. But she adamantly refused to accept that she looked as old as Night Wutong claimed. She believed she appeared no more than 60. Night Wutong's remarks were clearly intended to provoke her. Since aging and losing her beauty, Chunling had not bathed in a tub. Her partners no longer fetched her water. She had not used a basin to wash her face, merely a small piece of animal hide dampened with leftover drinking water. In truth, she had no idea what she currently looked like. Night Wutong, if I do not look as old as you say, I shall strip your skin. Chunling thought to herself, yearning to see her reflection after such a long time. She was convinced that she could not possibly be as aged as Knight Wutong claimed. Even if her hyaluronic acid had worn off, she was surely only in her 60s. Quickly, take a look. Why waste breath? If you do not, I shall spill this water, Knight Wutong threatened, pretending to lift the basin. Wait, who says I want to look? Chunling hurriedly squatted down, directing her face towards the basin. Oh my, who is this? Why do they look so old and ugly? Chunling was taken aback by the reflection staring back at her. That is you. Why are you shouting? Knight Wutong found herself irritated by Chunling's high-pitched scream. Nonsense. How could I possibly look this old and ugly? This water must be flawed. Chunling adamantly refused to believe that the hideous face mirrored in the water belonged to her. It is truly you. If you don't believe it, have your partners join you for a look. After all, this basin is large enough for 3, Knight Wutong mused, previously thinking the basin ample. But today found it just the right size. Who will come and look with me? Chunling addressed her partners, but they ignored her, their gaze fixated on Knight Wutong. Captivated by her beauty, her partners envisioned their future with Knight Wutong as their partner, imagining how they would cherish her, now that they were experienced males. Confident that she would appreciate their affections. Who will accompany me to look? Chunling repeated, eager to ascertain her current appearance. Xiongba. Why not look into the basin with Chunling? Knight Wutong instructed Xiongba. Reluctantly, Xiongba complied. All right, Tong Tong, I will heed your words. Xiongba and Chunling both squatted down, peering into the basin. Chunling beheld Xiongba's stunning visage alongside a face that was old and ugly, confirming that the latter belonged to her. Overwhelmed by shock, she fainted. Chapter 94. Coercing a partnership upon witnessing Chunling collapse. Xiongba was uncertain whether she had died from fright or merely fainted. He secretly hoped she had died, for then they could lay claim to Knight Wutong, who would have no choice but to accept them as partners. After all, Chunling's demise would be attributed to her. Chunling's partners shared Xiongba's sentiment. To June. Fearing that Chunling might indeed die, worried that Knight Wutong would be implicated by her partners, Roger discreetly checked Chunling's breath with his right hand, relieved to find she was still alive and merely unconscious. Without anyone noticing, he lightly tapped her with his index finger. Rising, he addressed the group. Chunling has passed away. Roger feigned anger as he glared at Yi Wutong. He had initially hoped to drive Yi Wutong to madness and eliminate Chunling, but now that she had fainted from fright, he was left with no choice but to threaten her death to compel Yi Wutong to accept them as companions. Upon hearing Roger's words, Xiongba and the companions of Chunling felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Xiongba stepped forward to Yi Wutong and proclaimed, Tong Tong. It is because of you that Chunling has met her demise. Had you not forced her to gaze upon her own hideous reflection in the water, she would not have succumbed to fear. With Chunling gone, we are left without partners. How can we possibly survive? To ensure our continued existence, we propose that you become my companion. The companions of Chunling fixed their fervent gazes upon Yi Wutong, eager to unite with her at the slightest indication of her consent. They had endured great hardship in recent days, and further restraint might drive them to madness. There was no way that Chunling could be dead. She must merely be unconscious. Yi Wutong was resolute in her disbelief that Chunling had perished. Tong Tong, if you doubt me, you may check for yourself whether Chunling still breathes, Roger asserted to Yi Wutong. As Yi Wutong heard Roger's words, uncertainty clouded his mind regarding the fate of Chunling. He approached her, crouched down, and observed her breath. Indeed, Chunling had ceased to breathe. He further examined her heart and pulse, only to find that her heart had stopped beating and her pulse had vanished. Yi Wutong was drenched in a cold sweat. Startled by the demise of Chunling, she felt the intense, burning gazes of Chunling's companions fixed upon her, as if they yearned to pounce. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Yi Wutong's mind. Host, take a moment to examine carefully. Do not be deceived by appearances. This system will only provide this reminder. What unfolds next depends entirely on you. Thank you, system. Yi Wutong expressed her gratitude through thought. In the depths of her thoughts, Yi Wutong contemplated the possibility that Chunling might still be alive. Yet, how could it be that she exhibited no signs of breath, heartbeat, or pulse? What could be the explanation for this? Chunling had collapsed in terror, and Roger was the first to approach her. Could it be that Roger had manipulated the situation, rendering Chunling in a state of apparent death? Upon contemplating this, Yi Wutong shuddered. If her suspicions were indeed correct, that Roger would be utterly terrifying, capable of inducing a state of false death in others. The night-blooming catalpa tree illuminated the scene, revealing that Chunling had merely lost consciousness. Roger, hesitant to take her life, sought to wield the threat of her death against her, ultimately resorting to the ruse of feigning her demise. Knight Wutong rose and addressed Xiongba and the others, stating, Chunling is not dead. She is merely in a state of suspended animation. Upon hearing Knight Wutong's words, Tu Jun felt a sense of relief. As long as Chunling was alive, Knight Wutong would not take on her more than 20 companions. However, Xiongba, having crouched down to check Chunling's breath, confirmed that she had indeed ceased to breathe. His anger flared. How could Knight Wutong claim she was not dead? He confronted her. Tong Tong, Chunling has no breath left. How can you assert she is alive? You must acknowledge that she died because of you. As long as you allow us to be your companions, we will not seek vengeance for Chunling. Roger approached Knight Wutong, his gaze intense and his lips curling into a sinister smile, resembling a lecher. He cheerfully said, Tong Tong, Chunling is beyond recovery. There is no such thing as a false death. Just agree to let us be your companions. Roger, Chunling is not dead. She is simply in a state of suspended animation and will recover shortly, Knight Wutong replied resolutely. Tong Tong, stop with the delusions. Chunling is dead. Face reality. Become our companion, and I will treat you well. Roger grasped Knight Wutong's arm, aware of her medical expertise and perhaps suspecting she had orchestrated Chunling's state. Yet he thought, what did it matter? No one had witnessed it. Roger, how can you act this way? Release Tong Tong. I will handle this, Xiongba said, prying Roger's hand away, attempting to embrace Knight Wutong. Stop. Before Knight Wutong could evade, Tu Jun transformed into a magnificent white tiger and pounced on Xiongba. Caught off guard, Xiongba was knocked to the ground, only to transform into a lion and retaliate against Tu Jun. Yet, Tu Jun was no match for Xiongba and was soon overwhelmed. Tong Tong, run. Quickly seek out Bai Lang. Tu Jun shouted from the ground, urging Knight Wutong to flee. The Knight Wutong tree observed as Xiongba and Roger, along with others, cast their piercing gazes upon her, and her heart was heavy with despair. As a human of modest martial prowess, how could she possibly escape from the formidable males, each possessing overwhelming strength that dwarfed her own? Knight Wutong feigned calmness as she addressed Xiongba and the others. Xiongba, do you desire to be my partner simply because Chunling has passed away? Is it that you wish to avoid the fate of being without a companion? Indeed, with Chunling's demise, we are compelled to seek you. He thought to himself that since Knight Wutong had already come of age, he harbored no reservations. The Night Phoenix suddenly recalled that Bai Lang had once mentioned to her that both male and female partners bear bonding marks. If one partner were to perish, the other's beastly insignia would vanish as well. Knight Wutong addressed Xiongba, saying, Xiongba, you can ascertain the fate of Chunling by examining the beast markings upon you. If the bond marks have vanished, it signifies that Chunling has perished. Upon hearing Knight Wutong's words, Chunling's companions were eager to have her willingly accept them as partners, convinced of her demise due to her advanced age, which they believed rendered her susceptible to death. Roger attempted to intercede, but Xiongba and his companions acted with such swiftness that they tore off their beast-skin skirts and glanced at the upper inner thigh, discovering that their bond marks, in the shape of skulls, remained intact. One of Chunling's partners exclaimed in astonishment, why do I still bear the bond mark? Another joined in, pointing to his own skull-marked bond, addressing the male who had spoken earlier. Chapter 95, Xiong Shui is beaten Xiongba. The bond marks you share with Chunling have not vanished, indicating that she is indeed alive. Chunling remains your partner, and thus, I, Knight Wutong, cannot accept you as partners. Knight Wutong turned her back to Xiongba and the others, uncertain whether they had re-wrapped themselves in the beast-skin skirts, as she had no desire to witness their nakedness. What is happening? I have checked on Chunling, and she shows no signs of breathing. She must be dead. Yet I still bear her bond mark, Xiongba muttered in disgust, glancing at the upper inner thigh once more. I have already mentioned that Chunling is in a state of suspended animation and will soon resume breathing. There is no need for alarm, Knight Wutong reassured them. Hearing this, Chunling's companions felt increasingly agitated. They wished for her to remain in eternal slumber. Why are we in such a rush? It would be better if Chunling never awakens. Xiongba inadvertently revealed his thoughts and his anxiety. Indeed, it would be best if that old female does not awaken. Her demise would be preferable. Why does she linger? One of Chunling's partners, looking scarcely out of adolescence, chimed in. Why do you stand here in the nude? Bai Lang exclaimed, furious with Chunling's companions. He had only stepped away for a brief moment, and yet they shamelessly stood before Knight Wutong in their entirety, seemingly attempting to entice her. Our nudity is of no concern to you. It is sweltering in this summer heat, and we find comfort in our state of undress. Xiongba retorted defiantly, casting a challenging gaze at Bai Lang. This was his territory, and he felt no obligation to wear clothing. He had intended to drape himself in a beast-skin skirt, but upon Bai Lang's arrival, he chose to forego it, relishing in Bai Lang's indignation. Especially as he remained Knight Wutong's partner. He was envious. Indeed, we shall remain unclothed. It is refreshing. If you possess the audacity, tear off your beast-skin skirt as well. Chunling's freshly adult partner taunted Bai Lang. Shameless, Bai Lang scoffed, disregarding Xiongba and his companions, and proceeded directly to Knight Wutong. Bai Lang, why are you running so swiftly? You nearly exhausted me, Xian Han gasped as he arrived, beads of sweat cascading from his feline form onto the ground, clearly fatigued. He was puzzled. He and Bai Lang were both level 7 beasts, yet Bai Lang's speed and stamina seemed superior. Could he be a false level 7? But that could not be. Perhaps Bai Lang had leveled up. Bai Lang, what business does the High Priest have with you? Knight Wutong inquired, still facing away from Chunling's companions, resolute in her refusal to turn around. When we arrived at the high priest's cave, he was absent. Only his son, Reich, was present. Reich informed us that his father had just been summoned by the elder and asked us to wait. We waited for a while. But when the high priest did not return, we feared for your safety and hastened back, Bai Lang explained to Knight Wutong. Upon his return, he was taken aback to find Xiong Ba and his companions in the nude, uncertain of their intentions, fearing they might impose themselves upon Knight Wutong. He was relieved to have returned just in time. The thought of what might have happened was terrifying. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Knight Wutong replied warmly. Sensing genuine care from Bai Lang. Tong Tong, you are my partner. It is only natural for me to worry about you. Bai Lang gazed tenderly at Knight Wutong. Xian Han, irritated by Knight Wutong's disregard for him, interrupted. Tong Tong. As Yun Peng had another episode, he observed Yun Peng lying on the ground. Suspecting he had succumbed to his affliction, possibly rendered unconscious by Knight Wutong. Yes, he nearly harmed Oh Chunling just moments ago, Knight Wutong informed Xian Han. Reflecting on how the unfortunate youth had suffered greatly because of Oh Chunling, even 1,000 cuts would be insufficient punishment for her. Yu Wutong felt a deep sympathy for Yun Peng, reflecting on his tragic plight. Xian Han did not inquire why Yun Peng sought to eliminate Oh Chunling. He understood all too well the depth of Yun Peng's hatred for her. He contemplated seizing an opportunity to avenge Yun Peng, envisioning a moment when he could cast Oh Chunling into the city of evil beasts. Why are you all parading about in the nude? Xiong Shui commented disdainfully as he sauntered past Oh Chunling's companions, having stealthily slipped away to Yu Wutong's side while Aier was out hunting. Xiong Shui found himself bored in the cave. Reluctant to participate in the arduous task of hunting, he sought refuge with Yu Wutong to alleviate his ennui. Oh Chunling's companions glared at Xiong Shui, seething with anger at his contemptuous gaze and scathing remarks, wishing fervently to silence him. Yet, Xiong Shui remained unfazed by their murderous stares. Approaching Xiong Ba and Alan, he scrutinized Alan for a moment, shaking his head, then nodded at Xiong Ba. Xiong Ba, you are woefully inferior to me. You cannot possibly compare. Xiong Shui declared, dramatically tearing away his beast skin skirt to reveal his robust physique. The onlookers gasped in awe at his imposing form, truly a sight to behold. Xiong Ba felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Xiong Shui's display of strength, and just as he contemplated retaliating, he was preempted by Oh Chunling's other companions. We should all take him down together, one of Oh Chunling's companions exclaimed, having endured Xiong Shui's provocations for too long. Today, they were determined to subdue this audacious bear of a man. As Xiong Shui became the target of their collective ire, the air was filled with the sounds of impact and exclamations of dismay. In the shadowy path of the night, Yu Wutong felt no inclination to assist Xiong Shui, who truly deserved his fate. This time, he was thoroughly beaten to death by Oh Chunling's partner. Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and Xian Han made no effort to intervene. The sounds of thuds and cries of pain echoed incessantly. Xiong Shui's cries were utterly pitiful. Suddenly, a crimson fox sprinted from a distance, reaching Yu Wutong and the others. Transforming into human form and inquiring, Tong Tong, have you seen Xiong Shui? The Night Phoenix turned to AI Air and inquired, have you seen him? AI Air, filled with confusion, asked, where is Xiong Shui? The Night Phoenix scoffed and said to AI Air, Xiong Shui is surrounded by Oh Chunling's companions and is being thoroughly beaten. AI Air was taken aback by the sight of Xiong Shui being assaulted. Indeed, Bai Lang replied with a smile, eager to interject. Bai Lang, Tu Jun, Xian Han, why do you not intervene and stop Oh Chunling's companions from beating Xiong Shui? AI Air exclaimed, her anger flaring as she realized that if this continued, Xiong Shui might be beaten to death. Xiong Shui brought this upon himself. We have no obligation to prevent others from punishing him. You should focus on stopping him yourself. Perhaps if you intervene now, Xiong Shui might yet survive, Bai Lang retorted. Chapter 96. Please, High Priest is fearful that Xiong Shui might be killed. AI Air shouted at Oh Chunling's companions, cease this violence against Xiong Shui. You could seriously harm him. Xiong Ba, wishing to avoid escalation, did not want to offend the Bear clan. Although Xiong Shui was ineffectual, his brother, Xiong Qi, was a formidable figure. Should Xiong Shui perish, his brother would undoubtedly seek vengeance, leading to inevitable conflict between the Bear and Lion clans, a confrontation Xiong Ba wished to avoid. Everyone halt. Xiong Ba bellowed at Oh Chunling's companions. Upon hearing his command, they reluctantly ceased their assault. AI Air rushed to Xiong Shui's side, helping him up. He was bruised and bleeding profusely. Ouch. That hurt terribly, AI Air. Where have you been? Xiong Shui glared at AI Air with his panda-like eyes, fuming. I heard you got yourself into this mess. Hurry and put on the beast skin skirt. Tong Tong despises males who do not wear clothing. AI Air retrieved her beast skin skirt from her space and draped it around Xiong Shui. Upon hearing AI Air's words, Oh Chunling's companions, realizing that Yu Wutong disdained unclothed males, quickly retrieved beast skin skirts from their own spaces to dress themselves. AI Air assisted Xiong Shui in walking over to Yu Wutong and implored, Tong Tong, please tend to Xiong Shui's wounds. Look how he's bleeding in several places. Night Wutong retrieved a paper package from her spatial storage and handed it to AI Air, saying, "Here, this is for stopping the bleeding." AI Air accepted the package. "Tong Tong, my body aches terribly from the beating. Could you spare me some pain relief powder?" Xiong Shui gazed at Night Wutong with pleading panda eyes. "The pain-relieving herbs are all used up. There are none left." Night Wutong felt a surge of irritation at Xiong Shui. She possessed ample pain relief powder in her spatial storage, but refused to offer any to him, wishing for this foolish bear to suffer in silence. "There are none left." Xiong Shui's gaze fell to the ground. "Well, there are none left. Let us go." Night Wutong was unwilling to have Xiong Shui loitering in her presence. "Xiong Shui, I will take you back to your cave to apply the medicine." AI Air supported Xiong Shui as they departed. Night Wutong sighed. Realizing that Xiong Shui's visit was indeed an invitation for trouble, Roger glanced at the unconscious Ao Chunling on the ground and addressed Night Wutong, stating, "We will leave Ao Chunling in your care. Once she awakens, have Bailang escort her to us. Should she fail to regain consciousness and perish, you shall become our partner." With that, Roger departed, leaving no room for Night Wutong to voice any objections. He intended to return and discreetly eliminate Ao Chunling with the aid of a female accomplice, ensuring her demise occurred under Night Wutong's watch, thereby entangling Night Wutong into a partnership with him. Xiong Ba and Ao Chunling's partner followed closely behind Roger. As Yi Wutong watched Xiong Ba and his companions depart, she speculated on the possibility that Roger had left the supposedly deceased Ao Chunling in her care. Pondering what other schemes might be afoot, Yi Wutong recounted the recent events to Bai Lang and Xian Han, omitting only the system's involvement. Bai Lang glanced at the motionless Ao Chunling on the ground and said to Yi Wutong, "Since you have discerned that Ao Chunling is merely in a state of apparent death, and if you suspect that Roger is responsible for this condition, it indicates that Roger is no ordinary male. He must have employed some method to induce this state of feigned demise. Could it possibly be some form of sacrificial magic? Perhaps we should summon the High Priest to examine Ao Chunling." Tu Jun suggested to Yi Wutong, believing that the High Priest might have the power to revive her. "Bai Lang, you are familiar with the High Priest's residence. Please go and bring him here." Although Yi Wutong initially intended for Tu Jun to fetch the High Priest, she realized that he might not know the way, so she entrusted Bai Lang with the task instead. "Very well, I shall go at once to summon the High Priest." Bai Lang transformed into his beast form and dashed away. After Bai Lang departed, Xian Han turned to Yi Wutong and said, "If the High Priest is also unable to awaken Ao Chunling, we must hasten our departure from this place." The Night Phoenix shook her head and said to Xian Han, "Even if Ao Chunling cannot awaken immediately, we must not leave this place hastily." Tu Jun, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" She replied, "We have already fallen into Roger's scheme. Unless we unravel this entanglement, Ao Chunling's partner will pursue me to the ends of the earth." She continued, "Do not fear, as long as I am here. They shall not harm you." Xian Han, reflecting upon his status as the leader of the feline clan, realized that their male warriors were not inferior to those of the lion tribe, and their clan was fully capable of contending with the lion tribe. Night Wutong chuckled softly. "Xian Han, I am in no haste to depart. Rather, I am intrigued to observe Roger's next move. I ponder the reason he has chosen to keep Ao Chunling here. Surely, he must have further plans, for it is inconceivable that he would permit Ao Chunling to linger in a state of feigned death indefinitely. He will undoubtedly seek a female to eliminate Ao Chunling, as the males dare not harm their female counterparts. Thus, it is likely that Roger will dispatch a female to carry out this task. We must remain vigilant." Xian Han marveled at Roger's intricate scheming and admired Night Wutong's composure in the face of danger. "Xian Han, please carry Yunpeng to the bed in the cave and administer these medicines to him. Attend solely to Yunpeng. All else is of no concern to you," Night Wutong instructed, handing a small packet of medicine to Xian Han. Xian Han accepted the medicine and lifted the unconscious Yunpeng, making his way towards the cave. Night Wutong gazed at the fallen Ao Chunling and sighed, addressing her on the ground. "Ao Chunling, the fate you now endure is undoubtedly a consequence of your numerous misdeeds. Heaven has punished you by transforming you into a woman of over 80 years, leaving your companions to scorn you." At that moment, Ao Chunling, lying on the ground, was utterly oblivious to Night Wutong's words, her senses completely sealed by Roger, rendering her in a state akin to that of an unborn child. Yi Wutong held no hope that Ao Chunling could hear her words. "Tong Tong, do you think Ao Chunling can hear what you are saying?" Tu Jun inquired with curiosity. "How would I know? Perhaps she can hear me," Yi Wutong replied casually. After a considerable duration, a white wolf and two white snakes emerged before Yi Wutong. One of the slightly larger white snakes addressed her, saying, "Yi Wutong, turn your face away for a moment. I shall transform first." The Night Wutong speculated that the speaking white serpent might be the High Priestess. Since the High Priestess had expressed a desire to transform, she had no choice but to turn her face away. The High Priestess, along with Bai Lang and Reich, took on human forms and retrieved animal skin skirts from the spatial realm to wrap around their lower bodies. "You may turn back now, Wutong," Bai Lang said to the Night Wutong. The Night Phoenix gazed at Bai Lang, Rick, and the High Priest, observing their immaculate attire, particularly noting the High Priest's impeccable appearance. Knight Wudong awkwardly smiled and addressed the high priest. High priest, we have summoned you to examine Chunling and determine the cause of her state of apparent death. Can she return to normalcy and regain her breath? Chapter 97. The selection of Zhu Yi. The high priest crouched down to inspect Chunling, then rose to inform Bai Lang and the others. Chunling is in a state of apparent death, but she has not fallen victim to sacrificial sorcery. Who was in contact with her when she lost consciousness? Roger was the first to touch her after she fainted. Knight Wutong replied to the high priest. Then it must be Roger who has tampered with her. If you wish for Chunling to awaken, you must locate Roger and have him restore her to her former self. I can be of no further assistance, so I shall take my leave. With that, the high priest transformed into his beast form and swiftly departed. Rick turned to Knight Wudong and said, Tuntong, I sincerely apologize. My father was unable to assist you. It's nothing, Knight Wudong replied nonchalantly. Tuntong, I must take my leave now, but I shall visit the wolf clan to seek you in a few days. The little white snake, Rick, also transformed into his beast form and hurried away. Tu Jun inquired of Knight Wudong, Tuntong, what shall we do next? We can only wait. We must ensure Chunling's protection, for Roger and his allies will undoubtedly send a female to eliminate her. Let us practice patience. Knight Wudong reflected somberly as she gazed at Chunling lying on the ground. Knight Wudong and Bai Lang, alongside Tu Jun, were fully prepared. They were eager to uncover any further schemes from Roger. Within Roger's cave, Xiongba, Roger, Alan, and Avon were seated together. Alan expressed his concern, voicing doubts about whether Knight Wudong and Bai Lang might attempt to escape. Rest assured, even if they wished to flee, they would find it impossible. I have stationed individuals near their cave to keep watch. Should they attempt to run, they will be intercepted, Xiongba reassured Alan. Now, who shall we send to eliminate Chunling? Roger inquired of Xiongba and the others. What about Zhu Yi? Xiongba suggested, believing Zhu Yi to be highly suitable for the task. No, Zhu Yi possesses no combat prowess and has not undergone any training, Alan countered. Not to worry, any female will suffice. She need not possess combat skills. I have some powder that, when secretly sprinkled in Knight Wudong and Bai Lang's cave, will induce a deep sleep upon them. At that time, you can take care of Chunling, Roger explained to Xiongba and the others. Avon, go fetch Zhu Yi, Xiongba commanded Avon, who promptly transformed into beast form and sped away. Once Avon departed, Xiongba turned to Roger. I have a question for you, Roger. I hope you can clarify something for me. Tongtong mentioned that Chunling is in a state of false death. Did you manipulate her condition? Also, where did you acquire the powder that induces such deep slumber? Roger smiled, having anticipated Xiongba's inquiry. He realized that Xiongba was not foolish and had likely sensed something amiss. There was no need for him to conceal the truth any longer. Xiongba, Alan, we are all aligned in our goals now. I have no reason to hide anything from you. The state of false death for Chunling was orchestrated by me. I employed necromantic techniques to seal her 5 senses, allowing her to breathe through her skin rather than her nose, creating the illusion of genuine death. I had anticipated that Knight Wudong would not discern the ruse, yet she surprisingly did, Roger admitted with a helpless shake of his head. It seems Knight Wudong is not an ordinary female, Alan remarked, reflecting on the fortune of being with such a remarkable partner. He cast a sidelong glance at Xiongba, lamenting why he had not treasured Knight Wudong in the past. Indeed, Knight Wudong is a cunning female, Roger mused. However, you have yet to explain the nature of that powder that induces deep slumber, Xiongba interjected, eager to keep the conversation on track. Oh, that? The powder that causes deep sleep is simply somnolent grass. Those suffering from insomnia can fall asleep immediately upon inhaling its scent. Surely you knew that? Roger replied, bemused that Xiongba was unaware of such a common herb. Oh, I am not well versed in herbs, Xiongba admitted sheepishly, feeling his knowledge was lacking. Is your necromantic technique a learned skill? I have never heard of such an art, Xiongba inquired curiously. In their world, beasts inherited memories and techniques without the need for masters, allowing them to cultivate their powers directly from their minds. Yes, it is inherited, Roger replied readily. Impressive. Xiongba expressed with a hint of envy. It's nothing extraordinary. The necromantic techniques are not as potent in combat as your metal-based offensive arts, Roger remarked, admiring Xiongba's abilities. Not at all. My metal-based offensive arts cannot compare to yours, Xiongba insisted, though internally he believed his own skills were superior. Roger suppressed a cold laugh, planning to eliminate Xiongba first once he mastered his fire-based offensive techniques, followed by Alan. Chief, did you summon me because Chunling has aged and failed to satisfy you? Do you desire me to fulfill your needs as your companion? Zhu Yi exclaimed, leaping towards Xiongba upon arriving. Xiongba deftly sidestepped her, causing Zhu Yi to tumble to the ground. Frowning at the plump Zhu Yi, Xiongba felt displeasure. He had never found her appealing and continued to have no interest in her. He preferred attractive females, and Zhu Yi, in his eyes, was not among them. Zhu Yi, we have summoned you to assist us in a matter. We need you to eliminate Chunling, Xiongba stated. What? You summoned Avon to fetch me not for personal gratification, but to kill your companion, Chunling? I must be mistaken. She is your partner, after all. despite her aging appearance. She is still your companion. Zhu Yi replied in disbelief. If you refuse, we can seek another female to take care of Chunling. And you will miss out on the benefits. Roger tempted Zhu Yi, confident that she could not resist the allure of gain. What benefits? Are you suggesting that if I kill Chunling, you will become my companions? Zhu Yi grinned broadly, having long harbored desires for Xiang Ba, Roger, and Alan. Your imagination runs wild. The benefits I speak of are not companionship, but rather an abundance of magical beast cores, exquisite beast hides, and supplies like salt and rice. How does that sound? If the other companions of Chunling are attracted to you, you may claim them as your own, Roger calmly explained, suppressing his disdain for Zhu Yi's self-importance. Very well, I shall kill Chunling. Zhu Yi agreed readily, for she had never taken a liking to her. Even without the promise of rewards, she would seize the opportunity to eliminate Chunling and claim her companions for herself. Excellent. Once you have dealt with Chunling, we will fulfill our promise to you, Xiang Ba affirmed. When shall I carry out the deed? Can I do so now? I have long found that old female insufferable. Ziyi expressed her eagerness to act immediately. Patience is required. You must wait until nightfall to execute your plan against Chunling, Roger replied with narrowed eyes. Why must we wait for night? Is now not an opportune time? Zhu Yi recalled Chunling's audacity in the cave of the pig tribe shaman, stirring her anger. Do not question the timing, simply follow my instructions. Chunling is currently with Night Wutong. I need you to kill Chunling and frame Night Wutong for the act. Roger directed Zhu Yi. What? How could Chunling be with Night Wutong? What business does she have there? Are they friends? Zhu queried, intrigued by Chunling's presence with Night Wutong. They may be friends. I cannot say for certain what Chunling is doing there. Roger fabricated a response, unwilling to reveal the truth. Meanwhile, Roger and the others continued to plot the timing and method of Chunling's demise. Night Wutong prepared a bowl of traditional Chinese medicine for Yunpeng using a small iron pot and brought the concoction into the cave. Yunpeng, it is time for your medicine. Night Wutong gently announced to the newly awakened Yunpeng. Fairy sister, I am deeply grateful for your concern. Your kindness towards me is beyond measure. How can I ever repay you? Yunpeng replied as he accepted the bowl from Night Wutong's hands, yet he hesitated to drink the medicine. Lost in thought about how to express his gratitude to her. As Wutong listened to Yunpeng's words, her heart trembled. Oh, Yunpeng, please do not speak of pledging your life. Her intention in preparing the medicine was solely to ensure Yunpeng's complete recovery, driven by pure compassion. Yunpeng, she said, I am a healer, and I treat the injured and the ill with utmost care. There is no need for you to feel indebted. Let us refrain from expressions of gratitude in the future, for I lack nothing. Wutong glanced at Yunpeng as she spoke. Yunpeng had not even contemplated how to express his gratitude, yet upon hearing Wutong insist he need not thank her, his admiration for her deepened significantly. Sister Fairy, you are truly wonderful. You are the finest person in this world, he praised her. Flattery suits you well, young man, Wutong replied with a smile. The medicine is cooling, quickly, drink it. She observed the concoction in Yunpeng's hands, crafted with great care over a long period. Using the small iron pot gifted by Iwan in the absence of a clay pot, hoping that the efficacy would remain uncompromised. Yunpeng raised the bowl and gulped down the medicine in one go. Sister Fairy, I have finished it. This medicine is not bitter at all, in fact. It is slightly sweet and quite pleasant to drink. I had thought it would be quite bitter before I tasted it. He handed the empty bowl back to Wutong. Night Wutong addressed Yunpeng, saying, Yunpeng, you should rest for a while. When you awaken, your illness will be completely cured, and your body will grow strong. You will also have the opportunity to learn the art of cultivation from your brother Yunxi. Is what you say truly genuine, fairy sister? Will my ailment really vanish after I sleep? Shall I indeed become robust? Can I practice cultivation? Yunpeng questioned, a hint of disbelief clouding his ears. It is indeed true. My sister would never deceive you. Rest now. Upon awakening, all will be well, Night Wutong gently reassured him, embodying the grace of an elder sister in that moment. Observing Yunpeng, he gradually lay down, slowly closing his eyes, accompanied by the faint sound of his soft snores. His swift descent into slumber was facilitated by the sleeping potion Night Wutong had mixed into the medicine he consumed. Once Yunpeng was deeply asleep, Night Wutong, holding the empty bowl, was about to step outside when Xianhan remarked, Tong Tong, your kindness is truly remarkable. You have been exceedingly good to Yunpeng, and I find myself feeling a twinge of jealousy. Night Wutong cast a sharp glance at Xianhan and remarked, Xianhan, how old are you? How can you harbor jealousy over a mere youth, especially when he is your cousin? In my modern life, I am merely 2 months shy of 30. This body of mine is only 25. How can that possibly render me older? Furthermore, Yunpeng is my cousin, so I should not feel envious. Yet, witnessing your kindness towards Yunpeng leaves me unsettled. Tong Tong, I too desire your affection, Xianhan retorted playfully. Night Wutong rested her forehead in her hand, pondering why this seemingly grand figure, Yunpeng, appeared so childlike at this moment. How naive, Wutong thought, to believe that I would treat you well. Bai Lang entered the cave. Why are you always everywhere, Bai Lang? Xianhan expressed his annoyance as he was in the midst of charming Night Wutong when Bai Lang's entrance disrupted his mood. It's not that I'm everywhere. It's that wherever Wutong is, you will find me, for I am her foremost companion, Bai Lang declared, casting a defiant glance at Xian Han. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you, Xian Han retorted, shifting his gaze aside. Humph, as if I enjoy your company. Bai Lang averted his eyes from Xian Han as well. Upon witnessing the antics of Bai Lang and Xian Han, Wutong was instantly overwhelmed with exasperation. Both Xian Han and Bai Lang were grown individuals. How could they behave so childishly, akin to petulant children in a sulk? Let us take our leave, she declared. Stepping out of the cave first. As Wutong observed the gloomy sky, it appeared that rain was imminent. Bai Lang, do you see the sky? Is it going to rain? She inquired, uncertain whether the weather in the beast world resembled that of the modern era. Indeed, it seems that rain is on the horizon. Since our arrival at the Lion Tribe, it has not rained at all. The drought has become quite severe, and it appears that today's rain may alleviate the dryness. Lowering her gaze to Yu Chunling, Wutong continued, Bai Lang, Xian Han, Tu Jun, please move Yu Chunling into the cave to prevent her from catching a cold. After Night Wutong finished speaking, she gathered the herbs that had been drying outside the cave into her own space. The Night Wutong once again instructed Bai Lang and the others to carry the firewood into the cave. As Wutong and Bai Lang entered the cave, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. In the evening, they prepared a meal inside the cave. Just as their food was cooked, the rain unexpectedly ceased. Bai Lang, how can the rain stop so abruptly? Wutong remarked, feeling that the rain had not lasted long. It may have been brief, but it was quite heavy. We've certainly had enough of it, Bai Lang explained. Xian Han, quickly wake Yupeng for dinner. I've made him some porridge, Wutong announced. Serving the porridge made from the rice provided by the system, having discovered that the rice from AI one was problematic and no longer usable. All right, Xian Han replied. Rousing the slumbering Yunpeng. After eating, Yunpeng fell back into slumber. Xian Han looked at him with a hint of worry. Don't fret, let Yunpeng sleep, Wutong said. Beginning to enjoy the roasted meat. The others followed suit, indulging in the feast. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi, Roger, Xiongba, and Alan stealthily approached the cave where Wutong resided. Roger retrieved a small leather pouch from his space, quietly entered the cave, and poured the contents onto the ground before hastily exiting. Moments later, Roger turned to Xiongba and the others. Wutong and Bai Lang must be asleep. They won't awaken anytime soon. Let us enter the cave. Chapter 99. The interruption. Xiongba and Roger stealthily infiltrated Wutong's abode. The keen eyesight of the beastmen allowed them to navigate through the night, including Zhu Yi. Roger, are you certain they won't awaken? Alan voiced his concerns. With the amount of sleeping powder I've used, they will surely remain unconscious. Had we not taken the antidote, we would have succumbed to slumber long ago, Roger assured confidently. Xiongba gazed at the sleeping Wutong and lunged towards her, desiring a kiss. Xiongba, what are you doing? We need to focus on business, Roger blocked him. Yes, we are here for business. Thanks for the reminder. I almost forgot, Xiongba nodded reluctantly. Diverting his gaze from Wutong, Roger's eyes glinted with rage as he looked at the unconscious Chunling on the ground. Today marks the end for that old female. Should I kill Chunling now? Zhu Yi scoffed, observing the aged figure. I truly wish she would linger. Her frail appearance offers me a sense of relief. Wait a moment. When I permit you, then you may strike, Roger instructed, crouching to poke a specific spot on Chunling's body. The moment he did, she gasped for breath, awakening in a panic. Oh dear, why is it so dark? Where am I? Chunling sat up. Zhu Yi, take action. Cover Chunling's mouth and nose, suffocate her, Roger commanded. What? Roger? Are you asking Zhu Yi to kill me? Why would you do this? Chunling's face contorted with terror as she failed to comprehend why her partner would command Zhu Yi to take her life. Zhu Yi, hold on. Wait to kill Chunling, Roger interjected. Why? Zhu Yi's hands itched to act immediately. Does Chunling not seek an explanation? Let her perish with clarity. Understanding her transgressions and ensuring she cannot complain to the beast god, Roger's voice turned icy as he glared at Chunling, shaking uncontrollably. Chunling yearned to hear what she had done to provoke Roger, hoping to argue her case for survival and seek revenge later. Xiongba, you speak first. You are the largest victim here. After you, Alan and I will follow, Roger encouraged. Xiongba fixed a furious glare at Chunling. Chunling, you old and ugly female, it was you who seduced me. Wutong grew angry and expelled me from her circle of companions. I had no choice but to bond with you. Yet here you are, so wretchedly unattractive. Do you not deserve death? Chunling fought to maintain her composure. Addressing Xiongba, I did not seduce you. It was your own infatuation with my beauty. You were elated at the time. Now that I have aged and lost my looks, you despise me. You dare not kill me and instead seek to have a female do it. Your actions will invoke the wrath of the beast god. Foolishness. You shall perish at the hands of a female, not us males. We shall not face retribution. For the beast god only cares about who delivered the fatal blow. You were slain by a female, so the beast god will not punish anyone. Consider it your misfortune. Roger grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. I shall speak now. Chunling, I initially favored Wutong, but you insisted on being my partner. Now you are old and unsightly. How could you not disgust me? Do you not deserve death? Alan's eyes reflected sorrow, regretting his choice to bond with Chunling. The words you speak resonate with my own sentiments. Since you have stated them, I need not reiterate, Roger added. Please, spare me. If you no longer desire me, I am willing to sever our bond, O Chunling pleaded, hoping to exchange her life for absolution. Severing our bond. Do you believe that is sufficient? Our union was sanctioned by the high priest. To dissolve it would transform us into malevolent beasts. Only your demise will restore our freedom without consequence, Roger mused. Certain of O Chunling's fate. Roger, cease this banter with O Chunling. Let Ji Yu act, Xiong Ba urged, growing impatient with Roger's indecision. Zhu Yi, execute your task. Suffocate O Chunling, Roger commanded. Wait, you have spoken, now I must speak. O Chunling, do you comprehend why I intend to kill you? First, your arrogance was unbearable. You flaunted your beauty to steal my beloved chieftain and Roger, Alan, and now other partners. How could I not harbor resentment? Second, Roger provided me with crystal cores, hides, salt, and other goods to facilitate your demise. I have spoken. You may now die. Ji Yu lunged at O Chunling. Stop. Yu Wutong suddenly sat up, calling out to Zhu Yi. Bai Lang, Xianan, and Tu Jun emerged from the shadows of the cave. You awoke? Roger exclaimed, astonished by Yi Wutong's sudden consciousness. Huh. Had I remained asleep any longer, O Chunling would have met her end, and you would have pinned the blame on me, Yi Wutong retorted, approaching Roger. How could you possibly awaken? Roger questioned, perplexed, as he had administered a substantial amount of sleeping powder. I inform you, I had already consumed the antidote. I anticipated your actions tonight. Yi Wutong smiled sweetly, bemused by Roger's attempts to deceive her. Tao Dao, save me. Ao Chunling trembled as she beseeched Yi Wutong for aid. Her hopes now wholly reliant on her. If Yi Wutong agreed to save her, she believed her life would be spared. Ao Chunling, why should I come to your rescue? Yi Wutong scoffed. I merely urged you to cease because I did not wish for you to perish in this cave. She found it absurd that Ao Chunling regarded her as a benevolent savior. Tong Tong, I have wronged you in the past, uttering many words that angered you. I sincerely apologize. Please, I implore you, save me. I do not wish to die. Ao Chunling crawled towards Yi Wutong, yearning to grasp her leg in desperation. Knight Wutong distanced himself from O Chunling and addressed Xiong Ba and Roger. Xiong Ba, Roger, please take O Chunling away. I shall not pursue the matters you have engaged in, but I hope you refrain from casting your eyes upon me in the future. Very well. We shall escort O Chunling. Xiong Ba replied with resignation, knowing they had no choice but to return first. After Xiong Ba and Roger departed, Knight Wutong and Bai Lang began to rest, aware that they needed ample sleep before departing from the tribe the following day. From within Xiong Ba's cave, the heart-wrenching cries of a woman echoed. Chapter 100. The escape. O Chunling lay on the ground, mercilessly kicked by Zhu Yi, her cries piercing the air. Xiong Ba, Roger. Make you stop. Please, do not let her strike me any further, O Chunling managed to utter through her pain. If the beating continued, her demise was inevitable. And she had no intention of succumbing just yet. She must survive to exact vengeance. Her intent was to slay Xiong Ba, Roger, and their ilk for the grievances of today. Zhu Yi, cease this at once. Allow O Chunling to live a few more days. To kill her now would be too lenient, Roger declared, his disdain evident as he gazed upon O Chunling's unattractive visage. But I am not finished, Zhu Yi retorted, clearly displeased with Roger's demand. May I not strike her for a little longer? Disobedience could see you cast out, Roger warned, his anger palpable. Very well, I shall comply, Zhu Yi replied, fear creeping into her voice. Tonight, whoever takes O Chunling away will ensure she no longer resides in my cave. Her presence is repulsive. Xiong Ba declared to O Chunling's companions. Upon hearing Xiong Ba's words, O Chunling's companions fell silent. They too wished to avoid having the unattractive female inhabit their cave. Why is there no response? Xiong Ba inquired, growing displeased. Perhaps O Chunling could reside in my cave, Zhu Yi suggested, her eyes glinting with calculation. That could work. But where shall Aowen stay? Will he reside with you as well? Xiong Ba inquired, pleased that Zhu Yi was willing to take O Chunling away, thus sparing him from her unsightly presence. Chief, you are unaware. Aowen no longer resides with me. He has returned to his own cave, Zhu Yi replied, a hint of resentment in her gaze. Oh, take O Chunling away now. Hurry, Xiong Ba urged. Chief, I shall bring her at once, Zhu Yi declared as she seized O Chunling and dragged her towards the cave's exit. Xiong Ba watched Zhu Yi and O Chunling leave, exhaling in relief. Those two unsightly females had finally departed. Chief, Roger, do you think Zhu Yi will kill O Chunling? Alan asked, curiosity piqued. I cannot say. If Zhu Yi chooses to end her, so be it. After all, O Chunling is of no further use. Her existence is merely a waste of resources. Xiong Ba replied nonchalantly. Roger remained silent. Zhu Yi dragged the bloodied O Chunling into her cave. She threw O Chunling to the ground and said with malice, O Chunling, do you know why I have brought you here? You need not answer. I shall torment you before taking your life. You cannot kill me yet. Did Roger not say I should live a few more days? O Chunling thought, determined to devise a means of survival within the coming days. But I could easily claim you took your own life. Roger and the others would not pursue it, Zhu Yi threatened, leaning closer, her breath hot against O Chunling's unappealing face. If you do not torment me tonight, I will reveal a secret, O Chunling proposed, her eyes darting with cunning. What secret? Tell me, and I shall spare your life tonight, Zhu Yi replied, intrigued. I will share this secret, But first, you must agree to one condition. Once you comply, I shall divulge the secret. Chunling believed she had found a potential leverage point. What is it? Speak. If I can agree, I shall, Zhu Yi insisted. Eager for the promised revelation, I inquire whether a female, upon losing affection for her partner, may unilaterally sever their bond without consent. Chunling posed to Zhu Yu. Indeed. But why do you ask? You do not intend to sever ties with Xiang Ba or Roger, do you? I must inform you that your union was officiated by the high priest. It is not the same as a common bond, Zhu Yu responded, irritation clear in her tone. In what way is it different? Chunling inquired. Ordinary unions permit a female to sever ties unilaterally if she no longer desires her partner, with no need for consent. A mere prick of a bone needle to the bond mark suffices. However, your union with Xiang Ba and Roger was conducted by the high priest, making that method ineffective. Zi relished in her cruel knowledge. Chunling felt disheartened upon hearing Zhu Ye's words, realizing that severing her bond with Xiang Ba and the others was currently impossible. Alas, my dress is torn. Could you lend me your bone needle so I may mend it? Chunling suggested, her eyes glimmering with intent. Why all the fuss? Speak your secret. Yet, I must admit, your dress is quite lovely. I fancy it. Perhaps you might relinquish it to me? Ji remarked, genuinely admiring Chunling's attire. The dress is torn, but if you lend me your needle, I shall mend it and then give it to you, followed by revealing the secret. Chunling negotiated. Very well, once you have repaired it, I shall accept it, Ji relented, fetching the bone needle for Chunling. As Chunling inspected Zhu Ye's cave under the moonlight, she noticed a small stone that she believed would soon prove useful. Zhu handed the bone needle to Chunling, prompting, now, what secret do you wish to share? Chunling took the needle and said, Zhu Yi. Draw closer so you may hear me clearly. Ah, quite right. Zhu leaned in closer to Chunling, seizing the opportunity as Zhu Ye's face neared. Chunling thrust the needle into Zhu Ye's right eye and swiftly withdrew it, blinding her. Zhu clutched her eye in agony, collapsing to the ground in despair. In that moment of distraction, Chunling lifted the small stone and struck Zhu Ye's head, shattering it and spilling her brain. Zhu met her untimely demise in a haze of confusion. Chunling rummaged through Zhu Ye's cave, discovering some crystals and a small pouch of salt, which she wrapped in a piece of animal hide. She also found the animal hide skirt Zhu had worn and donned it, covering her face with another piece of hide. With everything in place, Chunling exited Zhu Ye's cave, intent on stealthily leaving the tribe. Approaching the entrance, she spotted 2 sentinels and quickly brandished the crystals she had scavenged. Kind sirs, might you allow me passage? I have urgent matters to attend to and shall return shortly, she implored, handing the crystals to the guards. Chapter 101. Departure from the lion tribe. The 2 sentinels, glancing at the fully veiled Chunling and the crystals in their hands, waved her off, saying, Go on, be swift in your return. Chunling felt a surge of joy and hurriedly made her way outside the tribe. Brother, do you think it's safe for her to wander alone at night? Inquired another male standing guard, addressing the one who had spoken with Chunling moments earlier. What does it matter? Whether she is in danger or not has nothing to do with us. After all, she has given us so many crystals, we can use these to charm our partners, replied the male dismissively, watching Chunling's retreating figure with a sneer. Chunling quickened her pace, unsure of her destination, but determined to distance herself from the lion clan. She lamented her aging and unattractive appearance, realizing that she would not be welcomed anywhere. Perhaps she could conceal her flaws with mud, at least it would mask her wrinkles. With this thought in mind, she scooped some soft clay from a small puddle beneath a tree and smeared it across her pale face. Once she was certain the mud had covered her wrinkles, she felt a slight sense of relief and continued her journey into the night. After walking for approximately 3 hours, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she sank down beneath a tree to rest. Just as she settled, she heard a rustling sound that startled her. Surely, there are no beasts lurking nearby, she thought, aware that she was deep within the forest. Clenching her fists, she steeled herself. The rustling grew closer, and Chunling found herself frozen in fear. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to see 2 enormous black snakes, startlingly large. Are you beast men? Chunling asked tentatively, hoping that if they were beast men, her fate would be secure, at least from being fatally bitten. The 2 snakes were, in fact, wandering beast men, on their way to the wandering beast tribe to seek refuge. They had not anticipated encountering a solitary female that night, planning to take her back to their tribe as a gift for their kind. The brothers responded to Chunling in their beast tongue, revealing themselves as serpent beast men. Under the bright moonlight, Chunling saw the 2 large black snakes flicking their tongues and hissing at her, mistaking them for ordinary snakes and believing they intended to devour her. Overcome by fear, she fainted, her vision fading to black. The following day, dawn broke with a gentle light. Night Wutong and Bai Lang rose from their slumber, gathering their belongings as they departed the lion clan. Just as Xiang Ba emerged from his bed, he heard a voice outside. Roger. The beautiful female known as Night Wutong has departed the lion clan with her companion. You must inform the chieftain. Roger, displeased, retorted. Why did you not prevent their departure? We tried, but Night Wutong sprinkled us with a potent powder, rendering us powerless. We attempted to sound the alarm, yet we could not muster a single roar. It took us an entire hour to recover, and I was the first to regain my strength. I rushed here to deliver the news, the messenger explained, his voice tinged with injustice. Understood, You may return, Roger instructed the messenger. Once he had departed, Roger entered Xiangba's cave. Did you hear everything? Roger inquired. Indeed. Night Wutong and Bai Lang have left. I know their destination, Xiangba replied, his fury palpable. Night Wutong had escaped before he could fulfill his plans to become her mate. Where have they gone? Roger speculated that Night Wutong had likely returned to her companion's tribe, though he could not ascertain the specifics. They have gone to the Wolf clan. Prior to arriving at the Lion clan, we had arranged to stay here for a month, followed by a month at the Wolf clan, and then to the Fox clan, Xiangba divulged, revealing all he knew to Roger, who would later assist in his pursuit of Night Wutong. Oh, Roger mused, deep in thought. Let us proceed to Zhu Ye's cave, Xiangba declared, directing his attention to Roger, who was lost in contemplation. The chieftain's anger simmered. He intended to vent his frustrations on Chunling. Very well, Roger responded, now aware of Xiangba's intentions. Together, they made their way to Zhu Ye's cave. As they approached, they encountered Avon, who was hurrying towards them. Avon, why the haste? Xiangba questioned, puzzled. Chieftain, look. The bond mark on my arm has vanished. I suspect Zhu Yi is dead, and I came to check, Avon exclaimed, his face alight with joy. If Yi were indeed dead, he would be free. Surely not. How could Zhu Yi be dead? Are you certain you Haven team misremembered the location of your bond mark? Xiangba scrutinized Avon. I am certain, Avon affirmed. Well, let us investigate Zhu Ye's cave to ascertain the truth, Roger suggested, regarding both Xiangba and Avon with an expression of disdain for Xiangba's apparent foolishness. He resolved that once he ascended to Xiangba's level, he would usurp the chieftaincy. Agreed, Xiangba nodded, and the trio hastened towards Zhu Ye's cave. Upon arrival, they found a large, plump pig lying on the ground. Avon recognized it as Zhu Yi, having become familiar with Zhu Yu's beast form after their bond. Every night, Zhu Yi would transform to sleep, a sight Avon found distasteful. You are now free, Xiangba remarked, a hint of envy evident in his eyes. Where is Chunling? Roger questioned, noting her absence and suddenly understanding the implications. I do not know. Where has Chunling gone? How did you meet his demise? Wait. I believe I understand. Someone must have entered the cave, killed Zhu Yi, and abducted Chunling, Xiangba concluded, his suspicions solidifying. Do you truly believe anyone would abduct Chunling? Given her state, it would be far more logical to abduct Zhu Yi. Despite Zhu Ye's lack of beauty, he is still preferable to Chunling, Roger retorted, dismissing the notion. Could it be that Chunling was responsible for Zhu Ye's death? Avon pondered, feeling a sense of gratitude towards her. Indeed, Roger asserted confidently, for the evidence was glaringly apparent. What shall we do now? Chunling has killed Zhu Yi and fled. Why did the males tasked with monitoring Night Wutong and Bai Lang fail to intercept her? Xiangba's frustration grew, deeming them utterly foolish. Xiangba, you cannot blame them. You never informed them about Chunling, Roger remarked, narrowing his eyes. What are our next steps? Avon inquired, lacking any desire for vengeance against Zhu Yi. What else can we do? We must send someone to locate Chunling. She must be brought back, Xiangba declared, his fists clenched in anger. Chapter 102. The Wolf Clan. Just as Xiangba dispatched a search party for Chunling, a beastman approached with news. Chieftain, a swan beastman has arrived with a group seeking you. He claims to be Peg, the brother of Lisa, and is currently waiting outside the clan. Should I allow him entry? Bring them to the council cave. I shall await them there, Xiangba instructed the messenger. Chieftain, are we heading to the council cave now? Avon asked. Avon, you stay behind and dispose of this foul pig, Xiangba commanded. Roger, we are leaving. With that, Xiangba and Roger departed Zhu Ye's cave. Xiangba was quite pleased with Roger, desiring his presence wherever he went. Within the Lion Clan's council cave, Xiangba, Roger, Peg, and over 30 of Lisa's companions sat upon stone benches. Chieftain Xiangba, you may not know me, but I am Lisa's brother. These are her companions. We have come to demand that you surrender your companion to us, Peg announced. Lisa's brother, you say? Why should I hand over my companion to you? Xiangba questioned, bewildered by Peg's intentions. Why? I shall tell you why. Your companion has slain my beloved sister, Lisa, and I seek vengeance upon her, Peg declared, a murderous glint in his eyes. Xiangba and Roger exchanged bewildered glances. Peg, clarify your words, Xiangba urged, unable to comprehend the full story. Very well. I will make it clear. I demand that you willingly surrender your companion so that I may kill her in retribution for Lisa, Peg stated through gritted teeth. Proceed. Xiangba mused, contemplating that if he could retrieve Chunling, handing her over to Lisa's brother for execution might be a favorable outcome. Unexpectedly, Lisa's brother dared to slay a female in his quest for vengeance, unafraid of becoming a malevolent beast. Your companion donned a bird mask and, clad in this attire, wielded this weapon to take my sister's life. Fleeing from your band of beasts, she leapt into the lake, shedding her garments and removing the bird mask, discarding the dagger amidst the aquatic vegetation. Upon emerging from the water, she chose 5 partners, of whom you are one. She and her other companions have come to your Lion Clan. Hasten to surrender her. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Peg's eyes. Xiangba and Roger, upon hearing Peg's words, realized she was referring to Yi Wutong, not Chunling. Peg, have you forgotten this is the beast world? Here. It is decreed that regardless of the transgressions of a female, they are to be forgiven. Lisa's demise is solely attributable to her partner's failure to protect her. If you seek revenge, direct your wrath towards those who neglected their duty. Had Lisa's companions safeguarded her, she would not have perished. All blame rests upon them. Roger brandished the dictates of the beast world in an attempt to dissuade Peg from her murderous intentions toward Yi Wutong, shifting the responsibility onto Lisa's partners. Lisa's brother. Upon hearing Roger's words, cast a frigid gaze towards Lisa's companions. I shall not spare these partners. They must atone for their negligence in protecting Lisa. However, your companion shall meet her end. She must die. Peg's voice was chilling, like ice. What do you mean, Peg? Do you wish to slay us as well? Though we are Lisa's partners, she did not allow us to accompany her on the selection day. She had her servant beasts confine us in a stone chamber, with guards to prevent our escape. How can you claim our involvement in Lisa's death? One of Lisa's partners retorted angrily. Indeed. Lisa's death has nothing to do with us, echoed another partner in agreement. Peg, Lisa's demise is directly linked to you. This selection was orchestrated to provoke you. She was incensed by your avoidance and refusal to bond with her. In a fit of rage, she convened a selection to choose 50 partners despite you, yet tragically. She met her end during the event. All of this was incited by you. Enough. Pain flickered across Peg's visage as she withdrew several green wild chicken feathers from her space, kissing and caressing them, inhaling their scent. Lisa, brother regrets not accepting your bond, leading to your untimely death. On the mountain path, Knight Wutong and Bai Lang had already traveled for 3 hours. Daunting, I shall escort Yuping back to the tribe first. Once I ascend to the rank of a level 9 orc, I will return to seek you as my mate, Xianon declared, shouldering Yuping and heading in another direction. Seated upon Xuan Han's back, Yuping turned to Knight Wutong and called out, Sister Fairy, I will miss you. Bear Shuai, perched upon Ai Air's back, disdainfully regarded Yuping and retorted. Yuping, you pitiful weakling. You may yearn for the fairy sister, but she certainly does not yearn for you. At Bear Shuai's words, Yuping's gaze dimmed. He was indeed feeble, and it was inconceivable that the fairy sister would have any thoughts of him. Xianon urged, hold on tightly, I am about to accelerate. Yuping grasped Xianon firmly as he surged forward. Bear Shuai, you are truly insufferable. Do you dare to believe I would sew your bare mouth shut with needles? Knight Wutong glared at Bear Shuai, her irritation palpable. Bear Shuai covered his mouth, fearing to utter another word. As night fell, Yi Wutong and Bai Lang, accompanied by a few others, arrived at the wolf tribe settlement. The moment they entered, they captured the attention of all present. Bai Lang, you have returned. Who is this female by your side? Why have you brought her to our tribe? A dark-skinned yet strikingly beautiful female obstructed Bai Lang's path. Step aside, Bai Lang retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice as he feared that Yi Wutong might misinterpret the situation. You have been away from the wolf tribe for nearly a month. Do you not know how much I missed you? You speak to me like this upon our first meeting, unaware of the sorrow it brings me, Lai Zhu replied, her demeanor imbued with a sense of grievance. If you do not move aside, I shall kick you, Bai Lang exclaimed. Exasperation evident as he noticed Yi Wutong's face displayed a look of amusement. Brother, you are back? A girl, around 13 or 14, spoke up. Bai Lang replied tersely, feeling an inexplicable distance from this sister of his. In chapter 103, Bai Lang's peculiar fathers, a handsome young beast man approached Bai Lang and asked, is this female at your side your mate? She is truly beautiful. In my 20-plus years, I have never encountered such a stunning female. Indeed, she is my mate. And her name is Daunting. From now on, you shall refer to her as sister-in-law, Bai Lang announced, wrapping his arm around Yi Wutong's waist as he addressed his friend. The beastman fell silent, contemplating, is she merely a sister-in-law? Bai Lang, perceiving his friend's thoughts, chose to ignore them, knowing that becoming Daunting's partner was no trivial matter. It required enduring trials, as Daunting was unlike ordinary females who merely valued a male's rank and appearance. She was exceptional. I am truly fortunate to have such a beautiful mate, a red-haired youth remarked to the blue-haired young man beside him, envy shining in his eyes. The blue-haired youth's gaze was filled with jealousy. I wish to be the mate of that beautiful female, a brown-haired young male said, his eyes fixated on Yi Wutong, seemingly eager to pounce on her. Enough. You are only a tier 3 beast man. Such a beautiful female would never choose you as a mate. Look at her partners. The lowest among them is a tier 6 beast man. A beast man accompanying the brown-haired youth scoffed, disdain evident in his tone, revealing a lack of self-awareness. At that moment, numerous and bonded young male beast men from the wolf tribe surged forward, pushing Lai Zhu and Bai Lang's sister aside, encircling Yi Wutong and the others. Beautiful female. Accept me as your mate. Look how strong I am. A handsome young male, close to Yi Wutong, exclaimed, tearing off his beast skin skirt and standing bare before her. As he did, others followed suit, discarding their own beast skin garments. Over 100 naked young men stood before Yi Wutong, showcasing their physique. Knight Wutong was utterly astounded by the sight of these handsome men in the nude. After a few moments, she regained her composure and promptly leaped into Bai Lang's embrace. Using his chest to shield her eyes, Bai Lang instinctively wrapped his arms around her. It seemed that the alluring female had not taken a liking to any of us. One male draped a fur skirt around himself once more. Indeed, it was undeniable that we paled in comparison to Bai Lang. After another male made this observation, he too enveloped himself in a fur skirt. The remaining males followed suit, donning their fur skirts as well. Their gazes dimmed considerably. It was disheartening to encounter such a beautiful female only to find that she was disinterested in them. As they adorned themselves with the fur skirts, Bai Lang gently caressed Knight Wutong's silky hair, remarking on its smoothness and delightful texture, and he couldn't help but touch it again. Knight Wutong, upon hearing Bai Lang's words, extricated herself from his embrace. Bai Lang, the orcs from your tribe are utterly deranged, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Before Bai Lang could respond, Xiang Shui interjected, Knight Wutong, these orcs are merely seeking companionship from you. Do you not see that they are far less robust than I? After witnessing my prowess, you cannot possibly find them appealing. Silence. With Xiang Shui's words, over 100 orcs were incensed and poised to retaliate against him. Stand back. Bai Lang commanded the assembly of orcs, exerting his formidable presence. Overwhelmed by Bai Lang's aura, the orcs had no choice but to transform into their beast forms and flee from him and his companions. Even Lai Zhu and Bai Lang's sister, Qing Gu, who stood at a distance, were swept up in the chaos and transformed into their beast forms to escape. Knight Wutong sighed. Realizing why that delicate female had such dark skin, it turned out her beast form was that of a large black spider. Bai Lang's sister was unexpectedly a small white dove. Upon seeing that the beastmen had all departed, Bai Lang turned to Knight Wutong and said, let us go directly to my father and mother. All right. Knight Wutong nodded in agreement. Bai Lang led Knight Wutong and Tu Jun to the cave where his mother resided. Inside, Bai Lang's mother was busy sewing a skirt made of animal hides, while her numerous companions sat nearby, engaged in conversation. Bai Lang's mother appeared to be in her 40s, with a fair complexion and well-defined features, making her quite beautiful by the standards of the beast world. Most of Bai Lang's fathers were also in their 40s and 30s, with 2 of them being nearly the same age as Bai Lang, all exceptionally handsome. As Bai Lang and Knight Wutong entered the cave, Bai Lang addressed his mother, Hong Lian, saying, Mother, I have returned with my partner. After speaking, he took Knight Wutong's hand and approached his mother. Hello, Auntie, Knight Wutong greeted respectfully, unsure if the term auntie was appropriate in this beastly realm. Ah, delightful. What is your name? Bai Lang's mother responded joyfully. I am Knight Wutong, Annie. You may call me Tong Tong. Very well, I shall call you Tong Tong, but please, do not call me Annie. Refer to me as mother instead. Hong Lian replied. Tong Tong, these are your fathers, she continued, introducing Knight Wutong to Bai Lang's fathers. After the introduction, Knight Wutong greeted Bai Lang's fathers, saying, Greetings, fathers. The expressions of Bai Lang's eldest father, second father, and biological father were filled with affection. They were pleased that Bai Lang had chosen a partner like Knight Wutong, not only beautiful but also polite, unlike most females who tended to be arrogant and rude. This Tong Ong, however, was humble and courteous. Bai Lang's mother's other companions, particularly the 2 who were around Bai Lang's age, looked at Knight Wutong not with affection but with unabashed desire. Their gazes were filled with lust, and they swallowed hard, their throats working as they stared at Knight Wutong's exquisite face. Observing his mother's 2 youthful companions, Bai Lang could discern their thoughts and shot them a warning glance. However, these 2 beastmen disregarded Bai Lang's warning, their eyes remaining glued to Knight Wutong's stunning visage. The Knight Wutong sensed several gazes lingering upon her, causing a wave of displeasure to wash over her. She shot a glare towards the source of the stairs. Bai Lang and Mu's 2 companions exchanged seductive smiles with the Knight Wutong. One of them daringly threw a flirtatious wink in her direction. Knight Wutong felt a surge of indignation upon witnessing the 2 orcs exchanging glances with another female in the presence of their partners. Did they not fear inciting the ire of their companions? Wutong, you, Bai Lang, and your partners should come to my place for dinner. Bai Lang's mother warmly grasped Knight Wutong's hand. Thank you, Emu. Indeed, Knight Wutong felt a pang of hunger. She had only managed to consume a few wild fruits on Tu Jun's back in her haste to arrive at the Wolf Clan's territory before nightfall. Bai Lang and Tu Jun had not eaten all day. Wutong, let us step outside the cave. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted antelope, which is quite suitable for us females, Bai Lang's mother said, leading Knight Wutong out of the cave. Bai Lang's mother's companions began preparing the barbecue, skillfully slicing the antelope into small pieces with bone knives, then skewering the morsels and placing them on a metallic grill to roast. Even while grilling the meat, Bai Lang's 2 youthful fathers could not divert their gaze from Knight Wutong. In truth, Bai Lang's mother had already taken note of her partner's behavior. Chapter 104. Infuriating. The night sycamore tree observed the flamboyant companion of Bai Lang's mother casting flirtatious glances in her direction, sending a shiver down her spine. She was tempted to strike down this insipid pretty boy with a single blow, yet he was the partner of Bai Lang's mother. Leaving her no choice but to disregard him, Bai Lang's mother, Hong Lian, noticed her 2 youthful companions leering at Wutong, one of whom brazenly attempted to entice her with suggestive glances, showing a blatant disregard for her presence. A frown of displeasure appeared on her face, soon replaced by a wave of guilt. The myriad of expressions playing across Bai Lang's mother's face did not escape Wutong's keen observation. Knight Wutong withdrew her gaze from the face of Bai Lang's mother, Hong Lian, and lowered her head in contemplation of the expression she had just witnessed. Why had it shifted from displeasure to guilt? Could it be that Hong Lian bore some regret towards her two youthful companions? Wutong, if Bai Lang ever provokes your ire, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall ensure he receives his due punishment, spoke Bai Lang's biological father, the third partner of Bai Lang's mother. He was approximately 40 years of age, strikingly handsome, and Bai Lang bore an uncanny resemblance to him. It appeared that Bai Lang had inherited his father's remarkable genes. Father, what are you saying? How could I ever dare to upset Wutong? She is my partner, and I would never wish to anger her or allow her to suffer. I cherish her as a precious treasure, Bai Lang said, his eyes filled with affection as he gazed at Night Wutong. Humph, your words are as sweet as honey. Night Wutong replied with a smile directed at Bai Lang, thinking to herself, do not assume that I will be swayed by your flowery rhetoric. The sweet interaction between Yi Wutong and Bai Lang irked Bai Lang's two young companions, who began to scrutinize Tu Jun, Ai Air, and Xiong Shuai, Bai Lang's young companion. Hua Kongke observed Xiong Shuai's disheveled appearance with disdain, uncertain whether this hulking figure was indeed Yi Wutong's partner. Is this untidy bear truly your companion, Tong Tong? Kongke inquired. His skepticism regarding Yi Wutong's taste evident as he questioned her choice of such an ungainly creature as a partner. Certainly not, Yi Wutong replied candidly, catching a glimmer of calculation in the eyes of Bai Lang's young father. I knew that such a beautiful female as Tong Tong would never settle for a foul bear. Kongke remarked, casting a contemptuous glance toward Xiong Shuai. Who are you calling foul? I smell delightful, while you reek of multiple females. You must be entangled with at least 3 at once, Xiong Shuai retorted, his gaze directed at Kongke, laced with derision. What of his bear-like form? He considered himself far superior to this flamboyant peacock. Bear, do you dare threaten me? Kongke bristled, angered that Xiong Shuai had exposed his indiscretions. Although his partner, Hong Lian, was aware of his liaisons with other females and had chosen to remain silent, the revelation from Xiong Shuai stung. Regret washed over Kongke. He pondered how he could ever pursue Yi Wutong while being portrayed as an unfaithful male. Flamboyant peacock, we are both 6th-level beasts. Who is to say who would prevail in a confrontation? Xiong Shuai declared, rising abruptly. Xiong Shuai, sit down and refrain from provoking trouble, Ai Air admonished, exasperated. He regretted not having sent Xiong Shuai back to the Bear Clan, finding his presence exhausting, primarily due to the emotional toll. Why am I being blamed? It was this flamboyant peacock who instigated the matter, Xiong Shuai protested, feeling wronged. Bai Lang's mother intended to speak to Kongke, but the words caught in her throat. A gesture that did not escape Yi Wutong's notice. Yi Wutong could not comprehend what concerns Bai Lang's mother might have. She always felt that there was something amiss in this situation. The Night Phoenix Tree also delighted in the spectacle. Kong Shi and Xiong Shuai were guests. And it would be prudent for you to accommodate them, wouldn't it? Bai Lang's father, Lang Yi, could no longer bear the situation and finally spoke up. Very well. I shall not stoop to the level of a big bear. Kong Shi glanced at Yi Wutong, displaying a demeanor of great magnanimity. Humph. What else does Xiong Shuai wish to say? Just then, Bai Lang's sister rushed toward him, breathless, and exclaimed, Brother, Sister Lai Zhu is currently weeping in her cave. She is quite upset with you and has been crying for quite some time. None of her more than 10 companions have managed to console her. You must go and speak with her. Upon hearing Bai Lang's sister's words, everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Night Wutong, Bai Lang's sister is either lacking in intelligence or simply does not harbor any affection for me. She does not wish for me to become her sister-in-law. Bai Lang, how infuriating that my detestable sister would dare to suggest, in front of Tong Tong, that I should comfort Lai Zhu, while allowing Tong Tong to misconstrue the situation. I am tempted to cast her aside. Ai Air, could it be that Lai Zhu once had some connection with Bai Lang? Tu Jun, surely not. Bai Lang could never be interested in Lai Zhu. Brother, hurry and console Sister Lai Zhu. Qing Gu attempts to persuade Bai Lang. Do not touch me. Bai Lang swiftly evades, harboring an inexplicable disdain for his sister. Bai Lang, your beloved is in tears. Why do you not comfort her? Hurry. Xiong Shuai remarks with a hint of schadenfreude, oblivious to Bai Lang's furious glare. Brother, you have been away from the tribe for a month, and Sister Lai Zhu has visited daily with her companions, inquiring about your return. She claims to be worried about your safety. Do you not realize how much she cares for you? She has been brought to tears by your indifference. Will you not go and offer her some solace? Qing Gu finds her brother utterly incomprehensible. The Night Wutong tree was adorned with dark lines, and unable to restrain herself. Yi Wutong sarcastically remarked to Qing Gu, Little dove, do you harbor a grudge against your brother Bai Lang? No. Qing Gu shot a glance at Yi Wutong, thinking to herself that this beautiful sister-in-law must be mad. When had she ever held animosity towards her brother? Ah, I had assumed you and your brother had some enmity. Yi Wutong was convinced that Qing Ji's intellect was rather lacking. Why do you say that? Don't think that just because you are my sister-in-law, you can speak nonsense. Qing Gu retorted, her anger rising. Qing Gu, be quiet. Go tell that black widow that I, Bai Lang, have no connection with her. Why should I comfort her just because she cries? She should stop dreaming. Bai Lang suppressed his fury towards Qing Gu, wishing to swat her away if she weren't his sister. But brother, she is crying because of you and this sister-in-law of yours. You caused the situation. Can't you at least console Sister Lai Zhu? She is so devoted to you, and now that you have a sister-in-law, how can she not be heartbroken? You should go and comfort her. Qing Gu insisted. Moreover, Sister Lai Zhu's mother is a shaman. We may still require the services of a shaman. Yet, Qing Gu remained undeterred. Failing to complete the task given by Lai Zhu would mean she could not obtain what she desired. I want to go. I didn't ask her to like me. What is my relationship with her matter? If she wants to cry, let her. If she has the ability to cry to death, so be it. I don't believe she can actually die from it. It's just a pretense. Bai Lang resolutely refused. This left Qing Gu on the brink of tears. Wutong suddenly pondered whether there might be some sinister plot at play. If Bai Lang were to meet with Lai Zhu in solitude, would she possibly administer poison to him? After all, Lai Zhu's mother was a witch doctor. Knight Wutong approached Bai Lang and whispered in his ear, Bai Lang, I suspect there is a conspiracy at play. Chapter 105, System Notification Bai Lang nodded repeatedly. A sense of confusion enveloped the onlookers. What exactly had Knight Wutong conveyed to Bai Lang? Ah, sister-in-law, what did you discuss with my brother? Surely, you are not advising him against visiting my sister Lai Zhu. Light Song exclaimed, exasperated. You are being rather petty, although my brother is your partner. You are not yet truly bonded. If you continue to act so miserly, who knows, one day he might forsake you. Light Dove, cease your insolence. Do not disrespect your sister-in-law, Bai Lang's mother admonished, irritated. How could her daughter, now 22, still behave like a child? Not only did she possess the physique of a child, but her intellect also mirrored that of one. I am not being disrespectful. I merely speak the truth. With you being so strict over my brother, how will he ever find a mate? Light Dove lamented, mistakenly attributing her brother's reluctance to woo Lai Zhu to Knight Wutong's influence, and began to harbor resentment towards her. Light Dove, should you continue to disrespect your sister-in-law, I will not hold back. Do not think that just because you are my sister, you hold any more significance in my heart than a mere toe of Tongtong's. Go tell Lai Zhu that I will not be visiting her. Inform her that if she has prepared any concoctions for me, she should administer them to her own partner, not to me, Bai Lang declared with indignation, pulling Knight Wutong closer. He was infuriated that his insufferable sister would treat Tongtong with such disrespect. Brother, Lai Zhu grew up alongside you. Do you truly feel no affection for her? You are being heartless, Light Dove protested, angered that her plan to lure her brother to Lai Zhu's cave had been thwarted. Huh, did I grow up with Lai Zhu? I am 23. Lai Zhu is 33, 10 years my senior. Would you call that growing up together? Bai Lang retorted, amusement mingling with his irritation. Brother, even if you did not grow up together, she has watched you grow. Besides, she harbors feelings for you. You cannot be so callous, Light Dove stammered. At a loss for words. Many have watched me grow, and many possess feelings for me. Yet I only cherish my Tongtong. My affections are solely for her. With that, Bai Lang embraced Knight Wutong tightly. Knight Wutong had long since regarded Light Dove with disdain and did not break free from Bai Lang's embrace. Light Dove, your behavior is exceedingly peculiar. I suspect that the Black Widow spider has promised you some form of advantage. In any case, Bai Lang will never go to her, let alone indulge her whims. She is no child, after all. Knight Wutong had tolerated Light Dove's behavior for far too long, wishing she could revert her to her beastly form and roast her over an open flame. No, she couldn't possibly offer me anything, Light Dove stammered, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. Observing her distress, the others began to comprehend the situation. It became evident why Light Dove insisted on sending Bai Lang to Lai Zhu's cave. Lai Zhu had indeed promised her something in return. Light Dove, do tell. What exactly did Lai Zhu promise you that necessitates Bai Lang's visit to her cave? Knight Wutong's words left Light Dove with no opportunity to defend herself. No. I've told you. There's nothing, Light Dove replied, furrowing her brow, astonished by Knight Wutong's perceptiveness in uncovering Lai Zhu's promises. You are not to mention Lai Zhu again. If you are to eat, then eat. If not, simply take your medicine. Your uncle has already prepared your potion, Red Lian. Bai Lang's mother instructed her daughter. I think I shall eat first. I will take my medicine after the meal, Light Dove murmured, lowering her gaze. She intended to explain the situation to Lai Zhu after her meal and medicine, aware that Lai Zhu harbored affections for her brother, Bai Lang, and had long desired to make him her beast husband, though he had persistently rejected her. Red Lian, your medicine is ready as well, remarked Red Lian's 13th partner, a striking scorpion beast man of around 30 years of age, responsible for preparing her concoctions daily. Very well, Misia, please pour the medicine into a stone bowl for me. I shall take it after I finish the roasted meat, Red Lian replied, glancing helplessly at the dark brew simmering in the small iron pot. She had been consuming this potion for 3 years, yet her ailment had not only persisted but worsened. Despite her desire to abandon the medicine, she felt compelled to continue. Deterred by the hopeful gazes of her companions, she had once confided in the shaman, Duodang, that the medicine had proved ineffective. In response, Duodang had added another ingredient to her original potion, assuring her it was safe to consume. Claiming that she would feel slightly weak afterward and that it was a normal occurrence, promising that she would eventually recover. However, her condition had not improved. Now, even drawing a breath had become a daunting task. The voice of the system echoed in Yi Wutong's mind. System, host. The moment for you to showcase your abilities has arrived once more. Your husband, oh, I misspoke. It is your beloved beastly husband's mother who has been poisoned. You have the opportunity to administer the antidote. Furthermore, that insufferable little dove has also succumbed to poison. You must provide her with the remedy as well. Knight Wutong, what is happening? How come Bai Lang's mother and sister have both been poisoned? System, poisoning is advantageous. If they were not poisoned, how would you have the opportunity to showcase yourself in front of your mother-in-law, let alone make a name for yourself in this tribe? Yi Wutong, system, speak up. What poison have Bai Lang's mother and sister been afflicted with? System, this system can only provide the host with hints. The specifics of the poison and the methods of detoxification are entirely the host's responsibility. Bai Lang's mother, after being poisoned, can no longer engage intimately with her partner, while his sister, though over 20, appears as if she is merely 12 or 13. This system has provided too many hints, resulting in excessive energy consumption, leading to a dormant state. Bai Lang, I suspect your mother and sister have been poisoned, Yi Wutong whispered to Bai Lang, ensuring only he could hear. Poisoned? Bai Lang pondered, wondering if Tong Tong had discerned something. He had complete faith in her medical skills. Let us dine first, after our meal. We can speak to my mother privately. How does that sound? Yi Wutong sought Bai Lang's agreement. Wishing to avoid revealing the matter of Hong Lian's poisoning in front of her other partner, fearing complications. All right, I will heed your wishes. Let us eat first. The meat is ready. Bai Lang offered the roasted meat to Yi Wutong. After leaving the Dragon Palace, Qingming proceeded to Beast King City. The Beastkin realm comprises Beast Emperor City, Beast King City, ordinary beast cities, and tribes. Among these, Beast Emperor City is the most prosperous, followed closely by Beast King City, with the ordinary beast cities and tribes resembling modern rural areas. Upon arriving at Beast City, Qingming transformed from a dragon into a remarkably handsome man. The several beastmen guarding the city quickly noticed Qingming, and one, appearing as their leader, approached with a smile, saying, Lord Azure Dragon, please enter the city. Qingming disregarded the beastman's greeting and strode directly into the city. Leader, don't you think this Azure Dragon is rather rude? One beastman from the city expressed indignantly. Do not speak so. After all, he is a noble dragon of the 8th rank, the leader replied enviously, showing no anger at Qingming's impoliteness. Upon entering the city, Qingming was astonished by the sights before him. Chapter 106. Qingming slays 2 females. Qingming observed numerous female beastmen selecting partners in Beast King City. These females were extraordinarily unattractive. Even women who had undergone botched plastic surgeries appeared more appealing. Surrounding these females were many handsome male beastmen. Qingming had never encountered such grotesque female beastmen before. He thought of Qing Luo, the original sister, who, though average-looking, was leagues ahead of these females and utterly incomparable to his sister Tong Tong. Handsome Azure Dragon, come to my side swiftly. I have taken a liking to you. Let us bond tonight, and I shall bear you a brood of little Azure Dragons, a robust female beastman with a long nose, green skin, small eyes, and a large mouth declared. She had been eyeing Qingming since his entry into the city. Xiang Hong, I must tell you, I spotted this handsome Azure Dragon first. I intend for him to be my beast husband. Do not attempt to steal him from me, lest I become unkind. Another female beastman with yellowing skin and straw-like hair warned Xiang Hong. She, the male you desire is not yours to take. Xiang Hong glared at she. Qingming ignored the 2 females vying for his attention and continued forward. Hong Hong, that Azure Dragon is leaving. Should we stop him? One of Xiang Hong's companions suggested eagerly. Stop him. We cannot let him escape. Xiang Hong insisted anxiously. Bring that Azure Dragon to me now. She commanded her companions. This Azure Dragon belongs to me. You cannot take him. Xiang Hong rushed at Shi, determined to assert her claim over Qingming. Before they could engage, Shi's companion and Xiang Hong's companion separated the two. Perhaps we should first ask the Azure Dragon whom he chooses, one of Shi's companions suggested. Let him decide. Shi and Xiang Hong hurriedly approached the Azure Dragon, who had been restrained by Xiang Hong's companion. Handsome Azure Dragon, choose me. Look at how strong I am. I can bear many offspring for you, Xiang Hong proclaimed, showcasing her robust physique. Qingming frowned, contemplating how to teach this female a lesson for her presumptuousness. Azure Dragon, you should select me. I am equally strong. If you become my partner, I will soon bear you many little Azure Dragons, she added hastily. A cold light flashed in Qingming's eyes, yet a smile graced his face as he addressed Shi and Xiang Hong. You both claim strength. Perhaps it is time to put that to the test. You are so wicked. How greedy you are to wish to test us both, Xiang Hong remarked. Confident in her chances of victory, given her beast form was that of an elephant. Very well, let us find a suitable location, she declared, unwilling to concede that she could be outmatched by Xiang Hong, as the lion beastmen were renowned for their strength. Let us do it here. Who will go first? Or shall you both go together? It is settled then. Qingming grasped Shi with his left hand and Xiang Hong with his right, spinning them around before slamming them to the ground. Shi and Xiang Hong crashed heavily to the earth, both spitting blood before transforming into their beast forms, an elephant and a lion, respectively, and promptly lost consciousness. Such strength? Truly disappointing. Qingming disdainfully observed the unconscious forms of Xiang Hong and Shi, lamenting their lack of resilience. Shi awakened, Several of Shi's companions rushed to revive her, while the others encircled Qingming. Xianghong, do not die. One of Xianghong's companions pleaded, checking for her breath only to find her lifeless. Their faces bore no sorrow. Xianghong's death brought them relief. They had long wished to escape Xianghong's grasp, but had not dared to kill her themselves. Now, someone else had done the deed, and they were elated. Their desire for her demise stemmed from her overpowering strength, which they could never satisfy, leading her to torment them. Azure Dragon, you have slain our companion. We shall not let you go unpunished, one of Shi's companions declared, believing Shi to be deceased. Shi is not dead, and even if she were, we would still seek vengeance on this Azure Dragon. One of Shi's companions managed to revive her. Do not harm him just yet. Let him agree to be my partner first, Shi commanded, rising with the assistance of her companions, advancing towards Qingming. You foul female. It seems I did not crush you to death. You are quite persistent. With such an ugly appearance and a wretched heart, you should not be allowed to live. It would be better for you to perish, Qingming retorted, seizing Shi by the throat and applying pressure, snapping her neck. Releasing the lifeless Shi, Qingming addressed her companions. Do you still wish to fight me? I have liberated you from your companion's grasp. You are now free to seek a new female partner. Your highest rank is only 6th. You cannot hope to defeat me. With that, Qingming unleashed his 8th rank beast pressure upon the gathered beastmen. Each beastman present spat blood, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. And no, please spare us, Lord Azure Dragon. One of Shi's companions begged, unable to withstand Qingming's formidable presence. Very well, I shall spare you. Qingming relented, retracting his pressure. Lord Azure Dragon, our Tiger Tribe Beast King requests your presence. A man in his 40s approached Qingming and spoke to him. After dinner, Yi Wutong and a few others were present. Bai Lang's mother had just lifted the bowl, preparing to take her medicine, when Bai Lang intervened. Mother, Tong wishes to speak with you about something that cannot be discussed in the presence of the fathers. Please, accompany Tong to the riverbank. Bai Lang glanced at his fathers. May I join you after I've finished my medicine? Bai Lang's mother gazed at the medicine in her bowl as she pondered. The night phoenix tree nodded slightly at Bai Lang, signaling him to urge his mother to finish the medicine, for she had already been drinking it for quite a while, and one more sip would make little difference. Mother, please drink up. Bai Lang sighed, for his mother was not particularly astute. Knight Wutong, Bai Lang. And Bai Lang's mother arrived by the riverside. Bai Lang, Tong, you summoned me here. What is it you wish to discuss? Bai Lang's mother, Hong Lian, inquired. Mother, Tong is a shaman. Her medical skills are remarkable. She has discerned that you have been poisoned, Bai Lang explained to his mother. What? Poisoned? The incredulity in Hong Lian's voice was palpable upon hearing her son's claim. Yes, mother, you are indeed poisoned, Bai Lang affirmed with conviction, having faith in Knight Wutong's abilities. If she asserted that his mother was poisoned, then it must be true. I have been feeling increasingly unwell. Could it truly be poison? Hong Lian pondered, her own doubts surfacing. Mother, allow me to take your pulse and determine the nature of the poison afflicting you, Knight Wutong said as she grasped Hong Lian's wrist. Tong, is this how you diagnose? Your methods differ greatly from those of our tribe's shamans, Hong Lian remarked, bemused. Indeed, you are poisoned. 2 types of poison. To be precise, Knight Wutong informed her. 2 types of poison? Hong Lian's confusion deepened. Just days prior, she had been examined by a shaman who assured her that all was well, urging her to continue her medication. The revelation of her poisoning seemed utterly implausible, let alone the notion of being afflicted by 2 separate toxins. Who was correct, she wondered. Tong, please clarify your findings to mother. Tell her everything you have discovered. Bai Lang urged, eager to learn what poisons plagued his mother. Mother, do you experience difficulty breathing? Is it laborious for you to engage with your fathers? Knight Wutong then understood the guilt reflected in Hong Lian's gaze when regarding Bai Lang's fathers. My breathing has indeed become strained. You speak the truth. But what do you mean by engaging with my fathers? Hong Lian questioned, puzzled by Knight Wutong's phrasing. That refers to the intimate interactions with your husbands, Knight Wutong explained. Her cheeks flushed, compelled to be forthright. Oh, I see. You are correct. I can no longer engage with your fathers. Hong Lian's face displayed a mixture of melancholy and guilt. Mother, your difficulty in breathing and inability to engage with your husband stems from the 2 poisons I mentioned. One toxin diminishes your estrogen levels, which is not immediately life-threatening. The other, however, damages your respiratory system. If the poison is not neutralized, you may only have a few months left to live, Knight Wutong stated, her tone serious. She was not attempting to frighten Hong Lian, but the truth was stark. Without intervention, her time was limited. Such severity. Bai Lang furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is quite serious, Knight Wutong confirmed, confident in her medical expertise. Tong, you have accurately identified my affliction. Surely, you can cure me? Hong Lian placed her hope in Knight Wutong, trusting her ability to resolve the toxins within her. I can indeed neutralize the poisons, however, without identifying the perpetrator who poisoned you. Even if I cleanse your system, they might strike again. Knight Wutong expressed her apprehension. She possessed antidotes capable of counteracting myriad toxins, and she was concerned that the individual responsible would continue their malicious intent. You are right. We shall work concurrently to cure Mother and uncover who has poisoned her, Bai Lang resolved, addressing Knight Wutong. Mother, I possess an antidote that can neutralize all poisons. Please take this, Knight Wutong said, retrieving a large black pill from her space and offering it to Hong Lian. This antidote was a precious acquisition from a parallel world where a cultivator had reluctantly relinquished it. Tong Tong, can this black pill truly cure my affliction? Hong Lian scrutinized the pill carefully. Absolutely, consume it, and the toxins within you will be dispelled, Knight Wutong urged, her desire to intervene growing stronger. Should Hong Lian hesitate? She might be compelled to seize the antidote herself. Hong Lian placed the black pill in her mouth. It dissolved instantly, yielding a taste that was not bitter but instead pleasantly sweet. Her eyes brightened with delight. The pill was delicious, and she found herself wishing for another. Mother, I only have this single pill. It will suffice to cleanse you of all toxins, Knight Wutong lied, fearing that Hong Lian might request more. Tong Tong, I thank you. You are a truly wonderful child, willing to part with your soul antidote for my sake. Bai Lang is fortunate to have you as his partner. Hong Lian felt a surge of gratitude, believing Bai Lang to be the luckiest among her many sons. Mother, there is no need for thanks. It is my duty. Knight Wutong replied, though internally she mourned her precious antidote. Were it not for Hong Lian being Bai Lang's mother, she would not have parted with it. How do you feel after taking the pill, Mother? Bai Lang inquired. Bai Lang, even the most effective antidote cannot yield immediate results, Knight Wutong sighed. Bemused by Bai Lang's impatience. Tong Tong, I can breathe with greater ease. My entire body feels relaxed, and I am filled with vitality, Hong Lian exclaimed, reveling in her newfound comfort. Mother, your toxins have been neutralized, but to prevent future poisoning, we must uncover who is behind this. Why would someone wish to poison you? What could their motive be? Bai Lang worried that if he and Knight Wutong ventured to another tribe, his mother might again fall victim to poison. Knight Wutong's eyes suddenly brightened. Bai Lang's mother had been poisoned. Could it possibly be related to the shaman? Bai Lang, do you think the poisoning of your mother is connected to the shaman? Knight Wutong inquired of Bai Lang beside her. I believe so as well. But what motive would the shaman have to poison my mother? Bai Lang pondered, perplexed, for the shaman had no reason to harm his own mother. Mother, you needn't consume the herbs given to you by the shaman. However, to maintain appearances, I will provide you with some herbs of my own. Replace the shaman's herbs with mine, and do not disclose to anyone that you have recovered from the poisoning. As for who inflicted this poison upon you, Bai Lang and I shall ensure that this person is uncovered, Knight Wutong instructed Hong Lian. As soon as Yi Wutong finished speaking, she noticed a male orc sprinting towards them. The orc reached Hong Lian and said, Lian, you have been out for quite some time. Your body may not withstand it much longer. You should return promptly. The speaker was Hong Lian's third partner, Lang Yi, who was also Bai Lang's father. Very well. Let us return, Hong Lian responded gently, gazing at her third partner, Lang Yi. She understood that his concern for her was genuine, unlike the pretense of her other partners. Many of them had sought the company of other beasts during her illness, but only her first, second, and third partners remained faithful. Her two younger partners were particularly brazen, openly engaging with others without any attempt to hide it. Feeling guilty about her condition, she had indulged them, even to the extent that they contemplated approaching Yi Wutong. Chapter 108. Embrace together, Lian. Come ride on my back. I shall carry you home, Lang Yi said, transforming into a white wolf. Hong Lian mounted Lang Yi's back and turned to Yi Wutong and Bai Lang, saying, Your father and I shall return first. Mother, father, please go ahead. I wish to stay here with Tong Ong for a while longer, Bai Lang expressed, wanting to linger with Yi Wutong. After Bai Lang's parents departed, he approached Yi Wutong and embraced her tightly. Tong Tong, when shall we officially become partners? Knight Wutong yearned to free herself from Bai Lang's embrace, yet Bai Lang held her too tightly, leaving her with no choice but to concede. Bai Lang, let us refrain from formally becoming a couple for now. In 3 months, if I find myself truly fond of you, and you still feel the same about me, we shall officially commit to one another. Knight Wutong pondered that during these 3 months, she should be able to discern the true characters of Bai Lang, Tu Jun, and Ai Air, and ascertain whether they genuinely cherished her. Knight Wutong decided to grant herself, and Bai Lang a span of 3 months, believing that this duration would suffice. For now, let us refrain from formally becoming partners. I wish to captivate your heart within this period, so that you willingly choose to be with me, she declared. Bai Lang brimmed with confidence. With his striking looks and elevated status, he was certain that if he treated Knight Wutong with sincerity, she would inevitably be moved by him. Bai Lang, you seem rather self-assured, Knight Wutong teased. Of course, someone as exceptional as I am will surely win your affection, Bai Lang replied, tightening his embrace around her. Bai Lang, why are you holding me so tightly? Release me at once, Knight Wutong exclaimed. Very well, I shall loosen my grip, he acquiesced, easing his hold slightly. What are you two up to? A furious voice interrupted. Xiong Shuai, accompanied by Tu Jun and Ai Air, had come to seek Knight Wutong and Bai Lang. Upon arriving at the riverside, they were met with the sight of the two entwined, igniting Xiong Shuai's ire. He marched over and barked at them. What do you think I'm doing with Tong Tong? Did you not see? Moreover, what I do with her is none of your concern, Bai Lang retorted. Having spotted Tu Jun and the others the moment they appeared. You cannot embrace Tong Tong. Xiong Shui seethed, wishing he could land a blow on Bai Lang. Am I not allowed to embrace Tong Tong? And pray tell, can you? Remember, you are no longer her partner. You are the least qualified to hold her. You are superfluous here, so why not leave us to our intimacy? Bai Lang looked down on Xiong Shui, who had proven incompetent and was dismissed by Tong Tong. It was foolish of him to disturb their moment. Though I am no longer Tong Tong's partner, I believe you will soon find yourself cast aside as well. Xiong Shui said, wishing for Bai Lang to share his fate. Is that so? Would you dare to repeat that? Bai Lang released Night Wutong and glared at Xiong Shui. A desire to silence him burning within. I shall say it only once. If you wish to hear it again, I shall remain silent. Xiong Shui found himself intimidated by Bai Lang's imposing presence. As a level 6 beast, he knew a confrontation with Bai Lang, a level 7 beast, would not end well for him, and he chose to remain quiet. Have you backed down? Bai Lang squinted at him. What do you mean by back down? Xiong Shui inquired, perplexed by Bai Lang's words. Back down means you are afraid, retreating from the challenge, Bai Lang clarified, frowning. Oh, I am neither afraid nor retreating. I simply do not wish to repeat myself, Xiong Shui offered as a feeble excuse. Bai Lang, let us return. We have been out for quite some time. Night Wutong interjected, dismissing Xiong Shui and wanting to speak with AI air about sending him away to avoid further annoyance. Very well, Tong Tong. Shall I transform into my beast form to carry you? Would that be agreeable? Bai Lang asked, seeking her approval. Yes, transform. I have yet to ride a wolf. And today I wish to experience it, Night Wutong replied with a smile, unaware of how her demeanor towards Bai Lang had grown more affectionate. Rest assured. I shall make it a comfortable experience for you. With that, Bai Lang transformed into a large white wolf and laid down, ready to carry her. Night Wutong rode atop Bai Lang's back, caressing the soft fur of the white wolf, feeling an exquisite sensation as she indulged in a few more strokes. Tong Tong. Behave yourself and sit still. We are heading back, Bai Lang said, enduring the torment and suppressing the urge to pounce on Night Wutong. He warned her that if she continued to fidget, he would truly be unable to restrain himself. All right, Bai Lang, let us depart. Night Wutong ceased her playful touches, mindful of igniting Bai Lang's desires. As the great white wolf carried Night Wutong past Tu Jun and AI Air, he slowed his pace, a proud glimmer evident in his eyes. Tu Jun, AI Air, you should return as well. Night Wutong addressed them, sensing something was amiss in their expressions but choosing to ignore it. Very well. AI Air replied readily, feeling disheartened after witnessing Bai Lang and Night Wutong in an embrace. Uncertain of when he might have the opportunity to hold Night Wutong in the same manner. Night Wutong initiated conversation with him, attempting to muster enthusiasm. Tu Jun merely nodded in response, while he felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Night Wutong had always perched on his back, yet today she chose Bai Lang instead. He wondered if she would ever return to sitting upon his back, feeling as though his exclusive claim had been usurped by Bai Lang. Yi Wutong and a few others returned to the cave of Bai Lang's mother. The Night Phoenix beheld, aside from Bai Lang's mother, 4 male beast men. These 4 male beast men were Bai Lang's elder uncle, second uncle, third uncle, and 13th uncle. The other 10 or so uncles of Bai Lang were not present in the cave, their whereabouts unknown. Yi Wutong found this quite agreeable, as it spared her from the chaos and clamor. Night Wutong felt fortunate that Bai Lang's 2 young fathers were not present in the cave. She had reached a point of zero tolerance towards them, should they continue to gaze at her with such repulsiveness and attempt to entice her. She would not hesitate to teach them a lesson in secrecy. Tong Dong, you have returned. Please, take a seat, Bai Lang's mother beckoned, pointing to a stone bench. Mother, are you planning to make clothes? Night Wutong inquired as she observed a pile of animal hides on the stone table. Yes. I intend to craft a leather skirt for each of your fathers. Tong Tong, your attire is quite different from ours. It is truly lovely. Are you from the Beast Emperor City? Bai Lang's mother, Hong Lian, believed that only from such a place could one acquire garments as beautiful as those worn by Night Wutong. Well, in a sense, yes, Night Wutong replied evasively. Do all the females in the Beast Emperor City dress as beautifully as you do? Your clothing is exquisite. Hong Lian expressed her envy towards Night Wutong's attire. Not exactly, mother. I have a purple dress here for you. You would look splendid in it, Night Wutong said, retrieving an ancient purple gown from her space and offering it to Hong Lian. Hong Lian stood stunned as she accepted the dress, having never encountered such a beautiful garment before. Tong Tong, is this truly for me? She asked uncertainly. Indeed, mother. You will look magnificent in it, Night Wutong assured her, believing the purple dress would suit Hong Lian perfectly. I shall take this dress. A woman in her 40s entered the cave, addressing Night Wutong and Hong Lian. Chapter 109. The departure of the shaman. The woman speaking was the shaman of the Wolf clan, named Duodang, who appeared to be in her late 30s despite being around 52 years old. She also held the title of Mother to Liju. Having heard of Bai Lang's return with a beautiful female, she came to Bai Lang's mother's cave to assess the female's beauty and, ideally, ruin her face. However, upon entering the cave, she was immediately captivated by the stunning dress, imagining how alluring she would appear in the purple attire, attracting many handsome young males. Shaman. This dress was a gift from Tong Tong to my mother. On what grounds do you claim it for yourself? Bai Lang expressed his disdain for Duoding, who arrogantly wielded her status as a shaman. Many in the tribe both feared and loathed her. Can I not trade it for medicinal herbs? Duoding's eyes remained fixated on the dress. No, I will not barter. Bai Lang resolutely rejected her. Your opinion holds little weight. Let us see if your mother is willing to trade. Given her illness, she will require medicine. I am certain she will agree. Duoding calculated that Hong Lian would inevitably exchange the dress for her herbs. I will not exchange the dress Tongong gifted to me. Hong Lian summoned her courage to decline. Although she was the partner of the tribe leader, she had always spoken softly to Duoding since falling ill, fearful of offending her. Now that her illness was cured and the poison lifted, she no longer felt the need to bow to Duoding. But your illness persists. You must take your medicine. Are you certain you will not trade? If you refuse to exchange the dress, I will not provide you with the herbs, Duoding insisted, believing Hong Lian would eventually relent. Is that so, shaman? My mother can obtain medicine from other shamans. You are not the only one. Moreover, there are plenty of herbs on the mountain. Bai Lang and I can gather them for her. Knight Wutong stood up, looking down upon Duoding. She felt no obligation to inform her that Hong Lian's poison had already been cured. You are the female Bai Lang brought back? You and Bai Lang have yet to bond as mates? Duoding scrutinized Knight Wutong's exquisite face, consumed by jealousy. Confirming that Knight Wutong was not yet truly bound to Bai Lang, she felt her child Lai Zhu still held a chance. Regardless, even if Knight Wutong were to become Bai Lang's mate, she would ensure Bai Lang would become Lai Zhu's partner. Shaman, your concerns seem rather overreaching. Whether Bai Lang and I are bonded as mates is of no concern to you. Knight Wutong gazed disdainfully at Duoding, fully aware of her intentions to ensnare Bai Lang. I have heard from other beastmen that the female Bai Lang brought back is extraordinarily beautiful. However, I find you rather unremarkable. My Lai Zhu is far more attractive. Duoding deliberately provoked Knight Wutong, fully aware that Knight Wutong eclipsed her daughter's beauty. Knight Wutong discerned that Duoding intended to provoke her, and calmly responded, Which doctor? I fail to comprehend. Your aesthetic sense diverges vastly from that of others. Your daughter is so short, ugly, and dark. Ha! It truly is amusing. Do you not perceive that comparing your daughter to me is an affront? I am the moon in the sky, while your daughter, Lai Zhu, is but the droppings of a rat on the ground. Bai Lang interjected, Look at what your partner is saying. How can you tolerate such vulgarity? You should cast aside this coarse female and unite with my daughter instead. Duoding assumed that Bai Lang would be incensed by Knight Wutong's words. Which doctor? How is Tongong crude? She speaks the truth. Your daughter is indeed rat droppings. Do you truly believe I would abandon such a fine female as Tongong for mere rat droppings? Bai Lang was eager to show Duoding a glimpse of his displeasure. Duoding realized she would gain no advantage today. She cast a glance toward Hong Ling's 13th partner, and then said to Bai Lang and the others, You truly are ungrateful. You shall await your comeuppance. With that, Duoding hastily exited the cave. Her departure did not escape the notice of Bai Lang and Knight Wutong. Knight Wutong was perplexed, pondering the relationship between the shaman Duoding and the 13th companion of Hong Lian. It was imperative to ascertain whether Hong Lian's poisoning was a result of their connection. Bai Lang had already sensed the shaman's essence lingering on his mother's 13th companion, confirming that the two had indeed mated. Observing the exchange of glances between the shaman and his mother's 13th companion further solidified his belief that her affliction was intertwined with both of them. Mother, I shall take Wutong back to my cave for rest. We will return to see you tomorrow, Bai Lang declared, cradling Knight Wutong as they exited the cave. 2 June. Ai Air and Xiong Shu followed closely behind. Upon reaching his abode, Bai Lang found his cave impeccably clean, imbued with a delicate floral fragrance. He gently laid Knight Wutong upon his bed adorned with animal skins. Bai Lang, how is it that your cave is so tidy after being away for nearly a month? Knight Wutong inquired. My dear father cleans it for me every day, Bai Lang replied, warmth filling his heart at the thought of his father's kindness. Unlike many fathers who were indifferent to their sons, his father cared deeply. It is late. Let us retire for the night, Knight Wutong said, preparing to drift into slumber. Wutong, you rest first. Allow 2 June to guard you while I take Xiong Shu to an empty cave, Bai Lang insisted. Unwilling to let Xiong Shu share a cave with Knight Wutong, especially since Xiong Shu was no longer her companion. Very well, go and bring Xiong Shu to another cave, Knight Wutong replied, pleased with Bai Lang's decision. I shall not leave. I wish to sleep in the same cave as Wutong, Xiong Shu declared, finding a corner to settle down. That is unacceptable. You must go, Bai Lang asserted, firmly pulling Xiong Shu up from the ground. Come, Xiong Shu, I will accompany you to another cave, Ai Air said, leading him away. Once Bai Lang, Ai Air, and Xiong Shu departed, a voice resonated in Knight Wutong's mind. System, host, you have an unfinished task. Please complete it within 3 days. Upon completion, this system will upgrade and reward the host. Knight Wutong, what task? System, it is to defeat a level 1 male orc within a month. Hurry and complete this task. This system needs to upgrade as well. Knight Wutong, rest assured, system. I shall surely vanquish a first-tier male orc within 3 days. Knight Wutong wished to wait for Bai Lang's return to inquire whether their tribe had any first-tier male orcs. Tongdong, are you asleep? 2 June asked softly. Not asleep, Knight Wutong replied truthfully. Today, I observed an exchange of glances between the shaman and Bailong's 13th partner. I suspect they have a relationship. I caught a whiff of the shaman's scent on Bailong's 13th partner, June disclosed to Knight Wutong. No wonder, Knight Wutong concluded. It was the shaman who had poisoned Honglian, as the shaman, Duodang, intended to seize Honglian's partners after her demise, particularly wishing to transform Honglian's 13th partner from a beast of affection into a mate. Chapter 110, The Fate of Chunling Truly Ancient, the Leopard Orc, Moyer, remarked with disdain, having never encountered a female as aged as Chunling. Snake 1, Snake 2, is this the gift you sent? This female appears far too old and of no use. Dispose of her from the tribe. The panda orc, Porter, suppressed his fury. Wait. You cannot cast me out of the tribe, Chunling boldly asserted. Why not? The black dog orc, Taki, inquired. Because I possess knowledge and the ability to strengthen your tribe. If you keep me here and treat me well, I can help your tribe prosper. Chunling, recalling her modern knowledge, believed she could significantly advance the nomadic beast tribe and secure her place within it. Just based on that, Porter, the panda orc, was entirely skeptical of Chunling's potential contributions. Please, trust me, Chunling pleaded, fearing expulsion from the tribe. No, I cannot trust you. Moreover, we, the nomadic beast tribe, do not depend on an old female like you for assistance. Our tribe is already strong enough. Porter smiled at Chunling, a cold glimmer in his eyes. Please, do not cast me out of the nomadic beast tribe. I will perish without it. Chunling continued her pleas, hoping for their compassion. You are unwilling to leave the tribe, are you? Since you are so fond of staying in the nomadic beast tribe, then stay, Porter declared, intending to present Chunling to the elder males. Thank you, elder, Chunling exclaimed with excitement. Porter, are you truly going to keep her? Moyer questioned, unsettled. Well, we have several single elder males in our nomadic beast tribe. Presenting Chunling to them would be quite fitting, as she is a female, Porter mused, thinking that pairing her with elder males was most appropriate. Now, Chunling, you must either leave the nomadic beast tribe or become the communal partner of the elder males. Choose, Porter stated, believing that her only utility lay in satisfying the desires of the elder males. I am willing to be the communal partner of the elder males. Chunling responded without hesitation, recognizing that given her current age and appearance, it was unlikely that younger males would be interested in her. And being desired by elder males was already a stroke of fortune. Take Chunling away and present her to those elder males. Porter instructed the merman who had previously cleaned Chunling's face. Yes, the merman replied respectfully, then led Chunling away. She was pulled into a vast cave, illuminated by torches that revealed the scene within. Chunling beheld dozens of elder males sprawled on the cave floor, some missing limbs, others blind in one eye, and some bearing hideous scars from wild beasts, grotesquely disfigured. Fear and disgust gripped her as she gazed upon these elder males. Chunling, your duty is to serve these elder males well. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the nomadic beast tribe. The merman observed her fear and revulsion. I would rather leave the tribe. Chunling could not bear the sight of the elder male's ugliness, having anticipated that male orcs would be handsome, even in old age. She was unprepared for the reality before her. Just as she attempted to escape the cave, a scarred, fearsome elder male seized her. You are the communal partner gifted to us by the elders. You have yet to serve us well. Where do you think you are going? Once you arrive, you cannot leave, the fearsome elder male declared, having noticed Chunling the moment she entered the cave. Let me go, you hideous male. She struggled fiercely. I have entrusted her to you. I shall report back now, the merman said, frowning as he departed, unwilling to witness the grotesque elder males. Release this old female. Her bond marks have yet to fade. I will first assist her in severing ties with her partners, a limping elder male stated. Once a high priest of the lizard tribe, now fallen to this nomadic beast tribe after being betrayed by his brother. Very well, you may help her. The fearsome elder male relented, releasing Chunling. I will help you sever your bonds. I hope you do not resist, for it may cause you harm. The limping elder male warned. I will not move, Chunling replied, recalling that if she severed her ties, her partners, including Xiong Ba, Roger, and Alan, would transform into evil beasts. Remembering Xiong Ba's cruelty, she resolved to have the limping elder male sever her bond with him and the others. The limping elder male began to chant, and soon he had severed Chunling's ties with her beastly husbands. Old female, you have now severed your bond. You may serve them, he informed her. No, I do not want to serve these ugly and repulsive elder males. Chunling screamed in despair. Do not shout. Accept your fate. The previously mentioned fearsome elder male could no longer contain himself and pounced upon Chunling. The following morning, battered and on the brink of death, Chunling recalled her torment at the hands of the disabled elder males, realizing it was a punishment for the many young males she had caused distress. With that thought, she closed her eyes, ending her sinful life. In the lion tribe, Chunling's former partners, including Xiong Ba, Roger, and Alan, all with red-rimmed eyes, had transformed into evil beasts. They were expelled from the lion tribe by the high priest, the elder, the second elder, and other beastly denizens. With Xiong Ba's banishment, Alan temporarily assumed the chieftaincy. Left with no other choice, Xiong Ba, Roger, and Alan sought refuge among the evil beasts. As dawn broke, Yi Wutong, accompanied by Bai Lang and Tu Jun, made their way to Bai Lang's mother. Upon their arrival at the cave, they were greeted by Bai Lang's mother and his uncles emerging from within. Dounting has arrived. Bai Lang's mother, Hong Lian, warmly grasped Yi Wutong's hand. She had enjoyed a restful night, thanks to Yi Wutong's presence. Mother, why are only Uncle Da, Uncle Air, and Uncle San here? Where are the others? Yi Wutong inquired. Your other uncles have their own caves and spend the night there, only coming here for meals. They may not have risen yet. They will be here shortly. Hong Lian replied with a hint of resignation, for this situation had persisted for over a year. Mother, aren't you worried about the uncles living separately? Yi Wutong asked. Bai Lang, I understand your concern, but I am powerless to change it, Hong Lian lamented. She wished to sever ties with her unfaithful partners, but feared their transformation into malevolent beasts that could endanger their world. Let us prepare a meal, shall we? Today. We shall cook rice, and you needn't brew medicine. I will use your medicine pot for the rice, Yi Wutong suggested. Retrieving a small bag of rice from her space, a reward she had advanced from the system after Bai Lang and Tu Jun had fallen asleep. She had given the previous small bag of rice to Yunpeng. Very well, let us cook the rice, Hong Lian agreed, and together they set about their task. As they began rinsing the rice and placing it in the pot, Hong Lian's 13th partner arrived. Upon seeing them using the iron pot for rice instead of brewing medicine, he was filled with ire. Hong Lian, why are you using this pot for rice instead of preparing medicine? Did the shaman not advise you against consuming rice and fruits during your medication? Why are you so disobedient? Quickly, remove the rice and place the herbs in the pot, he commanded. When he noticed that Hong Lian and Yi Wutong ignored him, he seized the pot, intending to discard the rice. Put that down, Yi Wutong said icily, emanating an aura of coldness. This is our home, and you have no authority to meddle. The 13th partner, incensed, disregarded her words. For no matter how beautiful Yi Wutong was, she belonged to Bai Lang and was not his concern. Misia, you mustn't speak so. Dounting is Bai Lang's partner. We are family. Put down the pot and do not spill the rice, Hong Lian urged, anxiety creeping into her voice, fearing her 13th partner would indeed discard the rice. However, he paid no heed to their pleas and unceremoniously poured the rice onto the ground. The night sycamore tree cast its shadow upon the face of Hong Lian's 13th companion, delivering a resounding slap that echoed with a sharp crack. Leaving the assembled beastmen utterly stunned, Night Wutong disregarded the gazes of the numerous beastmen upon her, as well as the fiery stares of Hong Lian's 13th partner. Her heart ached for the precious rice that had been spilled. She sought the rewards she had anticipated from the system. Such valuable rice, wasted in such a manner, what a pity. Hong Lian's 13th partner set down the pot, covering his swollen left cheek, glaring at Night Wutong with fury. You despicable female! How dare you strike my face? Do you not know that I am the father of Bai Lang, who is also your father? As your father, I have the right to discipline you for your unfilial behavior. As he spoke, Hong Lian's 13th partner attempted to slap Night Wutong. For while the beast world forbade the killing of females, it imposed no such restrictions on striking them. However, before he could reach her, he was sent flying several meters by a kick from Bai Lang, crashing to the ground. Bai Lang approached Hong Lian's 13th partner, looking down upon him with cold disdain. How dare you bully my partner? Bai Lang, your kicking is truly impressive, so aesthetically pleasing, Night Wutong praised, fully supporting Bai Lang's actions. You. How dare you strike your own father? Hong Lian's 13th partner, merely a level 5 beastman, stood no chance against Bai Lang, a level 7 beastman. Misia, Bai Lang, have only 3 fathers, and I refuse to acknowledge you as one, you traitor to my mother. I have long harbored disdain for you, and have wanted to teach you a lesson. Bai Lang was unafraid to sever ties with Hong Lian's 13th partner. I betrayed your mother because she is no longer capable of mating. How could a robust male like myself possibly resist? This is not my fault. Aside from your eldest, second, and biological father, the rest of your fathers have also betrayed your mother, some even seeking out 5 or 6 females. I have only sought one. Hong Lian's 13th partner shouted at Bai Lang. I will not let them off, but that is not my concern now. My current task is to deal with you. Bai Lang sneered at Misia. Is it merely because I spilled the rice from the pot? The shaman said your mother must not consume rice or fruit while on medication. I did this for her sake. Besides, how can we prepare the medicine without discarding the rice? Hong Lian's 13th partner argued defensively. So, you claim this was for my mother's benefit? Bai Lang's tone dripped with sarcasm. Of course, I spilled the rice to use the pot for brewing medicine. Your mother requires it daily. Hong Lian's 13th partner retorted, producing herbs from his space. His intention was to place the herbs into the pot. For now was not the time to squabble with Bai Lang or Night Wutong. The pressing task was to prepare the medicine quickly, so that Hong Lian could consume it. The keen-eyed Night Wutong observed that Hong Lian's 13th companion, Misia, was holding a herbal concoction containing 3 types of poison. 2 of these poisons were substances that Hong Lian had been ingesting for an extended period, while the third was a newly introduced toxin, particularly insidious in nature. Should Hong Lian consume this potent poison, her demise within 3 days would be inevitable. As Yi Wutong contemplated, it became apparent that the shaman was growing impatient, eager to eliminate Hong Lian, likely fearing she might be the next target. Misia, the 13th partner of her mother, held in his possession herbs of lethal potency. Were his intentions truly to poison her mother? Yu Wutong resolved to neutralize this ticking time bomb that was Xie. Preposterous. These herbs are prescribed by the shaman for Hong Lian. How could they possibly be toxic? Xie vehemently denied the accusations. You possess 3 varieties of poisonous herbs, one of which is highly toxic. If you doubt my words, would you dare consume them? Yi Wudong challenged Xie directly. They are meant for Hong Lian. I am not ill, Xie retorted, tightly gripping the herbs, too fearful to partake. Hong Lian felt a chill within her heart. Ever since discovering her ailment was due to poisoning, and that the culprit was the shaman Duoding, her thoughts turned to the relationship between Duoding and her 13th partner. She realized that her poisoning was intricately linked to Xie. Hong Lian recognized that Xie's liaison with the shaman stemmed from his own loneliness, which she had been willing to overlook. However, the revelation that he colluded with Duoding to bring about her demise was unbearable. Xie's eagerness to unite with the shaman, even at the cost of her life, was intolerable. Xie, you have long been entangled with the shaman Duoding. Out of fear that you might transform into a malevolent beast, I refrained from severing our bond, yet you conspired to poison me. Are you not aware that a male cannot slay a female? Even if you assist Duoding, should you succeed in my demise, you too will face the wrath of the beast god. Do you truly believe that my death would lead to your union with Duoding? How naive. You are merely a pawn in her game. Hong Lian expressed her fury and sorrow. What could be Duoding's ultimate aim in poisoning her mother? Was her intention to target others around her mother as well? Suddenly, Yu Wudong pondered whether Duoding had set her sights on Bai Lang's biological father, perhaps seeking to make him her partner. Xie, do you have anything to say for yourself? If not, you and Hong Lian may go to the high priest and dissolve your bond. Bai Lang's father exclaimed in anger towards Hong Lian's 13th partner. Hong Lian cannot sever our bond. I am the son of the Scorpion clan's leader. Should she choose to dissolve our partnership, I would transform into a malevolent beast. And my father would undoubtedly lead the Scorpion clan against the Wolf tribe. Xie, now over 30, invoked his lineage out of fear. Do you think the Wolf tribe fears your Scorpion clan? Bai Lang's father, Lang Yi, seethed with a desire to eliminate Xie. Lang Yi, listen to me. Simply expel Xie from the Wolf tribe. Hong Lian still could not bring herself to sever ties with Xie, reluctant to see him become a malevolent beast. Arlian, I will heed your wishes and expel Xie from the Wolf tribe. Bai Lang's father, feeling utterly helpless, knew too well that Hong Lian's heart was too tender. Yi Wutong was filled with indignation. The punishment meted out to Xie was far too lenient. Having betrayed Hong Lian and aided the shaman in poisoning her, he was merely exiled from the tribe. Father, mother, Yi Wudong expressed her dissatisfaction to Bai Lang's parents. Isn't this punishment for Xie rather trivial? My poison has already been neutralized and my health restored. Let Xie depart from the Wolf clan. Hong Lian too longed for a severe retribution against Xie, yet felt powerless to act. Knight Wudong understood why Hong Lian's partners had almost all betrayed her. It was, after all, Hong Lian's forbearance that rendered her partners unrestrained. I can leave, but I hope you will allow the shaman Duoding to accompany me, said Xie to Bai Lang's father. For Bai Lang's biological father was the leader of the Wolf clan. What did you say? You wish for Duoding to accompany you? How naive, Bai Lang scoffed. The shaman Duoding poisoned my mother. We shall punish her severely, and allowing you to leave is already a concession. What? You intend to punish Duoding? How do you plan to do that? Xie was taken aback at the thought of Duoding facing punishment. Of course, we shall kill Duoding, Bai Lang declared, gazing at Xie's pale face. Bai Lang, you and your father are both males. Males cannot kill females. Your mother, Hong Lian, is a weak female. She could never kill Duoding. Xie found herself saying, unsure why those words escaped her lips, perhaps as a means of self-comfort. Xie, I would not hesitate to kill the shaman Duoding on behalf of Bai Lang's mother. Knight Wudong interjected, believing that individuals like Duoding must meet their end. Out of a sense of justice, she would willingly accept no compensation for the act. What do you mean? Duoding has not poisoned you. How could you wish to kill her? You are truly cruel. Xie was incensed by Knight Wudong's words, astonished that she could harbor such a desire to eliminate Duoding on Hong Lian's behalf. Xie, this is not cruelty, it is upholding justice. The truly cruel one is Duoding, who has mixed poison with the herbs given to Bai Lang's mother, attempting to poison her slowly to death. Would you not agree that Duoding is the one who is cruel? Knight Wudong countered. The reason Duoding poisoned Hong Lian is that Hong Lian wronged her. She stole the male who grew up alongside Duoding. Duoding had no choice but to resort to poisoning Hong Lian, as she sought to reclaim the male that was taken from her. It was a desperate measure, a last resort, Xie said, frothing at the mouth in her fervor. Revolting to behold. Xie, perhaps you should wipe the foam from your mouth before speaking. It is quite disgusting, Knight Wudong remarked disdainfully, perplexed as to why Hong Lian had ever favored Xie. Mind your own business, Xie retorted, wiping her mouth in annoyance. When did I ever take the male who grew up alongside Duoding as a partner? Duoding is over 50, my partner is only 41. Such nonsense. Hong Lian seethed, her heart racing. Xie, it seems you are a male devoid of intellect, Knight Wudong scorned. appalled that Xie would believe Dudang's lies. Enraged, Xie considered striking Knight Wutong, but upon seeing Bai Lang beside her, he refrained. Xie, you may leave, Hong Lian declared, wishing to no longer behold Xie. Humph, as if I desired to remain here. Xie retorted, striding away. Stop. Knight Wutong called out loudly. Xie halted, turning back to her. What is it? You spilled my rice on the ground, now contaminated with dirt. It is no longer edible, and you must compensate me, Knight Wutong asserted, unwilling to be taken advantage of. How many crystal cores do you demand? Xie inquired, knowing the rice she had spilled was not worth many cores. 50 superior beast crystal cores, Knight Wutong replied, making an exorbitant demand. Are you jesting? The rice I spilled is worth no more than 5 cores. I shall give you 5, Xie said, retrieving 5 cores from her space and offering them to Knight Wutong. Xie, I have stated that you must compensate me with 50 cores, not a single one less. If you intend to leave, you must provide me with at least 50 superior crystal cores, Knight Wutong insisted, realizing that those 50 cores would sustain her for many days. Since acquiring the cores from Bear Shui, her combat prowess had soared, and she recognized the significance of crystal cores. Bai Lang's partner, you are being excessive. I shall not provide you with 50 cores, Xie retorted, returning the 5 cores to her space, unwilling to part with even 1 core. Seeing Xie's stinginess, Bai Lang grew furious and confronted him. Xie, compensate Wutong with 50 cores immediately, or I shall destroy your space, leaving you without one. Not all beastmen possess space. 80% of males had space, while only 11% of females did. Overwhelmed by Bai Lang's pressure, Xie's insides felt as though they were shattering. Unable to endure it any longer, she retrieved 50 crystal cores from her space and handed them to Knight Wutong. If you had produced them sooner, you would have spared yourself this ordeal, Knight Wutong said cheerfully, placing the cores into her space. Bai Lang lifted the pressure he had exerted on Xie and coldly instructed, Xie, you may depart. I hope you never set foot in the wolf clan again. Should you dare return, I will kill you. Remember that. Xie squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. I shall remember. Quickly, Xie exited Hong Lian's dwelling, heading towards the cave of the shaman Duodang. He hoped to persuade Duodang to leave the wolf clan with him to their scorpion clan, where she could prepare longevity potions for him. Once Xie departed, Knight Wutong retrieved more rice from her space and began cooking. Just as the rice was done, an unexpected guest arrived. Chapter 113. Chipped 2 front teeth before Knight Wutong and Bai Lang could eat. A female spider beast man named Lai Zhu arrived uninvited. She came alone, without any of her 30 partners accompanying her. As the Night Sycamore observed Lai Zhu approaching, an unpleasant feeling stirred within her. Convinced that Lai Zhu had come for Bai Lang. Indeed, Lai Zhu halted before Bai Lang, her voice laced with ire as she proclaimed, Bai Lang, you made me cry yesterday. Why did you not come to comfort me? I waited for you a long time, yet you never came. It was only when your sister informed me that your partner forbade you from soothing me that I realized how obedient you are to your partner. You have not even mated with them yet you heed their words so readily. Will you still dare to seek a lover in the future? Leave. Bai Lang, unable to contain his frustration, shouted back at Lai Zhu. Why should I leave? I adore you, so why should I go? Lai Zhu retorted, feeling wronged, for no one had ever yelled at her in such a manner. Lai Zhu, you bothersome spider, do not prance around before me spouting distasteful remarks. Depart at once, or I shall cast you out. Bai Lang's eyes widened in annoyance, his disdain for the overly sentimental female evident. You have gone too far, Bai Lang, Xiangshu interjected, unable to tolerate the scene, stepping forward to confront Bai Lang. What? Do you relish meddling in others' affairs? Bai Lang squinted at Xiangshu. Is Lai Zhu not a female? As a male, you ought to yield to her. Females' requests should be accommodated as much as possible. Yesterday, Xiao Gezi mentioned that you made Lai Zhu cry and that you should comfort her, yet you refused. What you did was wrong. Today, when Lai Zhu seeks you out, you tell her to leave and threaten to throw her out. Do you not think that is excessive? Grateful for Xiangshu's defense, Lai Zhu contemplated taking Bai Lang as her partner and, perhaps, also claiming Xiangshu as her own. Are you finished speaking? If not, continue. Bai Lang said coolly to Xiangshu. I am done speaking, Xiangshu replied, inwardly pleased with himself, believing that Bai Lang had absorbed his words. You may take a moment to fly in the air, Bai Lang stated icily, his tone as sharp as ice, unaware of the danger in Bai Lang's words. Xiangshu merely expressed confusion, but I cannot fly. I'll assist you, Bai Lang said, lifting Xiangshu and tossing him into the distance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As the night sycamore counted to 5, a loud thud echoed as Xiangshu crashed to the ground 10 meters away from Bai Lang, landing face down. By an unfortunate twist of fate, Xiangshu's mouth was agape, and his 2 front teeth collided with a sharp rock, resulting in them being knocked out. Enduring the pain, Xiangshu rose, retrieving his lost teeth from the ground, and furiously shouted at Bai Lang. You have gone too far, Bai Lang. You have plotted against me. Look at my teeth, they were shattered by the rock, and you must compensate me. Recalling how the night sycamore had demanded compensation from Xie for the rice, Xiangshu felt justified in seeking recompense from Bai Lang, determined to ask for more. The onlookers found Xiangshu's plight amusing. Xiangshu, why should Bai Lang compensate you? You lost your teeth through your own recklessness, they chuckled. The Knight Sycamore had no intention of allowing Bai Lang to pay Xiangshu anything. All of Bai Lang's assets would belong to her, and she would not permit any of his wealth to be given to another. Angered, Xiangshu muttered, Knight Sycamore. You are being unreasonable. I am demanding compensation from Bai Lang, not from you. You truly are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. As Yi Wutong gazed at the bloodied Bear Shuai, a derisive smile crossed her lips. Bear Shuai, it is you who meddles in affairs that do not concern you. Not I. You have no connection with Lai Zhu, yet you insist on involving yourself. Losing your teeth is well-deserved. My bond with Bai Lang is one of partnership. His matters are my matters, and his possessions are mine. I shall not allow Bai Lang to compensate you in any way, for you have brought this upon yourself. You think your words hold weight? Let Bai Lang decide whether I should be compensated, Bear Shuai retorted, casting a glance at Bai Lang, who also regarded him with scorn. Bai Lang, do you truly believe I would compensate you? Bai Lang countered. Regardless, my teeth were lost due to your actions, and you must compensate me, Bear Shuai insisted. Adopting a petulant demeanor, Bai Lang, perhaps you should offer Bear Shuai some compensation. He has lost 2 front teeth. It is rather pitiable, Bai Lang's mother, Hong Lian, suggested. Hong Lian, you are too soft-hearted. Whether this softness is a virtue or a flaw remains to be seen, Bai Lang's father remarked as he embraced Hong Lian. Knight Wutong spoke before Bai Lang could interject. Mother, I have a hemostatic powder here for Commander Xiong, as a form of compensation from Bai Lang. Knight Wutong retrieved a small pouch of medicinal powder from her space and tossed it to AI Air. AI Air understood that Knight Wutong intended for him to take Commander Xiong away, grasping the pouch she had given him. AI Air hoisted Commander Xiong onto his shoulder and began to depart. Let me down, AI Air. I demand compensation from Bai Lang. Commander Xiong struggled to free himself. But with his early 6th level skills compared to AI Air's late 6th level prowess, he was no match. AI Air continued on his way, contemplating how he would ensure Commander Xiong's safe return to the Xiong clan, unwilling to be burdened by Xiong's troubles. After AI Air and Commander Xiong left, Bai Lang turned to Lai Zhu and said, Are you not leaving yet? Do you wish for me to toss you out like I did with Commander Xiong? Seeing the fierce glint in Bai Lang's eyes, Lai Zhu had no choice but to depart for the time being. Upon her return, she planned to confer with her mother on how to eliminate Knight Wutong. Once Knight Wutong was dealt with, she felt confident in securing Bai Lang's affections. I'm leaving, Lai Zhu declared, casting a venomous glare at Knight Wutong before making her exit. After Lai Zhu had gone, Hong Lian turned to Knight Wutong and said, Tong Tong. Let us have a meal. Very well, but mother, do you think that before leaving this tribe, your 13th partner might inform the shaman Duodang? What if Duodang hears the news and flees the wolf clan? Knight Wutong expressed her concerns, fearing that if Duodang abandoned the wolf clan, Hong Lian's vendetta would remain unfulfilled. Tong Tong, if Monsieur informs the shaman before leaving, and he chooses to depart, then so be it. Hong Lian had no intention of eliminating the shaman Duodang. She believed that as a female, Duodang was already scarce. If she were to be killed, the female population would dwindle further. So it was best to spare her life whenever possible. Mother, how will you take your revenge if Duodang leaves? Did you never intend to kill Duodang? Knight Wutong was frustrated by Hong Lian's softness. Thankfully, Hong Lian had encountered her. Otherwise, she would have surely perished at Duodang's hands. Tong Tong, now that Duodang is departing, she will no longer pose a threat to me or the other males of the wolf clan, so let her go. Hong Lian's mother advised Knight Wutong. Chapter 114. The green headpiece. The Night Phoenix remained silent, yet one can only hope that in the future, Duoyang Ing will no longer inflict harm upon Hong Lian. Yi Wutong retrieved a wooden shovel, a wooden basin, several wooden bowls, and a few pairs of chopsticks from the space, and placed them on the table. Tong Tong, what are these items you have brought out? They all appear to be crafted from wood. Oh, this wooden bowl is considerably lighter than a stone bowl, Hong Lian remarked, holding the wooden bowl with great affection. Mother, this wooden bowl was made by my partner, AI Air. It is far more practical than a stone bowl. It is lightweight and easy to handle. From now on, you shall use the wooden bowl for your meals and soups, Yi Wutong said, as she picked up the smallest wooden bowl and filled it with a serving of rice. Even the smallest wooden bowl was slightly larger than the bowls typically used in modern times. The Night Wutong tree only provided the water tank, the bathing tub, the largest wooden basin, along with a wooden table and stools to the little white snake, Reich. However, it did not offer the smaller wooden basin, wooden bowls, wooden spoons, wooden spatulas, or chopsticks, which were more lightweight. After Yi Wutong had served the rice, she handed it to Hong Lian, saying, Mother, please eat. Hong Lian accepted the bowl of rice and proceeded to grasp it with her hands. Wait, do not use your hands. You should use chopsticks. Yi Wutong picked up a pair of chopsticks and offered them to Hong Lian. Receiving the chopsticks, Hong Lian was unsure of how to use them. Tong Tong, are these 2 little sticks called chopsticks? How do you use them? Mother, please wait a moment. I will serve some rice for myself, and I will teach you how to use chopsticks. With that, Yi Wutong filled her own bowl with rice and then picked up the chopsticks. The Night Wutong tree taught Hong Lian to eat with chopsticks. With great diligence, Hong Lian quickly mastered the art of using them, although her technique was somewhat awkward. It was undoubtedly a far more refined method than eating with her hands. Knight Wutong nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that Hong Lian was rather astute. Father, you should indulge in some rice as well. Knight Wutong observed that there was still a considerable amount of rice in the pot, and, out of courtesy, made a gesture to share. No, Tong Tong, you and your mother should partake. Alang's paternal figure replied earnestly. Rice is quite precious. Us males are not permitted to consume it. Alang's elder father spoke with a simple-hearted demeanor. Alang's second father chuckled and remarked, Tong Tong, you and your mother are akin to each other. Unlike ordinary females, who seldom share delectable food with males, you possess a unique generosity. Aren't you envious? Envious that Alang has found such a wonderful partner like your mother? You ought to encourage your son to seek a partner as splendid as this instead of spending all his days slaying beasts in the monster forest. Bai Lang's biological father addressed Bai Lang's second father with a hint of frustration. Upon hearing his son mentioned, Bai Lang's second father felt a surge of anger. Wolfie, do not bring that boy up. At 20, he shows no inclination to form a bond with a female, instead lingering in the monster forest. What a sight. Second father, do not fret about my brother so much. Once he finds someone he cherishes, he will surely abandon the monster forest and remain by their side. Bai Lang consoled his agitated second father. You are right, Bai Lang's second father conceded, finding solace in Bai Lang's words. Tong Tong, do have a piece of meat. Tu Jun called out as he approached Knight Wutong, carrying the freshly roasted meat. Yi Wutong gazed at the substantial piece of roasted meat in Tu Jun's hand and said, This portion is too large for me to consume. Please tear it in half for me. Tu Jun complied, tearing the meat into 2 equal halves, offering one to Yi Wutong while he savored the other. As the evening unfolded at Yi Wutong, the companions of Hong Lian returned, bringing with them the spoils of their hunt. Bai Lang's 2 youthful uncles bore their catches upon their shoulders, while their hands were occupied with smaller game. One by one, Bai Lang's fathers placed the bounty upon the ground. The 2 young uncles of Bai Lang gently laid their prey at Yi Wutong's feet. The flamboyant peacock, Kong Shi, gazed longingly at Yi Wutong and remarked, Tong Tong, behold this tender lamb I have specially hunted for you. Its delicate flesh is most fitting for one as exquisite as yourself. Moreover, look at this resplendent bird in my grasp. Its tail feathers are so splendid. They would make a perfect adornment for your hair. The Knight Wutong felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing the words of the brazen peacock, Kong Shi. This Kong Shi was openly seducing her, even suggesting that she adorn herself with a headpiece fashioned from the tail feathers of a wild chicken. The feathers, a vivid green, would undoubtedly make her appear as if she were crowned with a verdant plume. The nocturnal phoenix, feeling displeased, addressed Kong Shi, Father, if you were to craft a headpiece from this wild chicken's feather, I implore you to adorn mother with it. It would suit her exceedingly well. Nay, nay. Your mother is not suited for such a splendid ornament. Her beauty pales in comparison, and with age, she lacks the allure you possess. You, my dear, would look all the more exquisite adorned with this wild chicken's plume, drawing the attention of many suitors, as remarkable as myself, who would find themselves enamored by you. Kong Shi continued to gaze at the nocturnal phoenix with deep affection, harboring an intense desire to embrace her. Knight Wutong felt a surge of frustration, wishing to deliver a sharp slap to the insufferable Kong Shi. Kong Shi, it appears that Tong Tong is not fond of your headpiece, laughed another companion of Hong Lian. The flamboyant peacock, Kong Shi, scowled. This black fox seemed intent on competing with him. Whichever female he became involved with would inevitably develop an affinity for this black fox as well. Tong Tong, if you dislike Kong Shi's headpiece, you will surely appreciate this. This is a little wild fox, and I intend to craft a fur skirt for you from its pelt, proclaimed Bai Lang, the young Abelophone. As he waved the little wild fox in his hands, Knight Wutong furrowed her brow, contemplating the diminutive size of the red little fox. If fashioned into a hide skirt, how minuscule would it be? It certainly wouldn't suffice to cover the essential areas. Father, are you certain that this skirt made from the little fox's hide will fit me? Knight Wutong inquired coldly, perceiving her father Bai Lang's words as an affront to her dignity. Of course it will fit. Being a female, a lesser amount of fabric serves to attract males. Observe your current attire. Although it is aesthetically pleasing, it is overly modest, concealing what ought to be revealed. The youthful father figure, the black fox beastman Luofeng, remarked. Yi Wutong gritted her teeth. These 2 young men from Bai Lang were truly disappointing, evoking a sense of disdain. Knight Wutong pondered how to teach the 2 young fathers, Bai Lang and his companion, a lesson. Just then, Bai Lang's sister, Qingge, approached. Upon seeing the vibrant chicken and the small wild red fox in the hands of Kong Shi and Mei Feng, she gleefully exclaimed, Ah, Kong Shi, Mei Feng, your catch is truly magnificent. Is it for me? Step aside, this is not for you. It is meant for Tong Tong, Kong Shi replied disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Qingge, as he held a grudge against her father. Who would want your wretched wild chicken? Qingge felt slighted but attempted to mask her displeasure. Go play elsewhere. Mei Feng, the black fox beastman, instructed Qingge. No, father. If you give me the red fox in your grasp, I will leave, Qingge insisted, believing Luofeng to be accommodating as she shook his arm. Release me. Do not cling to me. This wild red fox is for Tong Tong, not for you, Luofeng retorted, breaking free from Qing Gu's grasp with irritation. On what grounds do you intend to give this wild red fox to sister? I will not allow you to do so, Qing Gu protested angrily. Qing Gu, go play elsewhere and stop causing a scene. If you desire a wild red fox, let your own father catch one for you, Luo Feng admonished softly, suppressing his rising anger. I refuse. I want the wild red fox you hold. You must give it to me, Qing Gu declared, lunging to snatch the fox from Luo Feng. Get lost. Go away. You are truly repulsive. Luo Feng's smile vanished as he glared at Qing Gu and shouted. His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of all the beastmen present. Feeling wronged, Qing Gu burst into tears. Having not received what she wanted and being scolded in the process, Hong Lian frowned but remained silent. Seeing his daughter in tears and noting that his partner, Hong Lian, had not defended Qing Gu, Qing Ji's father was infuriated. He turned to Hong Lian, saying, Hong Lian, why do you not reprimand Luo Feng and comfort Qing Gu? Sighing, Hong Lian replied, how can I console her? Qing Gu brought this upon herself. This matter does not rest on Luo Feng. How could I scold him? You are being too biased, Hong Lian. Even if Qing Gu is at fault, you cannot ignore her. She should not be wronged. Qing Ji's father responded with a complex expression. Your daughter is your responsibility, Hong Lian snapped. Frustrated that she had cared for Qing Gu for over 20 years and questioning whether any other female would have done as much. Luo Feng, why did you yell at Qing Gu? You frightened her to tears. You must console her and give her the wild red fox. Seeing that Hong Lian was not addressing Qing Ji's issue, Qing Ji's father felt compelled to intervene. On what basis? This wild red fox was caught for Tong Tong. Why should I give it to your daughter? If she wants a wild red fox, why doesn't her father catch one for her? Luo Feng looked down on Qing Ji's father, who was notoriously poor at hunting and incapable of capturing intelligent prey like the wild red fox. Are you familiar with Tong Tong? Why should you give your wild fox to her? Do you have feelings for Tong Tong? Have you become entangled with her? Qing Ji's father squinted, pondering. Do not speak nonsense. Luo Feng wishes to give me the wild red fox out of respect for Bai Lang, as I am Bai Lang's companion. Do not fabricate unfounded accusations. Moreover, I would never develop feelings for Luo Feng. I could never be involved with someone as vile as you. Knight Wutong seethed with indignation, wishing to strike down Qing Ji's father. Before Qing Ji's father could retort, Bai Lang seized his arm and flung him away. Qing Ji's father crashed to the ground several meters away, creating a large crater upon impact. Brother, how can you treat father this way? This is utterly wrong. Qing Gu shouted angrily at Bai Lang. How is it wrong? He is your father, not mine. Besides, he should not slander Tong Tong by suggesting she is involved with Luo Feng. Luo Feng is no good, but Tong Tong is undoubtedly pure. Your father has defamed her. I merely tossed him aside lightly. It is fortunate he was not killed in the process, Bai Lang replied with a sardonic smile. Contemplating whether it was time for his mother to clear out her partner, Hong Lian glanced at Qing Ji's father, who lay on the ground, not moving, and felt a pang of fear, wondering if Bai Lang had inadvertently caused his death. She said to Qing Gu, let us check on your father. I hope he hasn't succumbed. Brother, if you have killed my father, I will never forgive you, Qing Gu declared, rushing to see if her father was alive. Bai Lang scoffed, indifferent to whether Qing Gu would forgive him. He turned to Kangxi and Luo Feng, warning, Kangxi, Luo Feng, I advise you to cease your pursuits of Tong Tong, otherwise, I shall not be merciful. Bai Lang, you have no authority over us, Kangxi retorted, displeased, deeming Bai Lang selfish for not allowing others to pursue such a beautiful companion as Tong Tong. Kangxi, Luo Feng, you both have partners and should remain devoted to them, rather than attempting to entice other females. Knight Wutong noted Bai Lang's direct address of the two young fathers, realizing she no longer needed to refer to them as fathers and opted to call them by their names instead. However, we do not fancy Hong Lian, Luo Feng stated. Do not speak to me of disliking your partner. If you do not like your partner, why did you bond with them in the first place? Knight Wutong exclaimed, furious at Luo Feng, who resembled the archetypal scoundrel, using his displeasure with his wife as justification for infidelity. Kangxi and Luo Feng were left speechless. Initially, they had found Hong Lian quite attractive and willingly forged a bond with her, but after a month of marriage, when she fell ill and could not satisfy their desires, their affections waned. The Night Phoenix gazed at the multicolored wild chicken in Kangxi's hands and remarked, I have no desire for this wild chicken of yours. Why not use its vibrant feathers to craft a headpiece for mother? She would look exquisite adorned with a green ornament. The headpiece you create for her will surely enhance her beauty. Kangxi remained silent. Yu Wudong turned to Luo Feng and said, please use the pelt of this wild red fox to make a scarf for my mother. It will keep her warm during the winter. Luo Feng remained silent. Bai Lang, upon hearing Yu Wudong's words, felt a surge of emotion. How kind and considerate she was towards his mother, which brought him great joy. Meanwhile, Tu Jun envied Bai Lang, wishing that Yu Wudong would show the same concern for his own mother. Qing Ji's father had not perished, but had merely fainted. Now regaining consciousness, he glared resentfully at Hong Lian and said, Hong Lian, your ungrateful son nearly caused my demise. Are you satisfied now? From tomorrow onward, I shall leave you and seek the messenger of the gods to dissolve our bond. Qing Ji's father had heard of someone who had successfully summoned the messenger of the gods to sever their ties. And he knew that those who underwent such a dissolution did not transform into malevolent beasts. Very well, I consent to our separation. Provided you summon the messenger of the gods, he declared. Hong Lian intended to wait for Qing Ji's father to bring the messenger, so she could also sever her ties with all partners except for her first, second, and third ones, wishing to retain 3 loyal companions. Qing Good, assist me in returning to my cave. With great effort, Qing Ji's father stood, allowing Qing Ge to help him back to his dwelling. Qing Ge glanced at Hong Lian and said, Mother, I will first help father back to the cave. Hong Lian nodded gently, replying, Go on. Cough, cough, Qing Ge. Do not call her mother. She is not your mother, Qing Ji's father stated, having decided to sever his bond with Hong Lian, believing it unnecessary for Qing Ge to address her as mother any longer. Chapter 116. The partners of Hong Lian sparkled with surprise. Father, have you lost your senses? How can she not be my mother? Qing Ge was frightened, fearing that her father had been rendered irrational by the fall caused by her brother. Qing Ge. I am quite lucid. You are truly not Hong Lian's daughter, her father insisted, enduring his pain. Seeing the seriousness in her father's expression unsettled Qing Ge. Perhaps she really was not born of Hong Lian? She hastily inquired, Father, what is the truth of this matter? Qing Ge, you are not Hong Lian's child. Your real mother is someone else. You are the offspring of me and another female. Father, who is my mother, and where is she? Qing Ge trembled as she asked. The revelation of not being born of Hong Lian hitting her like a thunderbolt. Your mother passed away long ago, dying in childbirth. Had she lived, I would never have entrusted you to Hong Lian. Your mother was my greatest love. She neglected all her partners just to be with me. And I think of her every day, Qing Ji's father said gravely. Memories of Qing Ji's deceased mother filled him with sorrow, as the one he cherished was gone, while the one he did not care for, Hong Lian, remained alive, a constant reminder of his inner turmoil. Both of you must leave at once. Do not let me see you until you have found the messenger of the gods, Hong Lian said, suppressing her anguish. Over 20 years ago, when Qing Ji's father returned after being missing for nearly a year, she had already known of his betrayal. Out of compassion for Qing Ge, she had treated her as her own daughter. Though she had considered severing ties with the man who betrayed her, she could not bear to witness him transform into a malevolent beast. Thus, she abandoned the thought and tolerated his infidelity with 2 other females, only to find that her patience had bred resentment from him. Qing Ge, help me up. We must leave this place. The longer we linger, the more suffocating it becomes. Qing Ji's father urged. Qing Ge assisted her father to his feet and left without looking back. The night phoenix tree observed the distressed expression on Hong Lian's face, realizing that she had been upset by her companions. Hastily, it approached Hong Lian and said, Mother, let us retreat to Bai Lang's cave. It is more tranquil there. Night Wutong understood that Hong Lian desperately needed a tranquil environment to rest. The cave belonging to Hong Lian was overcrowded and unsuitable for her recuperation. Only Bai Lang's cave was appropriate for her repose. Very well, let us proceed to Bai Lang's cave. Hong Lian wished to avoid the company of her partners at present, and she could not fathom how, in her youth, she had unwittingly accumulated so many companions. Reflecting on it now filled her with regret. An abundance of partners brought an abundance of troubles, especially when some of them were particularly troublesome. Bai Lang, I shall accompany my mother back to your cave. You and Tu Jun, Ai Air, shall construct the wooden tub, the bathing tub, and the wooden basin. Night Wutong assigned tasks to Bai Lang and Tu Jun, all right. You and your mother may go first. Bai Lang nodded in agreement. Father, I am taking mother to Bai Lang's cave. Night Wutong informed Bai Lang's fathers, assuring them of their safety. Very well, Tong Tong, take care of your mother. She is not well, so please look after her closely, Bai Lang's father advised, recognizing Night Wutong as a reliable companion. Rest assured, Father, Night Wutong replied, gently holding Hong Lian's hand as they made their way towards Bai Lang's cave. Feeling the warmth of Night Wutong's hand, Hong Lian was touched by the kindness of her son's partner. Night Wutong and Hong Lian arrived at Bai Lang's cave. Night Wutong turned to Hong Lian and said, Mother, if you feel fatigued, you should lie down and rest. This cave is quite tranquil, and no one comes here. No, I'm not tired. I will sit on the bed for a while, replied Hong Lian, Bai Lang's mother, as she settled onto the bed. By the way, mother, your poison has just been purged. It is not suitable for you to stay in a cave, as it is quite damp. Perhaps Bai Lang and the others could construct a wooden house for you? Night Wutong remarked, observing the deformed joints of Hong Lian. She understood that Hong Lian's joint deformities were a result of living in the cave. While males might endure it, females, with their delicate physiques, were ill-suited for such an environment. Tong Tong, I have not heard that Bai Lang will build a wooden house, Hong Lian replied, knowing well that Bai Lang lacked such skills. Mother, Bai Lang may not be able to build one, but I can. I can instruct him on how to construct a wooden house, Night Wutong assured Hong Lian. Tong Tong, you truly are an exceptional female. It is a blessing from the beast god that my son can be your mate, said Hong Lian, feeling immense joy for her son. It was well known that Night Wutong's beauty was unparalleled in the beast realm, capable of overshadowing all other females by 1,000-fold. Her wisdom was equally remarkable. In short, she was beyond description. Mother, Bai Lang is quite admirable too. He is decisive in action, not one to dawdle, nor does he display excessive sympathy. Knight Wutong praised Bai Lang. Tong Tong. I am genuinely grateful that Bai Lang's character did not mirror mine, but rather took after his father, Hong Lian expressed, somewhat discontent with her own sympathetic nature. Had she not been so soft-hearted, her partners would not have taken her for granted. She believed she should have severed ties with her first mate when he sought another beast outside their bond, setting a precedent that would dissuade others from following suit. Mother, if Light Pigeon's father were to find a divine messenger and dissolve his bond with you, would you also sever ties with your other unfaithful partners? Knight Wutong inquired, curious about Hong Lian's thoughts. Hong Lian smiled gently at Knight Wutong and replied, rest assured, Tong Tong, I will sever ties with all males who have betrayed me. I will only retain my first, second, and third partners, as they have always been loyal to me. Mother, you are quite wise, not blinded by superficial beauty. Knight Wutong expressed her delight in Hong Lian's decision. Where is this beauty you speak of? Hong Lian questioned, perplexed. Mother, your partners are all quite handsome, Knight Wutong acknowledged. Realizing that describing males solely by their beauty felt inadequate, yet she could find no better term. Oh, you mean them, no matter how handsome they are. I do not want them. I only desire a partner who is truly sincere with me. Hong Lian sincerely hoped that Light Pigeon's father would soon find the divine messenger, so she could swiftly end her bonds with those unfaithful to her. Yu Wutong and Hong Lian engaged in a conversation, during which Yu Wutong stealthily sprinkled a sleeping powder onto Hong Lian, allowing her to drift into a peaceful slumber. As the midday hour approached, Yu Wutong gently roused Hong Ling from her slumber. Knight Wutong retrieved a sky-blue ancient gown from the space and handed it to Hong Lian. Mother, this garment is for you. Please change out of your animal skin skirt and shoulder cape and don this dress I have chosen for you. Knight Wutong noticed that Hong Lian's skin was covered in rashes. With Knight Wutong's assistance, Hong Lian was finally able to adorn herself in the gown. Under the shade of trees, Yu Wutong held Hong Lian's hand, leading her back to the cave she called home. The companions of Hong Lian, who were grilling meat outside, were captivated upon seeing her adorned in a sky-blue garment. She truly looked exquisite today. In Chapter 117, the male orc who had the honor of being Hong Lian's 18th partner exclaimed, Hong Lian, you look absolutely stunning today. It had been quite some time since he had seen her radiate such beauty. Ah, Hong Lian responded nonchalantly, harboring no particular affection for her 18th partner. What is this? She inquired, her gaze falling upon the wooden tub, basin, and bath barrel scattered on the ground. Mother, these are the bathing tub, wooden bucket, and basin that Tu Jun and I crafted. This large tub is intended for bathing, allowing us to forego trips to the river. The wooden bucket is for fetching water, while this basin is for washing the face, and this one is for holding soup. Bai Lang explained to his mother, Hong Lian, the practical uses of the items. How wonderful, Hong Lian mused, aware that these items were meant for Tong Tong, yet she, too, yearned for such possessions. Bai Lang's father embraced Hong Lian and urged, let us eat lunch first, and then we shall go chop wood to make you a bathing tub, wooden bucket, and basin. Let us dine first. Bai Lang also invited Yu Wutong to sit down, while Tu Jun handed a piece of roasted lamb to Yu Wutong. As Yu Wutong savored the roasted lamb prepared by Tu Jun, she felt the taste of the meat growing increasingly unappealing. She pondered whether she had simply grown tired of it. Consuming meat incessantly was not sustainable, and she felt the heat rising within her. It was time to incorporate some vegetables and fruits into her diet. Bai Lang, Tu Jun, let us rise early tomorrow and venture to the mountains to gather herbs. And perhaps bring back some vegetables as well, she suggested, reluctantly taking a small bite of the roasted meat. Very well, Bai Lang agreed. Had Yu Wutong not spoken up? He had already intended to wake early to forage for wild fruits to bring to her. Whatever you say, Tong Tong, he replied. Tu Jun gazed at Yu Wutong with a fondness that seemed insatiable. Bai Lang, I almost forgot to mention. Why don't you and the others build a wooden house for my mother? She is frail and should not reside in the damp, stifling cave. You may not know how to construct a wooden house, but I can guide you through the process, Yu Wutong asserted, convinced of Bai Lang's lack of carpentry skills. Agreed. Bai Lang said, elated that Yu Wutong was so considerate towards his mother. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yu Wutong's mind. System. Host, a level 1 male beastman is approaching. Seize this opportunity to defeat him, and do not let it slip away. It is rare to encounter a level 1 male beastman in this realm. Please, host. Take advantage of this chance to vanquish the imminent level 1 beastman, and complete the task to facilitate the system's upgrade. Knight Wutong, rest assured, I shall undoubtedly triumph over this level 1 male orc. Yi Wutong has diligently practiced the art of the 5 elements in tranquility, as imparted by the system, resulting in a significant enhancement of her martial prowess. This technique, which is cultivated while reclining, involves lying on one's bed in deep contemplation, allowing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to permeate her being. In summary, Yi Wutong's current martial capabilities are sufficient to vanquish a first-tier male orc. The Night Phoenix pondered how she could engage in combat with the male orc, whose strength was merely at level 1, without the assistance of Bai Lang and the others. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, a limping, long-haired, handsome youth approached from a distance. The young man arrived before Bai Lang, gazing affectionately and said, Cousin, you have returned. I have missed you dearly. The night phoenix tree observed the youth's demeanor and secretly concluded that something was amiss. This exquisite young man must surely harbor affections for Bai Lang. Wutong discerned that this exquisite young man was indeed a submissive. Bai Lang did not even cast a glance at the beautiful youth, which displeased him greatly. The young man's gaze swept over to Wutong first. He was taken aback by Wutong's stunning beauty, followed by a pang of jealousy. Are you the female that my cousin brought back? You hardly seem gentle at all. The words he uttered dripped with acidity, for he had never anticipated that the female Bai Lang had returned would outshine their males in beauty, leaving him feeling quite disgruntled. How could he possibly compete with such a captivating female? Knight Wutong contemplated that in order to vanquish the beautiful youth with a mere level 1 combat prowess, she must provoke him into a confrontation. To entice this handsome lad into action, she would need to utter some unflattering remarks to incite his anger. Lame one. Who says I am not gentle? No matter how unyielding I may seem, I am still superior to you, with your affliction. You may be lame, but you still resemble a female beast man, attracted to males. Knight Wutong delighted in voicing the most displeasing comments to the beautiful youth. You, how can you say such things about me? You mock my limp and liken me to a loathsome female. You are truly despicable. The beautiful youth's face turned pale with indignation. Shichui, you shall not speak ill of my companion, Tong Tong. My Tong Tong is anything but detestable. Be gone. You are not welcome here. Bai Lang declared sternly. His disdain for his aunt's son, Shichui, evident. Cousin, how can you treat me with such coldness? In what way am I inferior to this female? Is it merely because I lack her beauty? After all these years of kinship, is it truly overshadowed by mere looks? The beautiful youth gazed at Bai Lang with a look of sorrow. Tu Jun, with a sardonic smile, remarked to Bai Lang, your charm is indeed substantial. Even a male beastman finds favor in you. Of course, my cousin's charisma is unparalleled, Shichui chimed in, reveling in the notion that no one could rival his cousin's allure. Knight Wutong contemplated whether to confront the handsome youth, considering whether to strike him on the head to awaken him from his delusions of self-importance. Get lost. Bai Lang shouted at his cousin Shaquebec Andy, look how fierce my cousin is towards me. Shaque bit his lip in a show of grievance, stifling his tears. Shaque, you should go home. Your feelings are understood. You are male, and so is your cousin A Lang. Males should not harbor affections for one another. Do not squander your time on a Lang. Let your mother find you a female partner instead. Then, let your partner bear you a brood of little sparrows. Hong Lian advised Shaquebec. No. Andy, I do not wish for a female partner. I despise females. I only love my cousin. If my cousin cannot be my partner, I would gladly settle for being his pet. As long as he can hold me, I am content, Shaque declared, his eyes sparkling with admiration for the handsome youth. Bai Lang's expression darkened considerably as he struggled to contain himself, feeling an overwhelming urge to silence his cousin. Shaque, you are utterly revolting. I would love to pummel you, Knight Wutong retorted. Humph. You want to hit me? I would like to hit you too. Don't think I'm afraid to strike you just because you're female. Come on, hit me. You annoying female. Shaque provoked Knight Wutong. Shaque, let us have a contest. If you lose, you must never show your face in front of Bai Lang again. Knight Wutong glared at Shaque, determined to teach him a lesson despite the absence of any reward from the system. Fine, let us compete. Shaque was eager to use this contest as an opportunity to strike Knight Wutong, thinking if she enjoyed being hit, he would oblige her. Tong Tong. Shaque possesses a level 1 combat capability, while you seem to have none. You are no match for him. Do not engage in this contest. Bai Lang cautioned Knight Wutong, fearing for her safety. The rules of the beast world prohibited the killing of females, yet they did not forbid striking them. This cousin of yours has only a level 1 combat capability. I can easily defeat him, rest assured. Knight Wutong replied to Bai Lang, casting a disdainful glance at Shaquebec Tong Tong. You lack combat capability. If you wish to strike Shaque, I will do it for you, Tu Jun declared. Stepping in front of Shaque, looking down on him, baffled by Shaque's attraction to males. Tu Jun, I do not require your assistance, trust me. I will surely defeat this Shaque, Knight Wutong insisted, determined to take on the challenge herself, seizing the opportunity to accomplish the task assigned by the system. Tu Jun, let Tong Tong have a go. If she cannot overcome Shaque, we will step in to help, Bai Lang suggested. Unwittingly believing in Knight Wutong's ability to severely punish Shaquebec. Though he could not discern her combat capability, he sensed there was more to her than met the eye. Cousin, how can you do this? How can you consider striking me for the sake of this oblivious, arrogant female? Do you not realize how much that hurts my feelings? Shaque said, biting his lip to suppress his tears. He plotted to mar Knight Wutong's beauty, believing that if she were disfigured, his cousin would abandon her and turn to him. Shaque, cease your words. They are repugnant, and your demeanor is even more so. Let the battle commence. Knight Wutong declared with distaste directed at Shaquebec. The actions of Yi Wutong were perceived by the beastmen as a fierce rivalry with Shaque for the affection of Bai Lang, culminating in a duel. The beastmen believed that Yi Wutong harbored an intense love for Bai Lang, so profound that she would dare to engage in combat with a male counterpart. They speculated that Yi Wutong was overly impulsive. How could a seemingly unarmed female possibly triumph over a male, even one with only a level 1 combat ability? Shaque, not transforming, limped toward Yi Wutong, raising his fist in an attempt to deliver a devastating blow to her face. His intention was to mar her visage irreparably. Convinced that if he disfigured her, Bai Lang would never retaliate against him, as he was Bai Long's cousin. Shake was certain that his strike would land, yet to his surprise, Wutong deftly evaded, causing his fist to miss its target and forcing him forward, nearly losing his balance. Infuriated, Shake pondered how a female who appeared devoid of combat prowess could evade a blow from someone of his own level. Resolving to alter his approach, he decided to tackle Wutong directly, aiming to pin her beneath him and unleash a torrent of blows. With remarkable speed, he lunged at Wutong, confident that his swiftness would ensure her defeat. As Wutong observed the sand sparrow lunging towards her, she deftly evaded its approach and swiftly raised her foot to deliver a kick aimed at the sparrow's injured leg. The sand sparrow, unable to maneuver effectively due to its disability, could not evade Wutong's onslaught in time. Her kick struck its crippled leg, causing it to tumble to the ground. Wutong ruthlessly struck the sand sparrow lying on the ground, delivering blows until the creature was left battered and bruised. Only then did she cease her assault. So weak. You still possess level 1 combat strength. I see no difference between that and having no strength at all, as you have still been defeated by me, Wutong remarked, glancing down at the pitiful sand sparrow. She had not anticipated that vanquishing a level 1 warrior would be so effortless. She contemplated finding a level 2 male warrior for a more challenging contest in the future. How can you insult me so? I have just entered level 1. And I have not yet awakened my elemental powers. Just wait. Once I awaken my elements, I will surely defeat you. The sand sparrow retorted angrily from the ground. Humph. With your aptitude, you wish to awaken your elements? Perhaps in your next life. Let me assure you, you will never defeat me in this life, nor in the next. Wutong declared, looking down disdainfully at the fallen creature. You cruel female, I will not let you off the hook. Oh, it hurts so much. The sand sparrow lamented, feeling even more pain than during the beating. Wutong disdainfully addressed the sparrow. Do not scream so loudly. It is not as painful as you make it out to be. You cannot escape me, yet you are no match for me. Bai Lang, witnessing Wutong's fierce assault on the sparrow, felt a surge of joy, wholeheartedly supporting her actions. Such was the treatment deserved for a being like the sparrow. To June, observing Wutong's vigorous defense, felt a sense of relief, astonished that she could best a creature of the first-level combat strength. Although first-level beasts lacked elemental awakening, their strength was considerable. Thus, it was unexpected that Wutong possessed greater power. At the moment Wutong struck the sparrow, Bai Lang's mother was taken aback. Just as she regained her senses from the sparrow's heart-wrenching cries, she turned to her equally astonished companions and urged, quickly, help the sparrow up and see if he is injured. Hong Lian, fearing that Wutong might have harmed the sparrow, who was, after all, her sister's child, felt a pang of compassion. Aunt, my entire body hurts, the sparrow whimpered, tears streaming down his face. Fear not for the sparrow. There is no need to consult the healer, for he has merely sustained superficial injuries, with his internal organs unharmed. Wutong was measured in her strikes, ensuring she did not deliver a fatal blow. Bai Lang's father approached the sparrow, assessing his wounds. Confirming that the sparrow was not gravely injured, he reassured Bai Lang's mother. Hong Lian, do not worry, my dear. The sparrow has only surface wounds. He will recover in a few days. Good, as long as he is fine. Please escort him home, Hong Lian directed to Lang Yi. Very well, I shall take him back at once, Lang Yi replied, attempting to help the sparrow to his feet. However, the sparrow pushed away Lang Yi's hand, bashfully stating, Uncle, please do not touch me. Bai Lang's father was momentarily stunned by the sparrow's words but soon relaxed. If I do not assist you, will you manage to rise on your own? Lang Yi inquired, reluctant to help the sparrow, fearing he might develop an infatuation. I cannot get up. I wish for my cousin to carry me home. The sparrow sought to exploit this opportunity to entice Bai Lang. By what right should I carry you home? Bai Lang was incensed by the sparrow's audacity. Cousin, I cannot rise because of the female you brought. You must carry me back, or I shall not leave. The sparrow was determined to play his card. You may stay, or go as you please. I shall not carry you. I inform you, aside from my partner, Wutong, I will not embrace anyone, Bai Lang declared, not even casting a glance at the sparrow. Hong Lian approached the sparrow, saying, Sparrow, cease your antics, and shall assist you home. She reached out to help him up. Do not touch me. I dislike being handled by females. It feels utterly revolting. The sparrow protested against Hong Lian's assistance. The night phoenix, exasperated, bellowed at the sand sparrow, You perverse creature. Rise at once and return on your own, or I shall continue to beat you senseless. Chapter 119, The Reward Sand Sparrow. It would be wise for you to get up yourself. If you remain idle, Tongkong will surely strike you, Hong Lian remarked to the sand sparrow sprawled on the ground. Still irked by its previous remarks and now unwilling to concern herself with it any further, the sand sparrow lay there, unmoving, shedding tears of grievance. As Wutong observed Shake remaining on the ground, an air of impatience enveloped her as she addressed him. No one is here to assist you any longer. Nor will anyone embrace you. You must rise and return home on your own. Should you refuse to stand, I would not hesitate to deliver another blow. Dear cousin, Andy. Uncle, please help me, Shake implored, casting desperate glances at Bai Lang and the others. However, they averted their gazes, offering him not a single glance. Are you eager to endure further punishment? Prepare yourself, for I shall strike. Wutong feigned an attack on Shakwebeck. Please, do not hit me. I can get up on my own. See? Sha Ke hastily scrambled to his feet, wiping away the tears from his face, vexed by Bai Lang and the other's apparent indifference. Upon returning home, he resolved to seek a mate far superior to Bai Lang, driven by a desire to provoke him. Be gone. I hope you never cross paths with your cousin Bai Lang again. Otherwise, each time I see you, I shall strike, Yi Wudong declared. Harboring a strong disdain for Sha Ke and his persistent attachment to Bai Lang. With a huff, Sha Ke shot Yi Wudong a glare before limping away. Once he departed, Yi Wudong, Bai Lang, and Tu Jun returned to Bai Lang's cave. As the night-blooming Wutong tree reclined upon her bed, she pondered why the system had yet to bestow upon her the promised reward. She felt compelled to inquire of the system regarding the timing of her anticipated accolade. The Night Phoenix communicates with the system through thought. Night Wutong. System, I have vanquished a level 1 orc with martial prowess, successfully completing the task. When shall I receive my reward? System, this system is currently undergoing an upgrade. Please be patient. Host. In 30 minutes, this system will reach out to you. Night Phoenix, very well. Yi Wudong pondered that the system would contact her in 30 minutes, so she decided to indulge in a beauty sleep. Before long, she succumbed to slumber, only to be awakened by the system's cold, mechanical voice. System, host, host, host. Night Wutong, how annoying. System, can't you be more perceptive? Did you not notice that I was sleeping? You woke me up just as I was enjoying my slumber. Do you not feel any shame? System, this system lacks emotions and is unaware of the concept of shame. I awakened you to present a reward. Host, what do you see here? A small porcelain vial materialized beside Night Wutong. Yi Wudong picked up the porcelain vase and was filled with joy upon seeing the inscription washing marrow pill on it. Night Wutong, system, I greatly appreciate this reward. System, you must understand how precious and beneficial this cleansing elixir is, despite there being only one pill in the bottle. Night Wutong, system, you mentioned that there is only one cleansing elixir in the bottle. Why is there but a single one? Yi Wudong never anticipated that the system would be so stingy. The system replied, Host, your greed knows no bounds. This singular super cleansing pill is all I possess. And it has been procured at great cost, having just completed an upgrade and expended energy to transport it from an alternate dimension. Night Wutong, I have no complaints about the quantity. One is sufficient for my needs. Thank you, system. System, this system has expended considerable energy to transport the cleansing elixir and now requires a period of dormancy. The system is entering a state of hibernation. Night Wutong, very well. You may rest now. The Night Phoenix placed the cleansing elixir into her space, intending to consume it at a more opportune moment. Night Wutong indulged in a rejuvenating slumber, awakening around 3 in the afternoon. Upon her awakening, she found Tu Jun seated beside her, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. Startling her. Tu Jun, what are you doing? Why are you staring at me instead of sleeping? You gave me quite a fright, she exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart. My apologies, Tong Tong. It was improper of me to watch you while you slept and inadvertently scare you, Tu Jun replied. Reaching out to pat her heart in a gesture of comfort, Night Wutong swiftly blocked his hand, saying, Don't. You'll end up giving me a heart attack. Embarrassed, Tu Jun withdrew his hand, momentarily captivated by Night Wutong's delicate, crimson lips, and was about to lean in for a kiss when she interjected, Tu Jun. Where's Bai Lang? What is he up to? Noticing Bai Lang's absence from the cave, she turned to Tu Jun, convinced that he held the answer. Upon hearing her inquiry, Tu Jun promptly responded, Bai Lang has gone to his mother's place. He mentioned discussing plans for his father to build her a wooden house. After speaking, he leaned in again, intending to kiss Night Wutong, but before he could, she stood up and said, Tu Jun, let us go to Bai Lang's mother's place and see. He won't manage to build the wooden house on his own. I must instruct him on how to do it. As Yi Wudong spoke, she had already exited the cave, with Tu Jun reluctantly trailing behind her. He felt a deep sense of regret for not seizing the opportunity to be alone with Yi Wudong that day, if fate granted him another chance. He vowed to kiss her without hesitation. Soon, Yi Wudong and Tu Jun arrived at the cave of Bai Lang's mother. There, they saw Bai Lang engaged in conversation with his fathers, surrounded by a dozen towering trees. Tong Tong, why don't you sleep a little longer? Bai Lang inquired of Yi Wudong. I cannot afford to sleep too long at midday, Bai Lang. You wish to join your fathers in constructing a wooden house for your mother, do you not? Do you know how to build it? Yi Wudong doubted Bai Lang's ability to construct the dwelling. No, I merely intend to help my fathers carry the trees back. The actual building of the house will require the guidance of the clever Tong Tong, Bai Lang replied, embracing Yi Wudong tightly. Bai Lang, do not think that flattery will earn you my consent to be so familiar. Release me at once, or I shall be covered in heat rash. Yi Wudong exclaimed. Irritated by his persistent affection, how could this insufferable wolf be so fond of hugging her without regard for her comfort? Bai Lang released her, saying, Tong Tong. When the weather cools, you must allow me to embrace you. Let us discuss that when the time comes, Yi Wudong retorted, unwilling to acquiesce to Bai Lang's request. Tong Tong, please instruct my father on how to build the wooden house. He is eager to complete it so that your mother can reside there comfortably. Bai Lang's biological father implored Yi Wudong, wishing to provide his partner, Hong Lian, with a cozy home to strengthen her health. Father, I shall draw a blueprint of the house's structure using twigs on the ground. As I sketch, I will explain to you how to construct it, Yi Wudong declared. Plucking a slender branch from a tree and beginning to illustrate the architectural plans on the earth. The night Phoenix Tree sketched a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house on the ground, complete with a bathroom. She began to explain to Bai Lang and the others how the house was to be constructed, though Wutong had never constructed a wooden house. She had observed the wooden cabins in the tourist areas. Bai Lang was astute. Upon hearing Wutong's brief explanation, he grasped the concept of construction and proceeded to elucidate it to the bewildered elders. Just as Bai Lang finished his explanation, a multitude of orcs charged towards them. Chapter 120. Building the wooden house. The orcs arrived before Wutong and Bai Lang, utterly captivated by Wutong's stunning beauty, unable to tear their gazes away. Observing the orcs' rapt attention towards Wutong, Bai Lang and Tu Jun felt a surge of displeasure. Bai Lang coldly addressed the male orcs who were staring at Wutong. What brings you here? Are you here solely to gawk at my partner? Upon hearing Bai Lang's words, the orcs hastily diverted their eyes from Wutong's face. One male orc, appearing to be in his 30s, replied to Bai Lang, "No, we would never dare to come merely to see your partner. We heard from your elders that you were planning to build wooden houses, and we have come to observe your construction. We wish to build wooden houses as well. It is not yet completed. Come back once it is finished." Bai Lang said to them, "Please, we want to witness your construction process. Only by observing can we learn how to build. If we see a completed wooden house, we will remain clueless about the construction methods. Allow us to watch." The previously speaking orc insisted, expressing his urgency to learn how to build a wooden house for his partner by the following day. Bai Lang, "Let them stay and watch us build the wooden houses. I wish to promote this method within our tribe," Bai Lang's father, Lang Yi, suggested. "Certainly," Bai Lang agreed. Although he acknowledged the possibility that these male orcs were also drawn by Wutong's allure. "Why not enlist these individuals to assist you and your father in constructing the wooden houses? Perhaps we could complete them today," Wutong proposed. Envisioning a grand wooden house and thinking it prudent to accept the orcs' help for expediency, "I shall inquire if they are willing to assist," Bai Lang replied. Understanding Wutong's intent, before Bai Lang could even ask, the orcs nodded in unison, expressing their willingness to help. "We are eager to assist in building the wooden houses." "Excellent. Let us commence the construction," Lang Yi declared to the assembly. "Father, we do not have enough large trees. Please send someone to gather more from the forest." Wutong advised Lang Yi. "Very well, I shall instruct them to fetch more trees from the forest," Lang Yi concurred, recognizing the scarcity of timber. He directed several orcs to venture into the woods to retrieve trees. Bai Lang took charge, guiding the orcs in the construction of the wooden house. As Wutong contemplated the notion of providing dinner for the orcs who assisted in constructing the wooden houses, she was interrupted by Tu Jun's inquiry. "What are you thinking about, Tong Tong?" With a thoughtful expression, she replied, "I was considering whether we should offer these orcs, who have lent their hands in building the wooden houses, a meal. It would be rather unkind to let them return home for supper after they have worked so hard. I would like to prepare a stew for them." Tu Jun, however, was not in favor of the idea. "Tong Tong, perhaps it would be better for them to finish their work and return home for dinner. Preparing a meal for so many would surely be exhausting." Wutong, perceptive to his concerns, teased gently, "Are you worried that I might tire myself out?" Tu Jun admitted, "Yes, I am concerned about you overexerting yourself," with a reassuring smile. Wutong responded, "How could I possibly tire myself out when you were here to assist me?" She had no intention of shouldering the responsibility of cooking for the orcs alone. Night Wutong invited the orcs to dinner for another reason, to promote braised pork in the beast realm, ensuring that in the future, orcs would savor this delicacy. And the females would no longer suffer from discomfort after consuming grilled meat. "Tao Tao, should I assist Bai Lang and the others with the construction of the wooden hut?" Tu Jun inquired. "No need. There are plenty of hands to help build the hut. Your only task is to assist me in stewing the meat." Night Wutong replied to Tu Jun, "All right, Tao Tao, but we have no game left. We must venture into the mountains to hunt," Tu Jun remarked. "Very well. Let us go at once and first summon AI Air," Night Wutong thought, knowing that with AI Air's help, they could secure more game. "We shall seek AI Air now. Tao Tao, please ride on my back." With that, Tu Jun transformed into a majestic white tiger. The Night Wutong swiftly arrived at the cave where AI Air and the bear prince resided. Night Wutong called out to Ayer in the cave, "Ayer, come out quickly. We are off to hunt." Inside the cave, Ayer, who was preoccupied with concerns for Bear Commander, heard Night Wutong's summons to hunt and replied, "All right." He then turned to Bear Commander and said, "Bear Commander, I am going hunting with Wutong. You can either join us on the mountain or stay here in the cave and not venture out." Ayer was apprehensive about leaving Bear Commander alone, fearing he might stir trouble with the wolf clan. "Go ahead and hunt. I will not partake in the hunt. It is too exhausting. I prefer to stay in the cave and enjoy a long nap." Bear Commander had no desire to endure the toil of hunting since reaching adulthood. He had hunted only a handful of times, mostly relying on others for his sustenance. "Very well. Just remember to stay in the cave and not wander off." Ayer admonished once more. "Ayer, come out quickly. We are going hunting." Night Wutong called again to Ayer in the cave. I'm coming. Ayer transformed into a red fox and dashed out of the cave. Wutong, Tu Jun, and AI Air ascended the mountain together in pursuit of game. Upon reaching their destination, Wutong turned to Tu Jun and AI Air, expressing her intention to gather vegetables and fruits while they hunted. However, Tu Jun interjected, suggesting that AI Air should hunt first, while he accompanied Wutong in foraging for produce. He was reluctant to leave Yu Wutong alone to collect vegetables and fruits, fearing she might be seized by other male beastmen during their absence. Very well. AI heir, you may hunt first, while Tu Jun and I gather vegetables and fruits. Yu Wutong conceded, feeling somewhat exasperated. Tu Jun scrutinized her, perhaps questioning whether she might attempt to flee, but in truth, she had no desire to escape at that moment. Thus, AI heir ventured forth to hunt, while Yu Wutong and Tu Jun set about collecting vegetables and fruits. Night Wutong was quite fortunate. She discovered shiitake mushrooms, scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and Chinese cabbage. In short, her harvest was abundant, as she not only found an array of vegetables and seasonings but also several varieties of fruit. The Night Phoenix placed the vegetables and fruits into her space, which possessed the remarkable ability to preserve them, ensuring that the fruits would never decay. Ael returned, bearing a colossal beast upon his shoulders. Tu Jun addressed Ael, saying, "You safeguard Tong Tong for now. Allow me to take my turn in the hunt." With that, he transformed into a magnificent white tiger and ventured forth to hunt. Ael set the prey down upon the ground and spoke to Night Phoenix, "Tong Tong, I did not merely capture this single beast. I have also hunted several smaller creatures, which I have stored in my space." Ael, you are truly remarkable in your hunting prowess, Night Phoenix praised, acknowledging Ael's undeniable skill. Tong Tong, your compliments make me feel quite bashful. Shall we sit down and rest for a moment? Ael suggested. Yu Wutong and Ai sat down to rest. And after approximately half an hour, Tu Jun returned from his hunt. Night Wutong, Tu Jun, and Ai returned to the wolf tribe. Upon their arrival, Night Wutong, Tu Jun, Ai and Hong Lian began to prepare a meal. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted throughout the tribe, drawing in numerous orcs, including both females and younglings. In Chapter 121, titled Bear Commander Finds a Mate, several juvenile male orcs, who had yet to transform, stood before Night Wutong and Hong Lian, accompanied by some females. Observing the eager gazes of the females and younglings fixated on the pot of stewed meat, Hong Lian noticed that some of the younglings were drooling. She longed to serve them a portion of the delectable dish. Turning to Night Wutong, she inquired, "Tong Tong, do you think we should share some of the meat with them?" Hong Lian sought Night Wutong's approval, as the prey had been hunted by Night Wutong's mate, and the meat was prepared by her. Thus, she felt it necessary to consult Night Wutong. "Very well. I shall serve each of them a few pieces to taste," Night Wutong replied, as she used lotus leaves to dish out portions of meat to each female present. Hong Lian then distributed the meat into the hands of every female and youngling. The females and younglings devoured the meat voraciously. Once they finished their portions, some of the younglings, still clamoring for more, let out eager cries in their beast language, expressing their desire for additional food. Night Wutong was unable to comprehend the language of the beasts and thus paid no heed to the small beast men. However, Hong Lian understood their tongue and mistakenly assumed that Night Wutong also possessed this understanding. She believed Night Wutong's silence indicated a reluctance to share any more meat with the small beast men. Consequently, she addressed the little creatures, saying, "You should all return. You may no longer partake of this meat." Obediently, the small beast men departed. Turning to the female companions, Hong Lian added, "Since you have just savored the stewed meat and found it delightful, why not prepare some for yourselves at home?" Night Wutong and Hong Ling had discussed promoting stewed meat within the wolf clan. "We shall not," a female lamented. "I will teach you," Night Wutong assured the females. "How wonderful. You are actually willing to teach us," exclaimed a stout, dark-furred female, nearly leaping with joy. Tu Jun, first ladle the meat into the large wooden basin. Then place the cut pieces back into the pot and add an appropriate amount of water, Night Wutong instructed Tu Jun. Once Tu Jun had placed the meat into the large iron pot and added some clear water, Night Wutong retrieved various seasonings from her space, scallions, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and salt. As she added the ingredients to the pot, she explained the process to the females, indicating where they could find these seasonings and providing them with samples. The females eagerly learned the art of stewing meat, filled with excitement. The previously speaking stout female grasped Night Wutong's hand, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. "Beautiful female. You possess both beauty and a kind heart. You have shown me how to stew meat. I have mastered it, and I shall no longer endure the tough, grilled meat. My stomach will no longer ache. I am truly grateful to you. I am off to stew meat at home now." With that, she dashed away, eager to prepare her own stew. The other females also expressed their thanks to Night Wutong before hurrying home to stew meat. The Night Wutong let out a sigh of relief, finally finding a semblance of tranquility. Hong Lian, feeling somewhat fatigued, retreated into the cave to rest. As Yu Wutong settled onto the wooden bench, she beheld a bear carrying a dark-skinned, unremarkable-looking female orc hastening towards her. As Yu Wutong pondered whether the bear was indeed Xiong Shuai, the creature came to a halt before her. The female who had been riding on the bear's back gracefully dismounted. In an instant, the great bear transformed into a strikingly handsome male, none other than Xiong Shuai himself. Night Wutong was perplexed. When had Xiong Shuai come to know this female? "Night Wutong, I brought Meili here to show you that while you may not fancy me, there are other females who do. The beast realm is not limited to just you," Xiong Shuai declared with pride. "I will soon be bonded with Meili." Although Meili was not particularly attractive, Xiong Shuai felt a thrill of joy knowing that another female was interested in him now that Night Wutong had rejected him. "How splendid. I am truly happy for you, Xiong Shuai," that you have found a female, Night Wutong replied with genuine delight. That's wonderful, Xiong Shuai. But I wonder how many partners you have had with this female? Tu Jun inquired with a smile. This charming male. Allow me to inform you that Xiong Shuai is my 39th partner, Meili interjected triumphantly. 39th? AI Air was taken aback. This Meili has so many partners. With Xiong Shuai's unappealing nature, he is bound to be neglected in the future. Indeed, handsome red fox male, if you wish to be my partner, I can make you my 40th. Meili assumed AI Air also desired to be your partner. Upon hearing Meili's words, AI Air thought to himself that this female, who easily fancied males, would undoubtedly neglect Xiong Shuai in the future. He must ensure that Xiong Shuai does not bond with her. Meili, you do not understand Xiong Shuai. He is quite lazy and incapable of hunting to support you. He has many flaws. You should reconsider whether you truly want to bond with him, AI Air cautioned. Fearing that Xiong Shuai would be abandoned in the wolf tribe by Meili, it would be better to send Xiong Shuai back to the bear tribe, where his brother Xiong Qi could take care of him, ensuring his peace of mind. Handsome red fox male. You point out all of Xiong Shuai's flaws because you do not want him to be my 39th partner, do you? I know you want to be my 39th partner. I accept your proposal, and I will let Xiong Shuai be my 40th, Meili declared, deluding herself with self-importance. You misunderstand. I have no desire to be your 39th partner. I already have a partner, this female standing before you, AI Air retorted, addressing Meili. Humph. What poor taste. This feeble female is your partner? Can she even bear your offspring? You should choose me instead. I can not only bear your young but, more importantly, I can satisfy you. You should bond with me. Meili insisted. Enough. I will not bond with you, AI Air shouted at the female beastman Meili. Night Wutong thought to herself. How foolish of her to have believed that this female was virtuous. It turns out she is merely fickle, and she had misjudged her character. Humph, truly ungrateful. Since you refuse to be my companion, you need not concern yourself with the matters between Xiong Shuai and me. The female beastman, Meili, was visibly incensed. Xiong Shuai, take this female beastman and leave this place at once. Do not linger before my eyes, Night Wutong said coldly to Xiong Shuai. Why should we leave? We haven't even had the stewed meat yet, Xiong Shuai retorted, picking up a bowl to scoop meat from the pot. He and Meili intended to indulge in more of the stew before departing. Chapter 122, Liza's brother arrives. Night Wutong was incensed, today. She was determined that neither Xiong Shuai nor Meili would partake of any meat. Setting the bowl down, she coldly addressed Xiong Shuai, do not touch it. I want to relent, Xiong Shuai retorted, lifting a wooden ladle to scoop meat from the bowl. Tu Jun, see Xiong Shuai's bowl. He shall not eat meat. And neither shall you, Meili, Night Wutong declared, her feelings for Meili having soured to outright disdain. How could Meili dare to suggest that she was incapable of bearing offspring? Indeed, the audacity was beyond comprehension. She had refrained from chastising Meili, which was already a considerable concession. Upon hearing Night Wutong's command, Tu Jun hurriedly snatched the wooden bowl from Xiong Shuai's grasp. The bowl was wrested away, infuriating Xiong Shuai, who bellowed at Night Wutong, Night Wutong, you have gone too far. What harm is there in my eating a bit of meat? The prey was not caught by you. If you deny me, I am determined to feast today. With that, Xiong Shuai thrust his filthy hands directly into the wooden basin, seizing several pieces of meat and stuffing them into his mouth. Observing this brazen act, Meili mimicked Xiong Shuai, reaching into the basin to grab her own handful of meat to consume. Night Wutong did not anticipate that Xiong Shuai and Meili would directly seize meat from the wooden basin, and by the time she sought to intervene, it was far too late. Infuriated, she longed to deliver a beating to both Xiong Shuai and Meili. Xiong Shuai, Meili, your audacity is astounding. Your shamelessness surpasses even that of city walls, which is utterly infuriating. Night Wutong exclaimed at them. Humph, what of it if we are thick-skinned? A robust disposition allows us to feast, while a delicate one leaves one hungry, Xiong Shuai retorted, proudly licking his fingers. Indeed, what use is a thin skin? Does it hold any significance? For us, it matters not. What is paramount is that we have savored the meat, Meili added, relishing the juices on her hands and casting a satisfied glance at Xiong Shuai, feeling increasingly fond of him. She resolved to make him her primary partner, ensuring that all her future companions would eat both Xiong Shuai and her. What a perfect match you two make. Truly, you are a natural pair, Night Wutong remarked, recognizing the compatibility between Xiong Shuai and Meili. A male like Xiong Shuai was indeed destined for a female such as Meili, just as a female of her caliber was intended for a male like him. It seemed that they were on the brink of a genuine union, epitomizing the adage that like attracts like. Of course, Xiong Shuai and I are indeed a natural pair. We complement each other perfectly. His strength can only be matched by a female like me, Mary proclaimed with pride, convinced of her compatibility with Xiong Shuai. Meili, do not engage with her. Eat the meat quickly, Xiong Shuai declared, before resuming his feast from the wooden basin. Meili followed suit, savoring the delicious meat for the first time. Observing Night Wutong's fury, Tu Jun suggested, Tong Tong, shall I give Xiong Shuai a beating? Before Night Wutong could respond, AI interjected, Tong Tong. Let Xiong Shuai indulge a little. Do not allow Tu Jun to strike him, if the prey is insufficient for those constructing the wooden house. I can venture up the mountain to hunt again. Night Wutong glared furiously at AI and said, AI. There is no need for you to speak on behalf of Captain Xiong. He must be punished today. Reluctantly, AI conceded. having already defended Captain Xiong to the best of his abilities, feeling he had done right by him. To June, go and give Captain Xiong a good thrashing. Just ensure he is left with some breath. Night Wutong instructed Tu Jun very well. As you command, Tu Jun replied before launching himself at Captain Xiong. Though both Captain Xiong and Tu Jun were 6th level beast men, Tu Jun was in the late stage of this level, while Captain Xiong was merely at the beginning. The sound of thuds echoed as Tu Jun pinned Captain Xiong to the ground, delivering a relentless beating. Soon, Captain Xiong's voice rang out. Ouch. That hurts so much. Stop hitting me. I won't eat anymore. Just please, cease. You white tiger beast man, stop. Don't strike my Captain Xiong. Where are you hitting him? You mustn't ruin my handsome captain. If you render him useless, how will I manage? Cried Mei Li in a fluster. Her lack of physical prowess rendering her helpless to intervene against Tu Jun. Yi Wutong twitched the corners of her mouth, pondering how this beauty could say anything so shamelessly. Xiong Shui also dared to say anything, and indeed, beauty and Xiong Shui were a match made in heaven. Tu Jun, cease your actions. Let Xiong Shui and beauty depart. Yi Wutong interjected, fearing that Tu Jun might inadvertently cause harm to Xiong Shui. Tu Jun halted his assault on Xiong Shui. Beauty helped Xiong Shui to his feet. Her heart heavy with concern as she inquired, Shui Shui, are you all right? Do I look all right to you? Let us go, Xiong Shui retorted angrily. Fine, we shall leave. Even if she force-feeds us meat, we shall refuse to eat it. Beauty supported Xiong Shui and walked away. After they left, Yi Wutong prepared several large pots of stew. In the evening, Bai Lang and the orcs from the timber house returned. Yi Wutong served the meat on lotus leaves, distributing it to the orcs who had assisted with the timber house. The orcs devoured the stew ravenously, praising its exquisite taste, as they had never before savored such delicious braised meat. Outside the wolf tribe, Sha Ke stood before a natural lake, gazing at the reflection in the water. She spoke to herself, cousin, though my beauty may not rival that female you brought back, I am still quite lovely. Why must you be so heartless? I shall seek a male more handsome than you to be my mate. Excuse me, are you an orc from the wolf tribe? A cool voice interrupted Sha Ke's musings. Startled, she turned to see a slender, handsome male with azure eyes and long, wavy hair. She sighed inwardly, noting how striking he was, rivaling her cousin's looks. It would be ideal if he could become her mate. Yes, I am an orc from the wolf tribe. My name is Sha Ke. It is a pleasure to meet you. A blush crept onto Sha Ke's face. Lisa's brother, Peg, frowned, puzzled as to why this male orc blushed upon seeing him. Shouldn't such reactions be reserved for unmarried females? Peg coldly inquired, Sha Ke, since you are an orc from the wolf tribe, let me ask you. Has a new female arrived in your tribe? A particularly beautiful one? Peg had heard from his subordinates that the female who had killed his sister was exceptionally beautiful. Sha Ke, interpreting Peg's inquiry as a desire for Night Wutong, felt a pang of jealousy but replied, yes, a female arrived yesterday evening, brought by my cousin. However, she is not beautiful at all, not at all. Jealous and furious, Sha Ke could never admit that Night Wutong was attractive. Do you fancy the female your cousin brought back? Peg assumed Sha Ke was emotionally stirred, believing he had developed feelings for Night Wutong and was expressing frustration at being rejected. That female is nothing special, I have no interest in her. Sha Ke retorted angrily, clarifying that he preferred males, especially his cousin. Oh, then take me into your tribe. I have matters to discuss with the female your cousin brought back. Peg, uninterested in Sha Ke's feelings for Night Wutong, aimed to enter the wolf tribe. First to see Night Wutong and then seize an opportunity to kill her in vengeance for his beloved sister. What do you want with that detestable female? Could it be that you fancy her? Sha Ke felt a twinge of annoyance, not wanting the male he admired to be interested in Night Wutong. He believed the male should prefer him instead. Nonsense. How could I possibly be interested in the female your cousin brought back? I have business with her. Peg's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. He had no romantic inclination toward the female who had slain his sister. You do not like her? Excellent. Then I shall take you to my aunt's cave. I suspect that detestable female is dining with my cousin at my aunt's home. Sha Ke thought that if this male did not fancy Night Wutong, he still had a chance to win his affection. Let us proceed into the tribe. Peg was eager to see Night Wutong. All right, let us go. Oh, my legs have gone numb. I can't walk. I need to rest a moment before we continue. Sha Ke intended to spend some private time with Peg to foster their connection. Why must you be so troublesome? Climb onto my back. Peg was not inclined to waste time lingering here. Is that appropriate? Sha Ke thought, feeling the pace of their relationship was advancing too swiftly. This male was truly wonderful. Appropriate or not, just get on. Peg transformed into a magnificent white swan, his beauty striking. Wow, your beast form is stunning. What is your name? Sha Ke inquired. Peg. Peg replied impatiently, flapping his wings, eager to take flight. If Sha Ke continued to dawdle, he would fly to the wolf tribe himself and inquire about Night Wutong's whereabouts. Realizing Peg's impatience, Sha Ke quickly mounted his back. With Sha Ke now on his back, Peg soared toward the wolf tribe. Sha Ke, where does your aunt reside? Direct me, Peg requested. Fly in that direction, Sha Ke indicated. In no time, Peg had carried Sha Ke to Bai Lang's abode. The Night Wutong was instructing Holian's youthful companion in crafting a headpiece for her. Upon noticing Sha Ke arriving atop a swan, her displeasure was palpable. She had previously cautioned Sha Ke against appearing before her and Bai Lang, yet here was Sha Ke, audaciously defying her warning. She contemplated administering a subtle remedy to Sha Ke. intending to teach her a lesson that would linger in her memory. Bai Lang and Tu Jun, observing Sha Ke alongside the white swan, discerned that the swan was indeed a beast man. The white swan halted before the knight Wutong, scrutinizing her, and commanded Sha Ke, dismount. Obediently, Sha Ke descended from Peg's back and positioned herself behind Peg. As Yi Wutong overheard the conversation of the swan, she confirmed that the swan was indeed a beast man, mistakenly believing it to be a minion summoned by the sparrow seeking vengeance against her. Suddenly, Peg transformed into a strikingly handsome figure with azure eyes and cascading locks. He retrieved a leather skirt from his spatial pocket and wrapped it around himself. What brings you, Swan Beast Man? Tu Jun questioned sharply. Sensing that this creature did not harbor good intentions. I am here merely to show this female a few items, Peg replied, producing a dagger, a birdman mask, and a night cloak from his space, placing them upon the stone table beneath the tree. Female, are these items yours? Peg glared fiercely at Yi Wutong. Upon witnessing Peg produce her belongings, Yi Wutong felt a sudden jolt in her heart, surmising that this swan orc must be connected to the unfortunate Lisa, whom she had inadvertently slain. Upon hearing the inquiries of the swan orc, she deduced that it had indeed confirmed her role in Lisa's demise. Knight Wutong pondered. She absolutely could not admit to having killed Lisa. If she confessed to the deed, dealing with a mere swan beast man would be manageable. But facing the wrath of all male beast men would prove daunting. She feared that the male beast men enamored with Lisa would seek vengeance upon her. No. I have never encountered these peculiar items, Knight Wutong thought, resolutely refusing to acknowledge her involvement, much to the exasperation of the swan beast man. You dare to deny your actions? Not only are you heartless, but also shameless. You are a most infuriating female. Peg had not anticipated Knight Wutong's denial. These items are not mine. Why would I claim them? Knight Wutong remained steadfast in her refusal. Peg retrieved several green feathers from his space, sniffed them, touched them, and then kissed them before furiously confronting Knight Wutong. You have killed my sister Lisa. Do not think that your denial will spare you from my wrath. You might as well admit that these items belong to you. Peg pointed at the dagger, the bird mask, and the night cloak on the table. If you insist they are mine, then they are rightfully my possessions. I find these items rather appealing. Knight Wutong seized the dagger from the table and handed it to Bai Lang, who received it with delight. What are you doing? Who said you could take that shiny object? Return it to me. Peg exclaimed anxiously, as he had never considered relinquishing the dagger to anyone. It was a weapon that could enhance his strength, and he cherished it dearly. The shiny object does not belong to you, Swan Beast Man. It is not yours. Knight Wutong replied cheerfully, determined to eliminate the Swan Beast Man to prevent him from seeking revenge for Lisa's death. Bai Lang, Tu Jun. Let us dispose of this Swan Beast Man, lest he spread falsehoods about me killing his sister and invite unnecessary troubles. Knight Wutong resolved that the Swan Beast Man must perish today. Chapter 124. Forged identity. You dare to plot my demise? It appears you truly are the murderer of my sister. Peg glared at Knight Wutong in fury. Bai Lang. Tu Jun, swiftly kill this beast man. Knight Wutong had no intention of engaging in further conversation with Peg. The immediate priority was to eliminate him and extinguish all future threats. Just as Bai Lang and Tu Jun readied themselves to act, Peg transformed into a white swan and soared towards Knight Wutong, intending to capture her and torment her before delivering the final blow. Upon witnessing Peg's flight towards Knight Wutong, Bai Lang and Tu Jun rushed forward to prevent Peg from seizing her. As Yi Wutong observed Peg approaching, she hastily concealed herself behind the formidable figure of Wolf Yi. Wolf Yi, noticing Peg's advance, swung his fist in defiance. Peg, witnessing Yi Wutong's agile maneuver to hide behind Wolf Yi and the latter's aggressive gesture, quickly discerned that Wolf Yi was a late-stage level 7 beast man, prompting him to ascend into the sky with urgency. Realizing that capturing Yi Wutong today was futile, Peg swiftly retreated from the Wolf clan's territory, intending to devise another plan. Soaring through the air for a moment, Peg addressed Yi Wutong with venomous intent. You, female, await your reckoning. You have slain my sister, and I shall not let you escape unscathed. With that, he flew beyond the clan's borders. I'm sorry, Tautong. I couldn't eliminate him, Bai Lang lamented. Tautong, do not despair, Bai Lang, and I will find a way to deal with Peg, Tu Jun reassured Yi Wutong. Recognizing the need to protect Yi Wutong more effectively in the future, he resolved to intensify his training and elevate his strength. It's all right, if he has fled. Then so be it. Next time, we shall surely capture him and avenge this wrong. Yi Wutong comforted Bai Lang and Tu Jun with determination. In the stillness of the night, Yi Wutong contemplated the necessity of intensifying her training to enhance her martial prowess in anticipation of confronting Lisa's brother. What is happening, Tong Tong? Hong Lian inquired with a look of confusion. Before Yi Wutong could respond, Bai Lang interjected, Mother, do not ask. There must be some misunderstanding. Tong Tong could not possibly be the one who killed Lisa. The person responsible for her demise fell from the sky, and I witnessed it firsthand. The assailant was undoubtedly a flying beast man, and Tong Tong is not a flying beast man, thus, she cannot be the culprit. There must be another involved. Then why did the Swan Beastmen insist that it was Tong Tong who killed Lisa? Hong Lian's bewilderment deepened. Ah, that is because after the flying beastman killed Lisa, he fled into the forest and submerged himself in a lake, remaining submerged for quite some time. Eventually, when Tong Tong emerged from the lake, the Swan Beastmen hastily concluded that she was the murderer, Bai Lang explained to his mother. How reckless of the swan beast men, Hong Lian remarked with a sigh. Tong Tong, which tribe do you belong to? I cannot discern your beast form. Bai Lang's mother turned her gaze towards Yi Wutong. I am of the merfolk tribe. I have been in human form since birth and do not possess a beast form. Yi Wutong fabricated a tale, feeling the need to conjure an identity for herself. No wonder you are so beautiful. It is said that the females of the merfolk tribe possess extraordinary beauty, and indeed, it appears to be true. Tong Tong, you must be the most stunning female of the merfolk. Hong Lian exclaimed, captivated by the rarity and splendor of merfolk females. Perhaps. Yi Wutong conceded, eschewing modesty. For she believed there was no need for it. Her beauty was unparalleled even in the modern world, let alone amidst the less aesthetically pleasing beast realm. You are speaking nonsense, you insufferable female. Where is your beauty? I would wager that even the most unattractive female surpasses you in looks, spat Shake, who stood nearby. Seething with jealousy over his cousin's kindness towards Yi Wutong, as well as the affection shown by Aunt Hong Lian. His envy of Yi Wutong's beauty compelled him to utter words meant to provoke her. Night Wutong narrowed her eyes slightly and addressed the sparrow, saying, Sparrow, do you dare to compare me with beauty? How should I respond to you? An aura of coldness emanated from Night Wutong. She had encountered beauty before. The name beauty might suggest allure, yet she was far from it, possessing an appearance that was both dark and unappealing. The sparrow's claim of inferiority to beauty was evidently an insult directed at her. I shall indeed compare you to beauty. You are not as pleasing to the eye as she is, and I have spoken the truth. Will you strike me again? The sparrow, contemplating a strategy to counter Night Wutong, thought that if they were to engage in combat once more, he would certainly be able to incapacitate her, rendering her a cripple. Night Wutong coldly scoffed, Sparrow, I have no desire to engage with you today. Instead, I shall let my partner handle you. My cousin would never strike me. I am his beloved younger cousin. Sparrow was certain that Bai Lang would not lay a hand on him. Who says I wouldn't hit you? When did you become my beloved? How amusing. Let me tell you, Tong Tong is the one I cherish, Bai Lang retorted icily, revealing his willingness to administer a severe beating to Sparrow. Provided it would please Night Wutong. Cousin, you would actually strike me for that venomous female? Can you truly bring yourself to do it? Auntie would never allow you to harm me. Sparrow watched with a heavy heart as his beloved cousin treated Night Wutong with such kindness. Alunk, Sparrow is your younger cousin. It would be wise to refrain from violence. If your aunt finds out, she will come to you in tears, Hong Lian interjected, wishing to shield Sparrow from Bai Lang's wrath. Mother, I did not suggest that Bai Lang strike Sparrow. I merely meant for Tu Jun to give him a lesson, Night Wutong awkwardly clarified, regretting his lack of precision and expression. Tong Dong, I will heed your words. I shall go and strike Sparrow immediately. Tu Jun was reveling in the thought of inflicting punishment, having grown fond of the exhilarating sensation it brought. Tong Tong, do not let your white tiger partner harm Sparrow. Simply allow him to leave this place. Hong Lian urged Night Wutong. Very well, Tu Jun, do not strike Sparrow. Let him depart. Night Wutong instructed Tu Jun all right. Tu Jun felt a pang of disappointment. If you grant me permission to leave, I shall depart. However, I inform you, I shall not leave today, Sparrow declared as he plopped down onto the ground. As Yi Wutong approached the sparrow, he produced a packet of medicinal powder and sprinkled its contents over the little bird. With a smile that was almost mocking, he said, Sparrow, whether you wish to leave or not, you must. Suddenly, the sparrow felt a sharp pain in its belly and urgently sought a place to relieve itself. Clutching its stomach, it darted away in a flurry. Poor thing, has it eaten something that disagrees with it? Yi Wutong mused, shaking his head. Well, it's better that it has departed. Now, Tong Tong, continue guiding your father Kong, she in crafting a headpiece for your mother. Hong Ling has a fondness for the green feathers of the colorful wild chicken's tail. Rest assured, mother, I will certainly assist Father Kong Shi in creating an exquisite headpiece for you. Yi Wutong thought to himself how lovely Hong Ling would look adorned with the green night chicken feather headpiece. Before long, under Yi Wutong's guidance, Kong Shi fashioned a beautiful headpiece. Upon seeing the exquisite green adornment, Hong Ling was filled with joy and exclaimed to Yi Wutong, Tong Tong, this green headpiece is truly stunning. Why don't you try it on first? Night Wutong declined, saying, No, mother, this headpiece is ill-suited for me. It would be far more fitting for you. You would certainly look splendid wearing it. Chapter 125. Inquiring about origins. Tong Tong, if you won't wear it, then I shall. Hong Lian joyfully picked up the headpiece and adorned herself with it. The green ornament upon Hong Lian's head was indeed quite enchanting. Night Wutong exclaimed, Mother, I told you. This headpiece would look splendid on you, and indeed it does. Your head adorned in lush green is simply refreshing and beautiful. Tong Tong, you possess a silver tongue. You are truly endearing, commented Hong Lian, her fondness for Night Wutong growing. All Yin, you look exquisite in that green headpiece. You should wear it every day henceforth. White Lang's father gently remarked to Hong Lian. You wear this headpiece so beautifully, said Hong Lian's primary partner as he approached her. If you all find it so lovely, I shall wear it daily, save for when I sleep, Hong Lian responded, delighted by the compliments. Meanwhile, Kong Shi appeared despondent. He had intended to gift the colorful pheasant feathers to Night Wutong, yet they had ended up with Hong Lian. He felt the feathers were meant for Night Wutong, who, despite having no reproductive capabilities, should not have given them to Hong Lian. The more he reflected, the more he believed that the feathered headpiece ought to be reclaimed from her. Thus, he addressed Hong Lian, Hong Lian, I wish to discuss something with you. I can no longer allow you to keep this green headpiece. I have my own purposes for it and must reclaim it. I can offer you something else in exchange. What? You want to take back the green headpiece you gave me? Why? Hong Lian inquired, puzzled by Kangxi's intentions. Do not question why, simply understand that it cannot remain with you. You are aware that these colorful feathers are notoriously difficult to catch. Please return the headpiece to me. Kangxi thought of presenting it to his beloved companion the following day. Kangxi, please give the headpiece to Lian. I can offer you a crystal core in exchange, Hong Lian's second partner suggested, wishing to spare her feelings. It is not about the crystal core. My desire is simply to no longer part with the headpiece, Kangxi replied, harboring his own intentions. Kangxi, you are indeed Lian's partner. Reclaiming the headpiece in such a manner will surely wound her heart, White Lang's father admonished him sternly. As if I would willingly remain her partner. Once the messenger of the gods arrives, I shall ensure that we are severed, Kangxi declared resolutely. Determined to part ways with Hong Lian. Very well. I shall relinquish the headpiece to you. Once the messenger of the gods arrives, I will ensure our separation, Hong Lian stated. Removing the headpiece and tossing it to Kangxi. Through this ordeal, she had come to a firm resolution. She must sever ties with partners who treated her poorly and were unfaithful. Her separation from Kangxi was assured. And she was relieved to have kept her illness a secret from her partners. Agreed. When the messenger of the gods arrives, you must honor our agreement to part. Kangxi retrieved the headpiece from the ground and stored it away. In the depths of her heart, Wutong couldn't help but scoff. There would come a time when the ostentatious peacock would regret its choices. Luofeng, do you truly wish to keep this red wild fox from me? If you are unwilling to part with it, then I, too, have no desire for it. I find no delight in the pelt of this crimson creature. Hong Lian speculated that her youthful companion, Luofeng, surely hesitated to relinquish the red wild fox to her. She sensed that Luofeng harbored no affection for her at present. Upon hearing Hong Lian's words, the fox beastman Luofeng's eyes flickered momentarily with a glint of clarity as he addressed her. Hong Lian, I initially intended to gift you this red wild fox. But since you have expressed disinterest, I shall not impose upon you any further. What a silver tongue you possess, Bai Lang remarked to Luofeng. Aware of his cunning nature, Luofeng disregarded Bai Lang's comment, for he was relieved that he need not bestow the wild fox upon Hong Lian. Alien. Tomorrow I shall hunt a colorful chicken for you and craft a headpiece, Bai Lang's father declared to Hong Lian. There's no need for that. Perhaps you should focus on building the wooden house tomorrow. Hong Lian replied, wishing to avoid further discussion of the headpiece. Mother,